When Shun Sueon woke up from a feeling of suffocation, she realized she had dozed off in a carriage. The sun was setting, and the winter wind was biting cold. People hurried by, and a faint scent of wine filled the air. Not far from the carriage, a tavern named Spring Is Not Late caught her eye. "Miss, I saw her. That's her." Everyone calls her Song Xiaonyang. She relies on her mother and used to run a small stall. This shop must have been bought for her by young Master Lu Heng. She heard her maid, Mujin, complaining on her behalf. She had heard this once before. Shin Sueon looked at her delicate hands, which were no longer thin and frail but warm and soft, not cold and withered. "Miss, that Song Xiaonyang has spotted us." Mujin lifted the curtain, sounding a bit anxious. The chill hit Shin Sueon's face, waking her from her daze. She had actually been reborn. She remembered the scene from today. In her previous life, this was the beginning of her hard and tragic life. "Miss Shun, you came to find me, right? Since you're here, why not come down and meet me?" A familiar, charming voice called from outside the carriage. Shin Sueon closed her eyes. The woman outside was Lu Heng's beloved, Song Xiuji, who later became his mistress. A lowly wine seller. Lu Heng was now her fiancé, the cold and indifferent husband she had in her past life. The people she resented the most until her death were this pair. She never expected that the first person she would see after her rebirth would be Song Xiuji. "I have nothing to do with young Master Lu. Miss Shun, please don't misunderstand. Young Master Lu only sympathizes with me, teaching me to write and lending me money to buy a shop. Don't believe the rumors outside. Though I, Song Xiuji, come from humble beginnings, I will never be anyone's concubine in this life." Her solemn words echoed in Shin Sueon's ears. These were the same things Song Xiuji had said to her in her previous life. Shin Sueon lifted the curtain, her gaze landing on the young woman before her. Song Xiuji wore a simple cloth dress, her hair tied back with a bright blue scarf, looking both charming and neat. She was not particularly beautiful, at most cute and lively. Yet this girl, who was inferior to her in every way, had taken her husband and captured Lu Heng's heart. And what about her? Alone and lonely in the Lu family mansion, she toiled for them, suffering from illness. Even so, she never received a single compliment from anyone in the Lu family, including her husband. They only offered her cold, harsh ridicule, believing that her inability to bear children was a grave sin. Unable to have children. A cold smile crossed Shin Sueon's lips. Except for the time right after their wedding, Lu Heng was completely focused on Song Xiuji, and after her miscarriage, he made excuses to avoid being with Shin Sueon. He claimed it was for her benefit, but in reality, he was protecting Song Xiuji. She would never forget the moment Song Xiuji appeared with her 2 children, looking at her with eyes full of pity and mockery. Shin Sueon felt humiliated and ashamed her entire life. She lived like a joke. However, when Song Xiuji saw Shin Sueon, she was taken aback. She knew Lu Heng's fiancé was from a noble family and instinctively thought she would be dull and uninteresting. She never expected her to be so stunning and radiant. "Since you know Lu Heng has a fiancé, how can you accept his gifts so easily?" Shin Sueon raised her beautiful eyes and glanced at the tavern. Song Xiuji bit her lip in humiliation. "Miss Shin, just consider it a loan from young Master Lu. I will definitely pay him back." Shin Sueon almost laughed out loud. "This is my money, and it has nothing to do with anyone else." A cold voice, filled with icy disdain, interrupted. Lu Heng hurriedly approached, stepping in front of Shin Sueon and shielding Song Xiuji behind him. Shin Sueon looked up at her former husband, filled with intense hatred and icy disdain. Lu Heng was the legitimate son of the Duke, handsome and noble, regarded by everyone as a celestial being. Although they had been engaged for many years, they had little interaction. They would occasionally meet at banquets during festivals, exchange a few words, and then part ways. Shin Sueon thought this was just Lu Heng's nature. He was busy with official duties as a minister and had too much to handle to spare time for her, his fiancée. Since rumors about him and Song Xiuji had spread, she had been waiting for his explanation. After 3 days without seeing him, she decided to go to the palace gates herself. She waited from morning until dark, only to hear him say he was too busy to meet her. Now, after less than 3/4 of an hour since she came to find Song Xiuji, he rushed over. He truly seemed concerned for Song Xiuji, afraid she would be bullied. "Young Master Lu, are your official duties not busy anymore?" Shen Suian asked mockingly. Lu Heng's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He simply didn't want to waste words explaining non-existent rumors, which was why he avoided meeting Shen Suian. "Miss Shen, my relationship with Song Xiuji is innocent. Please don't believe those rumors, as they could ruin her reputation," Lu Heng said softly. "She claims to be your student, is that true?" Shen Suian asked calmly. Song Xiuji's pupils narrowed slightly. "When did I ever say? How could she possibly want to be the student of young Master Lu?" Lu Heng sighed. "I taught Miss Song how to read because she didn't know. There was nothing romantic between him and Song Xiuji. Half a year ago, he had to deal with a difficult report case, and it was already dark by the time he finished. On that chilly night, he passed by a wine stall where Song Xiuji was selling wine alone. He stopped the carriage, sat under the awning, warmed a pot of wine, and quietly thought. Once the wine was finished, he had figured out the tricky parts. After that, he would stop by every night to buy a pot of wine, sometimes just sitting quietly without drinking much. Song Xiuji often warmed a pot of wine for him, staying nearby. Sometimes they would chat, and sometimes she would share interesting stories from the village. Her lively optimism brought some excitement to Lu Heng's dull life. No one thought there was anything more between them. One was a humble wine seller, and the other was a noble young master. Then, a month ago, Song Xiuji's stall suddenly disappeared. Lu Heng searched for her for 3 days and nights, without any sign of his usual composure. When he learned that Song's father planned to marry her off to a widower for money, Lu Heng took over the stall to protect her. He knew he had a fiancée, but he felt that a hard-working and vibrant woman like Song Xiuji should not be forced to marry a man she didn't love for money. Lu Heng, once a teacher, always a father. Can you still love your student openly in the future? Shen Suian looked at Song Xiuji's pale face, a slight smile on his lips. You both must remain innocent. Even if you love each other, don't admit it. Please don't disgust me. Lu Heng's handsome face showed anger. Shen Suian, don't go too far. Shen Suian interrupted him. I don't like to force things that don't belong to me. Lu Heng, bring the marriage certificate tomorrow to annul the engagement. In his past life, Lu Heng was the same, initially unwilling to acknowledge his feelings, yet entangled with Song Xiuji. And Song Xiuji, who repeatedly said she didn't want to be a concubine, appeared before him 3 years later with a pair of twins. Song Xiuji became a favored concubine, and if not for the Duke of the State's disapproval, Lu Heng would have even married her as a primary wife. After entering the house, Lu Heng and Song Xiuji grew even closer, while she remained a mere observer of their passionate love, leaving no mark on their lives. In Lu Heng's eyes, Shen Suian's grace and gentleness appeared domineering in front of Song Xiuji. Her self-discipline and adherence to propriety seemed to look down on Song Xiuji. No matter what she did, it was wrong. She devoted herself to managing the household and carefully planned for his future, while he remained distant and composed in front of her, only showing warmth in front of Song Xiuji. In the end, she was pushed off a fake mountain by Song Xiuji's daughter and lost her position as the main wife for their mother. In her next life, she planned to live differently. She would no longer allow herself to be harmed. As for the couple in front of her, the pain she once endured would be repaid double. Shen Suian lowered the carriage curtain. Even a glance at them felt unlucky. She wanted to return and discuss with her grandparents. She wanted nothing to do with the Lu family's marriage proposal. Let's go back, Shen Suian said coldly. Lu Heng's eyes showed displeasure as he watched the carriage grow distant. This Shen Suian was too strong-willed. It seemed her reputation for being both beautiful and wise wasn't entirely true. The sunset gradually faded from the western horizon as Shin Swayan returned to the Shin family. She was eager to see her loving grandparents. In her previous life, when her grandfather learned of the rumors about Lu Heng and Song Xiuji, he personally went to the Lu family to seek justice for her. Afterward, he asked if she wanted to break off the engagement. At that time, she liked Lu Heng and believed that once they married and spent time together, he would eventually harmonize with her. So, she insisted on marrying him. After their marriage, Lu Heng received her grandfather's full support, and her grandfather worked tirelessly for Lu Heng's future. The Lu family managed to regain their footing amidst the emperor's suspicions, but her grandfather's health worsened, and he passed away within 2 years. She didn't want her grandfather to worry about her anymore. It wasn't worth it. Grandmother. Seeing the elderly figure standing in the corridor, Shin Swayan felt her eyes welling up. The old lady, nearing 50, had graying hair and a face marked by time, yet her demeanor remained dignified, exuding an air of authority without anger. Sway, you're back, Lady Shin said with a gentle smile. Shin Swayan held back her tears and gently embraced her grandmother's arm. Grandmother, where's grandfather? How is he? Dr. Zhou came to see him this morning and prescribed new medicine, Lady Shin replied. After taking the medicine, he seemed a bit better. Shin Swayan went to visit old Master Shin. His thin face had a yellowish hue, and the room was filled with a faint smell of medicine. Shin Swayan could no longer hold back her tears. What does Lu Heng say? Grandmother, I want to break off my engagement with Lu Heng, Shin Swayan said. The old lady's tone was angry. Does he really have a relationship with that other girl? Not yet, Shin Swayan replied. Grandmother, I don't want to marry a man who protects other women in front of me. But if you break off the engagement, it will harm your reputation greatly. What will you do then? The old lady sighed. Even if I have to live alone, I still don't want to marry Lu Heng, Shin Swayan said, clenching her jaw to hold back the resentment from her past life. The old lady fell into thought, feeling sorry for her granddaughter, who lost her mother at a young age and had been raised by her. Swayan was a well-mannered young lady, praised by everyone in the capital, and no one could find fault with her. How could Lu Heng betray her like this? Swayan, your engagement with Lu Heng is not easy to break. It was granted by the late emperor, the old lady said, her voice filled with concern. Shin Swayan was surprised. She didn't know about this. Although the late emperor is gone, if you break off the engagement and someone brings up the matter, both families will be in a difficult position. Even if it was just a casual remark, it was still a favor between the two families. Breaking the engagement would be seen as disrespectful. Shin Swayan hadn't realized there was such a matter involved. No wonder Lu Guogong was so opposed to Lu Heng marrying Song Xiuji. He must have been worried about the engagement being criticized. The Lu family had enjoyed glory for many years, and it was inevitable that someone would want to undermine them. If they used the reason of disrespecting the emperor's decree against the Lu family, would the emperor let go of the opportunity to regain power from them? I have already asked Lu Heng to come tomorrow to break off the engagement, Shin Swayan said, clenching her hands. She thought that returning to life would allow her to escape the nightmare of the Lu family, but she didn't expect such trouble. The old lady asked, Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Grandmother, I would rather die than marry, Shin Swayan said, her gaze downcast and her tone more resolute than ever. Then don't marry, came a weak, aged voice. Shin Swayan turned around quickly and rushed to support him. Grandfather, why are you up? Did I disturb you? I lay down all day. If I don't get up, my bones will stiffen, the old man said with a smile, waving his hand. That Lu Heng is bullying you, and you didn't tell your grandfather. Shin Swayan lowered her head, fearing that her grandfather would be upset if he found out, which is why she wanted to confront Lu Heng herself. She just wanted to know if Lu Heng truly had feelings for someone else. If he did, she wouldn't insist on marrying him. Grandfather, I can handle this. Please don't worry about me, Shin Swayan said. Grandfather Shin coughed a few times, his finger on his lips. Although I am old and cannot protect you forever, I can still help you with your marriage. Tomorrow, I will go with you to the Lu family. If Lu Heng cannot give you a satisfactory answer, then we will end this engagement, even if we have to go to the emperor. Shen Suan looked at her grandfather's wrinkled face, tears silently falling. If her loving grandparents knew that in her past life she had married Lu Heng and lived a lonely life in the Lu family's backyard, they would be heartbroken. Grandfather, Lu Heng is not a suitable match for me. You shouldn't go to the Lu family. If there is an explanation needed, they should come to us, she said, genuinely afraid that her grandfather would compromise with the Lu family like in her past life. Grandfather Shen nodded. All right, I will listen to you. In contrast to the warm scene with the Shen family, Grandfather Lu was glaring angrily at his beloved grandson. You will never break off the engagement with the Shen family. How can that woman who sells wine compare to Swan? Have you lost your mind? Grandfather Lu scolded Lu Heng. Lu Heng sighed. Grandfather, it's not that I want to break the engagement. It's Shen Swan who said it. If it weren't for the rumors about you and that song girl, would Shen Swan say such things? Grandfather Lu shouted. Brother Heng is a man. Having multiple wives is common. Besides, he has done nothing with Miss Song. Shen Swan, as a noble lady, should understand this, Grandmother Lu said sternly, feeling angry that Shen Swan dared to propose breaking off the engagement. She simply doesn't know what's good for her. Her Heng is such a good match. If it weren't for the late emperor's decree, he might not even have to marry Shen Swan. Grandfather Lu impatiently scolded his wife. Don't make things worse right now. Grandfather, I will handle this, Lu Heng said with a frown. How do you plan to handle it? Why did you go to defend that girl today? You could have just let Shen Swan vent her anger, Grandfather Lu said irritably. Grandmother Lu quickly reassured. Shen Swan is just trying to gain the upper hand, forcing Brother Heng to cut ties with the song girl. Tomorrow, I will take Brother Heng to the Shen family to apologize and clarify things. You better apologize to Shen Swan and make her take back her words about breaking the engagement, Grandfather Lu said. Otherwise, that song girl won't be safe either. Lu Heng's brows furrowed with annoyance. Grandfather, I am innocent with Miss Song. You weren't innocent when you were spending money on her. Lord Lu glared at him. Forget it. Tomorrow I will explain it to Shen Swan again. Lu Heng thought with disgust. After having lunch with his grandparents, Shen Swan left the main house. Before she could reach her own courtyard, she was stopped on the way. Miss, the master wants to divorce the madam. Please hurry and save her. A maid suddenly knelt before Shen Swan. Hearing that her father wanted to divorce her stepmother again, a cold look flashed in Shen Swan's eyes. Her biological mother had been unwell and passed away when she was 3, leaving concubine Cheng in control of the household. Sometimes Shen Swan thought that if her father hadn't favored concubine Cheng so much and had considered her mother's feelings, her mother wouldn't have been so unhappy and her health wouldn't have declined. After her mother died, concubine Cheng took full control. For years ago, she even wanted her father to make her the main wife, but her grandfather strongly opposed it and instead arranged for her father to marry her stepmother, Jiang. Her stepmother came from the most prominent merchant family in Jiangnan, and because the elder of the Jiang family had done a favor for her grandfather, he arranged this marriage. Her stepmother was straightforward and honest, unable to be as delicate as concubine Cheng, and she didn't share her father's interest in poetry, which he often found crude. Yet, this straightforward stepmother, upon learning that Shen Swan was being mistreated at the Lu family, went to confront them without hesitation. She stood up for Shen Swan and even slapped Song Shirji. In the end, Shen Zhonglin, wanting to please the Lu family, abandoned his stepmother. Shen Swan had lost her mother at a young age and had always felt indifferent towards her stepmother, but in her final moments, she felt the warmth of a mother's love. This time, she would protect her stepmother at all costs. What did my father do this time? Shen Swan asked. The maid replied, Today, the madam wanted to pick some flowers from the garden. Concubine Cheng stopped her, saying those peonies were specially planted for the master and no one could pick them. The madam only argued with her a bit, and then she fell into the lake herself. When the master arrived, She claimed the madam pushed her. Shin Suan remembered. In her previous life, concubine Chung had argued with her stepmother over the peonies, insisting that her stepmother had pushed her, which led to her miscarriage. Her father even wrote a divorce letter, and if it weren't for her grandfather intervening, things would have escalated. Mujin, take my name card and find Dr. Zhou. Please make sure he comes to the Shin family as soon as possible, Shin Suan instructed the maid, recalling something more important. Yes, I will go right away. As she arrived at the Moon Theater, she heard Shin Zhenglin's angry shouts before she even entered. I thought you were just rude and unrefined, but I didn't expect you to be so malicious. You can't have children yourself and can't stand to see the Chung family of kids, so you deliberately pushed her into the water. Now you've caused her to have a miscarriage. Are you pleased with yourself? Jiang was initially filled with guilt, but hearing her husband's misunderstanding made her so angry that she could hardly speak. It was just a few flowers. How was I to know I couldn't pick them? She insisted on stopping me and even grabbed my hand. How was I to know she was pregnant? If she had known Chung was pregnant, she would have kept her distance. You still want to argue? Shin Zhonglin shouted angrily. I want to divorce you. You are not fit to be the mistress of the Shin family. Zhang's eyes widened in shock. You want to divorce me for a concubine? Sir, please don't get angry with the madam because of me. It's just a child. If it's gone, it's gone, came the weak voice of concubine Chung from the room. Shun Zhonglin quickly turned and went inside. Seeing a basin of blood nearby, his heart ached. You are too kind. That woman harmed you, and you still want to plead for her. Concubine Chung silently shed tears, looking fragile and pitiful. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have argued with the madam. I just thought those peonies were planted by you for me, and I couldn't bear to see anyone ruin their beauty. Shun Zhonglin felt as if his heart was being crushed. I will definitely seek justice for you. Since you were pregnant, why did you hide it? Jiang shouted. And clarify your words. I didn't even touch you. How could I have pushed you into the water? Concubine Chung bit her lip gently. Sir, it really has nothing to do with the madam. It was my own carelessness. Shun Zhonglin pointed at Jiang and shouted, Wicked woman, you kill my child, and now you threaten Shuping here. Am I threatening her? Jiang asked, confused. Why wasn't a doctor called when concubine Chung had a miscarriage? Shun Suan's elegant figure appeared as she gently held Jiang's arm. Madam, please don't let this upset your health. Jiang's eyes widened in surprise. Sway, you're back. Concubine Cheng's eyes flickered, and she smiled weakly. Miss, the doctor has already come. Which doctor did the concubine call? Did he confirm the miscarriage? Shin Suan asked calmly. Shun Zhonglin frowned and scolded. What are you talking about? There's a whole basin of blood here. Could it be fake? Indeed. Why would they have a basin of blood here if they didn't want others to know about the miscarriage? It was wrong for the mother not to know the concubine was pregnant, which led to the miscarriage. Shin Suan noticed a flash of pride in Aunt Cheng's eyes. To make amends for my mother, I have already invited Dr. Zhou to help you with your health. I believe you will recover soon and continue to support the Shin family. Which Dr. Zhou? Aunt Chung asked in surprise. Shun Suan smiled. Of course, it's the famous healer, Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou is a well-known healer in the capital, but he has a peculiar personality and only visits patients when he feels like it. Aunt Chung had wanted to ask him to help her before, but she never even got to see him. However, this time, Aunt Chung did not seem pleased by Shun Suan's words. No need, I have already asked Dr. Chen. I only trust him, Aunt Chung quickly replied. Miss, Dr. Zhou has arrived, Mu Jin said, slightly out of breath, giving Shin Suan a look. Aunt Chung grabbed Shin Zhenglin's hand. Sir, I don't want to. Shin Suan raised an eyebrow. Did you not ask someone to find Dr. Zhou before? Why are you unwilling now? Could it be you have a condition you don't want father to know about? I don't. Aunt Cheng's eyes flashed with anger. Father, Aunt Cheng is not young anymore. After giving birth to Yijie and Yao Ge, she finally became pregnant again. I'm worried this time could leave her with lasting health issues, Shin Suan said earnestly. expressing concern for Aunt Chung. Shen Zhonglin was persuaded. Xu Ping, let Dr. Zhou examine you. Please let Dr. Zhou in. Upon hearing his father's words, Shen Suan immediately signaled Mu Jin to invite him. Aunt Cheng's expression changed, and tears streamed down her face. Sir, Dr. Chen just said I will never be able to have children again. My heart is already broken. Do I need Dr. Zhou to break it again? Could it be that you are not actually pregnant and are afraid to let Dr. Zhou check? Jiang Shi asked suspiciously. Shen Suan glanced at her, surprised that her stepmother was being clever for once. Aunt Ching angrily sat up, pointing at Jiang Shi and crying, Madam, don't blame me to save yourself. In that case, let Dr. Zhou examine you. If Jiang Shi has truly harmed you on purpose, I will not let her go unpunished. A commanding voice said. The old lady Shen appeared at the moonlit courtyard, and Aunt Cheng's tears stopped flowing. Jiang Shi turned pale and nervously bowed to the old lady. Madam, I didn't mean to. The old lady Shen looked at her with disappointment, realizing how easily Aunt Cheng had outsmarted her. This is not the first time this has happened. This daughter-in-law has a talent for making money, but why does she always struggle to face her husband's concubine? Madame Cheng's face was pale as she grabbed Shen Jianglin's sleeve, looking at him with pleading eyes. She absolutely could not let Dr. Zhou examine her. Dr. Zhou, Shen Suan greeted as Dr. Zhou entered. Dr. Zhou, named Zhou Zhou, was only 30 years old, but had exceptional medical skills. However, his handsome appearance often led people to underestimate his abilities. Madame Cheng refused to extend her hand, saying, I don't need another examination, old madam. I don't want to hear any more hurtful words. At this point, Jiang Shi had noticed something was off with Madame Cheng and stepped forward to pull her hand out from under the blanket. I think you have something to hide. You've been asking Dr. Zhou for help for a long time, and now that he's here, why are you pretending? Jiang Shi scolded. Shen Zhonglin was displeased with Jiang Shi's rudeness and felt sorry for his beloved concubine being treated this way. Jiang Shi let go. Don't hurt Xu Ping. The old lady signaled to a nearby maid to hold down Madame Cheng's struggling arm. Dr. Zhou placed his hand on Madame Cheng's wrist. After just a brief examination, he understood the situation. Your menstrual cycle is irregular. It's not a serious issue. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Shen Zhonglin was taken aback, instinctively thinking it was Dr. Zhou's fault. Dr. Zhou's handsome face turned cold. I have never made a mistake in my diagnosis. Shen Zhonglin pointed to a basin of blood. Then, what is this? If it wasn't a miscarriage, how could there be? A woman can have blood even if she has her period. Jiang Shi straightened up immediately upon hearing Dr. Zhou's words. The old lady fixed a sharp gaze on Madame Cheng. Madame Cheng, do you know what happens to those who falsely claim to be pregnant to harm the main wife? Madame Cheng's face turned pale, and she cursed Shen Suan in her heart. Everything was under her control until she decided to involve Dr. Zhou. It was definitely her who called the old lady here. Otherwise, Jiang Shi would have been dismissed long ago. I didn't know. I haven't had my period for 2 months, so I thought I was pregnant. I was planning to wait 3 months before saying anything, Madame Cheng said, her eyes red. Sir, I didn't expect it to be just a false alarm. Jiang Shi rolled her eyes. Come on, do you think you're an unmarried girl? You've already had 2 children and don't know what's going on with your cycle? Have some shame. Dr. Zhou, isn't that right? Dr. Zhou looked at Shen Suan expressionlessly. If it weren't for Shen Suan, he definitely wouldn't have come today. Being pregnant and having irregular periods are indeed not the same. This small matter doesn't need my pulse diagnosis. Any doctor can see it. Shen Suan sighed. Dr. Chen didn't notice. He said Aunt Cheng had a miscarriage. He's a quack, Zhou Zhou retorted coldly. Aunt Cheng's face turned pale and then flushed. Shen Suan might as well have said she bribed Dr. Chen. Who was she trying to impress with her sarcastic remarks? I'm leaving, Zhou Zhou said, annoyed. Dr. Zhou, Shen Suan called out. My mother was also frightened today. Could you please check her pulse?
Huh?
Jiang Shi was taken aback. Was she frightened? Without waiting for a response, Shen Suan helped her sit down and signaled Zhou Zhou, to check Jiang Shi's pulse. Zhou pursed his lips and walked over to take her pulse. Aunt Cheng frowned at Shin Suan, unsure of her intentions. Could she really scare Jiang Shi into illness? You're just over 2 months pregnant. You need to rest more. Zhou's words fell like thunder, and the room fell silent. Jiang Shi was stunned. She had been married for 4 years, and her relationship with Shin Zhonglin was not harmonious. He only favored Aunt Cheng. She had long given up on having her own child, so she treated Shin Suan like her own daughter. How could she suddenly be pregnant? Shin Suan relaxed her hand hidden in her sleeve. This time, she was just in time. In her previous life, Jiang Shi didn't know she was pregnant and was falsely accused of harming Aunt Cheng, which led to her being so upset that she was locked in the ancestral hall until she miscarried, only then realizing she was pregnant. After that incident, she was left unable to conceive again. This time, Shin Suan was finally able to protect Jiang Shi and her child. Old Madame Shen's sharp expression softened considerably. You didn't know you were pregnant? Jiang Shi shook her head in disbelief. She had irregular periods and hadn't paid much attention. Madam, congratulations. You need to take good care of yourself. I'm looking forward to you giving me a little brother, Shin Suan said with a smile.
Sui.
Jiang Shi felt a lump in her throat and suddenly felt scared. If it weren't for Shin Suan today, she didn't know what kind of injustice she would have faced. Her child might not have survived. Aunt Cheng's gaze at Jiang Shi was almost piercing. She had finally found a chance for Shin Zhonglin to decide on divorce, but Shin Suan had ruined it, and now Jiang Shi was pregnant. If Jiang Shi gave birth to a legitimate son, what would happen to her own son? Old Madame Shin spoke sternly. Take Madam back to Songfeng courtyard and have Granny Huang take care of her during the pregnancy. Shin Zhonglin came back to his senses in a daze and glanced at Jiang with a complicated expression. He rarely visited the Jiang family, yet she was pregnant. However, if Jiang could give birth to a legitimate son, that would be a good thing. As for Cheng, old Madame Shen looked sharply at concubine Cheng. Faking a pregnancy to harm the main wife is unforgivable. Considering you have given birth to 2 children for the Shin family, I will not expel you. Concubine Cheng bit her lip, about to speak. Old Madame Shin continued, You will be sent to the countryside for 3 months of reflection. Mother! Shin Zhonglin exclaimed in shock. How can this be? Then you can choose to abandon her, old Madame Shin said decisively. Shin Zhonglin glanced at concubine Cheng, who was silently crying. For the sake of Yao's future reputation, I hope Mother can be lenient and allow concubine Cheng to be confined to the courtyard for 6 months instead. If she causes trouble again, and you do not abandon her, I will make sure she is expelled. Old Madame Shin glared fiercely at her son. Ignoring the pale-faced concubine Cheng, old Madame Shin said to Shin Suan, Suan, let's go. Shin Suan tossed and turned, unable to sleep for a long time. When she was in the Lu family's backyard, she also experienced sleepless nights, her youth wilting like a withered flower. She thought breaking off her engagement with Lu Heng was just a matter of a marriage contract, not realizing it was a decree from the late emperor. Although there was no formal edict, a verbal command still held authority. 20 years ago, Emperor Ruiwen had no sons and decided to choose a successor from his nephews. In the end, he selected the late emperor, who became Emperor Wu. After 5 years of fierce competition, the late emperor survived through bloodshed. Her grandfather's health deteriorated because he took a sword for the late emperor, and even a slight cold could keep him bedridden for a month. Both her grandfather and Duke Lu had contributed to the dynasty. 3 years ago, her grandfather resigned from his position as prime minister due to poor health, and the Shin family's status in court declined significantly. However, this was a good thing. The new emperor was suspicious. Although he appeared to still favor the Lu family, he was actually undermining Duke Lu at every turn. Would he want to see a marriage between the Shin and Lu families? Shin Suan believed the new emperor would not. Her father was only a deputy minister, weak and selfish, relying solely on her grandfather's influence to secure his position. The new emperor would not regard him highly. But her grandfather had many students. This was the network Duke Lu wanted. Shen Sueon suddenly sat up straight, her eyes shining brightly in the dark like obsidian. She felt that breaking off the engagement wasn't as difficult as she thought. However, aside from buying a shop for Song Xiuji, Lu Heng hadn't done anything else crazy for her. The Lu family would surely be unwilling to end the engagement. Her father, eager for the support of the Duke of Lu, would also likely disagree. But Lu Heng still denied his feelings for Song Xiuji. She could help him see his heart more clearly. In this life, she didn't want to be involved with Lu Heng. That didn't mean she could calmly watch this couple get what they wanted. She wanted the world to know how disgusting their deep feelings were. With a plan in mind, Shin Sueon finally felt at ease enough to sleep. As the sun rose, illuminating the clouds, the Duke of Lu and Lu Heng visited the Shin family. Shin Zhonglin and Jiang Shi came to the main room together. "Brother Shin, it's my grandson's fault for being thoughtless. He knows he was wrong and has come today to apologize to Sueon," the Duke of Lu said with a smile to the elder Shin. Lu Heng lowered his head, appearing genuinely remorseful. The elder Shin and Madame Shen exchanged glances, realizing the Lu family wasn't there to break the engagement. Before they could figure out how to speak, Jiang Shi couldn't hold back. "So, you're saying that Lu Ergongzi's recent search for a wine cellar was false, and that he didn't buy a shop to support her?" Jiang Shi asked. A flash of coldness crossed the Duke's eyes, thinking that Jiang Shi was rude to interrupt when the elders hadn't spoken yet. "Madam Shin, those are just outside rumors and shouldn't be taken seriously," the Duke replied, his tone turning chilly. Jiang Shi scoffed. "Rumors don't come from nowhere. They've been circulating for days, and Lu Ergongzi hasn't come to explain anything to Sueon." Hearing this, Shen Sueon smiled slightly to herself. Her stepmother spoke bluntly, without the usual roundabout way of noble families. The Duke must have been fuming inside. Elder Shin coughed a few times, his voice hoarse. "Are you truly innocent with that song girl?" Lu Heng's gaze was firm and clear. "Elder Shin, I swear I have no private feelings for that Song girl. How can you guarantee that after marrying Sueon, you won't take Song as a concubine?" Elder Shin asked again. "You must remain pure throughout your lives. Even if you love each other, don't let anyone know. Please don't disgust me." Yesterday's mocking words from Shen Sueon seemed to echo in Lu Heng's ears, and his handsome face darkened. "Lord, if the second young master has someone he cares for, our Shin family will not force an unwanted marriage," Elder Shin said calmly. Shin Zhonglin, who had been silent, widened his eyes in confusion. What did this mean? Were they really going to break off the engagement because of a lowly wine cellar? Lord Lu would not agree to the cancellation today. "Brother Shin, this child is just young and doesn't understand. He can't help but want to assist when he sees others in trouble," Lord Lu sighed. "He made a mistake, and it's right for Sui to blame him. He should sincerely apologize to her." He could tell that Shin Suan liked his grandson. The proposal to break off the engagement was just a tactic, and now that the Lu family had given her a way out, she must be secretly pleased. Shin Suan gracefully entered the hall, bowing politely. Her radiant beauty seemed to brighten the surroundings. Sui, come here to your grandmother," Elder Shin called to her. Lu Heng glanced at Shin Suan and noticed she appeared even more beautiful today. He had never considered marrying anyone else. Ever since he learned about his engagement to Shin Suan, he knew she was meant to be his wife. Shin Suan was nearly perfect, embodying the ideal of a refined young lady in both appearance and manners. She seemed like a character from a book, which is why he was drawn to Song Xiuji's lively and interesting personality. "Are you here to deliver the letter to break off the engagement, second young master Lu?" Shin Suan asked softly, her eyes sparkling. Lu Heng's expression stiffened as he awkwardly explained, "It was my mistake yesterday. I didn't know you would wait outside the palace for so long." Shin Suan looked at his fair face, her eyes showing a hint of mockery. "You didn't know I waited all day for you, but you knew I went to find Miss Song and hurried to protect her in less than 3/4 of an hour? Do you think I would harm her?" Lord Lu was unaware of this detail and his expression darkened. "I didn't think that. I just didn't want you to misunderstand further," Lu Heng frowned, feeling that Shin Suan was being too aggressive. He had already come to apologize, so why was she still holding on to this? Shin Suan curtsied to Lord Lu, saying, "Lord, a forced marriage is not sweet, and a coerced union is only a curse. There is no fate between me and second young Master Lu, and I will not force it." Lu Heng pressed his lips together, frowning as he stared at Shin Suan, trying to read her calm expression for any sign of insincerity. Shin Jianglin stood up angrily. "Nonsense. Do you really want to break off the engagement? Isn't young Master Lu here to cancel the engagement? I already made it clear with him yesterday that the marriage between our families is off," Shin Suan said. "Marriage is a big deal. You can't just decide to cancel it," Shin Jianglin said angrily, glaring at Shin Suan. Old Master Shin coughed and turned pale, prompting Shin Jianglin to reluctantly close his mouth. "With the old master and old madam here, husband, you cannot make decisions about Suan's marriage," Jiang said softly. "I think it's better to cancel the engagement to avoid future troubles if a husband has doubts. That would make life very difficult." Just like her own experience, she didn't want Shin Suan to follow in her footsteps. The Duke of Lu originally thought Shin Suan would speak up for Lu Heng, but to his surprise, she immediately wanted to cancel the engagement. Zhang's comments were becoming increasingly harsh. After all, she is not your biological daughter, so it's understandable if there is some bias. "Suan, you need to think carefully about this marriage." The Duke of Lu suspected that Jiang was encouraging Shin Suan to consider canceling the engagement. How could a stepmother truly care for her stepdaughter? "My mother has always treated me as her own. Please don't misunderstand her." "Duke," Shin Suan said calmly. Jiang felt a surge of emotion, touched that Shin Suan would defend her and call her mother in front of others. "Suan, do you really want to cancel the engagement?" Old Master Shin asked, his voice hoarse from coughing. Shin Suan looked at him with concern, worried he might compromise with the Lu family for her sake. After learning that her engagement to Lu Heng was decreed by the late emperor, she understood that canceling it would not be easy. Even if Lu Heng brought the cancellation letter today, it would likely face many obstacles. Moreover, she clearly saw that the Duke of Lu would not agree to the cancellation. Having experienced their past life together, she understood the Duke's ruthless and cunning nature. Without his threats and temptations, she would not have ended up trapped in the Lu family's inner courtyard in her previous life. "Grandfather, I would like to speak to young Master Lu alone," Shin Suan said softly. The Duke of Lu smiled with satisfaction, believing that with his grandson's charm, Shin Suan would not want to cancel the engagement. "Ahung, you can go with Suan." Shin Suan bowed to everyone and walked straight outside, not even glancing at Lu Heng. Lu Heng followed her quietly, his expression calm and cool. The autumn wind was chilly. Though winter had not yet arrived, the cold was already felt. "You don't need to hold a grudge against Miss Song. There won't be any more rumors about her and me," Lu Heng said softly. Shin Suan smiled lightly, her voice filled with sarcasm and coldness. "So, does young Master Lu mean that you'll be more careful in the future and not let anyone find out?" Lu Heng's expression darkened. "Why be so unreasonable? Do you want to force Miss Song to leave the capital?" "Miss Shun, I thought you were a kind person." "I am not." "Young Master Lu, please don't have any unrealistic expectations of me," Shin Suan replied with a cold laugh. "I won't tolerate any nonsense. Not just Miss Song, but any other young ladies as well." Lu Heng felt a surge of anger. He had not interacted much with Shin Suan before, and now he realized that her gentle and kind image was just an act. "Do you know how our family's engagement came about?" Shin Suan asked calmly. "It was the late emperor's decree, so you can't just break off the engagement whenever you want," Lu Heng said, turning his gaze away from her. He was disappointed to discover that his fiancée was not what he had imagined. Shin Suan looked at the shimmering lake ahead. "What should I do? Just thinking about you and Song Xiuji makes me feel sick, and I can't eat or sleep. Even if you are innocent, Miss Song may not feel the same way about you. What do you want then?" Lu Heng, usually calm and composed, finally showed impatience. Shin Suan glanced at him, feeling even more disgusted than his impatience. Since we can't break off the engagement right now, please, young Master Lu, control your feelings and don't let any more rumors spread about you and Miss Song. You wouldn't want to be called a scandalous couple, would you? Lu Heng gasped, feeling embarrassed for the first time in his life. Shin Sueon, you are simply unreasonable. Seeing him so upset, Shin Sueon still felt it wasn't enough to satisfy her anger. Don't worry, I will definitely break off the engagement as you wish, Lu Heng said, leaving in a huff. If he continued talking to Shin Sueon, he would lose not only his dignity, but also his image. Shin Sueon watched his retreating figure, her clear eyes now cold and icy. The Duke noticed his grandson's unusual expression when he returned and, after a few pleasantries, took his leave from old Master Shin. Shin Sueon was called in by Shin Zhonglin for a talk. He had heard about Lu Heng and the tavern girl, but he didn't think it was a big deal. Isn't it normal for a man to have some romantic affairs? The daughter actually wants to break off the engagement without even asking him, her father. This is a challenge to his authority as the head of the family. Isn't it normal for a man to have multiple wives? If you break off the engagement with the Lu family, what kind of family will you find later? This is ridiculous. Shin Zhonglin scolded Shin Sueon. Even if I can't get married later, I still want to break off the engagement. I can just be a single woman, Shin Sueon replied coldly. Jiang Shi quickly said, what do you mean being a single woman? There are many men in the world, much better than Lu Heng. Shin Zhonglin pointed at Jiang Shi. What kind of mother are you? She is being unreasonable, and instead of teaching her a lesson, you are supporting her. Lu Heng is already keeping a mistress before marriage. Who would want such a dirty man? Jiang Shi spat. Dirty? Shin Zhonglin glared at Jiang Shi. Who are you talking about? Jiang Shi sneered. If you weren't guilty, why would you think I'm talking about someone?
You.
Shin Zhonglin couldn't argue back. You're just a shrew. Old Master Shin coughed lightly, covering his mouth. Shin Sueon ignored the scolding and turned her gaze to old Master Shin. Grandfather, let me help you back to rest, Shin Sueon said softly. Qingke said you coughed for a long time last night. Today, please have Dr. Zhou come to check your pulse again. If time follows the previous life, grandfather could only hold on for 3 more months before getting seriously ill. Old Master Shin smiled. Dr. Zhou just came yesterday and prescribed medicine. There's no need to trouble him again. He looked at Shin Zhonglin. Sueon's marriage should be decided by her. If she doesn't want to marry Lu Heng, even if it means I have to go to the emperor, she should do what she wants. Shin Sueon felt a lump in her throat and almost cried. Grandfather, you don't need to worry about me. I know what to do. Father, what is so bad about Lu Heng? Don't listen to Sueon. She's always been willful. Shin Zhonglin exclaimed. Jiang Shi rolled her eyes at him. Everyone outside praises Sueon as a model young lady, and you, as her father, say she's willful. Where's she being willful? A child without a mother is pitiful. They can't compare to those with mothers, who can easily be swayed with a few words. Shin Zhonglin realized slowly that he was the fool Jiang Shi was referring to. You, as the lady of the house, should have some dignity. Look at any other lady of the house. They wouldn't roll their eyes like that, Shin Zhonglin scolded angrily. I certainly can't compare to your Aunt Chung in being understanding, gentle, and considerate. If I hadn't been lucky yesterday, it could have been my child in danger, Jiang said with a huff. I think punishing her with 3 months of house arrest is too light. She should be sold off to prevent her from harming others again. Shin Zhonglin replied, but you are fine now. I am fine now, but what if one day she tries to harm me and my child again? Madam, you shouldn't say such unlucky things, Shin Sueon said. Right, I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jiang quickly said, bowing to the sky. The old master and the old lady exchanged glances. Although Jiang sometimes acted inappropriately, she had no bad intentions and truly cared for Sui. She was just too straightforward and didn't know how to be humble, which caused her to drift apart from her husband and be overshadowed by Aunt Chung. If Sui hadn't returned in time, Jiang would have been wrongfully accused and Aunt Chung might have suffered a miscarriage. Fortunately, Jiang was pregnant now, and would safely give birth to a legitimate son. With them around, Aunt Chung wouldn't be able to cause much trouble in the household. Shin Jonglin had many complaints, but the old master looked tired. The old lady then asked them to leave. "I'll you back to Songfeng Courtyard," Shin Suan said, stepping forward to support Jiang. Jiang was surprised and momentarily lost in thought as she looked at Shin Suan's beautiful face. Oh, that would be nice. She treated Shin Suan like her own daughter, but after 3 years of marriage, she could see that Shin Suan was respectful but not very close, as they were not biological mother and daughter. Recently, she felt that Shin Suan seemed to be more affectionate towards her than before, almost like a real mother and daughter. "Mother, even though Aunt Chung is under house arrest, it's only for 3 months. You are pregnant now, so please be careful," Shin Suan said softly. She feared that once Aunt Chung was free, she would find ways to harm Jiang's child. Aunt Chung was clever and always managed to make their father comply with her, making him feel indebted to the 3 of them. She didn't expect her father to protect Jiang. "Don't worry, the old lady has assigned me 2 capable maids. I will make sure Songfeng Courtyard is as secure as a fortress," Jiang said. Shin Suan paused for a moment. Ijia and Yaoga should be back soon. When mentioning Aunt Cheng's children, Jiang's eyes showed displeasure. They went to celebrate the old master Cheng's birthday. If I calculate the time, they should be on their way back. Shin Siyu is just like a second Aunt Chung, cunning at such a young age. When Jiang first entered the house, she didn't guard against the 2 children much, but after being tricked by them a few times, she saw their true nature. Actually, when Jiang first married Shin Jonglin, they had a period of harmony. However, later on, Shin Siyu noticed Jiang often looked fearful and had some unexplained injuries. Shin Jonglin thought Jiang was harsh on the children and began to dislike her. Even after he learned of the misunderstanding, every time he stayed at Songfeng Courtyard, Shin Siyu and Shin Mingyao would create disturbances to draw him back to the Moon Cinema. If Shin Siyu found out Jiang was pregnant, knowing how Shin Suan felt about her half-sister, she would definitely not let Jiang safely give birth. Shin Siyu seemed innocent and sweet, but she was actually kind on the outside and cruel on the inside, very calculating and devious. As for Shin Mingyao, he was a spoiled troublemaker, both vicious and foolish, bullying others outside. He had caused trouble using the Liu family's name several times, making her lose face in the Liu family and unable to hold her head high in front of Liu Heng. Thinking about the past, Shin Suan let out a sigh of frustration. If it weren't for her uncle teaching his children well, the Shin family would likely have been completely defeated by Shin Jonglin and his son in a few years. "Madam, you need to be careful of Aunt Chung," Shin Suan said. Jiang looked at her suspiciously. Sui, have you been bullied by Siyu and her brother?" "No, I just want to be cautious." Shin Suan gently placed her hand on Jiang's belly. "Madam, I really hope you will give me a little brother. I would like a sister too." Jiang smiled.
"All right.
By the way, the tailor has sent the dress for tomorrow's banquet.
Come with me to try it on."
"A banquet?" Shin Suan was taken aback. Jiang said, "Did you forget? It's the old lady Chu's birthday banquet. You can go and reunite with your friends." The birthday banquet of the old lady Chu. Shin Suan remembered that this banquet changed the fate of her best friend, Chu Qingli. The Chu family is a prestigious family, considered the foremost among the noble families in the capital, with the Empress Dowager and the Queen coming from the Chu family. Today is the old lady Chu's birthday banquet, and the residence is decorated with lanterns and flowers, with music and festivities filling the streets as various nobles and officials arrived early to offer their congratulations. Madame Shin brought Jiang and Shin Suan into the backyard. Looking at the extravagant scene of the Chu family, with guests continuously arriving to present birthday gifts, the lively atmosphere was in stark contrast to the later misfortunes that would befall the entire family, leading to countless deaths and injuries, and people turning against them. Shin Suan felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. Chu Qingli had offended Liu Heng on her behalf, and while Liu Heng would later seek revenge, it was likely also due to his excessive power. The person in the palace was quite suspicious. Sway sway. You finally made it. A cheerful girl in a red dress with golden embroidery approached Shin Swayan. The girl's delicate skin glowed under the sunlight, her eyes sparkled like stars, and her face wore an innocent and carefree smile, so charming and beautiful. She was her long-lost friend, making Shin Swayan feel guilty to the core. "Greetings, Madam Shin, Madam Shin," Chu Qingli said with a bright smile as she bowed. "Lear," Shin Swayan began, but her throat felt as if it was stuffed with cotton. Chu Qingli affectionately hugged Shin Swayan's arm and noticed her red eyes. She said with concern, "Why didn't you come to me when you were feeling wronged? You really treat me like a stranger." Shin Swayan knew Chu Qingli misunderstood, but she couldn't say much at that moment. "How could you be a stranger?"
"You are my half-sister," she replied.
Chu Qingli pinched Shin Swayan's soft cheek and said, "All right, sister. Today I will help you feel better." Shin Swayan's heart tightened. "Please don't make things difficult for Song Xiuji." "TSK, why are you still defending her? Are you afraid Lu Hung will get angry? You really need to be stronger, otherwise he will have you under his thumb," Chu Qingli said with annoyance. Jiang nodded in agreement. "Sway sway, Miss Chu is right." Madam Shin quietly said, "Sway sway, go greet Madam Chu." Chu Qingli linked arms with Shin Swayan. "Madam, please come this way." Outside the hall, birthday gifts from guests were displayed, with the golden birthday star and golden rui sent by the Ministry of Rites standing out prominently. In the entire capital, which elderly matron could celebrate her birthday with such honor? When Shin Swayan appeared, all eyes turned to her. Rumors about Lu Hung and Song Xiuji were rampant, and no one could understand how the noble and aloof heir of the duke's residence could be interested in a woman who sold wine, especially when his fiancée was a lady of high standing. "Madam, I wish you longevity like the southern mountains and prosperity like the pines and cypresses," Chu Leofuren said with a smile as she looked at Shin Swayan. "It seems our Sway Sway has grown taller again, so graceful and elegant, unmatched by ordinary people." "I cannot accept such praise from Madam," Shin Swayan replied. Shin Suayan's cheeks were slightly red, knowing that old lady Chu was flattering her. "Yes, Miss Shun is so talented and beautiful. She is certainly not comparable to those lowly girls outside," a lady below responded. Old lady Chu simply smiled and held Shin Suayan's hand. "Go play outside with Lear. We old folks are just chatting, and you might find it boring." Shin Suayan smiled and said, "I enjoy listening to you speak." "Oh dear, my Suayan. Your grandmother is almost treating you like a granddaughter. If you keep sweet-talking her, she might forget about me."
Kekangli Joked.
As she turned to leave, Shin Suayan noticed old lady Lu sitting to the side. For a moment, she felt dazed, almost walking over to serve her as she had in her past life. Old lady Lu had a stern expression, her gaze intense, as if waiting for Shin Suayan to come and pay her respects. But Shin Suayan's glance only flickered over her before she left. How could she just walk away like that? The young girl standing behind old lady Lu pouted. "Grandmother, look at her. She didn't even come to greet you. She clearly doesn't respect you. She's upset with your second brother." "I didn't realize she had such spirit," old lady Lu replied quietly. Lu Yen scoffed, thinking that Shin Suayan was already very fortunate to be engaged to her second brother. In the entire capital, there were countless girls wanting to marry him. How could she show them such attitude over a small matter? "Grandmother, if she acts like this now, won't she be even more difficult once she enters our family?" Lu Yen said. She had never liked Shin Suayan. "You are about the same age and can talk to her easily. Go and advise her. The Lu family certainly looks down on that Song family, so she shouldn't take it to heart. Let's not make things awkward between the two families," old lady Lu instructed. Today, Shin Suayan's behavior, flattering old lady Chu while ignoring her, truly embarrassed old lady Lu. Lu Yan's eyes brightened. She had noticed the beautiful silver tassel and jade hairpin on Shin Suayan's head and liked it very much. Just like before, if she asked, Shin Suayan would surely give it to her. "Yes, grandmother." She left the hall and asked the servants where Chu Qingli and Shin Suayan had gone. Shin Sueon was taken by Chu Qingli to the garden to play toss with other noble girls. However, Shin Sueon was not at ease. She knew that Song Xiuji would also appear here, and that Chu Qingli had intentionally asked her to bring the wine, wanting Song Xiuji to see the gap between their noble families and her common background. She wanted to warn Song Xiuji not to get too close to Lu Heng. Song Xiuji was a proud person. After feeling insulted at the Chu family's banquet, she vowed never to see Lu Heng again and wanted to cut ties with him. Although Lu Heng did not immediately defend Song Xiuji, he held a grudge against Chu Qingli because of this incident. Later, he sought various charges to impeach the Chu family, leading to their complete downfall. The elder Mrs. Chu could not bear the shock and passed away on the spot, while the others from the Chu family were exiled to the southern mountains. Chu Qingli, a pampered young lady, was forced to marry a widower who treated her poorly, ultimately leading her to take her own life. This incident was a knot in Shin Sueon's heart that she could never untie. It was because of Chu Qingli that she felt gloomy every day. She could not let Chu Qingli continue to shield her. "Miss, the wine you ordered has arrived," a maid said as she entered to report to Chu Qingli. Chu Qingli played with the arrow in her hand, a sweet smile on her lips. "Then bring it here. I'll treat everyone to some wine." "Qingli, I know your Chu family has plenty of good wine. You wouldn't want to share it with us, would you? If the cheap stuff you bought isn't good, we won't let you off easily," said Princess Yongjia, who was Chu Qingli's cousin. Chu Qingli glanced at the entrance of the garden and smiled brightly. "Cousin, don't misunderstand me. I chose the most famous wine in the capital, Chunbuan. It should be quite good." "Humph." Princess Yongjia scoffed dismissively. "A shop opened through underhanded means. Can that wine match our taste?" Shin Sueon looked up and saw Song Xiuji standing at the entrance, overhearing their mocking words. Her delicate face turned pale. "Hurry up, our lady is waiting for your wine," the maid scolded when she noticed Song Xiuji had stopped. Song Xiuji did not expect to encounter Shin Sueon here. She wondered why such a prestigious family would be interested in the wine from her small shop. It turned out Shin Sueon intended to humiliate her. "Is this who Lu Heng likes?" "Not impressive at all. She's not even as good-looking as our third-tier maid," Princess Yongjia said, glancing at Song Xiuji with disdain, not even bothering to look directly at her, openly mocking her. Holding the wine jar, Song Xiuji's face flushed with embarrassment. She straightened her back, trying to maintain her dignity in front of these wealthy young ladies. "Miss Chu, I have brought the wine you requested," Song Xiuji said, placing down the wine jar. "My wine may not be very valuable, but it is made by my own hands. My background may not compare to yours, but I support myself with my own efforts."
"There is nothing shameful about that."
"You don't need to humiliate me. I don't think I'm much worse than you." They could act proud because of their good backgrounds, but there were commoners like her, and even someone like Shin Sueon, who lived worse than she did. Chu Qingli raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Xiuji, let's try her wine." When Song Xiuji heard Chu Qingli call out a name that was the same as hers, her eyes suddenly turned red. The young maid stepped forward, opened the wine jar, poured a cup, took a sip, then frowned and spat it onto a silk handkerchief. "Miss, this wine is rough and not suitable for you ladies. Did you hear that? If it weren't for you selling wine under Lu Heng's name, who would buy your wine?" Chu Qingli said. "A few honest words are not an insult. Your dignity is really worth something." Song Xiuji's eyes glistened with tears as she looked at Shin Sueon. "Miss Shin, I already explained to you that my relationship with young Master Lu is innocent. Why must you test me again?" This scene was just like in her past life. Everyone disliked her wine, and she thought Shin Sueon was humiliating her. Back then, Shin Sueon, wanting to show her generosity for Lu Heng's sake, defended Song Xiuji in front of her friends. Looking back now, it felt like a betrayal to Chu Qingli. Even if Chu Qingli did poorly, she was still standing up for her. "Whether you are innocent with Lu Heng is none of my business," Shin Sueon said coldly. "Today we paid for your wine. If it's bad, can't we criticize it?" Song Xiuji forced a smile. "Miss Shin, what do you want me to do to be left alone?" Chu Qingli snapped. Can't you understand simple words? Shin Suan grabbed Chu Qingli's hand. This was her conflict with Song Xiuji and shouldn't involve Chu Qingli. Do you know Lu Heng has a fiancé? Shin Suan asked, looking at Song Xiuji coldly. Song Xiuji's expression changed slightly. I didn't know. Miss Shun, I heard you want to break off the engagement with young Master Lu. Please don't misunderstand him, because of me. You can do whatever you want. Song Xiuji knelt before her and bowed deeply. I apologize to you. I will return the spring to you, as well, Miss Shin. I am willing to leave the capital. Young Master Lu is truly a good person. He just wants to help me. Shin Suan looked at Song Xiuji with clear eyes. So, you really are just a student as Lu Heng said? Young Master Lu has taught me to read, but in that case, we should hold a teacher-student banquet. This way, no one in the capital will misunderstand, and there won't be any gossip about you. Shin Suan looked up at the distance. Don't you think so, young Master Lu? Lu Heng stood at the entrance in a moon-white robe, his posture elegant and eye-catching. His gaze held a hint of reproach and displeasure as he looked at Shin Suan, seemingly unhappy that she embarrassed Song Xiuji in front of so many people. Shin Suan, you're going too far. Lu Yan, standing behind Lu Heng, stepped forward to help Song Xiuji up. Miss Song comes from a respectable family. Is it necessary to humiliate her in front of so many people? Just because she spoke a few words with my second brother, you can't tolerate her? If you enter the door, will my second brother not even be allowed to have a maid? Lu Yan scolded Shin Suan, protecting Song Xiuji behind her. Shin Suan always knew Lu Yan wasn't very bright, but she never thought she could be this foolish. How did I humiliate you, Miss Song? Shin Suan asked, looking calmly at Lu Yan. Song Xiuji bit her lip stubbornly, a tear glistening on her eyelashes. Did I ask you to bring the wine? Shin Suan replied steadily. Who doesn't know your relationship with Chu Qingli? What's the difference between what she does and what you do? Lu Yan huffed. Shin Suan chuckled lightly. Miss Song opened her door to do business. Can others not buy wine from her shop? Just because someone said the wine isn't good, you kneel and claim it's an insult? Miss Lu, is your family's shop particularly precious that others can't say a word? Then why not just close the tavern and keep it at home?
Que Kingli loged litli.
Pour out the wine and let Miss Lu taste it to see if the wine is the problem or if we are intentionally making things difficult. Shin Suan said. A clever maid had already poured out the wine from 2 jars. Not only did she offer it to Lu Yan and Lu Heng, but also to the noble ladies and young masters watching the scene. Enough, Shin Suan, stop making a scene. Lu Heng's cold voice came softly. Shin Suan glanced over with a cold look. You siblings really care deeply for Miss Song. Lu Heng frowned at this. He didn't mean to favor Song Xiuji. He just didn't want others to see the conflict between Shin Suan and Lu Yan. Miss Lu, why aren't you drinking? Do you think this wine is beneath you? Chu Qingli said scornfully. Fine, I'll drink. Lu Yan thought that if her second brother could handle Song Xiuji's wine, it couldn't be that bad. She took the cup and took a sip, her eyes widening as she looked at Song Xiuji.
PFF.
Lu Yan spat out the wine, her disgust showing clearly on her face. Shin Suan smiled slightly. Miss Lu, how can you insult Miss Song like this? Even if it's not good, for your second brother's sake, you shouldn't just spit it out. Song Xiuji's face turned pale and then flushed, and the looks from those around her became even more disdainful. Actually, her wine wasn't too bad among common folk, but today, everyone at the old lady Chu's birthday banquet was either rich or noble, drinking only the finest wines. Naturally, they weren't used to ordinary drinks. Even if the wine is bad, you shouldn't make her kneel, Lu Yan retorted stubbornly. In her previous life, she defended Song Xiuji before Chu Qingli made things difficult for her, but to Song Xiuji and Lu Heng, she still seemed too aggressive. This time, if she didn't tone it down, she wouldn't be worthy of Song Xiuji's excellent acting skills. Her knees are weak and she likes to kneel. What does that have to do with me? Shin Suan said. I didn't force her to kneel. I just wonder when Miss Lu met this wine seller. Could it be that your family has already accepted her, and I'm the only one unaware? If I had known, I should have stepped aside and not gotten in the way of the match between second young Master Lu and Miss Song. Song Xiuji bit her lip and almost knelt down again. I'm sorry, Miss Shen. I offended you. Please forgive me and don't hold it against me. Lu Heng held her hand. You don't need to kneel. You haven't done anything wrong. Chu Qingli and Princess Yongjia raised their eyebrows at Lu Heng. You're already protecting her before the wedding? Chu Qingli said coldly, worried that if Lu Heng continued to protect Song Xiuji, Suean would be neglected after marriage. Shin Suean, I've explained this to you. If you don't believe me, that's your problem. Don't make things difficult for innocent people, Lu Heng said, looking coldly at Shin Suean, annoyed by her aggressive treatment of Song Xiuji. I'm not making things difficult for innocent people, Shin Suean replied with a smile. Lu Heng, you really are quite disgusting. You begged the Shin family not to break off the engagement while being flirtatious with a student. What do you think my Shin family is? Lu Heng's expression darkened. Shin Suean. Smack. Shin Suean raised her hand and slapped him. Today, you embarrassed my Shin family in front of so many. I'm not making things difficult for innocent people, Shin Suean replied with a smile. Lu Heng, you really are quite disgusting. You begged the Shin family not to break off the engagement while being flirtatious with a student. What do you think my... Shin Suean took a handkerchief from a maid and carefully wiped each finger clean. Take your wine-selling girl and leave. Don't disturb old Madame Chu's birthday celebration here, Shin Suean said coldly. Lu Heng pressed his lips tightly together. The slap mark on his handsome, fair face was quite noticeable. Today, you have severed all... Shin Suean took a handkerchief from a maid and carefully wiped each finger clean. Take your wine-selling girl and leave. Don't disturb old Madame Chu's birthday celebration here, Shin Suean said coldly. Lu Heng pressed his lips tightly together. The slap mark on his handsome, fair face was quite noticeable. Today, you have severed all ties between... The man wore an official robe with a flying fish pattern, making his tall and straight figure stand out. His handsome features were sharp, and his dark eyes were deep like a bottomless pool. Everyone immediately recognized his identity and instinctively took a few steps back from him. This was the feared commander of the town guard, the illegitimate son of... The man wore an official robe with a flying fish pattern, making his tall and straight figure stand out. His handsome features were sharp, and his dark eyes were deep like a bottomless pool. Everyone immediately recognized his identity and instinctively took a few steps back from him. This was the feared commander of the town guard, the illegitimate son of the Lu... She wasn't familiar with Lu Yuan, but she would always remember that when she was alone and helpless in the Lu family, Lu Yuan had once helped her. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan's life was too short. Sometimes she thought, if Lu Yuan had lived a few more years, the Lu family would have little to do with Lu Heng. Commander Lu, do you need something? Chu Qingli asked nervously, gripping Shin Suean tightly and swallowing hard. Lu Yuan's gaze briefly flickered over Shin Suean. I am escorting the Empress Dowager out of the palace and happened to pass by. The Empress Dowager? Lu Yan stammered, her face turning pale as she looked at Lu Heng. Lu Heng shot a cold glance at Lu Yuan. How long have you been standing here, brother? Not long, just caught the exciting part, Lu Yuan said with a slight smile. Lu Heng felt a heaviness in his heart. So, the Empress Dowager has seen everything. Shin Suean knew that the Empress Dowager would visit old Madame Chu today. However, in her past life, she never realized that the person escorting the Empress Dowager to the Chu family was Lu Yuan. Since the Empress Dowager has arrived, let's go greet her, Princess Yongjia said. As soon as she finished speaking, a palace maid hurried over and bowed to everyone, saying, The Empress Dowager requests the presence of all the young ladies and gentlemen. As expected, the Empress Dowager had already witnessed everything that happened in the garden. She chose not to make a fuss and quietly took another path to Shoan Hall. Miss Song, you should return now, Lu Heng said gently to Song Xiuji. At that moment, the palace maid spoke again. The Empress Dowager also wishes to see the Song family lady. Lu Heng's expression changed immediately. Shin Suean, you can no longer maintain your pretentious demeanor. The Empress Dowager has definitely seen your arrogance. You are finished, Lu Yan said smugly. I've only heard that bad bamboo can produce good shoots, but today I see a good shoot has produced such a bad bamboo. I've gained some insight, Shin Suan sighed as she looked at Lu Yan. Not to mention that Lu Yuan and Lu Heng are both talented individuals in their respective fields. None of the other young ladies and gentlemen from the Lu family are as foolish as Lu Yan. The arrival of the Empress Dowager added an extra layer of honor to old Madame Chu's birthday celebration. Old Madame Lu felt a bit sour inside. After greeting her, she quietly sat down, listening attentively to the Empress Dowager. I just passed through the garden and saw several children. I love the vibrant energy of the young, the Empress Dowager said with a smile. Then let's call the children over to greet you, old Madame Chu said affectionately to the Empress Dowager. Old Madame Chu is the sister-in-law of the Empress Dowager. They were close friends before their marriages. Taking advantage of old Madame Chu's birthday, the Empress Dowager wanted to visit her family again, knowing that at their age, they might not have many more chances to meet. She didn't expect to witness such a good show as soon as she entered the Chu family. She had even instructed those around her to remain silent, so she could see the whole situation unfold. I seem to remember that the Shun family lady is betrothed to the Lu family, right? The Empress Dowager suddenly looked at old Madame Lu. Old Madame Lu's expression faltered, and before she could fully recover, the Empress Dowager glanced at her. She awkwardly replying to the Empress Dowager, "It hasn't been officially settled yet, but both sides have this intention."
Oh?
The Empress Dowager smiled and said, "I just saw Lord Lu taking care of a young girl. That must be the Lu family girl, who is quite lovely." Lovely? This description doesn't seem to fit Shin Suan. Everyone who sees her thinks she is stunning and charming. The old lady Lu smirked slightly, as if to say that she was just a simple girl, not someone of high status. A girl raised without a mother can't be that great. At that moment, a maid announced the arrival of a few lively young ladies. Everyone's gaze naturally fell on Shin Suan's beautiful face. How could she be just a simple girl? Soon, the Lu siblings appeared, accompanied by a young woman who looked nervous and timid. Who is she? She seems unfamiliar, and it's hard to tell which family she belongs to. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone knelt respectfully. Song Xiuji, unfamiliar with the etiquette, could only follow the others, feeling increasingly nervous. She had never seen so many noble people before, especially the Empress Dowager, the most respected woman in the land. Her heart raced with excitement. How glorious it would be if she could one day sit at such a banquet. You must be the legitimate daughter of the Shun family. Come forward so I can take a look, the Empress Dowager called to Song Xiuji, mistaking her for Shin Suan. Shin Suan, who was about to step forward, froze and turned to see Song Xiuji's surprised expression. Your Majesty, this is Sui Sui, old Lady Chu explained with a smile. I thought I saw Lord Lu being protective of that young girl and assumed she was the legitimate daughter of the Shin family, the Empress Dowager said in surprise. Everyone then realized that the girl the Empress Dowager referred to as lovely was not Shin Suan, but the unfamiliar young woman. Shin Suan curtsied. Your Majesty, that young lady is Miss Song. She is Lord Lu's
Student.
A wave of embarrassment rushed to Lu Heng's face, and he looked at Shin Suan with some anger. Your Majesty, I only guided Miss Song in writing, not as a teacher, Lu Heng quickly clarified. His instinct told him he needed to distance himself from this relationship. He couldn't let others think he and Song Xiuji were teacher and student. That would only make his situation more difficult in the future. Song Xiuji also knelt down and bowed deeply, saying, Your Majesty, I know my lowly status and would never dare to have improper thoughts. If Miss Shin finds me bothersome, I am willing to prove my innocence with my life. Lu Heng immediately stopped Song Xiuji from hitting her head against the pillar, saying, Miss Song, this matter has nothing to do with you. The Empress Dowager is fair and just and will not believe the rumors outside. I misunderstood. Shin Suan forced a smile. Her eyes reddened, looking utterly heartbroken. Chu Qingli sneered. At this point, Lu Er, you still protect your beautiful friend outside. Do you even consider Sui Sui your fiancé? And you, today is my grandmother's birthday banquet, and the Empress Dowager has graced us with her presence. On such a joyous occasion, why seek death and bring misfortune? Shin Sui's fair face shed 2 lines of tears, and she wiped them away when no one was watching. Your Majesty, I humbly request that you annul the engagement between me and young Master Lu. I wish for the lovers to be together, and I do not want to be an obstacle to young Master Lu and Miss Song's true feelings. Shin Sui knelt down, earnestly pleading. The crowd was in an uproar. What does Shin Sui mean? Does she want to break off her engagement with Lu Heng? Has she lost her mind? Old Madame Lu's expression changed. Shin Sui, what nonsense are you talking? Rather than blame each other in the future, it's better for me to step aside and fulfill the lovers. Shin Sui ignored old Madame Lu and bowed again, asking the Empress Dowager to decide. Only the Empress Dowager could annul the engagement decreed by the late emperor. She knew the Empress Dowager would come to the Chu family today and had planned to ask her to annul the engagement. She didn't expect Lu Heng and Song Xiuji to provide such a good opportunity. Lu Heng's protection of Song Xiuji was already well known. She bluntly stated that they were teacher and student. Even if Lu Heng refused to admit it, if they ended up together, others would still find it inappropriate. Shin Sui wanted to see if, in this life, Lu Heng and Song Xiuji could still be praised by outsiders as a couple without envy. The Empress Dowager observed Shin Sui, trying to find even a hint of reluctance on her face. But there was none. Those clear, dark eyes were calm and unwavering, indicating that she had long intended to break off the engagement. The Empress Dowager then looked at old Madame Shin, who only gazed at her granddaughter with pity, showing no signs of displeasure or blame. It seemed the Shin family did not wish to be connected with the Lu family.
Since that is the case,
Old Madam. The Empress Dowager's words were interrupted by a sudden exclamation. Old Lady Lu lay with her eyes closed and her face pale, having fainted. Shin Sui, look at what you've done. You've made my grandmother faint. Lu Yan said angrily, pointing at Shin Sui. Weren't you and your brother the ones who upset old Lady Lu? Your family did something so terrible and still won't allow the engagement to be called off. Chu Qingli sneered. No one should blame Suian unfairly. Lu Heng shot a cold glance at Chu Qingli and then turned to Shin Suian. Is this what you wanted? Are you satisfied now? Shin Suian lowered her gaze and said, It's clear that our families are not suited to be in-laws. Quickly, help old Lady Lu inside and call for the imperial doctor, Chu old lady instructed. She remained calm, directing everyone to sit down. She had clearly seen that old Lady Lu pinch someone before fainting, indicating it was an act. At that moment, Shin Suian couldn't mention the engagement being called off. However, her intentions were clear, and it would soon reach the palace. Chu old lady maintained control over the commotion, as many had already noticed that old Lady Lu was pretending to faint to avoid the Empress mentioning the engagement cancellation in public. Shin Suian obediently stood behind her grandmother, and the small disturbance quickly settled down. As the birthday celebration was coming to an end, the Empress prepared to return to the palace. She waved at Shin Suian. Do you regret what you said today? Shin Suian knelt and replied, Your Majesty, I have no regrets in this life. What she regretted was marrying Lu Heng and being mistreated in the Lu family for a lifetime. She didn't want to repeat that. In her previous life, the Empress had witnessed what happened to her at the Chu family, but at that time, she supported Song Xiuji. Although the Empress disapproved of her actions, she didn't intervene. After all, it was someone else's life. She only learned from her grandmother before her passing that she had once had a chance to change her fate, which she missed. The Empress gently helped her up and patted her hand. I understand. Shin Suian accompanied her grandmother to see the Empress off at the gate. Lu Yuan stood beside the phoenix carriage, holding a decorated knife, and Shin Suian quietly glanced over. Her gaze met his deep, penetrating eyes. He was watching her. Shin Suian's heart raced, and she pretended to look away casually. His gaze was not only sharp and intimidating but also carried an unexplainable, aggressive aura. She dared not meet his eyes. "Farewell, Your Majesty." When old Lady Lu returned home, she immediately regained her energy. "That Shin Suan is simply disrespectful and completely disregards me." I was still sitting in the hall when she boldly asked the Empress to cancel the engagement. Lady Lu was furious, her face turning pale. "Cancel the engagement. Shin Suan will never step foot in my Lu family again. A girl born to a mother but raised without one. How dare she show disrespect to our noble family? This is infuriating." Duke Lu sat calmly beside her, not listening to Lady Lu's endless complaints, but instead glaring sternly at Lu Heng. "Did you embarrass Shin Suan in front of so many people while defending that wine cellar?" Lu Heng lowered his head. "Grandfather, this has nothing to do with Miss Song. It's just that Shin Suan is cunning and unreasonable, and I only advised her a bit. The rumors are already spreading like wildfire, and you want to make it worse. Even if you really like that Miss Song, can't you wait until Shin Suan is married before taking her as a concubine?" Duke Lu was furious. Uncle Lu gave his son a look, signaling him to keep quiet and admit his mistake first. "Grandfather, since Shin Suan wants to cancel the engagement, let's return the tokens." Lu Heng frowned. Duke Lu angrily replied, "You must marry Shin Suan in this lifetime." The new emperor feared the powerful families, and over the years, their influence had waned. Old Master Shen was once the chief minister, and his students were everywhere. As long as Lu Heng became the son-in-law of the Shin family, the hidden power of Old Master Shen would be at Lu Heng's disposal. Duke Lu wanted the Shin family's greatest hidden wealth. "What about that Miss Song?" Old Master Shen asked. "Grandfather, what do you want to do?" Lu Heng became alert, as he had already sent Song Xiuji away. Duke Lu said, "Send her away from the capital. After you marry Shin Suan, you can bring her back." "Henger, this is my biggest concession to you." But he never intended to take Song Xiuji as a concubine. He only felt sympathy for her and wanted to help. "Unless you want a different outcome," Duke Lu said forcefully. Lu Heng lowered his head. "Grandfather, I will handle it." For the first time in his smooth 18 years, he felt so embarrassed in front of everyone. His life, which should have been pure and noble, now bore a dark stain that could never be washed away. Just because he helped Song Xiuji, Shin Suan hated him so much that she wanted to ruin his entire life. Everyone told him to stay away from Song Xiuji, but what wrong had she done? She had never crossed any boundaries with him. Their relationship was innocent and clear. Lu Heng felt a sense of resistance inside him. The more others opposed him, the more restless he became. Unknowingly, he had arrived at Chun Bu-wan's door. Under the eaves, an oil lamp burned, illuminating the 3 large characters of Chun Bu-wan. He had written those characters himself. Song Xiuji was busy in the shop. After the last customer left, she was about to close up. "Lu, young Master Lu?" Song Xiuji was surprised to see Lu Heng across from her. Lu Heng got off the carriage and said, "Warm up a pot of wine for me." Song Xiuji bit her lip and went to get the special wine for Lu Heng, quietly watching as he drank 3 cups in a row. "Are you here to make me leave the capital, young Master Lu?" Song Xiuji's voice trembled with emotion. Lu Heng looked up at her, the dim light casting a soft glow on her face, creating a gentle halo. Her wet eyelashes reflected light on her cheeks, and her lips, tightly pressed together, appeared even more inviting. He unexpectedly reached out to touch her lips, saying, "Don't bite. You'll hurt yourself." "Young Master." Song Xiuji spoke, her tongue brushing against his warm fingertip. Both of them were startled. Lu Heng's breath quickened, and he suddenly stood up. Song Xiuji rushed to hug him, saying, "Young Master, I don't want to leave you." Lu Heng froze for a moment as her tears soaked his chest. He placed his hand on her shoulder, feeling dazed, as if he were quite drunk.
"All right."
After the birthday banquet for old Madame Chu, Shin Suan stayed up all night, making a longevity embroidery headband. The next day, she came to apologize to old Madame Chu. "Yesterday was your birthday gift, but because of my rash actions, it caused some trouble. I dare not ask for your forgiveness, old madam. If you want to scold me a bit, Shin Swan lowered her head in guilt. When she returned home yesterday, her grandmother had called her into the room and scolded her. Although the words were not harsh, the detailed explanation made Shin Swan break into a cold sweat as she realized how impulsive and clever she had been. Thinking she had memories from her past life, she seized the opportunity at the banquet to have the Empress see Lu Heng defend Song Xiuji and then took the chance to propose breaking off the engagement. Everything went smoothly, but she forgot it was old Madame Chu's birthday gift. Both the Empress and old Madame Chu were incredibly wise. How could they not see through her little schemes? She truly felt guilty. Old Madame Chu genuinely cared for her, yet she had disregarded the elder's gift for her own calculations. At this moment, Chu Qingli didn't dare to say much, only feeling anxious for Shin Swan from the side. Sui, come here, old Madame Chu beckoned, inviting Shin Swan to her side. Shin Swan's cheeks were still stained with tears. She approached the old lady Chu, feeling guilty and unable to look her in the eye. Yesterday, you were indeed a bit impulsive, but I am not angry with your actions. Your decision to break off the engagement so decisively is admirable. That young man from the Lu family does not respect you. If you had been indecisive and tried to please him, no one could have helped you, said the old lady Chu. Having lived most of her life, she knew that if a husband had feelings for someone else after marriage, it would be a lifetime of suffering. A moment of impulse and calculation is nothing compared to the rest of one's life. The old lady Chu was forgiving towards her younger relatives, so she did not blame Shin Swan. However, seeing Shin Swan come to apologize in person, with dark circles under her eyes from a sleepless night, made her heart ache. Every year there are birthday gifts, but you only have one major event in your life. I have watched you grow up. You are like a granddaughter to me. How could I hold a grudge over something so small? The old lady Chu said. I will accept this token from you, so don't worry about it. Her voice was gentle and kind, which made Shin Swan feel even more emotional. Thinking about the future of the Chu family, she wished she had the ability to help them through this crisis. All right, if you keep crying, others will think I am bullying you, Chu Qingli said as she took Shin Swan's hand.
Thank you, old lady.
I just don't want to see my future husband caring for someone else, Shin Swan said softly. She was so good and so talented. Why should she humble herself before someone as indifferent as Lu Heng? No, Lu Heng was not indifferent. He simply held feelings for Song Xiuji. The old lady Chu said, the Empress Dowager knows your mind is made up and will consider your engagement with the Lu family. With these words, Shin Swan felt a bit more at ease. As long as the palace agreed, even if the Lu family was unwilling, the engagement would have to be called off. In Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor had just finished lunch and were chatting. They discussed the small incident that happened at the Chu residence yesterday. The Emperor of the Yong dynasty, nearing 40, had worked hard since childhood, and after ascending the throne, he diligently managed state affairs, earning respect from officials and citizens alike. However, he also possessed the usual traits of a ruler, suspicious and deep. I didn't expect Lord Lu to be so sentimental, the Emperor said with a faint smile. He usually saw Lu Heng as serious and reserved, thinking him to be cold-hearted. The Duke of Lu has been frequently associating with the nobles lately and has petitioned several times for me to establish an heir, the Emperor said, sounding somewhat displeased. Currently, the Yong dynasty has 5 princes and 6 princesses. Among them, only the 5th prince and Princess Yongning are born of the Empress. The 5th prince is only 6 years old, while the eldest prince, born of the virtuous consort, is 18 and currently stationed at the southwestern military camp to guard the borders. The other 3 princes are all born of concubine Yao. It is natural to establish the eldest son as the heir, but the 5th prince is still very young. The 2nd and 3rd princes have already begun to serve in the court, with the 2nd prince being wise and diligent and personally educated by the emperor, gaining his favor. Unbeknownst to them, the court officials have begun to take sides. Those led by the Duke of Lu want to quickly establish the fifth prince as the heir to prevent the second prince from gaining more power in the court. The emperor has not expressed his stance on the matter of establishing an heir, allowing the court to be filled with intrigue and competition. However, he is quite annoyed by the Duke of Lu's increasingly blatant arrogance. The Empress Dowager sighed, "Your Majesty is still young, and there is no rush to establish an heir. The Duke of Lu is too eager."
But
The Duke of Lu has fought alongside my father, and everyone knows he has made great contributions. The Lu family's reputation must be respected, the emperor said calmly. Prime Minister Shen also made significant contributions while serving the late emperor, the Empress Dowager replied. The emperor nodded. Yes, Elder Shen stepped back at the right time. I cannot let him feel unappreciated. It seems you have already made a decision, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager asked with a smile. I remember my father did not specify which daughter of the Shen family should marry which son of the Lu family when he arranged the marriage, the emperor said slowly. The Empress Dowager's expression changed. Your Majesty, the only suitable matches for Shen Suan with the Lu family are Lu Heng and
Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan is absolutely not an option. The emperor smiled. Commander Lu has not yet married and is already 20 this year. He is a good match for Shen Suan. However, Lu Yuan is a son of a concubine, and his mother is unknown. He was brought back by Lord Lu at the age of 3, said to be born of an extramarital affair, and that woman has long since passed away. If Lu Yuan had not worked hard to become a commander, the Lu family might not even acknowledge him as the legitimate son. Compared to Lu Heng, Lu Yuan's background does not match Shen Suan at all. I will personally arrange the marriage. Who would dare say Lu Yuan is unworthy of the Shen family's daughter? The emperor said calmly. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager realized the emperor had made up his mind, and no matter what she said, it would be useless. She immediately felt some regret. Had she known it would lead to Shen Suan marrying Lu Yuan, she might have. She was unsure if she was helping or harming Shen Suan. The dinner was tasteless. After the emperor left the Sinang palace, the Empress Dowager tiredly leaned against the large pillow. Is there something wrong, Your Majesty? The close maid asked with concern. I am just tired, the Empress Dowager replied. The emperor is becoming more wary of the Chu family. The emperor disliked Duke Lu's pressure to name an heir, not because the fifth prince was too young, but because the empress's surname was Chu. The close maid was puzzled. Did the emperor mention the Chu family in their conversation today? The discussions among the nobles are becoming increasingly complex. Madame Lu was upset at home for 2 days without hearing from Shen Suan, so she couldn't hold back any longer. Go and bring Shen Suan to me. After all these years, she has been eagerly waiting to marry Brother Heng. Now that a Miss Song has appeared, she dares to act arrogantly towards our Lu family. Exactly. What does she have to be proud of? Every young man has a few maids to serve him. She hasn't even entered the door yet and is already acting jealous. How will Brother Heng have a good life in the future? Said Madame Lu heir. Madame Lu frowned. Sister-in-law, Shen Suan is the legitimate daughter of the Shen family. She is naturally proud. It's normal for her to feel upset after being humiliated by a wine cellar. Big sister, she will be your daughter-in-law in the future. If she is too proud, it will be hard for you as her mother-in-law. It's better to correct her early so you can enjoy your life, Madame Lu heir suggested. Madame Lu took a sip of tea. It would be good if Shen Suan is capable. Once she enters the family, she can help me manage things, and then I won't have to trouble you, sister-in-law. Madame Lu heir's expression stiffened because Madame Lu was not in good health and didn't like managing household matters, so she relied on Madame Lu heir to help. Over the years, Madame Lu heir had gained many benefits, and she least wanted to give up her authority once Shen Suan entered the family. It would be best if Shen Suan turned out to be useless like Madame Lu Yen volunteered. Grandmother, I will go bring Shen Suan here. She was confident that Shen Suan would not dare to refuse. So she went to the Shen family and asked Shen Suan to meet their grandmother. Shen Suan, if it weren't for my grandmother's kindness, you wouldn't have this opportunity, Lu Yen said. raising her chin and looking down at Shin Suan. I have spoken highly of you. If you want to thank me, hand over your jade hairpin. Shin Suan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Miss Lu, you are the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State. Why are you so petty, always asking me for things? This is not the first time. In the past, Lu Yan always found excuses to ask her for jewelry. She never argued with Lu Yan because of Lu Heng. Now, she is extremely disgusted with the Lu family and is certainly unwilling to play along anymore. What did you say? I will be your sister-in-law, so you should please me, Lu Yan huffed. Shen Suan didn't even look at her.
What?
Is your Lu family so poor that you can't even buy a small hairpin? Lu Yan's expression changed and she shouted. Shen Suan, how dare you insult the Lu family? You're the one humiliating yourself. I remember how many things you took from me. Shen Suan smiled. Do you want me to show everyone? Then Lu Yan would become the laughingstock of the capital. Lu Yan gritted her teeth. Don't try to scare me. In her past life, why did she bother pleasing such a foolish person, thinking that being nice to Lu Heng's family would make him grateful? Miss Lu, if there's nothing else, I won't see you out. My grandmother is looking for you. Come with me to the Lu family, Lu Yan said arrogantly. She wanted to see Shin Suan scolded by her grandmother to feel satisfied. Old Lady Lu wanted to call her over to reprimand her, just like in her past life. On the surface, it was for her own good, always telling her what the future mistress of the Lu family should and shouldn't do, while treating her like a puppet. The worst part was hiding the Lu family's true income and forcing her to give up most of her dowry to support the household. The entire Duke of State's residence was filled with despicable people. I won't go, Shin Suan said calmly. Lu Yan's eyes widened. What did you say? If you don't leave, then return all my things, Shin Suan said coldly. You will regret this. When you enter the door, you... Seeing that Shin Suan ignored her, Lu Yan was even angrier and stomped her foot. You can't compare to Shen Siyu at all. Who says I can't? People are grouped by their kind, and a bad pot matches a broken lid, Shin Suan replied. Lu Yan was so upset that she cried and ran out. Old Lady Lu, waiting for Shin Suan to come and make amends, was instead met with her granddaughter crying, which made her dislike Shin Suan even more. Lord Duke, let's call off this marriage. The Lu family can't afford such a granddaughter-in-law, Old Lady Lu said angrily. Let's wait a couple of days. The Shin family is also waiting for our Lu family's response, Duke Lu replied. As long as the Lu family didn't make a statement, the Shin family would surely become anxious. Shin Suan must be waiting for Lu Heng to back down. Little did they know, before they could even go to the Shin family, an imperial decree arrived. There were 2 marriage decrees in total. The emperor decreed that, out of gratitude for Duke Lu's contributions, he could not bear to see the legitimate son of the Lu family unable to be with his beloved. Therefore, he arranged a marriage between Lu Heng and Princess Guangning. Another decree followed, according to the late emperor's wishes, ordering Lu's eldest son, Lu Yuan, to marry the legitimate daughter of the Shin family as soon as possible. Duke Lu was completely stunned and stood there for a long time without reaching out to accept the decree. Duke, please accept the decree quickly, a palace servant said, sounding somewhat serious. Master Fu, has the emperor made a mistake? Duke Lu could not help but ask. Clearly, it was Lu Heng who was engaged to the daughter of the Shin family. Why was Lu Yuan being sent to marry Shin Suan, and how could Lu Heng be granted a marriage to Princess Guangning? Princess Guangning was the daughter of noble consort Yao, and the emperor's most cherished princess, holding a high status. Receiving such a marriage arrangement was a great honor for anyone, but not for Lu Heng. Duke Lu wanted Lu Heng to have a brighter future in the court. How could he allow him to marry a princess? Once he became a prince consort, Lu Heng's career would be over. Duke, this decree is written in the emperor's own hand. You wouldn't want to defy it, would you? Master Fu asked. Duke Lu felt a surge of anger. The emperor was doing this on purpose. Even if the emperor was displeased with his proposal for the heir, he shouldn't use such a method to warn the duke's household. Father, Luda, worried that Duke Lu might say something wrong in his anger, quickly grabbed his hand. Thank the emperor. The decree had already been issued, and any objections they had were useless now. Master Fu looked at the Lu family's faces, which were pale with anger, and said, "We still need to go to the Shin family to announce the decree." Duke Lu's chest heaved violently, his anger still unexpressed. "Grandfather," Lu Heng reached out to support him. "Are you satisfied now?" Duke Lu slapped Lu Heng's face in a fit of rage. He had high hopes for this grandson, who was the best prospect for the Lu family's future, yet he had ruined a good marriage because of a commoner. Not only had he ruined the marriage, but he had also jeopardized his own career. Lu Heng closed his eyes, his fair face now showing signs of swelling. "Why are you hitting the child? It is the emperor who arranged the marriage. What does it have to do with him?" Grandmother Lu, feeling sorry for her grandson, immediately protected Lu Heng. Even if you want to support Heng, why not let the daughter of the Song family be his concubine? Why did the marriage fall to Lu Yuan?
And now,
Lu Heng has become a prince consort, Mrs. Lu said softly. Mrs. Lu Air covered her smiling lips with a handkerchief. Lu Yuan often does work for the emperor. Could it be that he suggested this himself? He is just a legitimate son with a low-born mother. How dare he propose to marry the legitimate daughter of the Shin family? Mrs. Lu frowned and said. Lord Lu looked sharply at Lu Heng. Now that the decree has been issued, what do you plan to do? At this moment, Lu Heng felt a bit confused. He was curious and sympathetic towards Song Xiuji, but he never thought about breaking off the engagement with Shin Sueon because of her. Instead, it was Shin Sueon's relentless attitude over trivial matters that annoyed him greatly. Thinking about their future married life, it would surely be chaotic. Initially, he thought breaking off the engagement would be good. He could find a more understanding wife. But now that the decree had come, he felt a sense of loss. Shin Sueon would become his sister-in-law in the future. Lord Lu suddenly shouted, "Someone, go to the Shin family and find out their attitude. Go, bring Lu Yuan back to me." The Shin family also received 2 decrees. One was to grant Shin Sueon the title of county princess, and the other was a marriage proposal. Isn't my sister engaged to Lu Heng? Why is she marrying the illegitimate son of the Lu family? The girl speaking resembled Shin Sueon. They were of similar age, with cherry lips, delicate noses, and fair skin like jade. She was Shin Si, the second daughter of the Shin family. Today, Shin Si and Shin Mingyao had just returned to the Shin family and had not yet recovered from their anger over Aunt Cheng's confinement when they heard the palace servants delivering the decree. Upon hearing that Shin Sueon was being married off, Shin Si's emotions swung from jealousy to surprise, and now she felt a sense of schadenfreude. Lu Heng was so dazzling that many girls in the capital secretly admired him, and she was no exception. In the past, just thinking that he was Shin Sueon's fiancé made her feel jealous and resentful, dreaming of taking her place. Now, it was good. Shin Sueon had ruined her own engagement to Lu Heng and was going to marry an illegitimate son, Lu Yuan. She would never have a good life. Who is Lu Yuan? He is a ruthless person, a terrifying figure who would not treat Shin Sueon kindly. Sueon. Grandfather went to the palace to plead with the emperor to revoke the decree. Old master, Shin cherished his granddaughter. He had seen Lu Yuan, a cold-hearted person, and wondered how Sueon would live with someone like him after marriage. Old Madame Shen was already in tears, hoping her granddaughter could marry someone warm-hearted, not Lu Yuan. Whether he was legitimate or illegitimate no longer mattered. The key was that Lu Yuan was a cruel person who would not cherish Shin Sueon. Shin Si worriedly whispered, "Isn't that going against the decree? Wouldn't that implicate the entire Shin family?" Jiang said, "That's Sue's whole life. What do you mean by not being involved?" Everyone had different expressions. Some were worried, some were sympathetic, and others seemed to take pleasure in the situation. Only Shin Sueon remained calm, deep in thought. This marriage. She wasn't very opposed to it. If her marriage to the Lu family couldn't be changed, then she would prefer it to be with Lu Yuan. After all, Lu Yuan had a short life. Once she married him, she could separate from the Lu family a year later. She remembered that Lu Yuan could only live for 2 more years at most. When Lu Yuan passed away, she would have a generous dowry and the wealth he left behind. She would be a wealthy widow. Wouldn't her later years be easy and carefree? Grandfather, I will marry. Shin Sueon pressed her lips together, not wanting anyone to know her daring hope. Who wishes to be a widow before even getting married? Sui, don't force yourself, Jiang quickly said. Although Lu Yuan is a branch family member, he is now a respected official trusted by the emperor. I have no complaints, Shin Sueon replied. Shin Siu exclaimed, Sister, are you not in your right mind because you can't marry Lu Heng? Do you know Lu Yuan's reputation? I don't inquire about the actions of young men like you do every day. If the emperor trusts him, why shouldn't I marry him? Shin Sueon countered. What nonsense are you talking? I don't inquire. Shin Siu's face showed embarrassment and anger as she anxiously looked at their grandparents, fearing they would misunderstand her. Grandfather Shin and Grandma Shin were not looking at her. They were only concerned about Shin Sueon. If you hadn't spoken so recklessly at the Chu family banquet, the emperor wouldn't have married you to a branch family member, Shen Jianglin shouted angrily at Shin Sueon. Lu Heng had such a bright future. He was his ideal son-in-law, and now it was Lu Yuan instead. He couldn't even imagine the scene of Lu Yuan bowing to him and calling him father-in-law. Jiang said angrily, clearly, our Sui is the one suffering, yet the emperor still gives the Lu family such great honor. What will others think of Sui when this gets out? Madam, why do you say that? Shin Sueon asked calmly. Just now, when I was speaking with the palace officials, I quietly inquired, and the emperor has arranged a marriage between Lu Heng and Princess Guangning, Jiang said, her eyes reddening with anger, feeling wronged for Sui. Shin Sueon suddenly looked up. What? Jiang said indignantly, the emperor is clearly favoring the Lu family. Why should Lu Heng be able to marry Princess Guangning? Because Princess Guangning has always liked Lu Heng, Shin Sueon was not surprised that the emperor would marry Princess Guangning to Lu Heng. If it weren't for Lu Heng's engagement, the emperor would have likely acted sooner. Princess Guangning has always liked Lu Heng. In the previous life, after Shin Sueon married Lu Heng, she was often troubled and humiliated by Princess Guangning whenever they met. To avoid bringing trouble to the Lu family, Shin Sueon endured humiliation and never spoke a word against Lu Heng, but she suffered greatly at the hands of Princess Guangning. Her child was lost because the princess punished her by making her kneel on ice. As a result of the cold, she could never become pregnant again. Lu Heng knew about this and looked extremely upset. At that time, she thought he was angry for her sake, but later realized he feared that Princess Guangning would discover Song Xiuji's existence and harm her and the twins. This marriage may be a blessing for others, but not necessarily for the Lu family, Elder Shin said slowly. The Duke of Lu is probably furious right now. Yes, Lu Heng's career is over, Shin Sueon said with a faint smile. She was looking forward to it. Everyone knows that Princess Guangning is ruthless and spoiled. Would she allow Lu Heng to keep Song Xiuji on the side? She wanted to see how Lu Heng and Song Xiuji would sneak around behind Princess Guangning's back this time. If it weren't for your narrow-mindedness, this good marriage wouldn't have been ruined. Shin Jianglin scoffed, greatly dissatisfied with Shin Sueon. That's nonsense, Jiang said, spitting. Flirting with other women before marriage is disgraceful. Shin Jianglin widened his eyes, suspecting Jiang was scolding him. He had secretly promised to be with concubine Cheng before marriage. You are so uncouth. You are the matriarch of the Shin family, Shin Jianglin retorted. Jiang rolled her eyes, holding her stomach. Oh, my stomach hurts. A smile flashed in Shin Sueon's eyes. Madam, take care of yourself. Sueon, help Madam back to Songfeng courtyard to rest, Elder Shin instructed. Even though Shin Jianglin was filled with anger, he had to swallow it down now. Dad, when can I see my aunt? I miss her, Shin Siu asked, tears in her eyes as they left the main hall. Yes, Dad. Why is Anne under house arrest? Can I go see her? Shin Mingyao tugged at Shin Jianglin's hand. Looking at his beloved children, Shun Jianglin also missed his cherished concubine. "Come on, I'll take you to see your aunt," Shun Jianglin said. Shin Siyu gently bit her lip, thoughtfully glancing at the figure that had already disappeared ahead. She used to be jealous of Shin Sueon for marrying well, but now she can only marry a secondary son. She will definitely be able to marry someone better than Shin Sueon in the future. Lu Yuan had not returned to the Lu family for half a month. Today, the Duke of Lu specifically sent someone to summon him back from the town pacification office. He then learned that the emperor had arranged a marriage for him. "Do you know why the emperor arranged a marriage for you?" The Duke of Lu's expression was serious, and his eyes scrutinized Lu Yuan. "I don't know," Lu Yuan replied. He truly did not understand why the emperor would arrange a marriage for him, especially with the legitimate daughter of the Shin family. The beautiful figure he had seen that day at the Chu family flashed in his mind, darkening Lu Yuan's gaze. "You are already 20 this year. It is indeed time for you to marry." The Duke of Lu recalled that this grandson from a secondary branch was not young anymore. However, Lu Yuan rarely stayed at home, and the matriarch of the Lu family only cared about frivolous matters, never paying attention to the marriage of the secondary son. Unexpectedly, the emperor had remembered and assigned him a marriage that originally belonged to Lu Heng. "The Shin family was originally set for your brother, but now the marriage falls to you, so it must be this way." The Duke of Lu reassessed Lu Yuan. "During your time serving the emperor, have you ever heard him mention our Duke of Town?" Lu Yuan looked up at the Duke of Lu and replied calmly, "No." The Duke of Lu wanted to talk more with his grandson but realized they had never been close, and he didn't know what to say. "You are now the commander of the town pacification office. Although you have the emperor's trust, it is a job that offends people. You should interact more with the court officials in the future." Since he had stepped down from military power, the reputation of the Duke of Town had diminished day by day. He had originally placed all his hopes on Lu Heng, but now that Lu Heng was to marry a princess, his career path had come to an end, and he had to reassess Lu Yuan. Though he was from a secondary branch, he was still a descendant of the Lu family. What was rare was that Lu Yuan had the emperor's favor. Upon hearing the Duke of Lu's words, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, noncommittally. If he remembered correctly, when he first started at the town pacification office, the Duke had told him, "The office reports directly to the emperor, and he should avoid dealing with officials, only needing to be a loyal servant." "Grandfather, if there is nothing else, I have official duties to attend to and need to return to the town pacification office," Lu Yuan said in a deep voice, a hint of annoyance evident in his expression. The Duke of Lu had no choice but to relent. Some matters could not be rushed. "Please go back first. Since the emperor has arranged the marriage, you should prepare well. Let your second aunt handle the wedding matters," said Duke Lu. "No need. I will make the arrangements myself," Lu Yuan replied, bowing slightly before turning to leave the main hall. As Lu Yuan stepped out, he noticed a figure ahead and slowed his pace. "Big brother," Lu Heng said as he stepped out from the side of the path. Dressed in a pure white robe that shimmered like moonlight, he truly looked like a refined nobleman. In the light, Lu Heng assessed his half-brother, who he had rarely regarded highly throughout their lives. The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children in the Duke's household was clear, and Lu Yuan's unknown mother had always left their grandfather indifferent towards him. Lu Yuan felt almost invisible in the Lu family. It was only when he entered the local government office that people began to acknowledge the existence of this eldest illegitimate son. The man before him had a cold and distant expression, his gaze sharp and chilling like a blade. Today, Lu Heng realized that Lu Yuan had a strikingly handsome face, elegant and noble, with piercing black eyes that seemed indifferent but carried a heavy sense of danger. He had previously looked down on Lu Yuan, believing he had gained the emperor's favor through ruthless means, offending many officials in the capital and destined to go nowhere. Just a tool for the emperor's will. "Is there something you need?" Lu Yuan asked, his tone indifferent. "Do you really want to marry Shin Suan?" Lu Heng asked quietly. "Why wouldn't I?" Lu Yuan raised his eyes slightly, a hint of a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Though they had only met once, He vividly remembered her delicate waist and her charming smile. Since the emperor had given her to him, why would he refuse? He was a man, not a monk. She was once my fiancée. Don't you find it awkward to marry her? Lu Heng's voice carried a hint of anger. The thought of calling Shen Sui's sister-in-law in the future weighed heavily on Lu Heng's heart, making him feel both uncomfortable and suppressed. The late emperor's decree did not specify that it was meant for you, Lu Yuan replied calmly. Since you already have someone else you love, why pretend to be so deeply in love? It's quite disgusting. Lu Heng's expression changed. Shen Sui won't tolerate any nonsense. If she knew you already had 2 concubines, she would definitely refuse to marry you. And what of it? Lu Yuan scoffed in response. No matter how unwilling she is, would she dare defy the emperor's order? Lu Heng's handsome face flushed with anger. Lu Erling, you are about to become a prince consort. Don't meddle in someone else's engagement. Lu Yuan coldly warned. In front of the duke's residence, a tall black horse snorted, waiting for its master under the moonlight. Commander, we found traces of the Northern D spies, but our people lost them at the Chu residence, reported Guanjin, dressed in a dark flying fish uniform. Investigate, Lu Yuan said, his gaze darkening. Order everyone above the 100 households to head to the Chu family. Recently, he had discovered a grain shop in the capital set up by enemy spies. During the capture, the shopkeeper escaped, which was a crucial lead. He must not let him get away. Do not disturb the old lady Chu. 2 people at each entrance, the rest follow me inside. Upon arriving at the Chu residence, Lu Yuan sheathed his embroidered spring knife. Hearing that the commander of the town defense office had come at night, Elder Chu felt an ominous premonition. He hurried to the front yard and immediately saw the feared commander in a red embroidered flying fish uniform, standing straight and cold like a bloodthirsty blade at the door. Commander Lu, knocking at midnight. Is there an urgent matter? Elder Chu asked with a frown. Lu Yuan cupped his hands. I apologize for disturbing you, Elder Chu. There are thieves who have infiltrated the Chu residence. For the safety of your family, the town defense office must enter to capture the fugitives.
Elder que Gasped, fugitive?
That can't be. We have many guards at home, and there have been no findings. Are you sure you are not mistaken, Commander Lu? The town defense office never makes mistakes, Lu Yuan replied calmly. I ask for your cooperation, Elder Chu. Elder Chu naturally did not want to agree, but he knew the commander's methods well. Even if he refused, Lu Yuan would force his way in. The back courtyard is where the women reside. I ask the commander to ensure your men do not disturb them, to avoid harming their reputation, Elder Chu said coldly. All right, Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Then please have all the women gather in the main hall, so it won't affect the town defense office's search for the fugitives.
You.
Elder Chu was taken aback. Lu Yuan, do not go too far. Then we will follow Commander Lu's arrangements. A commanding voice came from outside. Old Lady Chu slowly approached. Lu Yuan glanced over, his eyes landing on the beautiful and delicate figure. Shen Sui. How could she be here? Before today, Shen Sui and Lu Yuan were strangers. But now, they are engaged. A whole squad of town defense office guards stood at the gate, with Lu Yuan at the front, the flickering torchlight reflecting the silver threads on his flying fish uniform. The dagger hanging at his waist exuded a hint of danger. Shen Sui recalled the scene from her past life, when the Chu family was raided, and she felt her face go pale, thinking that day had come early. Lear, don't be afraid. Shen Sui tightened her grip on Chu Qingli. She had come to visit Chu Qingli in the afternoon after hearing she was ill. Tonight, she planned to stay with her, but unexpectedly encountered the local authorities coming to arrest people. She remembered that in her past life, the Chu family was accused of colluding with enemies and hiding spies. Lu Yuan noticed his young fiancé comforting the Chu family lady, and a glimmer of light flashed in his deep eyes. Even when she was scared, she still had the courage to comfort others. Search, Lu Yuan ordered, but do not disturb the ladies of the Chu family. Hearing Lu Yuan's cold voice, Shen Sui snapped back to reality. It wasn't a raid. She looked nervously at Lu Yuan. He was also staring at her, his gaze deep as a cold pool, yet it felt strangely warm, making her look away, unable to meet his eyes. Commander Lu, why did you come to our Chu family while chasing a fugitive? Chu Qingli glared at Lu Yuan, annoyed. The thought of her Sui marrying someone like Lu Yuan, who was ruthless, made her heart ache. Lear, don't provoke Commander Lu. Chu Dalao nervously grabbed his sister's hand. No one wanted to offend Lu Yuan from the local authorities. He was like a terrifying ghost. The fugitive fled and was chased into the Chu family by our guards, Lu Yuan explained. Chu Qingli muttered, "What a coincidence. Sui just arrived not long ago, and you came right after."
Is that so?
Lu Yuan's voice was low as he turned his gaze back to Shin Suan. Miss Shin, how did you end up here? Lu Yuan took a couple of steps closer to her. As he stood before her, a warmth mixed with the winter chill enveloped them. The moonlight shining down from the vast night sky cast a soft glow on them, making two seemingly unrelated people appear oddly well-matched. I came to visit a close friend, Shin Suan replied softly. Although she accepted the engagement with Lu Yuan, it was her first time speaking to him like this. She felt nervous. The wind had made her fair face slightly red, and her delicate nose resembled that of a little rabbit. Though her snow-white cloak concealed her graceful figure, he could still imagine her slender waist. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, a storm brewing in his eyes. Ladies, please wait in the hall and do not hinder the local authorities, Lu Yuan commanded in a deep voice. Shin Suan secretly sighed in relief. Madam Chu, let's go inside. It's cold out here. With Madam Chu present, the Chu family felt uneasy, but managed to stay calm. However, they whispered among themselves, showing some dissatisfaction with the town guard and Lu Yuan. Tomorrow we will go to the palace to see the Empress. How can they be so rude?
Que Darlan muteur quietly.
Shin Suan glanced at them deeply. The Chu family still showed no sense of crisis, believing that with the Empress and the Queen in the palace, their status and wealth would remain unchanged for 100 years. This was not acceptable. She needed to find a chance to have a serious talk with Chu Qingli. As she stepped out of the main hall, the man outside turned to look at her the moment she appeared. His sharp gaze fixed on her. Commander Lu, may I ask what fugitive you are pursuing? The north wind howled, and as she spoke, the cold air made her shiver. Is it you who wants to ask? Or does someone from the Chu family want to know? Lu Yuan took a step closer to her, shielding her from the cold wind. Shin Suan lowered her head. I want to ask. After a long pause without a response, she looked up in confusion, only to find his deep, dark eyes boldly staring at her. You are afraid of me, Lu Yuan stated confidently. Shin Suan thought he was being ridiculous. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? If it were an ordinary fugitive, there would be no need for such a large operation. She could see that the guards sent to search the Chu residence tonight were all high-ranking officers from the town guard. Lu Yuan smirked slightly. Indeed, it is unusual. With so many houses along the way, why did he choose to hide in the Chu residence? Shin Suan frowned. It's still uncertain if he is hiding here. Found him. A young man emerged, dragging out an injured man. Chu Darren was shocked. Who is this person? Lord Chu, this is the criminal who escaped tonight. Someone from your household has been hiding him, Zheng Wuqing said. What? Chu Darren was even more shocked. Why would someone from his household hide a fugitive? Lu Yuan said, take the fugitive and those who hid him back. He turned to Chu Darren, Lord Chu, we may need to ask more questions at the Chu residence tomorrow. Our Chu family is upright and just. Commander Lu is welcome to come and ask questions anytime, Madam Chu said firmly. Thank you, Madam. Lu Yuan replied with a respectful gesture. He then left the Chu residence with the guards. Madam Chu looked at everyone. It's getting late. Let's all go back to sleep. Everyone assumed it was just a common thief, and after a few complaints, they returned to their rooms. Mother, tomorrow I will go to the palace to meet the Queen. We need to get an explanation from the local authorities about tonight's incident, Mr. Chu said angrily. The Queen is his cousin and the Empress Dowager is his aunt. So how dare the local authorities come to the Chu family to arrest someone? Mrs. Chu shook her head and said solemnly, "No, tonight's events are too suspicious. You must investigate immediately, no matter what it takes. Find out who the fugitive really is. And who is the servant that Lu Yuan took away?" "I have never seen him before," Mr. Chu replied. "He is a distant relative who came to ask me for a favor. I haven't agreed yet, so he is just staying at our home." "How could he know a fugitive?"
Mrs. Que Froned.
"Don't overlook this." Mr. Chu thought it was nothing. Just a thief, perhaps an old acquaintance, and he felt sorry for hiding him. What's the big deal? He would clarify everything with Lu Yuan tomorrow. "Mother, let me take you back to your room." "Don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this." Meanwhile, back in the room, Chu Qingli pulled Shin Sueon into the warm bed. "Quick, the hand warmer is still hot, hold it to keep warm." "Sueon, are you really going to marry Lu Yuan?" "He is known to be quite terrible," Chu Qingli asked quietly. Shin Sueon smiled. "Weren't you just complaining about your stomach? Why isn't it hurting now?" "If I didn't say that, how would I get you to come out?" Chu Qingli said with a grin. "As soon as I heard about the marriage, I couldn't wait to find you." "Sueon, do you know about Lu Yuan's 2 concubines?" Lu Yuan has 2 concubines. One was a trusted maid of the former favored concubine, who was originally intended to be Lu Yuan's main wife, but the Duke of Lu disagreed. In the end, she became Lu Yuan's minor concubine. The other is the sister of a former colleague of Lu Yuan, who died saving him, leaving behind his sister to rely on. Lu Yuan is truly ungrateful. His brother saved him, and instead of finding a good match for his savior's sister, he keeps her as a concubine. Chu Qingli scoffed. Shin Sueon knew he had concubines, but her impression of them was vague, and she didn't know much about them. It didn't seem to affect her much. They were just strangers. Even if they married, she and he would maintain a respectful distance. How can you not accept Lu Heng's relationship with Miss Song, yet be indifferent to Lu Yuan's concubines? Chu Qingli didn't understand. "I have known since childhood that I would marry Lu Heng, so I care about him. In truth, it is more about the resentment from my past life. As for Lu Yuan, even if he has 10 concubines, what can I do? Can I refuse to marry?" Shin Sueon has thought this through. "As long as he gives me the dignity of being the main wife, I will treat his concubines well and maintain appearances. That is enough for me." Chu Qingli felt uncomfortable. "Don't you want to spend your life with the one you love?" Shin Sueon smiled lightly. "Lear, I will not have someone I love. Love is not everything in life. She does not need such extra emotions in this lifetime. Don't be sad for me. I am not upset at all," Shin Sueon said with a smile. "This marriage is quite good. Lu Yuan is short-lived. In a couple of years, she will be free. Then she will travel the world and see all the wonders of life. That is much better than being trapped in the inner chambers as a resentful woman for a lifetime. If Lu Yuan dares to bully you in the future, I will stand up for you," Chu Qingli said. "Okay." The two of them played together. After some fun, they were both a bit sweaty on their backs. "Let's stop. If we sweat too much, we'll have to get up and wash," Shin Sueon said with a smile. "Lear, do you have any thoughts about tonight's event?" Chu Qingli's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled. "If we ignore Lu Yuan's reputation and his 2 concubines, you two actually match well together." Shin Sueon.
"I didn't ask about that,"
she said irritably. She wasn't interested in Lu Yuan's matters. Why does it take so many officials from the town security office to search for an ordinary thief? Don't you find that strange? Chu Qingli rested her chin on her hands. That's true, and it was even Lu Yuan who came personally. Is it because we are from the royal family, so the town security office pays special attention? Shin Sueon sighed inwardly. The Chu family had long been accustomed to being admired and revered. They would never think that one day, the Chu family could suddenly fall. So they were unprepared and did not notice anything unusual. That is the town security office, directly commanded by the emperor. Not just the Chu family, any noble family in the capital would not intimidate them. "Lear, today I saw that fugitive. He didn't seem like an ordinary person. How could he have precisely hidden in your home and happen to know someone from your household? What if? Shin Sueon glanced at Chu Qingli. What if this person is a spy from an enemy country? Have you considered the consequences? Chu Qingli was taken aback. Even if he is a spy, he has already been captured by the town's security office, so it should be. Are you worried about who might implicate our Chu family? Shin Sueon looked at Chu Qingli with her clear eyes and asked, Aren't you worried? My aunt is the queen, and my great-aunt is the Empress Dowager. How could the Chu family be involved with spies? You're overthinking it, Sueon, Chu Qingli replied with a smile. Chu Qingli had this natural belief, and she thought others in the Chu family felt the same way. That's why they were easily trapped in the past, leading to the family's downfall. But the emperor has nothing to do with the Chu family, Shen Sueon said. Lear, you must always be cautious. You need to investigate that relative of yours thoroughly. Don't let the Chu family get involved later, Shen Sueon warned. Chu Qingli looked at her in confusion. Sueon, do you know something? Shen Sueon thought that just this reminder might not make Chu Qingli alert, but she couldn't tell her that she had been reborn. I had a dream that was similar to today's situation. I'm afraid you might get involved with that fugitive, Shen Sueon said. What if that fugitive is a spy? If someone wants to frame the Chu family, it would be too easy. Just one accusation of treason could ruin everything, even with the Queen and Empress Dowager's protection. Chu Qingli's expression changed slightly as she tightened her grip on Shen Sueon's hand. It's just a dream, Sueon. Dreams are often the opposite. Shen Sueon replied, Maybe it's a warning. I'll investigate tomorrow. If that fugitive is really connected to the enemy, I'll tell my grandmother, Chu Qingli said. Okay. Shen Sueon nodded gently. Chu Qingli pulled her down to lie down. Let's sleep. Don't let today scare you. The two girls talked for half the night, and when they woke up the next day, the sun was shining brightly. Yesterday's snowfall had covered the capital in white. Shen Sueon and Chu Qingli planned to go ice skating soon. Mujin entered with a tense expression. Miss, something has happened to Madam. The old lady has sent someone to ask you to return quickly. What happened? Shen Sueon's heart tightened. They said young Master Yao bumped into her stomach, Mujin whispered. Shen Sueon jumped up and quickly went to ask for leave from old lady Shen, rushing back to the Shen family as fast as she could. On the way, she heard from the maid what had happened. This morning, when Madam went to greet her grandparents, Shen Mingyao was playing in the courtyard with his little snowball dog. When the dog saw Madam, it suddenly started barking loudly and broke free from Shen Mingyao's hand, jumping onto Madam. The snow was slippery, and Madam accidentally fell, soon bleeding. Now Dr. Zhou was treating her. After hearing this, Shen Sueon felt a surge of anger. It was Shen Mingyao again. Aunt Cheng's children are truly taught to be cruel and cunning.
What was Shen Siyu doing at that time?
Shen Sueon asked coldly. The second young lady was inside with the old lady, the maid replied. Shen Sueon is only 2 months older than Shen Siyu, and they have never gotten along. Their grandparents favored Shen Sueon, while Shen Zhonglin only doted on Shen Siyu. 2 years ago, when Shen Siyu learned about her engagement to the Liu family, she even encouraged Shen Zhonglin to try to take the match for herself. Shen Siyu has always been sensitive about her status as a concubine's child, hoping her father would elevate Aunt Cheng's position. Now that the lady is pregnant, she feels threatened by their status as siblings. It seems that just confining Aunt Cheng isn't enough. Outside Songfeng courtyard, the north wind howled. Shen Siyu and Shen Mingyao, 2 slender figures, knelt in front of the hall, shivering in the cold wind. Quickly, go get cloaks for them. How can you let the young masters freeze? You'll lose your own legs. Shen Zhonglin arrived before Shen Sueon. Seeing his beloved son and daughter kneeling on the icy ground made him feel as if his heart were being cut. Before he could check on Jiang Shi, he was already scolding Jiang Shi's maid at the door. The lady's personal maid, Chosue, could no longer hold back. Sir, our lady is still inside, and we don't know if she can keep the baby. Does the master only care about Aunt Cheng and her children, forgetting about their lady? Be quiet, you maid. How dare you speak to your master? Shen Zhonglin scolded. Father, How is the lady? Shen Xuan asked. Seeing his eldest daughter walk in from outside, Shen Zhonglin shot a fierce glare at Chiusui. Miss, please go in and check on the lady, Chiusui said, choking back tears. Shen Xuan ignored Shen Xiu and her brother, lightly swaying her skirt as she entered the inner room. Zhou Zhou had just finished administering a needle and stood to greet Shen Xuan. Dr. Zhou, how is the lady? Shen Xuan asked, noticing Jiang Shi's pale face and feeling worried. Madame Shen has experienced some complications with the pregnancy, but it's not serious. She just needs to rest in bed for a few days, Zhou Zhou said. Shen Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Dr. Zhou. Please have someone prepare a prescription for her to stabilize the pregnancy, Zhou Zhou instructed. At that moment, Shen Zhonglin walked in, and upon hearing that Jiang Shi's baby was safe, he relaxed. I told you there would be no problem. How could a light touch cause a miscarriage? Such fuss over nothing, and you've made the two children kneel for so long. Zhou Zhou raised an eyebrow and said, Lord Shen, we managed to keep her safe this time, but if she falls again, it might not be the same next time. Also, Madame Shen's dress has a strong smell that can easily irritate animals. Next time, if the family wants to play with the puppy, they should avoid planting flowers and plants with such scents. Qiu Jin took out a silk handkerchief and said, Madame didn't touch any flowers today, but on the way to the upper room, something was spilled. I collected some of it. Dr. Zhou, is this the smell? Exactly, Zhou Zhou nodded lightly. Someone is trying to harm Madame and cause her to lose the baby, Qiu Jin exclaimed angrily. Shen Xuan said in a deep voice, We must get to the bottom of this, or how will Madame take care of herself in the future? Father, don't you agree? Shen Zhonglin's expression was dark and grim. Dr. Zhou, let me you out, Shen Xuan said. After seeing Zhou Zhou to the flower gate, Shen Xuan quietly asked, Brother Zhou, how is Sister Qing doing lately? She is well. You don't need to worry about her. You should focus on yourself. Your younger siblings are not simple, Zhou Zhou replied. Zhou Zhou's wife, Cheng, had once been saved by Shen Xuan, and they later became friends. If it weren't for his rebirth, Shen Xuan wouldn't know the secret of Cheng Jian's background or whether Zhou Zhou was aware of it. Is Madame really okay? Shen Xuan asked. Zhou Zhou said, Madame Shen usually takes good care of herself. Although she is fine this time, she won't always be this lucky. I understand. There won't be a next time, Shen Xuan nodded. After sending Zhou Zhou off, Shen Xuan returned to check on Jiang. Jiang had taken medicine to support her pregnancy and was still feeling a bit weak. Shen Si and her brother had already entered the inner room and were kneeling in front of Jiang to apologize. I have already punished Yao Gur. That dog that bumped into you. I had someone take care of it, Shen Zhonglin said, staring at Jiang's pale face. Yao Gur, don't you want to bow and apologize to your mother? Shen Zhonglin scolded. Shen Mingyao cried with red eyes, taking a step forward and showing a pained expression. What's wrong? Shen Zhonglin asked, concerned. Shen Si sobbed, Father, Yao Gur is still young. He knelt outside for so long, his knees must be hurting. Then get up quickly. What if it causes a problem later? Shen Zhonglin reached out to help his son up. Yes, thankfully Madame is lucky, and the baby is safe. Otherwise, what would happen to Yao Gur's legs? Shen Xuan entered from outside. Father, we have found the maid who intentionally scattered the powder on the road. Coincidentally, she is from the courtyard of our second sister. Shen Xuan lowered her gaze to look at Shen Xiu. Just then, Shen Xiu raised her head. Her cold eyes met Shen Xuan's for a moment before she quickly hid her expression.
Sister, what do you mean by that?
Shen Xiu questioned. Are you suggesting that I sprinkled the powder on the path where Mother walked? If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Shen Xuan retorted. The person was found in your courtyard, and the powder was also discovered there. Who else could it be but you? The only ones who could command the servants in your courtyard are either Yao Gur or Aunt Cheng. Shen Xiu stood up angrily. Shen Xuan, you are slandering me. Don't think you can just accuse us, because you caught a servant. Bring her in, Shen Xuan ordered. Before Shen Zhonglin could say anything, Two maids brought in a young servant girl. "Father, this is the servant who sprinkled the powder on Madam's skirt. She has confessed that it was second sister who ordered her to do it," Shen Suan said. Shen Zhonglin stared in shock at the girl kneeling on the ground. Listening to Shen Suan's accusations, he wondered how his eldest daughter had suddenly become so sharp-tongued. She used to be gentle and graceful, never this aggressive. "I didn't do it." Shen Xiu clung to Shen Zhonglin's sleeve, tears in her eyes. "Father, you must believe me. I would never harm Madam. What happened today was purely an accident." "An accident? Then why was this powder found in your room?" "Shen Suan, had someone bring the powder over." Shen Mingyao jumped up and knocked the powder from Shen Suan's hand.
Impossible.
"I threw that powder into the water a long time ago. What you have is fake." "Oh, really?" Shen Suan smiled slightly. Jiang Shi shouted angrily. "You two heartless ones, are you really trying to harm me? Master, if you don't take charge of this matter, I will go to the old master and the old madam for justice." Shen Xiu glared fiercely at Shen Suan. What was happening? Today, Shen Suan seemed like a completely different person. "Madam, father is very fair. He will ensure justice for you," Shen Suan said as she hugged Jiang Shi's arm. "Please don't be too agitated. It's not easy to protect the child. He is a rare legitimate heir of our Shen family." Jiang Shi knew that Shen Suan was helping her. She leaned on Shen Suan's shoulder, pretending to cry heartbreakingly. "Father, this vile woman is deliberately twisting my words." Shen Mingyao shouted loudly, pointing at Shen Suan. In the end, the old lady Shen ordered that Shen Xiu and Shen Mingyao, having played too much, caused Jiang to fall. Each received 20 strikes and had to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days to reflect on their actions. Shen Zhonglin, feeling sorry for his two beloved children, immediately opposed this. "Mother, after 20 strikes, will they even be able to stand up again?" Shen Zhonglin pleaded. "They already know they were wrong and won't do it again. Today, their biological mother is lucky to keep her child safe. What if she can't? If it weren't for the fact that they are Shen family children, the crime of harming their biological mother would ruin their lives." Hearing this, Shen Xiu turned pale with fear. She was already of marriageable age, and once Shen Suan's engagement was confirmed, it would be her turn to find a match. If the rumor of harming their biological mother spread, she would likely never marry into a good family. No respectable family would want her. At that moment, she regretted her actions against Jiang. "Grandmother, we know we were wrong. You can punish us however you want. We won't dare to do it again. We were foolish, thinking that our mother harmed our aunt, which led to this mistake. Please forgive us, grandmother." Shen Xiu bowed deeply, tears streaming down her face, hoping for the old lady's mercy. "Mother, please give us a chance." Shen Zhonglin also knelt down. "Fine. Then you will also receive 20 strikes and kneel in the ancestral hall," the old lady Shen said coldly. "And if you say one more word, the punishment will be doubled." Shen Jianglin's face turned red, and he dared not say anything more. "Leave." The old lady Shen turned her face away, feeling that just looking at her eldest son would shorten her life by 2 years. He only indulged his concubine and neglected his wife, allowing his children to treat their biological mother this way. He never considered how much this would affect the reputation of other young ladies and gentlemen in the Shen family if word got out. She increased the punishment for the 2 children today, naturally thinking of their future. Yet this biased son didn't see it at all. How could she and the old master raise such a son? Shen Zhonglin dared not plead any longer and quickly took Shen Xiu and her brother away to face their punishment. "Grandmother, please don't upset yourself," Shen Suan said, bringing tea and gently rubbing the old lady's back. "How is your mother?" the old lady Shen asked. "Dr. Zhou said she is not seriously hurt, but she needs to rest in bed for a while," Shen Suan replied. Madam Shen sighed. "Yi and Yao have always been raised under Aunt Cheng's care. I thought they were just narrow-minded, but I didn't expect their methods to be so cruel. Yi is not young anymore. There's no hope for her. Yao can still be taught. After this incident, we need to bring Yao to the main house." He can't stay with Aunt Cheng any longer. Shin Suan knew that Shin Mingyao was inherently bad, and moving him to the main house wouldn't change that. However, there was no need to say this now. Is that child Qingli all right? Madam, Shin asked. Shin Suan smiled and shook her head. She's much better now, but yesterday the local authorities caught a fugitive at the Chu family. Upon hearing what happened last night, Madam Shen immediately frowned. This fugitive is unusual. You young ones might not notice, but the old lady of the Chu family will definitely find out. Did Lu Yuan personally lead the team? Madam, Shen asked. Yes, Shen Suan nodded. Madam Shen turned to observe her granddaughter's expression. What do you think of Lu Yuan? Shen Suan was slightly taken aback, then smiled helplessly. Grandmother, I've only met him once. How can I judge his character? Lu Yuan is the legitimate son. You were originally supposed to be engaged to Lu Heng. If you marry into the Lu family, life may be difficult, Madam Shen said with concern. No matter how hard it is, it won't be worse than in the past. Life is the same everywhere. At least I'm familiar with the elders of the Lu family, which is better than being completely in the dark, Shin Suan replied with a smile. Sui, are you hurt by Lu Heng? Is that why you are willing to accept anyone now? Madam Shen worriedly held Shin Suan's hands.
Of course not, Shin Suan said.
Grandmother, the emperor has already arranged the marriage. There's no use in overthinking it. It's better to accept it cheerfully. She thought Lu Yuan was quite good. Life is short. Madam Shen sighed lightly. An arranged marriage is one thing, but you'll have to live in the Lu family. Their elders can be difficult to deal with, and I'm worried about you. Take the old lady of the Lu family, for example. She often used her seniority to pressure Shin Suan. Shin Suan had previously shown no respect to the Lu family, and they would surely hold a grudge. Not to mention that the Duke of Lu is both kind on the surface and ruthless at heart. Madam Shin was almost at her wit's end. Grandmother, I'm going to live with Lu Yuan, not with those elders, Shin Suan reassured her. I won't let myself be wronged. Madam Shin nodded. No matter how much she worried now, it was pointless. They couldn't refuse this marriage. By the way, here is your mother's dowry list, but a few properties are still with your father. When your birth mother passed away, you were still young, and your grandfather and uncle left the dowry for you. Those properties are being managed by your father, and now that you're getting married, they should be returned to you. Shin Suan replied softly. Those properties had already been given to concubine Cheng by Shin Zhonglin. In her previous life, when she tried to get them back, concubine Cheng set a trap that caused her to lose a large sum of money, and she ended up losing those shops as well. I will talk to my father, Shin Suan said. After leaving the main house, the punishment for Shin Siyu and her brother had ended. Miss, I saw it with my own eyes. The second young lady and the young master were beaten badly. You could hear the young master's cries from several courtyards away. The punishment looked severe, but it only hurt for a few days and wouldn't cause any lasting damage. The master has already called a doctor. Miss, would you like to go see them? Mu Jin asked. Shin Suan shook her head. I'll go tomorrow. Shin Siyu and her brother were sent back to the moon viewing pavilion to be looked after by concubine Cheng. Concubine Cheng felt more pain seeing her precious ones hurt than if it had happened to her. Those heartless brats. She fell down on her own and blames the two children. The old lady is biased. She just looks down on illegitimate children. Ir and Yawa are still part of the Shin family. Shin Siyu endured the pain. Auntie, it's all that Shin Suan's fault. If she hadn't pried into our affairs, we would have gotten away with it, and even grandfather wouldn't have noticed. That little brat, she deserves the worst, concubine Cheng cursed again. Just wait. I won't let her have it easy. Shin Siyu said, Auntie, what should we do? Grandmother said that if anything happens to the lady, she will abandon you. Concubine Cheng gritted her teeth in anger. Let her give birth. Who says the child will survive? The setting sun melted into gold, and the evening clouds gathered beautifully. Shin Suan accompanied Jiang Shi in Songfeng courtyard. After taking a calming medicine and sleeping for a few hours, Jiang Shi finally looked less pale. However, She still felt fear and regret inside. It's all my fault for being too careless. You warned me to be careful, but I never expected a 10-year-old child could have such a malicious heart. Children are the easiest to manipulate. Shin Zhonglin now has only one son, Shin Mingyao, who is the sole favorite in the Shin family. If his wife were to have a legitimate son, he would no longer be the only young master. Someone must have whispered this in his ear, which is why Shin Mingyao hates the child and his mother's. Shun Sueon said, Yao Gur has been spoiled and thinks he is the only son his father can have. If there were more children, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Jiang Shi felt a stir in her heart. Over the years, she had arranged for 2 concubines for Shin Zhonglin, but neither of them became pregnant. They were both young and healthy girls. Most likely, it was concubine Cheng who was causing trouble behind the scenes. However, since it involved her husband's household, Jiang Shi didn't want to say too much in front of Shin Sueon. I wonder when your wedding date will be set. I need to recover quickly. Jiang Shi worried that Shin Sueon's wedding might be too soon, and she wouldn't have time to prepare. Madam, just focus on resting. You are the most important now, Shin Sueon quickly replied. Jiang Shi lowered her voice. 2 years ago, I had a golden Nanmu bridal bed made for you as a dowry. Shin Sueon was taken aback. Madam, that was meant for Jiang Shi's own daughter. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to keep this child now. Sueon, I may not express it well, but I truly see you as my daughter. If I had a daughter, I would prepare another dowry for her. Jiang Shi confidently said, Don't be polite with me. I may not have much, but I have plenty of money. Shen Sueon smiled helplessly. Madam, my birth mother has already left me a substantial dowry. I know. That is your sister's care for you, but what I give is mine, Jiang Shi said with a smile.
Thank you, madam.
If she continued to refuse, it would make her seem distant from Jiang Shi. In her past life, her relationship with Jiang Shi was not very close, and she had also prepared a generous dowry for herself. The madam truly cared for her. By the way, I have a few properties and shops with my father. Shun Sueon hesitated. I found out that my father has handed over my mother's shop to concubine Chung to manage. Jiang Shi's expression darkened. How shameless. They even want to take your shop. I will tell concubine Chung to return the shop to you tomorrow. Shun Sueon softly said, Madam, please don't have a falling out with my father because of me. I have something I would like to ask for your help. You can tell me, Jiang Shi immediately replied. I know you have a tea shop under your name. Is the tea business in Fangshan doing well recently? Shun Sueon asked. Jiang said, I don't know who spread the word that concubine Yao likes to drink Fangshan tea. Now all the noble families in the capital are following suit. Concubine Yao did indeed like Fangshan tea in the past. But this year, her taste has changed and she no longer drinks it. It's just that concubine Yao's sister-in-law has a batch of soaked Fangshan tea to sell, which is why this rumor started. My mother also left me a tea shop, and I believe Aunt Chung wants to make some money off Fangshan tea, Shin Sueon said with a smile. Sway. Is there something wrong with this tea? Jiang quickly asked, as she had also stored several dozen pounds of it. We can't use the Fangshan tea from the Yao family, but other sources are fine. However, I once went to the palace with my grandmother and heard a maid mention that concubine Yao now prefers shuya tea. Actually, she had observed this during her previous visit to see concubine Yao. Jiang, coming from a merchant background, immediately understood what Shin Sueon intended to do. Let Aunt Chung pay a lower price, Jiang said coldly. She almost lost her child. She couldn't let Chung and her son off easily. Spring is not late. In the cold winter weather, the snow on the streets is getting deeper. The icicles on the eaves are illuminated by the lanterns, giving off a warm yellow glow. Watching the snow while sipping wine, warmth envelopes her, and all the day's fatigue is released in this moment. Song Xiuji is counting the accounts. The shop has plenty of charcoal, and the hall is already full of customers. Song girl, hurry and collect the money. Why are you in a daze? A customer, ready to leave, placed some coins in front of Song Xiuji. Oh, okay. Song Xiuji came to her senses and took the coins, saying, Thank you, please come again. She had just heard customers discussing that the palace had arranged a marriage for Shin Swayan with the eldest son of the Liu family. Liu Heng no longer needs to marry Shin Swayan.
Is it?
Because of her? Song Xiuji's heart raced. She didn't really believe that Liu Heng would refuse to marry a noble girl for her sake. But it seemed Shin Swayan had a deep misunderstanding of them, even ignoring Liu Heng's explanations. What girl wouldn't like a refined young man like Liu Heng? Since he appeared at the tavern, she couldn't take her eyes off him. Yet, she didn't dare to approach, fearing he wouldn't come back next time. How could she not like him? She really liked Liu Heng a lot. So much, so that even just seeing him from afar made her feel satisfied. Hey, song girl, when young Master Liu becomes a prince in the future, will your shop still be open? Suddenly, someone laughed loudly and asked. Song Xiuji blinked, clearly not understanding what the person meant. I didn't expect Liu Heng to be so lucky. His marriage to the daughter of the Shin family was interrupted by his half-brother, and the emperor even married him to the most favored princess. Another person said, That's right, it's Princess Guangning. The Liu family is really blessed. The daughter of the Shin family can't compare to a princess. I heard that she lost her mother at a young age, and her father favors his other children, so he doesn't pay much attention to her. Song Xiuji listened for a long time and finally understood what they were talking about. Although Shin Swayan no longer had to marry Liu Heng was going to marry Princess Guangning. Her face turned pale. Even though she was just an ordinary person, she had heard of Princess Guangning. As the most beloved daughter of the emperor and consort Yao, Princess Guangning was known for being spoiled and willful. How could someone like her allow her husband to have any closeness with another woman? Song Xiuji's hands trembled in fear. She wasn't afraid of Shin Swayan knowing about her existence, but she was afraid that Princess Guangning would harm her. The hopes and dreams that had just been in her heart vanished in an instant. Song Xiuji spoke softly. Please don't misunderstand. I have no relationship with Master Liu. We are completely innocent. Don't spread rumors that could make the princess misunderstand me. After resting for several days, Shin Siyu and Shun Mingyao recovered and were taken by the old lady Shin to kneel in the ancestral hall. Concubine Ching cried until her eyes were swollen like walnuts. Shun Zhonglin felt heartbroken but didn't dare to plead for her. He was afraid of being punished. The old lady would definitely do it and could make him unable to get out of bed. Concubine Chung was also under house arrest and couldn't visit her children, so she could only cry in Shin Zhonglin's arms. After comforting her for a while, he arranged for someone to secretly take care of the two children in the ancestral hall, and only then did Concubine Ching stop crying. By the way, the 5 shops I asked you to manage before, please find a time to organize the accounts and return them to Sui. Shun Zhonglin suddenly said. Concubine Cheng's expression changed. Why? Those are her mother's dowry. Now that she is getting married, these shops are on her dowry list. Shin Zhonglin said softly. You can keep the shop's earnings for these years. Just return the shops to her. Concubine Cheng's charming face almost twisted in pain. She had long regarded these shops as her own property. Asking her to give them up felt like cutting into her flesh. Master, I am not as well off as the 2 ladies. They have rich dowries, but I only have you. Over the years, I have relied on a few shops to provide decent writing materials for Yao Goer. But what about Yijier? She is about to get married. What will happen to her dowry? Anqing spoke softly and pitifully, making Shin Zhonglin's heart soften. He held Aunt Cheng's hand and said, Yijier is my daughter, and I will definitely prepare a dowry for her. Yijier also calls Sister Xiao, her stepmother. Madame Yuan is Sui Jie's biological mother, so she is also Yijier's stepmother. The dowry she left can be added to Yijier's, and that is fine. Let it be her dowry for Yijier, Master. What do you think? If the Xiao family were still alive, it would be good if she wanted to give Yijier a dowry. But she has passed away. If Shin Zhonglin were to use her dowry without permission, he feared the Xiao family would not agree. I will first speak to Sui about this. As an older sister, she should help her younger sister with a little extra. Shin Zhonglin decided to start with Shin Swayan. As long as Shin Swayan agrees, The Xiao family cannot object. Aunt Cheng smiled slightly. Shen Suan was always gentle and obedient, so she would definitely listen to her father. These 5 shops earn her a significant income every year, and she is reluctant to give them back to Shen Suan. It would be best to reclaim the property deed and fully secure these 5 shops. Shen Suan was unaware of Aunt Cheng's schemes. She had been helping with the accounts at Zhang's place these days. Zhang now needed to rest in bed, so Shen Suan was in charge of the household matters. Why hasn't the Lu family come to discuss the wedding date yet? We still need to retrieve the engagement token from Lu Heng, Zhang suddenly remembered. Shen Suan had forgotten about the engagement token. Since the Lu family hasn't come to return it, let's take it back ourselves, Shen Suan said, not wanting to keep anything belonging to Lu Heng. Mujin, go get the black box from the cabinet. Yes, I'll go right away. Zhang leaned against the large pillow, carefully protecting her belly, but her eyes were filled with concern for Shen Suan. I have met Madame Lu. She is not someone who manages household affairs well, so she probably won't take the initiative to handle Lu Yuan's marriage. Madame Lu seems kind, but she is actually very harsh. She looks down on those born out of wedlock, so who in the Lu family would truly care about Lu Yuan's marriage? Shen Suan lowered her gaze, recalling that in her previous life, it was indeed Madame Lu who handled the arrangements, but there were many mistakes, and the wedding was completed with much difficulty. She actually hoped that this time Madame Lu would not interfere with Lu Yuan's matters. Soon, Mujin returned with a black box. Inside was a smooth, green jade pendant, which Shen Suan only glanced at briefly. You should personally go to the Lu family and return this jade pendant to Duke Lu. He will understand, Shen Suan said. Mujin agreed and took the box out the door. Outside the Lu family gate, she ran into Duke Lu. Upon hearing Mujin's purpose, Duke Lu's expression darkened. He took the box and simply said, I understand, before striding through the gate. The household servants, seeing the Duke's gloomy face, were extra cautious and did not dare to approach. Call Lu Heng to me, Duke Lu ordered coldly as he sat down in the main hall. Lu Heng arrived quickly. Grandfather, you called for me? Lu Heng asked softly, noticing his grandfather's bad mood. Did concubine Yao make excessive demands? Concubine Yao had summoned Duke Lu today to discuss the marriage of Princess Guangning. The Shen family returned the jade pendant, and this one was brought back by Shen Suan. What about yours? Duke Lu asked with a serious face. Lu Heng looked down at the green jade pendant on the table, his lips pressed tightly together. Shen Suan actually had someone return the pendant. Was she really eager to cut ties with him? I sent someone to retrieve it, Lu Heng said. No need. You must send it back to the Shen family immediately, Duke Lu said expressionlessly, glancing at Lu Heng. You know Princess Guangning's temperament. She is different from Shen Suan. If she discovers the existence of the wine cellar, you know the consequences. Lu Heng frowned. Grandfather, I have nothing to do with Miss Song. Don't claim that you are innocent with that girl. If you were truly innocent, would Shen Suan have broken off the engagement? Princess Guangning won't care whether you truly have no feelings for each other. If even a hint of gossip displeases her, she can make that girl disappear. Lu Heng pressed his lips together. As the only legitimate son of the Duke's household, he was seen as powerful, but today he felt the weight of an unavoidable force. If Princess Guangning truly harmed Song Xiuji, could he avenge her?
No.
He could not implicate the entire Lu family. This marriage with Princess Guangning would mean he would live a life of unfulfilled aspirations. Grandfather, I will not see Miss Song again, Lu Heng said quietly. You better remember your words. The Lu family cannot withstand Princess Guangning's wrath, Duke Lu warned. He waited until the rest of the family arrived before continuing to speak. Today, Lady Yao mentioned the marriage of Princess Guangning to me. She suggested that the weddings of Lu Yuan and Lu Heng should be held at the same time. Old Lady Lu frowned in displeasure. That won't do. Heng is the legitimate son, and he is marrying a princess. How can a son born from a concubine compare? It's because Lu Heng was previously engaged to Shin Sueon that Princess Guangning believes having both brothers marry at the same time will prevent misunderstandings about her taking the marriage of Shun's legitimate daughter, Duke Lu explained. He continued, the marriage of Princess Guangning will be arranged by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the ceremony will take place at the princess's residence. As for Lu Yuan, he glanced around, Second Lady, please take care of arranging Lu Yuan's wedding. Madame Lu sighed in relief, glad she didn't have to handle the wedding for a concubine's son. She wouldn't want to, and she certainly wouldn't do it well. Second Madame Lu smiled, I will make sure to handle it properly. Mr. Lu frowned deeply, feeling he had no say in his son's marriage. He knew his father always hoped the Lu family could achieve greatness again. Currently, he only held a minor position in the Ministry of War, and the Emperor did not favor him, which meant his future was limited. Thus, the Duke placed his hopes on Lu Heng. The current Emperor did not want the Lu family to lead troops, having stripped Duke Lu of his military power years ago. If the Lu family wanted to regain favor, they could only pursue a path in civil service. Lu Heng was young and already a top scholar, serving as an attendant to the Emperor. They all seemed to see hope. But how did he become a prince consort? Father, if Heng's wedding is held at the princess's residence, does that mean? Will Heng have to live there? Mr. Lu finally voiced his concern. Everyone turned to Duke Lu. If Princess Guangning is willing to live at the Duke's residence. Duke Lu clenched his fists. Being a prince consort may sound glorious, but how is it different from being a son-in-law? Old Lady Lu sighed. What's the point of being a prince consort? It means nothing. It's a marriage granted by the Emperor, Duke Lu said coldly. If you have any complaints, keep them to yourselves. Madame Lu whispered, if I had known this, it would have been better to marry him to Shin Sueon sooner. Shin Sueon seemed gentle and easy to deal with. If Lu Heng hadn't insisted on associating with the wine cellar, they wouldn't be in this situation with Princess Guangning. Let's not bring that up again, Mr. Lu said firmly. Heard by the princess, it might seem like we are unhappy with her. Even if there were complaints, they would have to stay hidden. It's good for Heng to stay at the princess's residence for a while. If you two brothers marry at the same time, it could be awkward if Princess Guangning and Shin Sueon meet at home, said Lord Lu. With Princess Guangning's bossy nature, she might make things difficult for Shin Sueon. All right, everyone can leave now, Lord Lu waved his hand. Eldest, Heng, come with me to the study. Seeing Lu Heng's gloomy expression, Lord Lu sighed heavily in his heart. We are about to join the Guangning princess's family. Do you know what that means? Lord Lu looked at his son and grandson, addressing the real issues they faced. Eldest Lu nodded gently. Father has always insisted on establishing the eldest son as the heir. Now we are tied to the second prince. Father, are you going to support the second prince instead? Lord Lu looked at Lu Heng with a complex expression. What do you think? Grandfather, the emperor is still young, and there is no rush to establish an heir. Our Lu family should remain neutral and not express any opinions, Lu Heng replied softly. As a court official, he understood the emperor's thoughts better than others in the Lu family. The emperor had no intention of naming the fifth prince as the heir, so the Lu family had no need to oppose him at this time. Giving him the Guangning princess in marriage was also a warning to the Lu family. Lord Lu frowned and thought for a moment. Then let's not discuss this for now. However, the Lu family's ties to the empress were deep, and it wasn't easy to break away. You all go back to your tasks. Lu Heng returned to his Jiyuan hall, and a servant approached with a food box. Second young master, this is from Chun Buwan. Miss Song said it's fine chrysanthemum wine. The servant, Lu Mo, said softly. Send it back, Lu Heng replied with a blank expression. From now on, do not accept anything sent by Chun Buwan. You should go and tell her not to send anything again. Lu Mo was surprised. Was the second young master planning to cut ties with Miss Song? He had seen the second young master being quite fond of her last time. How had things changed so quickly? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up, Lu Heng said, slightly annoyed. Yes, I will go right away, Lu Mo quickly replied. Song Xiuji received the returned chrysanthemum wine and stood there, confused. What did the second young master mean?
Was he
trying to distance himself from her? She only wanted to repay him and didn't dare to have any other expectations. Tears fell from her cheeks, cold and clear. Miss Song, please try to understand. Our second young master will soon be a prince.
You Montag gently advisit.
If it weren't for that mission causing a scene, you wouldn't be in this situation. Song Shioji sniffed and said with a sob, I understand. Please tell the second young master to take care of himself. In the future, we will each work hard, and we will meet again. As the sun rose, shining brightly, Mrs. Liu brought a matchmaker to the Shin family. Since Mrs. Jiang needed to rest in bed, the old lady Shin received Mrs. Liu in the main room. Madam, as you know, the Liu family is arranging 2 weddings at once. We cannot afford any mistakes with Princess Guangning's side. My brother and sister-in-law are handling Liu Heng's wedding, so they asked me to come to propose to Miss Shin. Old lady Shin nodded lightly. If your Liu family lacks manpower, then there's no rush for the wedding. We originally thought it should be done in order, starting with Liu Yuan and Miss Shin's engagement, but the palace has ordered both weddings to be held on the same day, so we have no choice, Mrs. Liu said with a forced smile. Therefore, we can only simplify things as much as possible, fearing mistakes in the rush. Old lady Shin did not respond to this. How does your Liu family plan to simplify? Although Liu Yuan and Miss Shin are married by the emperor's decree, we still need to follow the customs of proposing and presenting gifts, Mrs. Liu explained. We will just be flexible with the timing. Mrs. Liu gestured to the matchmaker beside her. The matchmaker smiled as she took out the gift list from a brocade box. Old lady Shin. This is the gift list from the Liu family for Miss Shin. Please take a look. A maid stepped forward to take the gift list and presented it to Old lady Shin. This is your gift list? Old lady Shin glanced at it and felt anger rise within her. The Liu family was being extremely unreasonable. Could your Liu family even dare to show this gift list to others? Mrs. Liu sighed awkwardly. Madam, I know it is unfair to Miss Shin, but Liu Yuan is just a son of a concubine, and I have already given the highest gift list according to Liu family customs. Besides, our Hung is marrying Princess Guangning, so it's normal for Miss Shin to be at a disadvantage. Wouldn't you agree, madam? We can't let a son of a concubine's wedding overshadow that of Princess Guangning. Every word from Mrs. Liu was pushing old lady Shin closer to her breaking point. If your Liu family intends to humiliate the Shin family with such a gift list, then let Duke Liu come and explain it himself. Our Shin family's daughters are not to be bullied by you. And they hadn't even married into the Liu family yet they were already humiliating Sui Sui. After entering, I still don't know how to deal with this situation. Old lady, aren't you just making things difficult for our Liu family? Mrs. Liu smiled slightly. When she received the betrothal list from the old lady, she knew the Shin family would react this way. Someone show them out, shouted old lady Shin in anger. Old lady, the old Prince Jing Zhao has arrived, along with Commander Liu, a maid hurriedly reported. Shin Suan, who was behind the screen, was also stunned by this news. She had come to the main room as soon as Mrs. Liu arrived. Knowing the Liu family well, she was sure they would cause trouble regarding her marriage. Hearing her grandmother's angry voice, she had planned to step out, but was shocked by the maid's announcement. Why was Liu Yuan with the old Prince Jingzhao? This old prince was well known in the capital. He was the only uncle of the current emperor and had one son with the old princess. However, their son and daughter-in-law tragically died at the hands of bandits while traveling. The old princess fell ill from grief and soon passed away, leaving only the old prince to manage the royal residence. The emperor held him in high regard, and the old prince had a significant status in the capital. She had never heard of Liu Yuan having any connection with him. When old Master Shen and Shun Jianglin learned of the old prince's arrival, they also came to greet him. Outside, Mrs. Liu's surprised voice was heard. Liu Yuan, what are you doing here? What a coincidence. Your second aunt came today to propose for you. Thank you, second aunt, Liu Yuan replied in a low voice, which carried a coldness like snow on a pine tree. Shun Suan peeked through the gap in the screen. Today, Lu Yuan was not wearing his usual attire, but a stone blue robe with intricate patterns, standing straight in the hall. He looked less intimidating, and his handsome face radiated nobility and confidence. The emperor has asked the old prince to be my matchmaker, and as for the betrothal gifts, his eyes, like cold stars, fixed on Mrs. Liu, I have already prepared them. The old Prince Jing Zhao chuckled. Old Lady Shen, this young man has left the betrothal list with me. Take another look, and if you're not satisfied, I can add more. Lu Yuan bowed respectfully to Old Lady Shen, showing humility and politeness. He was nothing like the fierce figure described outside. Even Old Lady Shen, who had seen much in her life, was momentarily taken aback by this scene. When she finally saw the betrothal list brought by the old prince, shock flashed in her eyes. Old prince, is this not a mistake? The old lady handed the betrothal list to the elder. Elder Shen's expression grew serious. Shun Zhonglin couldn't help but stretch his neck, wanting to see how much betrothal gift Lu Yuan had sent. Of course not. This kid double-checked it 3 times, afraid it wouldn't be enough. Old Prince Jing Zhao said with a smile. Old Lady Shen gave Lu Yuan a deep look. This betrothal list was indeed quite heavy. What Madame Lu sent was not even a tenth of it. Old Lady Shen smiled and said, Madame Lu, Commander Lu, since your family has invited 2 matchmakers today, which betrothal letter should I accept? Old lady, may I take a look at the Lu family's betrothal list? Old Prince Jing Zhao suddenly asked. This. Old Lady Shen looked at Lu Yuan with some hesitation. Madame Lu felt embarrassed. She didn't expect Lu Yuan to have the old prince act as a matchmaker. The emperor really valued him too much. Since the old prince is acting as your matchmaker, I naturally don't need to step in as an elder, Madame Lu said with a forced smile. Then I will return this betrothal list to Madame Lu, Old Lady Shen said slowly. Madame Lu reluctantly took it back, feeling as if thousands of ants were scratching at her heart. She wanted to know how much Lu Yuan had actually sent. If it could satisfy Old Lady Shen, it must be quite a lot. How did I not notice before that Lu Yuan had such a solid family background? Wait, they haven't split the family yet. Lu Yuan's rewards and salary should belong to the public funds. This mischievous boy is actually hiding it. Elder Shen smiled and said, Old Prince, we will accept this betrothal list. Then they exchanged birth years and zodiac signs. Everything went smoothly. Madame Lu and the matchmaker she brought could only awkwardly sit by and watch. Just like that, Shun Suiyan and Lu Yuan's marriage was officially settled today. When Lu Yuan and the old prince left, he paused slightly at the door. His gaze seemed to sweep toward the partition. Shun Suiyan's heart tightened, and she instinctively took 2 steps back, thinking this would help her avoid his sharp gaze. Come out, Elder Shen said in a deep voice. Only then did Shun Suiyan timidly step out from behind the partition. Grandfather, grandmother. Sui, the betrothal list that Madame Lu sent today is not even as good as that of a minor official's family, so at least Lu Yuan knows how to behave, Old Lady Shen said. The Lu family not only doesn't take this marriage with the Shen family seriously, but Lu Yuan probably doesn't have it easy in the Lu family either, Elder Shen said, looking worriedly at Shun Suiyan. You have always been accommodating at home, not arguing with others. But you can't do that in the Lu family. Being too soft will let others take advantage of you, the old lady said. Shun Suiyan knew better than anyone how deep the Lu family pit was. Each person had their own schemes, all of them tricky. She had tolerated for a lifetime and would not endure it any longer. Madame Lu was so furious that she nearly tore her handkerchief apart and rushed home straight to her room. This is outrageous. Lu Yuan is slapping the Lu family's face. The old lady Lu could not hide her disdain when mentioning Lu Yuan. The Duke Lu said calmly, Let me see the list of gifts you prepared. Duke, this list follows the customs of previous years. There are no mistakes, Madame Lu said, her eyes flickering as she handed over the list. Smack. The Duke slammed the list onto the table, his face full of anger. Which customs are you following? Madame Lu nearly jumped in fright. It's the custom for a son of a concubine to marry. Lu Yuan is just a concubine's son. He can't have the same standards as Brother Hung. Madame Lu has a point, someone said. It was already impressive for a son of a concubine to marry at the same time as Brother Hung. If it weren't for the emperor's decree, Lu Yuan would never have been able to marry the legitimate daughter of the Shin family. This is a different situation. Lu Yuan was granted a marriage by the emperor, and he is marrying the legitimate daughter of the Shin family. Even if he can't compare to Brother Hung, he shouldn't use this to humiliate the Shin family, the duke said angrily. Madame Lu's expression changed slightly. Then this marriage is settled, but why would Lu Yuan ask the old prince to be the matchmaker? The old lady Lu frowned. The old prince's status was exceptional. Wouldn't that put Lu Hung at a disadvantage? I heard it was the emperor's idea, Madame Lu quickly replied. Old lady, Lu Yuan must be hiding a lot of wealth from you. Otherwise, how could he present such a thick stack of gifts? What a clever Lu Yuan. He must have a lot of resources at the town pacification office. Otherwise, how could he offer such generous gifts? She needed to clarify this matter first. Otherwise, once Shin Sueon married in, Lu Yuan would be even less likely to share his wealth with the family. The old lady Lu said unhappily, since the family hasn't split yet, Lu Yuan's salary should be turned over to the family. Enough! The old master Lu scolded. Has Lu Yuan been handing over his salary every month? He has, but... Madame Lu started to say. The duke replied, What do you want then? Does no one else have private property? He hardly spends any time at home. Do you still want to keep track of his private wealth? Does the emperor's gift to him mean you want him to give it all away? The second son doesn't even hand over his salary. You in the second branch rely solely on public funds.
Who has said anything about it?
Madame Lu's face turned pale and then flushed. Yes, old master. Sui Shui, come here quickly. I have something to tell you. As soon as Jiang saw Shin Sueon, she waved her hand with a smile. Shin Sueon bowed slightly and sat beside the bed. Madam, are you feeling better? Much better. Dr. Zhou is indeed a miracle worker. Today, I don't feel any pain in my lower abdomen, Jiang said with a smile. In a couple of days, I can help you with your marriage. Aunt has already started her journey back. Grandmother said she can help, Shin Sueon replied. It's important for you to recover. I can't rest easy. The Lu family clearly wants to intimidate you. Just wait. When the time comes, we'll use the dowry to embarrass them, Jiang huffed. Shin Sueon couldn't help but laugh. By the way, there's one more thing, Jiang said. Last time you mentioned the Fangs Han tea. I've had someone buy a large amount while it was cheap. Recently, it's been rumored everywhere that Imperial concubine Yao loves Fangs Han tea. She even sent someone to inquire about it early this morning and is planning to calculate the cash in the shop. It seems she's planning to spend all her money on Fangs Han tea. Shin Sueon smiled at this. Madam, you can take this opportunity to make a big profit. This year's profits from Fangs Han tea aren't good, and the best quality is rare. Imperial concubine Yao's preference is just a trend, and such trends will spread throughout the capital and beyond. I know what you're trying to say. I've already bought another batch of Shuya tea. It will definitely earn you a good dowry, Jiang said with a smile. Shin Sueon's cheeks turned slightly red. Madam, that's not what I meant. Madam, young lady, the master has returned. Please go to the study, a maid reported from outside. Your father will surely try to persuade you to give the shop to Ancheng. Don't let him fool you, Jiang whispered. Shin Sueon smiled. All right, I'll go see what father has to say. She had been fooled once before, truly believing that a few shops could earn her father's genuine affection. Later, she realized that in her father's eyes, only Shin Siyu and Shun Mingyao mattered most. What was she to him? Sui Shui, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you, Shin Zhonglin said, rarely showing a kind smile to Shin Sueon. Shin Sueon then heard words that were almost identical to those from her previous life. Previously, I managed 5 shops for you, which were originally part of your dowry, but the revenue has been lacking in recent years, Shin Zhonglin said, glancing at his daughter. I will find 3 more shops to add to your dowry. How does that sound? Shin Sueon obediently replied, Father, Even if these 5 shops are not profitable, they are a reminder of my mother. I still want to keep them. Shun Jianlin's expression darkened, and his tone grew displeased. Your mother was also the biological mother of Yao Ge and Yijie. Keeping these 5 shops for them would honor their bond. You are my father. If you want to give my mother's dowry to concubine Cheng, just say so. Am I supposed to go against you? Shen Suian said with a self-deprecating smile. Impudent.
How dare you speak to me like that?
Where have the manners you learned over the years gone? Shun Jianglin scolded angrily. Father, the manners I learned did not teach me to use my mother's dowry to please a concubine, nor did they instruct me to give my mother's belongings to the children of a concubine. You are my daughter. I do not wish for you to go against my wishes. If you must give 5 shops to concubine Cheng, I will first consult with my grandmother and uncle, as the property deeds are still with them. In fact, 6 months ago, her uncle had already sent her the property deeds, but Shen Suian had not told anyone. Shun Jianglin raised his hand, ready to strike. Shen Suian fearlessly lifted her chin. It's just 5 shops. What's wrong with giving them to concubine Cheng? She is your stepmother, who watched you grow up, Shen Jianglin said. Since my mother passed away, it has been my grandmother who cared for me, and later, it was the lady who protected me. As for concubine Cheng, she has allowed Shin Siyu to take so many things from me over the years. Father, do you need me to list them all? Shin Suian said with a slight mocking smile. Shen Jianglin glared at her. You are the eldest sister. What's wrong with making way for your younger siblings? The Jiang family has raised you to be so calculating. At most, give me 3 days to have the account books and keys for the 5 shops. Even if they are losing money, I will not give up anything my mother left for me, Shin Suian said, bowing slightly. I still need to serve my grandmother. I take my leave. Shen Jianglin was so angry he wanted to shout, but as a man who valued his reputation, he could only swallow his anger. He bottled up his frustration and went to the Moon Theater. Sir, who upset you? Concubine Cheng asked, noticing his dark expression and quickly approaching to comfort him. Shen Jianglin vented his frustrations about Shin Suian. I will prepare another store for you, and you can return those 5 to her. Let her manage it herself and see when it runs out, Shin Jianglin said with a snort. Aunt Cheng's eyes darted around. All right, I will ask the shopkeeper to organize the accounts and return them to her. You are quite understanding, Shin Jianglin said, holding Aunt Cheng's hand with appreciation. Don't worry, our daughter's dowry will definitely not be less than that of Sister Sui. But it will still be less. Shin Suian has a dowry left by the Xiao family, but she doesn't have a family like the Xiao family behind her. How can she compare to Shin Suian? She can only hold on to Shen Jianglin tightly, hoping he will fight for more benefits for their children. Master, I have put in a lot of money into the shop over the years. Haven't I lost out? Aunt Cheng said with a hint of grievance. How about I give you 2,000 taels? Shen Jianglin pinched her gently. Are you satisfied now? Aunt Cheng leaned weakly against Shen Jianglin. Master, how is the lady's health? It's all my fault. Yaoge only made mistakes because he cares for me. There's nothing wrong now. Yaoge and Yijie have been punished enough. In a couple of days, I'll ask the old lady to release them, Shen Jianglin said. Then who will handle the eldest girl's marriage? The lady shouldn't be overworked now. If you need my help, I can ease your worries, Aunt Cheng said softly. I also want to make amends for Yaoge and Yijie, so that the lady has more time to rest. Shen Jianglin smiled. You have a good heart. Despite how Swayer treats you, you're still willing to help her. Aunt Cheng replied, I watched the eldest girl grow up, so I naturally wish her well. It pains me that she married a commoner. It truly makes her happy to eat an extra bowl of rice every day. Shin Suian is a well-known young lady in the capital, praised for her grace and intelligence. But what happened? She was supposed to marry the legitimate son of a duke, but in the end, she married a commoner. What a relief. Aunt Cheng withdrew all the money from the shops and invested it all in Fang's Han tea. The Fang's Han tea you bought before has all been purchased by Aunt Cheng, and she made a big profit, Mu Jin said cheerfully. Shen Suian smiled upon hearing this. It was what she expected. A few days later, Aunt Cheng tasted some success and decided to use all her savings to buy Fang's Han tea. She had already found someone to inquire about it. The harvest of Fang's Han tea has not been good in the past 2 years. If she can stock up and wait until next year to sell, the price will surely multiply. Aunt Cheng can already foresee her future wealth. At this moment, Shen Xuan requested to take back 5 shops. Under Shen Jianglin's firm request, the old lady Shen reluctantly agreed to lift Aunt Cheng's house arrest and allowed Shen Xiyu and Shen Mingyao to come out of the ancestral hall. The siblings still had scars from being punished and dared not misbehave again, so they behaved themselves every day. Aunt Cheng took out the account books, saying, "Miss, I have organized the account books from these years. When I took over, the business was already in a loss. It has been my effort to keep it running without closing." Shen Xuan casually flipped through the account books and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work over the years, Aunt Cheng." Aunt Cheng reluctantly handed over the keys, adding, "But I must clarify something. The old managers have all moved on, and now everyone in the shop works for me. I suppose you might not trust them, so I will arrange other tasks for them." Shen Xuan knew Aunt Cheng was trying to control her, thinking that without those managers, the daily operations of the 5 shops would fail. "Okay," Shen Xuan nodded. Aunt Cheng did not expect Shen Xuan to agree so readily. She had planned to negotiate using the managers as leverage. "If there's nothing else, Aunt Cheng, you can go back now," Shen Xuan said. "There's no need to stay at Songfeng Courtyard to attend to the lady." Shen Xiyu shot Shen Xuan a fierce glance. "Second sister, is your eye bothering you? Do you need me to call a doctor?" Shen Xuan asked, looking over. "No, it's nothing." Shen Xiyu quickly composed herself. Why did it feel like Shen Xuan had changed? In the past, even when spoken to directly, she would only smile and remain silent, like a soft cotton ball, making it uncomfortable to strike her. "That's good. Just don't forget the pain after being punished," Shen Xuan said with a smile. Shen Xiyu's expression darkened. "What are you so proud of? No matter how noble you pretend to be, you are still marrying a second son. You probably don't understand Lu Yuan's position in the Lu family. A man's status in the home determines a woman's status. Once Shen Xuan marries, those noble ladies who used to surround her and praise her will surely not regard her highly." She couldn't wait to see the different treatment Shen Xuan would receive. "So you look down on yourself this much?" Shen Xuan said in surprise. "Then you should ask Aunt Cheng why she insists on being a concubine instead of being a proper wife." Now, even Aunt Cheng's face turned pale with anger. Although Aunt Cheng came from a humble background, she was still from a respectable family, and her father was a private school teacher. She knew that Shen Jianglin was already engaged, yet she insisted on having a secret commitment with him. "If it weren't for Aunt Cheng coming to ask my mother for a position while heavily pregnant, my mother wouldn't have been so upset. Aunt Cheng, the lady has instructed that if you have no business here, you should leave." "She does not need your assistance," Chiosue said coldly. "Aunt, let's go." Shen Xiyu couldn't stand the situation and pulled Aunt Cheng away from Songfeng Courtyard. Chiosue turned and changed her expression. "Miss, the lady is asking for you to come in." If it weren't for the maid advising Jiang not to get up, she would have already gone out to chase Aunt Cheng away. "Madam," Shen Xuan came to Jiang's side. "Come here." Jiang smiled. "I have looked at Lu Yuan's betrothal gifts, and they are quite generous, so your dowry should be even more substantial to avoid any gossip from the Lu family." Shen Xuan replied, "Madam, my dowry is already very generous. I don't care what others say. I want to give you the 7-section bridal bed as part of your dowry," Jiang said. "No way," Shen Xuan was surprised. That was Jiang's own dowry, crafted for her since birth. It took nearly 10 years to complete, and if it weren't for the lack of space in Songfeng Courtyard, the bed wouldn't have been stored for so long. Jiang smiled. "It was meant to be passed down to my daughter. Even though you are not my biological child, I see you growing up so beautifully, and I think of you as my daughter." "Madam, I understand. You are like a mother to me," Shen Xuan said softly. "You also know that Lu Yuan is a second son. Even if you take the bridal bed, such a valuable item, I worry there won't be space for it there." Jiang frowned and thought for a moment, Once you are married, let Lu Yuan separate from the Lu family early, and I will give you a big house where the bridal bed will fit perfectly. Shin Suan couldn't help but laugh at Zhang's generosity. How did she not notice this charming side of her before? There's one more thing. Anqing took your mother's 5 shops and drove away all the elderly workers. Those were part of your mother's dowry, and I have decided to have them work as managers in my store. They will come to visit you tomorrow, and you can go to the Lu family with them. From the shopkeeper to the maid, there are a total of 120 people. Some were left to you by your mother, and some I selected. You can arrange their duties as you see fit. Shin Suan felt her eyes warm, and her throat felt tight. Okay. As for Aunt Chung, just wait and see her cry. Jiang chuckled softly. Fang's Han Ti has earned a lot of silver, and it will all be your dowry. Madam, are you planning to take all my wealth away? Shin Suan said with a mix of laughter and tears. Jiang gave her a playful glare. A woman must have silver to rely on. Otherwise, do you think Aunt Chung would try to take your shop? Shin Suan nodded with a smile. Sure enough. 2 days later, even from a distance, Shin Suan could hear Aunt Chung crying at the Moon Cinema. Aunt Chung had invested 50,000 taels in Fang's Han Ti, but recently it was said that imperial concubine Yao's favorite was Shuya, causing the price of Fang's Han Ti to plummet. Even selling at a loss wouldn't help. Miss, Aunt Chung has been crying for a long time. She really can cry. Mu Jin said happily. Shin Suan made a profit of 15,000 taels, not only recovering what Aunt Chung had taken but also earning an additional 8,000 taels. That was great. I heard Madam doesn't need to rest in bed today. Let's go for a walk in the garden, Shin Suan said with a smile as she got up. Aunt Chung cried for several days, and Shin Zhonglin felt the pain for several days as well. Shin Suan and Lu Yuan's marriage was proceeding smoothly. Their birth dates showed no conflicts. Thus, their wedding date was set for the 8th day of next month. It shouldn't have been so rushed, but the imperial astronomer calculated for Princess Guangning and found that only the 8th day of next month was suitable for her and Lu Heng. With the royal family deciding, the Shun and Lu families had no choice but to prepare for the wedding quickly. With Lu Heng and Princess Guangning ahead, the marriage of Lu Yuan and Shin Suan was naturally overlooked. Madame Lu, having lost face last time, was not keen on planning and left everything to the steward. Old Prince Jing Zhao directly sent the housekeeper and nurse from the royal residence to help Lu Yuan with the wedding preparations. Madame Shin Er returned as well, allowing Jiang to feel more at ease, no longer worrying that Shin Zhonglin would impulsively give Shin Suan's marriage to Aunt Chung. If that happened, it wouldn't just be about Aunt Chung causing trouble, it would be about Shin Suan losing face in the Lu family in the future. This time, Madame Shin Er only brought her daughter back. Her 2 sons and husband would arrive later. Before marrying Shin Zhonglin, Madame Shin Er had always helped take care of Shin Suan. Shin Suan and Shin Xiao had a good relationship, as the 2 sisters were only 2 years apart. Why didn't you invite me when you came to chat and have fun with our 3rd sister? Shin Xiu's vibrant figure appeared at the door, interrupting their conversation. Shin Xiao smiled and stood up. 2nd sister is here. 3rd sister has become even more beautiful, Shin Xiu said as she looked at Shin Xiao. Indeed, Jiangnan was a place that nurtured beauty. The once dark Shin Xiao had now blossomed into a lovely young woman. Shin Suan glanced at Shin Xiu. Why is 2nd sister dressed so simply today? Shin Xiu almost lost her smile. It was no secret that Aunt Chung had suffered a significant business loss, and many of her jewelry pieces had been pawned. Shin Suan was intentionally trying to embarrass her. Recently, elegant styles have become popular. Didn't the elder sister know? Oh, I forgot. You are about to get married and haven't been out much, so you wouldn't know what's happening outside, Shin Xiu replied with a smile. Elder sister might not know, but yesterday, Lu Yuan was reported by a court official for disrespecting the Empress Dowager's family. The emperor ordered him to reflect in isolation for 3 days. Shin Suan shot a sharp glance at Shin Xiu. You seem to know a lot about court matters, 2nd sister. Don't you know that discussing court politics can lead to punishment? Shin Xiu was startled by Shin Suan's gaze. I didn't discuss anything. I just stated the facts. Second sister, let's not talk about court matters. We don't know who is right or wrong, and we might say something wrong, Shin Xiao interjected. Shin Suian picked up her teacup, her brows slightly furrowed. She had witnessed that night. Lu Yuan had done nothing wrong, yet court officials were still looking for faults. The emperor was also showing favor to the Chu family. For the Chu family, this was not a good thing. The higher they were lifted, the harder they would fall. It's only because Lu Yuan is our future brother-in-law. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said a word, Shin Xiu huffed, her eyes hiding a hint of schadenfreude. Elder sister is truly unfortunate. A good marriage was disrupted by a wine cellar, and now she is to marry a son of uncertain future. Shin Xiao shot her a glance. Second sister, the commander of the town guard is a third-rank official, and even our uncle's rank is not as high as Commander Lu's. It seems my previous words haven't made an impression on second sister, Shin Suian said slowly. You, a daughter of a concubine, look down on Lu Yuan's status. What do you think you are? As if anyone would look up to you. If I hear you say anything bad about Lu Yuan again, I will show you the true difference between legitimate and illegitimate children. Shin Xiu's face turned pale with anger. She was indeed a secondary child, but because her father favored concubine Cheng, her treatment in the Shin family was not worse than Shin Suian's. In the past, Shin Suian would not have dared to speak to her like this. Are you not afraid of what father will say when he finds out you humiliated me? Shin Xiu said, her fingers trembling with rage. Shin Suian had always been used to putting up with things, just to earn a few words of praise from her father. She had swallowed countless tears for a simple acknowledgement of being sensible and obedient. Then go ahead and tell on me. Shin Suian rolled her eyes. Fuming, Shin Xiu left. Eldest sister, you seem like a different person. Shin Xiu couldn't help but clap her hands. It's the first time I've seen you so confident in front of second sister. Don't ever do something foolish like sacrificing your happiness for others, Shin Suian replied. The two sisters quickly forgot about Shin Xiu and started talking about fun stories. However, Shin Suian still felt a sense of unease regarding the Chu family. She was thinking about how to find an excuse to go see Chu Qingli when Chu Qingli rushed in with a box of jewelry, saying she was there to help her get ready. Did you empty your savings for this? Shin Suian exclaimed in surprise. It's not just for me. There are also 2 sets of headpieces that grandmother asked me to bring you, Chu Qingli said with a smile. Anyway, I can't let you lose face in front of the Lu family.
Shen Suyan Uged que Kingli Titli.
Qingli, you are so good to me. Chu Qingli kicked off her shoes and lay back on the bed, pulling Shin Suian down beside her. What you said to me that night, I told grandmother. She said you are very observant and understand things better than we do. Grandmother went to the palace today to apologize, explaining to the emperor and empress that the incident that night was due to the Chu family's oversight. She also said that any relatives hiding fugitives should be handed over to Lu Yuan for investigation. The Chu family will not cover for anyone. Chu Qingli turned over and lowered her voice. Grandmother has ordered that we should not casually take in distant relatives anymore, and father must dismiss his guests. This means the Chu family will become completely isolated. Grandmother Chu is truly wise and brave. She has seen through the Chu family's situation. The emperor does not want the Chu family to gather power for the 5th prince. If the Chu family understands this, could it prevent a complete family downfall? This time, Lu Yuan's reprimand is indeed our Chu family's fault. Chu Qingli whispered, after you marry him, I'll go apologize to him. Shin Suian felt her cheeks heat up. She didn't really feel like she was going to marry Lu Yuan. Hearing his name felt like hearing about a stranger. By the way, I have something interesting to tell you. Song Xiuji's Chunbu one has closed down, Chu Qingli said with a satisfied expression. I heard it's because she was afraid of Princess Guangning coming after her, so the Song family fled the capital overnight. She'll probably just find someone to marry now. Shin Suian's gaze turned cold. It really was the same as in her past life. She had once thought Song Xiuji closed Chunbu wanted to get married, but later learned she was just hiding, waiting for a chance to make a comeback. This time, Song Xiuji was dealing with Princess Guangning, and she really wanted to see how Song Xiuji would make the princess accept her existence once it was discovered that she had become Lu Heng's mistress. On the day of setting up the bed, the Lu family was filled with joy. Even Mrs. Lu was no longer lost in her paintings and occasionally pointed out tasks for the servants. Today, they would set up the bed in an auspicious position. Although Princess Guangning had her own palace, she would eventually stay at the Duke's residence. I specially found a few chubby and clever boys. After we set up the bed, we'll cover it with a dragon and phoenix quilt and let them jump on it, so the princess and Henger can have children for our Lu family soon, Mrs. Lu said with a smile. The old lady Lu nodded in satisfaction, as she was looking forward to having many grandchildren. Is today also the day for Lu Yuan to set up the bed?
Duke Lu suddenly asked.
Since the wedding date was the same, the bed setting would naturally be as well. It should be, Mrs. Lu said, her smile slightly stiffening. Right now, it's all the old prince's people handling things over there, and the daughter-in-law can't get involved. Go take a look. If needed, have the children go jump on the bed, Duke Lu instructed. Mrs. Lu was not very willing to find Lu Yuan. She had never met someone so cold, and his aura was intimidating. She wondered how the Duke's residence raised someone like Lu Yuan, who seemed so ruthless. Big sister, you are Lu Yuan's biological mother. You can't just ignore everything, Mrs. Lu said, looking at Mrs. Lu, the elder. Mrs. Lu, the elder, looked indifferent. I never like to deal with these mundane matters, you know that. Besides, someone needs to take care of Heng. But Mrs. Lu hesitated at the thought of Lu Yuan's icy face. She truly did not want to go. Old Lady Lu said, "You were supposed to handle Lu Yuan's marriage. If your bride price had been arranged properly, the old prince wouldn't have needed to send help." "Yes, I will go check right away," Mrs. Lu replied, unable to argue and biting her lip in frustration. Lu Yuan's quiet courtyard was in the west and had 3 sections. Originally, his 2 concubines lived in the side rooms of the courtyard to serve Lu Yuan. However, half a month ago, they were moved to a small courtyard nearby by Granny Zhou. Granny Zhou had watched Lu Yuan grow up, and their bond was more than just that of a servant and master. She had planned to retire and reunite with her family, but upon hearing about Lu Yuan's marriage, she insisted on coming to help. The large, quiet courtyard was already decorated and waiting for its mistress. Isn't today the day for the bed ceremony? Why is there not a single elder present? Granny Zhou said with a serious expression, feeling sorry for her dear Yuan. Butler, he said, I checked over there and several children are coming. They should arrive shortly. Don't get your hopes up. I just sent a maid to inquire, and they said we can't let the second young master and Princess Guangning miss out on their good fortune. We need to choose some children ourselves for the bed ceremony, said Aunt Lon. Aunt Lon and Butler, he were helping under the old prince's name, but they were actually loyal to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't want any mistakes with his marriage or the courtyard. I'll go discuss this. How can our eldest son not be a part of the Lu family? This favoritism is too much, Granny Zhou said, standing up to leave. She bumped into Mrs. Lu at the door. Mrs. You're just in time. Did you bring children for the bed ceremony for the eldest son? Granny Zhou greeted her and glanced behind her. Mrs. Lu smiled. Lu Yuan's marriage is being handled by the people assigned by the old prince, so I didn't select any children from the clan. Then the second young master can choose 8 boys for the ceremony, but the eldest son can't pick even one? Granny Zhou said, half amused, half angry. If you think so little of the eldest son, remember how this marriage came about. It was granted by the emperor. Everyone's marriage is granted by the emperor. Heng's marriage is to the emperor's favorite, Princess Guangning. Choosing children for the ceremony is a good omen, and Lu Yuan is just a son of a concubine. Should he take away the fortune meant for the princess and Heng? Mrs. Lu replied sharply. There are still a few little girls in the clan. I'll have someone bring them over. Granny Zhou's face turned red with anger. What are you thinking? There's no precedent for girls participating in the bed ceremony. This is what it means to jump. Can we really expect a few boys to carry on the family line? If Lu Yuan has the ability, he could still have 10 or 8 children, said Mrs. Lu Er. Mrs. Er, what are you saying? Granny Zhou almost forgot her place and wanted to scold Mrs. Lu Er. Mrs. Lu Er replied impatiently, anyway, the Lu family doesn't expect Lu Yuan to have many successful children to carry on the family name. Having Hungur is enough. Besides, if Lu Yuan isn't worried, why are you all in such a hurry? Is this your idea, or is it grandfather's? Lu Yuan, tall and upright, slowly walked out of the room. Dressed in his usual attire, Lu Yuan seemed less imposing than usual, but his deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, giving off a cold and serious aura. Mrs. Lu Er gasped involuntarily. She didn't expect Lu Yuan to be home. Shouldn't he be at the town office? She could say the same words to Granny Zhou, but facing Lu Yuan, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Brother, they are being too unreasonable, Granny Zhou said, pulling Lu Yuan's hand, tears falling unconsciously. What you said makes sense. I also want to invite Shi Hai over, but if we anger the princess, who will bear the consequences? Mrs. Lu Er murmured quietly. Lu Yuan's gaze was cold. The princess's Shi Hai cannot be borrowed lightly. Higuanjia, is the auspicious time approaching? In another quarter of an hour, Higuanjia replied respectfully. Second aunt, your presence here might not be very lucky, so you should stay, Lu Yuan said lightly. What did you say? Mrs. Lu Er's expression changed. Just then, Higuanjia suddenly opened the door to the west wing and brought out 4 children, both boys and girls, all looking very charming and adorable. Granny Zhou exclaimed, Higuanjia, it turns out you had everything arranged already. With both sons and daughters, the young master will surely have a full house in the future, Higuanjia said calmly. Mrs. Lu Er had hoped Lu Yuan would come to her for help, and she reluctantly continued to manage the bedding arrangements for him, but unexpectedly. Our future young mistress is truly fortunate. She will surely have many children and live a happy life, Granny Zhou said with a beaming smile. Hearing the laughter coming from Donbo courtyard, Mrs. Lu Er snorted coldly.
What's so impressive about that?
Someone who had just been scolded by the emperor. How long could such favor last? Once Lu Yuan was no longer the commander of the town office, his good days would also come to an end. Mrs. Lu Er maliciously thought to herself, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Although Lu Yuan is a secondary son, who would dare to show him disrespect because of his position as a commander? Even the old lady, who dislikes him the most, still gave him the largest courtyard in the West Wing. Shin Suian has a good reputation among the noble ladies in the capital, and many have come to help her with her makeup these days. With the help of Madame Shin Er, her dowry has finally been settled. I can't believe Sui is getting married so soon, said Madame Shin Er, a gentle and graceful woman, as she tenderly brushed Shin Suian's hair, feeling reluctant to let her go. Shin Er works in the Ministry of Works. Unlike Shin Jianglin, who enjoys studying politics, Shin Er is solely focused on water conservancy and agriculture. He went to Jiangnan to work on water dams, taking his wife and children with him, and was gone for 3 years. Madame Shin Er supported him, and their life was quite fulfilling. Aunt, I am forever grateful for your care over the years, Shin Suian said softly. If my sister-in-law could see us now, she would surely be pleased to know how accomplished Sui has become. Madame Shin Er smiled. She picked up Shin Suian's dowry list and added, the eldest lady has treated you well. Even though you are not her biological daughter, she has treated you just the same. I know. The lady has always regarded me as her own, Shin Suian replied. I don't know how she managed to convince uncle to give you an additional 30,000 taels for your dowry. Originally, Shin Jianglin had only given 1,000 taels and 2 estates, insisting he needed to save some for his younger siblings. Shin Suian understood that her father wanted to keep the money and land for concubine Cheng and her children. In her previous life, she had received more than 3 times that amount for Shin Si's dowry, as he worried that Shin Si, being a secondary daughter, would be looked down upon by her in-laws after marriage, so he insisted on a generous dowry. He even took many treasures from her mother's dowry. This time, She refused to compromise, and Jiang Shi was not lost in grief over her miscarriage, so Shin Jianglin could not meddle with her dowry. Your dowry might not fit in just 120 carts, Madam Shin Er sighed. Then it will be 180 carts, Jiang Shi said as she walked in. Madam Shin Er stood up to greet her. What brings you here, madam? Shin Suian quickly stepped forward to support Jiang Shi's arm. Dr. Zhou said my condition has stabilized, and walking a bit is fine, Jiang Shi replied with a smile. I came to tell you that your uncle and aunt should arrive in the capital before your wedding. Shin Suian's eyes brightened. Really? The Xiao family lives far away in Dingzhou and has guarded the borders for generations. Over the years, she has not had the chance to meet her maternal family again. Old Madame Xiao is getting old. Otherwise, she would surely want to see you off in person, Jiang said. Thank you, madam, Shin Suian replied, feeling emotional, knowing that Jiang must have written to the Xiao family. You are the only child left by your sister in this world. She can't see you off herself, but your uncle is here to you, so your sister in spirit can be comforted, Jiang said, patting Shin Suian's shoulder. Mrs. Shin smiled and said, eldest sister has thought of everything. With us around, no one can touch your dowry, Jiang huffed. Concubine Cheng, having lost all her private money, has recently become obsessed with money. Just yesterday, she made Shin Jianglin promise to help with Shin Suian's marriage, all for the sake of her generous dowry. Especially after learning that besides the dowry left by the Xiao family, the old lady and Jiang had also given Shin Suian a lot of land and jewelry, she was nearly driven mad with jealousy. All her savings were gone. How would her daughter marry in the future? The old lady and Jiang would surely not give her much of a dowry. Wouldn't that mean her daughter would be at a disadvantage compared to Shin Suian? Unfortunately, Concubine Cheng's whispers had become useless, and even if Shin Jianglin wanted to agree, he had no authority to do so. In the busy preparations, the day before the wedding arrived, the Xiao couple finally rushed over just in time to attend their niece's wedding. Old Master Shen hosted a banquet at home. Since the late madam passed away, the interactions between the Xiao and Shin families had decreased. Now, Xiao Du was willing to come and participate in Suian's wedding, which showed how much the Xiao family valued their niece. Suian often mentions old master and old madam, as well as the care from the elders of the Shin family. On behalf of my sister, I thank you all. I am a simple person and not good with words, so I will raise a glass for my parents, Xiao Du said, lifting his cup and drinking 3 times. Shin Jianglin had already smiled and picked up his cup, but Xiao Du didn't even glance at him. It seemed that he was not included among the elders of the Shin family that Xiao Du was thinking. At the joyful banquet, the Xiao couple didn't even spare a glance for Shin Jianglin. Mrs. Xiao thanked Jiang profusely. Shin Suian rarely had 2 cups of fruit wine and felt a bit tipsy. It was wonderful. Her beloved family was doing well. In this life, her grandfather would not exhaust the entire family's strength to help Lu Heng, nor would he be used and discarded by the Lu family after being squeezed for all his worth. Grandfather's health is gradually improving, and everything is developing positively. Shin Suian has many thoughts, but she lacks the excitement and nervousness about getting married tomorrow. It wasn't until she returned to her room and Jiang Shi handed her a fire prevention chart that she felt her cheeks flush. Tomorrow, she will marry Lu Yuan. They will become husband and wife. Just thinking about his cold face made Shin Suian quickly hide the chart under her pillow. She couldn't imagine it, couldn't bear to think about it. Tossing and turning, her eyes opening and closing, the maid came in to wake her up. Mrs. Wu is here to give you some noodles. Mu Jin wiped Shin Suian's face, as her eyes were still closed. Is it so early? Shin Suian yawned. Mrs. Shen and Mrs. Xiao came together. Seeing that Shin Suian hadn't opened her eyes, they both laughed. What did you watch last night that kept you up? Mrs. Xiao teased. Shin Suian suddenly opened her eyes. The fire prevention chart she had hidden under her pillow had somehow fallen out, clearly visible to everyone. Shin Suian hurriedly picked it up. I didn't look at it. There's nothing interesting. Mrs. Xiao replied, yes, nothing interesting at all. The more they talked, the worse it got. Shin Sueon quickly got up. Let's hurry and get ready. Mrs. Shin smiled. I'll go help out front. Mrs. Xiao asked Mu Jin and the others to step back and sat beside Shin Sueon. Sueon, the old lady has missed you very much over the years. She is really happy to know you are getting married. This is your dowry from us. We are far away in Dingzhou and don't have much land in the capital. Take these silver notes. You need money when you get married. Aunt, my dowry is already quite substantial, and I also have the dowry from the Xiao family for my mother. Those are all part of my dowry now. I can't take your money. Shin Sueon looked at the thick stack of silver notes in the box. It must be at least 100,000 taels. Mrs. Xiao said, these are your mother's wishes for you. This is from our Xiao family, it's different.
Lu Yuan.
Although he is a branch family member, he has achieved the position of commander in the town guard, which shows he is not an ordinary person. The distinction between main and branch families doesn't matter. Character is what counts. Shin Sueon understood her aunt's concern that she might feel burdened by Lu Yuan's background. Aunt, I know. I will live a good life. She would not suffer and toil like in her past life with the Lu family. This time, she would live well. Today is Shin Sueon's wedding. Shin Siu got up early and carefully applied her makeup. She wore a brand new dress in a soft blue color, which made her delicate face look even more beautiful, like a pear blossom on a jade surface. Many guests were amazed when they saw her. Shin Siu felt secretly proud. She resembled concubine Chung, with a fair complexion and a slender figure, making her a rare beauty. Over the years, raised as the legitimate daughter by Shin Zhonglin, her charm and grace set her apart from the other daughters in the family. Today's guests are all noble ladies from the capital. You must show them that you are just as good as Shin Sueon, concubine Chung whispered proudly, admiring her daughter's beauty. Yes, Shin Siu nodded modestly. She had a troubling thought. Today, Lu Yuan would come to propose. Would he feel regret if he saw her? Although Shin Sueon was not unattractive, she was still a bit less appealing than Shin Siu. Your father will surely find you a better match than Shin Sueon, concubine Chung said confidently. Lu Yuan, being a lesser son without much favor, would not have a good life after marrying Shin Sueon. Concubine Chung, the old lady has ordered you to stay in the Moon Pavilion today and not go to the front yard. Just as they were about to pass through the flower gate, a maid by the old lady's side stopped concubine Chung. Shin Siu looked at the guests coming and going in the front yard and glared at the maid. It was my father who asked my aunt to help. Concubine Chung, please don't make it difficult for us. The old lady said if you refuse to listen, we will have to take action. We're just worried about causing a scene that would embarrass Yao Guer and Yi Jier. Concubine Chung gritted her teeth in frustration. The old lady always looked down on her, but she never expected to be humiliated on such a joyful day. Since that's the case, I won't go. Yi Jier, take good care of Yao Guer, concubine Chung said, giving Shin Siu a deep look. Shin Siu felt humiliated and vowed to regain her aunt's dignity once she married into a prominent family. The groom has arrived. Someone shouted from outside the main gate. Shin Siu couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes to look out. She had never seen Lu Yuan, the fearsome commander, and wondered what his face looked like. She wondered if Shin Sueon would be scared to tears on her wedding night. The smile of schadenfreude was almost impossible to hide in her eyes. She ignored Aunt Cheng's meaningful gaze and walked toward the crowd. A man in a red robe stepped out from the crowd. For a moment, it seemed like time stood still, and all the light focused on him. With sharp features and a handsome appearance, he exuded a noble aura that also had a hint of coldness and mischief. People dared not look directly at him, but couldn't help stealing glances. Shin Siu's pupils slightly contracted. He was Lu Yuan. How could Lu Yuan be him? A few months ago, at a spring banquet on the outskirts of the city, she encountered trouble with some ruffians who surrounded her carriage. A handsome man descended like a deity to save her. She didn't know he was Lu Yuan. He wasn't wearing his official robes then. In the days since, the scene kept replaying in her mind, and she regretted not asking for his name, unable to even express her gratitude. How could it be Lu Yuan? Wasn't he supposed to be like a terrifying ghost, someone to be avoided? The bride bids farewell to her parents. Shin Suan was dressed beautifully in a bright wedding gown, with gold-threaded sleeves embroidered with auspicious patterns of mandarin ducks and pomegranates, cinched at the waist with a flowing silk belt that perfectly outlined her slender figure. She was supported by Madame Wu as she stepped out. With graceful steps, she looked charming and dignified, a perfect blend of elegance and beauty. Lu Yuan gazed intently at his young wife, and even his usually calm heart stirred with a ripple of emotion. The auspicious time has come. The newlyweds please enter the carriage. With tears in her eyes, Shin Suan looked at Grandfather Shin and Grandmother Shin, saying, "Grandfather, Grandmother, I am leaving." Grandmother Shin held back her tears, wishing, "May you have a smooth life together, and may your marriage be harmonious." Shun Minji from the second branch stepped forward to carry Shin Suan. "Suan, brother will see you off." Shin Siyu's eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan, hoping he would turn to look at her. He had seen her before. He must remember her. If he knew they had met earlier, would he still be willing to marry Shin Suan? "Second sister, we don't need to follow them out." Suddenly, someone grabbed Shin Siyu's hand. Shin Siyu snapped back to reality and looked at the person holding her, Shin Siyu. "Let go." "Second sister, brother-in-law still needs to take sister to the ceremony. Let's help Auntie instead." Shin Siyu tightened her grip. She had sensed something was off with Shin Siyu, especially the way she looked at her brother-in-law. It was not normal. Today was her elder sister's wedding, and she couldn't let Shin Siyu do anything to harm her sister. Shin Siyu's eyes reddened, and the bitterness and jealousy in her heart were almost overwhelming. Why should this be happening? Shin Suan was jealous that she could marry Lu Heng, so why could she marry Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan deserves a woman who loves him wholeheartedly, not someone like Shin Suan who settles for less. Shin Suan surely wouldn't treat him sincerely. She felt it was unfair for Lu Yuan. Shin Siyu shook off Shin Siyu's hand, realizing that chasing after them now would be pointless. Could she really demand that Lu Yuan break off his engagement to marry her? "I'm tired. I want to go back to my room first," she said. Shin Siyu smiled. "Then I'll walk you back, second sister." "Are you afraid I might do something to Shin Suan?" "I'm not that foolish," Shin Siyu replied. In this situation, if she really caused a scene, the old lady would be the first to punish her. "Second sister thinks too much. We are sisters," Shin Siyu said with a smile. "Look, the eldest sister has so much dowry. By the time the wedding procession arrives at the Lu family, I bet the dowry hasn't even been fully brought out from the Shin family." Shin Siyu felt a jealousy, like thousands of ants biting her. Grandfather and grandmother are biased. They naturally gave all the valuable things to her. By the time we marry, there might be nothing left for us. That's their property. As juniors, can we really ask for it? Shin Siyu said dismissively. "The eldest sister deserves the best." Shin Siyu sneered. "You have your second aunt to protect you, so you won't lack anything. My birth mother is just a concubine. How could my legitimate mother care about me? Didn't second sister say she wanted to go back to rest?" Shin Siyu asked with a smile. "Humph." Shin Siyu snorted coldly and returned to her courtyard. Thinking about the man she longed for now being her brother-in-law, she couldn't help but cry again. She hated Shin Suan so much. If only Shin Suan didn't exist. Today, the Lu family is celebrating a wedding, with two young masters getting married at the same time. Since Lu Heng is holding the ceremony at the princess's residence, to show the Lu family's respect for Princess Guangning, Duke Lu and other elders from the Lu family are also at the princess's residence. Lu Heng looked at the unfamiliar and luxurious princess's residence, feeling an uncontrollable sense of resistance. Last night, he had a dream about getting married, but it was at the Duke's residence. Amidst the joyful atmosphere and the sound of drums, he walked in holding the hand of a beautiful woman. He saw her slowly lower her fan, revealing Shin Suan's smiling face. He woke up startled from the dream. He must be too tired lately to dream of marrying Shin Suan. "Prince consort, come over for a drink." The third prince shouted, pulling Lu Heng's hand toward the guests. The princess's residence was lively today, with most of the nobility from the capital attending Lu Heng and Princess Guangning's wedding. The Lu family must be quite lonely right now. At this time, Shen Suian should have already been welcomed to the Shen family. Facing the empty Lu family without any elders or guests to congratulate her, will she regret how badly things went between them? The emperor has already said today that once Lu Heng marries Princess Guangning, he will step down from his position as an official and work in the Ministry of Rights, the Duke of Lu said with a gloomy expression, which contrasted sharply with the cheerful atmosphere around him. On such a joyful day, Duke, let's not speak of such things. This is just the beginning. The noble consort and Princess Guangning will surely work hard for Heng's future. The old lady of the Lu family remained optimistic. The Duke of Lu, feeling irritated, took a sip of wine. No prince consort has ever entered the cabinet. His greatest hope for Lu Heng is to become a high-ranking official. We should head back soon. We need to check on Lu Yuan, the Duke of Lu said. The others fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. There probably weren't many guests at the Lu family right now. I sent Wei to take a look. It's just across the street, and he should be back soon. Ah, here he is, Mrs. Lu Tu said with a smile.
Lu Wei sat down, out of breath.
Grandfather, grandmother, don't worry. It's very lively over at my brother's place. Are you sure? Mrs. Lu Tu asked in surprise. The old prince and the second prince both went there. I even saw them drinking together, Lu Wei replied. The Duke of Lu exclaimed, the second prince is there? He quickly stood up and looked around, but he couldn't see the second prince. The second prince is the brother of Princess Guangning. Why would he go to the Lu family instead of the princess's residence? The old lady of the Lu family found it hard to believe. The Duke of Lu also noticed that among the guests at the princess's residence, very few were families or fathers and sons together. It seemed half of them were at the Lu family. I'll go check, the Duke of Lu said in a low voice. The second prince is the emperor's favorite, known for his intelligence and diligence, and he is currently working in the Ministry of Revenue. Although the Duke expressed his intention to establish a legitimate heir, he did not want to offend the second prince. As the Duke of Lu left, someone quickly reported this scene to Princess Guangning. This is outrageous. Princess Guangning, adorned with jewels, angrily knocked over the tea that a maid handed her. My second brother didn't come to my wedding, but went to the Lu family instead. Your Highness, please calm down. Most of the guests in the capital are here. There are hardly any at the Lu family. Shen Suian is just a small light. How can she compete with your brilliance? The maid quickly reassured Princess Guangning. Princess Guangning coldly snorted. Have you found out how much dowry Shen Suian has? Your Highness, no matter how much dowry Shen Suian has, it cannot compare to yours, the maid replied.
Speak.
Princess Guangning glared. The maid lowered her head. Your Highness, it seems to be 180. Princess Guangning's beautiful face twisted with anger. That's Shen Suian. How dare she steal my spotlight? Is she holding a grudge because I took her fiancé, and is she trying to annoy me on purpose? How dare she? I will not let her have an easy time with the Lu family. Your Highness, the prince is here, a palace maid whispered from outside. Princess Guangning took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and revealed a sweet, bright smile. Shen Suian sat nervously in her new room. She thought her wedding to Lu Yuan would have few guests since the Duke and his family were at the princess's residence. Today's excitement should belong to Lu Heng and Princess Guangning. But during the ceremony, she was surprised to see the old Duke Jing Zhao officiating. Even the second prince was present. Shen Suian gained a new understanding of Lu Yuan's status and connections in court. She recalled the moment Lu Yuan lifted her bridal veil. The surprise and desire in his eyes startled her. His gaze was so intense that it felt as if he wanted to consume her right then and there. The room was brightly lit, and the warmth from the heated floor made Shen Suian feel a bit restless. The groom has arrived. With the maid's voice at the door, Shen Suian became tense. The tall figure walked in, and the once spacious room felt suddenly claustrophobic. After the maids bowed and smiled before leaving, Only Shin Suan remained facing Lu Yuan. They had little interaction before. Even in her past life, they had only seen each other occasionally at home without speaking. Now, they were already married. Lu Yuan sat down beside her, a faint scent of alcohol surrounding him. Shin Suan's heart raced, unsure how to respond. "Are you tired?" His deep, slightly husky voice reached her ears. "I'm okay," Shin Suan replied softly. After she spoke, she thought she heard him chuckle softly. Lu Yuan took her hand. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something first?" "I just ate." Shin Suan felt his warm grip, as if it were on fire. "I'm not intentionally ignoring you. I'm just hungry. If you're hungry, I can ask the maid to make you a bowl of noodles." Seeing his young wife flustered and rambling, Lu Yuan's smile deepened. He patiently said, "I already ate outside." Shin Suan bit her lip. Then, "Do you want to take a bath first?" "I've already bathed," Lu Yuan replied. No wonder he still had a faint scent of soap. Shin Suan didn't know what to say next. Lu Yuan took her hand and sat down at the table. "Let's drink the wedding wine."
Okay.
Shin Suan took a few deep breaths. She shouldn't be this nervous. She was supposed to be the experienced one, yet she felt like it was her first wedding, while Lu Yuan remained calm and composed. "Are you very nervous, my lady?" Lu Yuan leaned in close, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Shin Suan's cheeks flushed. "No, not at all." Lu Yuan looked down at her and placed the wine cup in her hand. "My lady, please." After drinking the wedding wine, Shin Suan, trying to hide her nervousness, had the maid come in to help her remove the jewelry from her hair. Finally, under that intense gaze, she entered the bathing room. "Miss, the water is getting cold," Mujin quietly reminded her. Shin Suan realized she had been in there for quite a while. She got up, put on a red silk robe, and slowly walked out of the bathing room. Lu Yuan was lounging on the bed, casually flipping through a book. Where did the book come from? Her belongings were still packed away in boxes. Shin Suan approached curiously, step by step. The book in Lu Yuan's hands became clearer, and the pattern on it was so familiar. It was the fire prevention diagram she had intentionally left at the Shin family today. Why was it in Lu Yuan's hands? Shin Suan felt like she could just disappear on the spot. It must have been her aunt who secretly put it in her box again. She didn't know which maid had accidentally dropped it while fetching her clothes. And now, Lu Yuan had found it. He was even looking at it so seriously. As if he heard her footsteps, Lu Yuan finally looked up from the diagram and saw his young wife standing nearby, her face filled with embarrassment and anger. The soft red silk robe accentuated her graceful figure, and her fair, slender neck glowed like jade under the light. Lu Yuan's gaze darkened, his eyes filled with a piercing intensity as he took in every inch of her, lingering on her delicate waist. Shin Suan felt that his gaze was too intense, as if he could set her on fire with his eyes. "Madam, which position do you prefer?" Lu Yuan asked in a low voice while holding a fire safety manual. "Let her just give up." Shin Suan's face turned warm, and her bright eyes seemed ready to burst into flames. Lu Yuan carefully closed the manual and placed it in a box on the side table. It wasn't until he picked her up in his arms that Shin Suan realized what was happening, instinctively pushing against his strong chest. "Madam, let's go to bed." At that moment, Lu Yuan appeared to Shin Suan like a hungry beast, waiting to devour her. His body was indeed eager for his little wife. He wanted her. Since the first time he saw Shin Suan, his thoughts had not stopped. He was careful, afraid of hurting her by mistake. He couldn't rush it. The young girl would be scared the first time. He wanted her to enjoy it and to like being with him. Shin Suan had never felt such a tingling sensation all over. Even her toes curled up. He was slowly enticing her, helping her relax. After the storm passed, Shin Suan's hands lay weakly on Lu Yuan's shoulders, too tired to even move her fingers. Lu Yuan held his delicate and soft little wife contentedly, noticing her fair skin glowing with a tempting blush, her lips slightly parted from breathing heavily. She had clearly enjoyed it, or she wouldn't have gripped his back so tightly that it still stung. Just as he imagined, his little wife was both sweet and soft. Lu Yuan leaned down, wanting to kiss her lips. Sensing his warm breath approaching, Shin Suian instinctively turned her head to avoid his kiss. She huddled her shoulders and buried her face in the pillow. Oh no! Would someone as cold as Lu Yuan get angry? Would he hit her, or just leave? A warm hand rested on the back of her head, and Shin Suian felt his warm lips kiss her neck. Then, he lifted her up in his arms.
Ah?
Shin Suian exclaimed, her hands clinging to his neck. Lu Yuan looked down at her, a smile on his lips. The warm water is ready. Let's go wash up. Shin Suian's face turned red. I can go by myself.
Can you walk?
Lu Yuan gently set her down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her legs felt weak, and she fell back into Lu Yuan's embrace. She is usually such a clever and smart person, so why does she keep making mistakes in front of Lu Yuan today? In her mind, she has experienced so much that she should be calm and composed with anyone and anything. She thought she would be steady and relaxed around Lu Yuan. But how did it turn out like this? It's even worse than in her past life. It's really embarrassing. When Shin Suian's head was spinning and she was carried back to bed, she realized that Lu Yuan had even helped her clean up. The bed had been changed to a clean mattress, and the maid, blushing, took away the messy blankets. Shin Suian sighed to herself. Well, it's fine as it is. It's normal to be flustered the first time. She would get better at it later. She wouldn't let Lu Yuan affect her emotions again. She thought she would be unable to sleep all night, but as soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep before she could sort out her thoughts. Lu Yuan heard the girl beside him breathing softly and reached out to pinch her cheek. He had never seen such a delicate girl. If he pressed a little harder, she would cry out in pain, and her expressions were all too obvious, even though she thought she was hiding them well. If it weren't for the matter with Lu Heng and the wine cellar, this girl wouldn't even belong to him. From the first moment he saw her at the Chu family, he felt that Lu Heng was not worthy of her. Lu Yuan smirked slightly, reaching out to pull the girl into his arms. Tomorrow, she would have to serve tea to the people of the Lu family. Today, all the elders of the Lu family went to the princess's residence, just to make him and Shin Suian look bad. The matter of Shin Suian wanting to break off her engagement with Lu Heng must have left a mark in everyone's hearts. There would surely be many difficulties in the future. If the girl was too delicate and timid, she might be bullied. He needed to find a chance to talk to her. Her future was not in the hands of the Lu family, and she didn't need to compromise in front of them. Lu Yuan glanced at the sky outside and slowly closed his eyes. It was just dawn, with a light blue sky dotted with a few fading stars, and the servants of the Lu family had already begun to move quietly. Before long, the morning light rose, and the maids brought hot water into each master's room to help them get up and wash. Shin Suian momentarily forgot that she was already married. When she heard Mu Jin calling her to get up, she pulled the blanket over her face. Okay, Mu Jin, let me sleep a little longer. My whole body aches. Hearing her soft complaints, Lu Yuan chuckled. First, go serve the tea, and then you can continue sleeping after that. Serve tea? Shin Suian woke up almost instantly. She quickly pulled down the blanket and stared blankly at Lu Yuan, who was standing by the bed, already dressed. She almost forgot that she married Lu Yuan yesterday and that today she needed to serve tea to the elders of the Lu family. She hurriedly sat up. I'll get ready right away. It won't take long. Lu Yuan's handsome face showed a smile. No rush, we have time.
Take your time.
Shin Suian quickly got ready. She took a sip of tea and calmly looked at Lu Yuan. We can go now. Breakfast is ready. Let's eat first. There's no hurry, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. You didn't eat much yesterday. Aren't you hungry? Hungry. She felt very hungry right now. She didn't care how the other members of the Lu family viewed her. It was just that he was still here, and she thought he was urging her to hurry. Since he didn't care about the elders' opinions, why should she worry? Okay. Shin Suian smiled a graceful smile. Lu Yuan looked at her for a moment. Her smile was pretty, but it seemed a bit forced, like a porcelain doll with a fake smile. Let's eat, Lu Yuan said. The girl who had scratched his back yesterday seemed more genuine. Shin Sueon enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and by the time she finished, it was already a quarter past the hour. After rinsing her mouth, she noticed Lu Yuan was staring at her intently. Shin Sueon instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth. Did she not clean it properly? Lu Yuan smirked. You have some lipstick on your lips. Do you want to touch it up? Shin Sueon's cheeks warmed. The couple walked side by side to the main room. Shin Sueon felt no unfamiliarity with the Lu family, but the main room still gave her a sense of suffocating pressure. The maid at the door greeted them. Young master, young mistress. The maid looked Shin Sueon up and down before lifting the bright red curtain. The servants of the Lu family really judged people by appearances. Last time she came to serve tea and pay respects, the servants were all respectful and polite, unlike now when they boldly scrutinized her. Once they entered the hall, they found that everyone from the Lu family was present, from the Duke of Lu to the least noticeable daughters. As soon as Lu Yuan and Shin Sueon appeared, the room fell silent. A few young girls standing to the side, like quails, secretly looked up at them. Shin Sueon maintained a warm and graceful smile. It turned out that Princess Guangning and Lu Heng were also there. The young mistress has finally arrived. It's commendable that Princess Guangning got up early to serve tea to the elders, but she insists on waiting for you, sister-in-law. Mrs. Lu Er's sharp voice rang out. Shin Sueon knelt and greeted, I pay my respects to the elders. She then bowed to Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu, completely ignoring Mrs. Lu Er. This dismissive attitude only made Mrs. Lu Er more annoyed. I didn't expect my second brother to come so early. If I had known, we should have arrived before dawn to wait outside, Lu Yuan said calmly. Shin Sueon almost smiled. Indeed, it wasn't late at all. Lu Heng and Princess Guangning had just arrived moments before them. However, she couldn't understand why Princess Guangning had come so early. As a princess, she should need to serve tea to her elders. Lu Heng glanced at Lu Yuan and said expressionlessly, Big brother is at the Lu family and still arrived later than us. My wife is delicate and not as strong as Princess, so she needs a bit more rest, Lu Yuan replied. Hearing this, Lu Heng's hand instinctively tightened, his gaze sweeping over Shin Sueon's face. She looked brighter than ever, showing no signs of being delicate. Had she really not felt any reluctance about marrying Lu Yuan? Since their arranged marriages, he hadn't seen Shin Sueon, and he thought she must regret the commotion they had caused. Marrying someone with Lu Yuan's reputation, she must be worried day and night. Perhaps she even wanted to seek his help to fix things, but even after the wedding, she hadn't come to find him. Lu Heng had agreed to let Princess Guangning come early today to see Shin Sueon's regretful expression. Lu Yuan, how can you speak to Brother Heng like that? Old Mrs. Lu began to scold Lu Yuan. Enough. Is this little matter worth arguing over? Duke Lu interrupted, not wanting her to show favoritism on his grandson's wedding day. Suddenly, Lu Heng felt a sharp pain in his hand. He turned to look at Princess Guangning, who smiled but had a cold glare directed at him. Princess Guangning was both angry and resentful. She knew Lu Heng still had feelings for Shin Sueon and was watching her closely. Shin Sueon, having married Lu Yuan, still dared to flirt with Lu Heng. Mrs. Lu was unaware of the tension between Princess Guangning and Lu Heng. She was focused on finishing her painting of a snowy scene and wanted to serve tea quickly so she could return to it. Please serve tea. The princess will be going to the palace with Ah Heng soon. The maid placed a cushion on the floor, and Lu Yuan took Shin Sueon's hand as they approached the Duke and Duchess of Lu. The new bride will serve tea to the elder and the lady, Mama Zheng said with a smile, handing a cup of tea to Shin Sueon. Shin Sueon glanced at her, raised her hands to her forehead, and respectfully knelt down, saying, I apologize for being late today, and I ask for forgiveness from the elder and the lady. Mama Zheng's face turned red, as if she was holding back something. Young madam, please accept the tea first. Lu Yuan shot a sharp look at her. Does Mama Zheng think the young madam does not need to apologize? You, a servant, have such strong opinions? I dare not. Mama Zheng's expression changed. The elder lady waved her hand. All right, just accept the tea. Shen Suian choked up. The elder lady is generous and does not hold it against me, but I cannot take it for granted. Oh no, Mama Zheng exclaimed, dropping the teacup. Lu Yuan quickly hugged Shen Suian to avoid the hot tea. Shen Suian looked at Mama Zheng in fear and saw her fingers blistered from the heat, unable to suppress a cold laugh in her heart. She had experienced this trick before, deliberately serving her hot tea to make her drop the cup in front of everyone, giving her a bad reputation. The elder lady's petty thoughts had not changed at all. Useless thing. The elder lady glared at Mama Zheng. Hurry and prepare more tea. Mama Zheng hid her burned hand, not daring to let the Duke see. Yes, I will prepare it right away. Did you get burned? The Duke asked with a frown. Shen Suian lowered her head. I am fine, grandfather. The elder lady looked at Shen Suian with disdain and scolded the maid beside her. Quickly clean up and bring another cushion for the young madam. This time, the tea was at a suitable temperature, and Shen Suian accepted it, respectfully serving tea to her elders. The Duke said some auspicious words and gave Shen Suian a red envelope that was not too thin. Thank you, grandfather. Shen Suian was somewhat surprised, thinking the Duke had never regarded Lu Yuan highly. This red envelope was actually for Lu Yuan's sake. The elder lady was more perfunctory, giving her a rather ordinary jade bracelet. Shen Suian still accepted it with a smile. Next, it was time to serve tea to her in-laws. Their tea ceremony was even more perfunctory. Uncle Lu looked at Lu Yuan not like a son, but rather like a stranger. Duke Lu has 3 sons and 2 daughters. The third son, Lu San, is a son from a concubine and is currently serving in the military, not in the capital. Besides Lu Heng and Lu Yan, who are the legitimate children, Uncle Lu also has Lu Yuan and 2 daughters from concubines. Then there is the second son, who has no concubines and has only 2 sons with Madame Lu. These people are familiar faces to Shen Suian, but she pretends not to know them as Lu Yuan introduces her one by one. For the elders, she respectfully serves tea and accepts the gifts they offer. For her peers, she prepared red hairpins for the girls and inkstones for the boys from the second branch. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lu Yan pouted, her eyes showing disdain. Shen Suian's gift was the same as everyone else's. How could those 2 children from concubines compare to her? Thank you, sister-in-law. The others politely bowed, ignoring Lu Yan's expression. Shen Suian didn't want to pay attention to Lu Yan, who she thought was ungrateful. In her previous life, whenever Lu Yan saw jewelry she liked in Shen Suian's room, she would say she wanted to borrow it for a few days, but never returned it. Later, when Lu Yan took the bracelet left to her by her mother, Shen Suian couldn't help but mention it to Lu Heng. What she received in return was Lu Heng's impatient reprimand, thinking she was being too petty over just a bracelet. She was so angry at that moment that she couldn't say a word. Thinking about the unpleasant experiences from her past made Shen Suian's expression darken, and she seemed a bit down. Lu Yuan glanced at her, noticing the change in her mood. What was wrong? Please, second young master and Princess Guangning, serve tea? Mama Zheng's loud voice rang out. Lu Yuan calmly withdrew his gaze and stood aside with Shen Suian to observe. The attitude of Duke Lu and the old lady was completely different from when Shen Suian served tea earlier. They smiled warmly. Princess Guangning was of royal blood, and they were subjects, so even while serving tea, they wouldn't dare ask her to kneel. But this did not affect their attitude towards Princess Guangning and Lu Heng. The contrast was striking. Even the gifts they gave were of different significance. Lu Yuan glanced at his young wife again, wondering if she was upset about this matter. But Shen Suian's expression had already calmed, and her lips even curled into a gentle smile. It seemed that the Lu family's warm attitude towards Princess Guangning did not affect her at all. Lu Yan received a meeting gift from Princess Guangning and loudly praised, "Sister-in-law, you are so noble and special. Even a meeting gift is very valuable. I really like it. I wish you and my second brother a long and happy marriage and many children." Princess Guangning smiled, clearly pleased, and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, dear sister." Everyone's gaze unintentionally shifted to Shen Suian. Lu Yan seemed to be deliberately putting Shin Sueon in an awkward position, and one wondered if she felt hurt by such treatment as a new bride. Shin Sueon felt speechless. Sometimes, she couldn't understand Lu Yan's greed and her desire to take advantage. As the only legitimate daughter of the Duke's family, how could she have such shallow and foolish traits? Perhaps some people's nature is just innate. Grandfather, grandmother. The princess wants to move to the Duke's residence, so we won't be returning to the princess's palace today, Lu Heng suddenly said. Duke Lu straightened up and looked at Princess Guangning with curiosity. Is this your wish, your highness? Princess Guangning smiled. Yes, my husband grew up in the Duke's residence, and he would surely feel uncomfortable in the princess's palace. I also want to show respect to you both and my parents-in-law. Her words were heartfelt, and the old lady Lu nodded in agreement. That's good. Living together will be lively. The smile on Duke Lu's face faded slightly. All right. Lu Yuan raised his eyelids and glanced at Duke Lu. Everyone's attention was on Princess Guangning and Lu Heng, while Shin Sueon felt a bit weary and could only patiently wait. We should head back first, Lu Yuan said in a low voice. Shin Sueon was surprised. Is that okay? Yes, Lu Yuan nodded and approached Duke Lu and the others, saying, Grandfather, grandmother, we will take our leave now. There was no gentle excuse, just a blunt tone. Duke Lu paused for a moment. After you take your wife back, come to the study. Lu Heng's eyes flickered, and he looked thoughtfully at Lu Yuan. In the past, their grandfather never asked Lu Yuan to go to the study. In fact, because Lu Yuan was the commander of the pacification office, their grandfather was quite wary of him. Lu Yuan naturally took Shin Sueon's hand and left the main room. There's really no sense of propriety. Sister-in-law, that's your daughter-in-law. You should teach her well, Mrs. Lu Er said with a pout, turning to Mrs. Luda to complain. Mrs. Luda smiled. I can't control him. She never regarded Lu Yuan as her son, so how could she manage Lu Yuan's wife? It would be a thankless task. Madame Lu said, Henge, you should take the prince back to rest. You must be tired after yesterday. Yes, grandmother, Lu Heng replied, lowering his eyes. After greeting her, he accompanied Princess Guangning back to Ziyuan Hall. Your Highness, this is our courtyard. It has been repaired, but if you need anything else, please feel free to ask the servants, Lu Heng said politely. Princess Guangning glanced around. Although the courtyard was not as grand as the princess's residence, it was still acceptable. I am not used to other people's things. The palace maids will bring me what I need later, Princess Guangning smiled. She hooked her arm through Lu Heng's sleeve and tilted her head, smiling at him. Prince, are you feeling unhappy? Your Highness, please don't think too much. I'm not unhappy, Lu Heng replied. Living in the Duke's residence, you will see Shin Sueon every day. Is that all right with you? Princess Guangning asked innocently. Lu Heng paused and turned to look at her. Why do you mention someone else, Princess? Is she not someone else? Princess Guangning giggled, clearly testing him. Your Highness, my relationship with my sister-in-law was only a verbal engagement by our elders. We rarely meet, and there are no romantic feelings. Please don't misunderstand, Lu Heng said, frowning, slightly annoyed by her repeated probing. I didn't say anything. Why are you so nervous? Princess Guangning huffed. She leaned against Lu Heng's shoulder. Prince, don't worry. In the future, I will definitely plead for you in front of my father. Even if you can't enter the cabinet, you can still receive a title. Lu Heng's expression was cold. If he did not become a prince, he still had the hereditary title from the Duke's residence. I heard that Lu Yuan has 2 concubines.
Prince, what about you?
You said you have no romantic feelings for your former fiancé, but do you have feelings for anyone else? Princess Guangning asked with a smile. Like a beloved or a maid? None. Lu Heng replied firmly. Princess Guangning was satisfied. I certainly believe you. After leaving the main room, Shin Sueon released Lu Yuan's broad hand and shyly lowered her head to thank him. Thank you, my husband. She knew that if it weren't for Lu Yuan's strong support today, the Lu family would not have missed the chance to make things difficult for her. Lu Yuan looked at her with deep eyes. She was only as tall as his chest and was slightly bowing her head, revealing a slender, pale neck where he had left marks the night before. He felt inexplicably warm. Not hearing his voice, Shen Sueon looked up at him. Her eyes sparkled like the moon. Husband? Shen Sueon felt a bit nervous under his gaze. Let's go back, Lu Yuan said in a low voice. Is your hand okay? Shen Sueon hesitated, looking at his right hand. Lu Yuan paused for a moment and showed her his hand. His palm was large, and the back of his hand was a bit darker, but there were still some red marks visible. When Jung Mama's teacup fell earlier, he had protected her, and the hot tea splashed onto his hand. You need to treat that, Shen Sueon frowned, remembering how difficult Jung Mama had been today. But she also knew that without the old lady's approval, Jung Mama wouldn't dare act this way. Even though Lu Yuan was a son born out of wedlock, he was still a young master of the Duke's residence and the commander of the local garrison. If Jung Mama made things hard for her, it would be like slapping Lu Yuan's face. This little injury is nothing, he said, not even feeling the pain. Before Shen Sueon could respond, Lu Yuan had already taken her wrist again and was leading her back to the courtyard. She could have gone back on her own. Shen Sueon had gotten up early, and her waist still felt weak. She just wanted to take a good nap. Do you want to take a walk in the garden? Lu Yuan asked softly. He didn't seem in a hurry to find the Duke. Did he want to keep the Duke waiting? Shen Sueon replied, I'm a bit tired. I want to go back. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze lingering on her slim waist. His eyes were too intense, and Shen Sueon realized he was thinking inappropriately, but couldn't argue with him here. Seeing her fair cheeks turning red, a darker look flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He finally decided against taking her to the garden. Once back in the courtyard, Shen Sueon quietly sighed in relief. Although she wanted to send Lu Yuan away, she still took out the ointment. Husband, let me treat your hand, Shen Sueon said. Lu Yuan glanced at the back of his hand. Soon, the red marks would fade. But he still extended his hand, watching as his young wife carefully applied the ointment. She even blew gently on his hand, worried he might feel pain. He didn't want to go find the Duke anymore. Did you get burned anywhere else? Lu Yuan asked, wrapping his arms around her waist. Thinking about how slim her waist was, he could easily hold it with one hand. Images of her soft, delicate skin filled his mind, and he feared he might hurt her if he squeezed too hard. Shen Sueon noticed the change in his demeanor, and her cheeks flushed. It was still broad daylight. She was tired all over and didn't want to indulge him. Husband, I'm fine. The Duke is still waiting for you, Shen Sueon hinted, trying to send him away. Lu Yuan's eyes were deep, and his large hand resting on her waist was warm. The young master and young mistress, the two concubines, have come to serve tea to the young mistress. A maid's voice came from outside. Shen Sueon relaxed a bit. Someone was here to see her, so she didn't have to worry about Lu Yuan pulling her into something inappropriate during the day. That would be too embarrassing for her. Lu Yuan smiled and said to her, the servants in this courtyard will follow your arrangements. If anyone disobeys, just let me know. Does that include his two concubines? Shen Sueon softly agreed. Lu Yuan lifted the curtain and stepped outside. His cold and authoritative voice followed. The young mistress has just arrived, and from now on, she is in charge here. You will listen to her commands. Her orders are the same as mine. Shen Sueon was slightly taken aback by this. Mujin leaned closer and smiled. Miss, the young master cares about you. Are the two concubines in the side hall? Shen Sueon lowered her eyes. She instinctively compared Lu Yuan's warmth to Lu Heng's indifference, but quickly dismissed the thought. There was no need for comparison. There was nothing to compare. In this lifetime, she had no connection with Lu Heng. Yes, they have been waiting for a while, Mujin whispered. Old Madame Zhou is also in the side hall. Shen Sueon had not seen Lu Yuan's two concubines much. She only knew one was surnamed Guan, and the other Lin. Concubine Guan's brother had died saving Lu Yuan, leaving her as the only family. Concubine Lin had a significant background. She was originally a senior maid beside imperial concubine Yao, and was given to Lu Yuan as a concubine. Both concubines were not ordinary. Shin Sueon felt she could not easily handle them. This was also why others felt sympathy for her when they heard she was married to Lu Yuan. Shin Sueon thought to herself that concubine Guan's brother had sacrificed his life, so it wasn't right for her to become someone else's concubine. Lu Yuan really didn't care. Why didn't he find concubine Guan a good match? Although she was grumbling internally, her face remained calm. Upon entering the side hall, Shin Sueon wore a graceful smile, her gaze briefly resting on the two concubines. One was beautiful and gentle, with soft features like a delicate pear blossom. This must be concubine Guan. The other, concubine Lin, had a curvy figure and alluring eyes, exuding charm. Each had their own appeal. Both were stunning beauties. Lu Yuan was truly fortunate. As Shin Sueon observed them, the two concubines were also quietly watching her. Concubine Guan's eyes showed a hint of sadness, and her smile faded slightly. This young lady is much more beautiful than she imagined. I have seen the young lady, Aunt Lin said as she bent her knee in greeting. Aunt Guan looked at Aunt Lin in surprise, not expecting her to yield to Shin so easily. No wonder she came from a servant background. She truly had a submissive nature. Shin Sueon smiled lightly. Aunt Guan bowed her head, saying, I have seen the young lady. Once they all greeted her, Grandma Zhou said to Shin Sueon, young lady, both aunts have served the young master before and are now arranged to stay in the nearby courtyard. You are the master, and they are your servants. They should come to offer you tea. Although they entered first, they only established their status after serving tea to the main wife. Shin Sueon just wanted to get through this quickly and go back to sleep. To be honest, she didn't want to provoke either of these aunts. One was the sister of her lifesaver, and the other was a trusted confidant of the favored concubine. She wasn't confident that Lu Yuan would distance himself from them for her sake. It was best for everyone to coexist peacefully and avoid any embarrassing situations. Both aunts came today with the intention of testing Shin Sueon, as she would soon be the main wife above them. If she turned out to be narrow-minded, they would need to find a way to deal with her. However, seeing the still somewhat naive Shin Sueon, they felt a bit more relaxed. Being young is an advantage. Shin Sueon noticed their glances and thoughts, but didn't pay much attention. I hope you both behave and serve the young master well, helping the Lu family grow, Shin Sueon said as she accepted the tea from them. Her straightforward words made her position clear. She didn't mind their presence as long as they didn't resort to underhanded tactics behind her back. If they caused her trouble, she would make things difficult for them too. Aunt Lin smiled sweetly, saying, Yes, young lady, I will definitely serve you and the young master well. Yes, Aunt Guan lowered her head, a hint of resentment hidden in her eyes. Shin Sueon didn't care about their feelings. In her past life, Lu Yuan's two concubines barely had any presence. She hoped they would both know their place. I don't need you to serve me daily. There's no need to establish rules every day, Shin Sueon said. Aunt Lin replied with a smile, Young lady, you are so considerate of us servants. How could we really take advantage? I'm not just being polite. I prefer peace and quiet. Just focus on serving the young master, Shin Sueon said. After such a tiring day like last night, she really hoped someone could help her share the load. Aunt Guan's eyes flickered as she softly said, We would like to serve the young master. But the maid Hong Xiu takes on all the tasks, afraid we might take her place.
Onze yeux?
Shin Sueon recalled that Hong Xiu was a servant from the Lu family who had served Lu Yuan since childhood. Although they hadn't met often, it was clear that Hong Xiu had a sharp and bold personality. Her last memory of Hong Xiu was when she hanged herself after receiving news of Lu Yuan's death. Aunt Lin glanced at Aunt Guan and lowered her head in silence. Aunt Guan, is the young master satisfied with what Hong Xiu does? Shin Sueon asked slowly. I'm not sure, Aunt Guan replied, looking down. Shin Sueon studied her closely. It seemed Aunt Guan was in a hurry to give Hong Xiu a warning, indicating their relationship wasn't good. A maid who could make two ants cautious must have Lu Yuan's trust. So, there was no need for her to interfere in their close master-servant bond. She didn't want to be used by Aunt Guan. "You may leave now," Shin Suian said, serving tea as a gesture to send them off. Aunt Guan wondered if Shin Suian would become wary of Hong Xiu. She believed Hong Xiu had big ambitions and wouldn't be content just being Lu Yuan's maid. Once the two aunts had left, Shin Suian sighed wearily. Madame Zhou, who had been silent, stepped forward. "Young madam, you worked hard yesterday. If you'd like, Fu Zhu can come and help you relax with some massage. Madame Zhou has been busy with my and my husband's wedding as well. You should rest more," Shin Suian replied gently, treating Madame Zhou with more care than other servants. Feeling cared for by the new young madam, Madame Zhou felt comforted. "Thank you for your concern, young madam. Although the tasks are trivial, they aren't tiring for me." Shin Suian knew Madame Zhou was a long-time member of the Lu family and had watched Lu Yuan grow up, so their bond was special. "Madame Zhou, I'm new here, so I will need your guidance in the future," Shin Suian said. "You are wise and kind, young madam. You and the young master will surely live harmoniously and happily," Madame Zhou replied. She had noticed that Aunt Guan had intentionally brought up Hong Xiu to make the young madam cautious, but the young madam didn't take the bait and merely responded lightly. Shin Suian held onto Mu Jin's hand as she stood up and said softly, "Grandma, my whole body is sore. Please let Fu Chu come in." Zhou Grandma smiled and replied, "I'll arrange that right away." Besides the 4 maids accompanying Shin Suian, there were 6 other maids in the courtyard. She had not yet figured out everyone's background and needed to be careful about whom she trusted. However, since it was recommended by Zhou Grandma, she assumed they were trustworthy. Fu Chu had a round face, and when she smiled, she had 2 cute dimples that made her very likable. Once inside, Fu Chu greeted Shin Suian with a bow. She kept her head down and approached the bed. She caught a glimpse of Shin Suian's smooth, fair back and couldn't help but blush. "Madam, may I give you a massage?" Fu Chu asked, warming her hands with snow lotus cream before touching Shin Suian's skin. After a moment of being massaged, Shin Suian felt a bit more comfortable, but fatigue soon overcame her. She didn't know how long she had been asleep, but when she finally opened her eyes, the sun was setting outside. Feeling refreshed, a blush appeared on her cheeks, her lips were rosy, and her open clothing revealed her fair skin. Her dark hair fell like water over her shoulders, covering her delicate neck. It was truly captivating. "Mu Jin, water," Shin Suian said, feeling thirsty from the warmth in the room. A cup of water was brought to her lips, and she was gently fed. Suddenly, she sensed something was off. Mu Jin's hand was not that big. She looked up abruptly to see a man blocking the sunset outside, his figure glowing softly in the light, revealing his handsome features. "Do you want more?" he asked in a deep voice. Shin Suian's cheeks flushed, and "No, that's enough." She hurriedly searched for her clothes, realizing her outfit offered little coverage. "What are you looking for?" Lu Yuan set down his teacup and casually sat beside her on the bed, wrapping his arm around her. His unique masculine scent enveloped her, causing Shin Suian to freeze. "Husband, I'm not properly dressed. Please let me tidy up first," Shin Suian said. But Lu Yuan seemed not to hear her. His warm hand slipped under her clothing, pressing against her waist. "Are you uncomfortable?" Shin Suian's breath hitched no. After Futsu gave her a massage, she slept well and felt much better.
"Oh."
Lu Yuan's voice was soft and hoarse as he kissed her neck. Shin Suian tightly held onto his sleeve. "Husband,
I'm hungry."
Should we eat first?" Lu Yuan chuckled. "Sure. We need to eat well to have energy." Shin Suian pretended not to understand his meaning. The maid quickly prepared the meal, and Lu Yuan naturally took Shin Suian's hand as they sat down. "Do you still feel comfortable today?" Lu Yuan asked softly. "Auntie Guan and Auntie Lin came to greet me today," Shin Suian replied, glancing at him. Both concubines had their own charm. She wondered which one he preferred. Lu Yuan simply nodded. "If anyone is disobedient, you can handle it as you see fit. I notice there are quite a few maids in the courtyard." According to Granny Zhou, several of them were just assigned here recently, Shin Suan said. It was clear that someone had deliberately placed those people there. She didn't know if Lu Yuan was aware, but since she would be living here, she certainly didn't want to be watched all the time. She wanted to get rid of those people. Lu Yuan's expression darkened slightly. I used to stay at the town protector's office and rarely came back. Tomorrow, I'll have Longu give you the list and you can manage those people. The rest were already here in the Danbo courtyard. That's great. She was worried about accidentally upsetting his people, so having a list would be perfect. Lu Yuan said, Granny Zhou has only been helping for a few days. Once you're settled, she will return. Shin Suan already knew this. No one in the Lu family was handling his marriage, and they had to send someone to help.
Okay.
After they finished talking, a sudden silence fell. Shin Suan had slept most of the day and hadn't eaten lunch, so she was really hungry now. She focused on eating and didn't notice that the man across from her had put down his chopsticks and was watching her with interest. After 2 bowls of rice and a bowl of soup, Shin Suan finally felt revived and contentedly set down her chopsticks. Looking up, she met a pair of deep, dark eyes. Shin Suan's cheeks flushed. My eating habits must have amused you, husband, she said awkwardly. Lu Yuan replied, You eat very well, and it makes me hungry just watching. That didn't sound like much of a compliment. Did the Duke come to see you about the tea ceremony today? Shin Suan asked casually. What do you mean? Well, in the future, the family might want to test you on some outside matters. If you don't want to talk about it, just say you don't know, Lu Yuan replied. Shin Suan quickly understood his meaning. The Duke of Lu secretly supported the legitimate 5th prince, but now, due to the emperor's marriage decree, he was unintentionally aligned with the 2nd prince. To outsiders, it seemed that the Lu family was now part of the 2nd prince's faction. Shin Suan also knew that the Duke of Lu never intended to support the 2nd prince. He firmly chose the 5th prince. The 2nd prince had too many supporters around him, and what he wanted was a unique achievement. I understand, Shin Suan nodded. She remembered that the Duke of Lu had not valued Lu Yuan much before. Now that Lu Hun had lost the chance to enter the cabinet, he finally noticed his promising grandson. What were you going to ask earlier? Lu Yuan inquired. Shin Suan pressed her lips together. She actually wanted to ask about the Chu family. But since they had just married the day before, she didn't think he would tell her the truth. Lu Yuan patiently waited for her to speak. About the Chu family, Lear. I mean, Miss Chu feels very sorry and asked me to convey that to you, Shin Suan said softly. The emperor's punishment for me has nothing to do with the Chu family, Lu Yuan replied. Why were you at the Chu family that day? Lear was unwell, so I went to visit her. Shin Suan glanced at him. Husband, who is that fugitive? Will this matter affect the Chu family? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. A common fugitive. How could he involve the Chu family? The fugitive caught that day was still in custody, and his true identity had not been revealed. Yet, his young wife seemed to know something about him. If he were just an ordinary fugitive, why would it attract the attention of the commander and so many officials to the Chu family? I suspect he is not just an ordinary thief, Shin Suan whispered. Lu Yuan's expression shifted slightly. This young girl was quite perceptive. Even if he is not ordinary, the Chu family is cooperating and has handed over relatives connected to this fugitive to the authorities. As long as they did not participate in his actions, it is not related to the Chu family, Lu Yuan said slowly. Shin Suan was worried that the Chu family might be wrongfully implicated. However, it was useless to say anything now. She had given her warnings. She believed that the old lady of the Chu family would surely help them through this crisis. Seeing his young wife lower her gaze, she seemed to be deep in thought. He did not disturb the situation. It was indeed not the right time to reveal the identity of the fugitive caught at the Chu family, as the local authorities still needed to use this person to capture other spies in the capital. Young master, young mistress, there is a girl named Hong Xiao outside who says she has an important letter for you, Mu Jin reported respectfully. The servant wants to bring the letter in, but Hong Xiao insists that it must not pass through anyone else's hands, she added. Shin Suan looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. Then, Lu Yuan replied calmly, let her in. Mu Jin exchanged glances with Shin Suan, and after a barely noticeable nod from her, she agreed and stepped outside. The atmosphere in the room became a bit tense. Shin Suan put down her soup bowl. Have you eaten enough, my husband? Let her in, Lu Yuan said. At that moment, a young maid dressed in a peach-colored short coat entered behind Mu Jin. She was Hong Xiao, around 17 or 18 years old, with sharp features, fair skin, and a graceful figure. Although she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, she had her own charm. Hong Xiao glanced at Shin Suan with her almond-shaped eyes. Her fingers tightened around the letter, turning slightly pale at the knuckles. The young mistress was truly stunning. Even Aunt Lin's flirtatiousness couldn't compare. No wonder the young master came to find the young mistress first when he returned today, without even visiting the study first. I greet you, young master, young mistress, Hong Xiao said, lowering her head, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. What is so urgent about this letter? Lu Yuan asked in a calm tone. Hong Xiao presented the letter with both hands. Young master, it is from the local authorities. Lu Yuan did not reach out to take it but looked at Mu Jin instead. In the future, if you are to deliver letters, you must follow the rules of the young mistress, Lu Yuan said in a low, indifferent voice. Hong Xiao was taken aback, looking at Lu Yuan in surprise. Young master? My things should not bypass the young mistress, Lu Yuan replied coldly. Yes, Hong Xiao said, her eyes flushing slightly as she stiffly handed the letter to Mu Jin. Mu Jin pressed her lips together and handed the letter to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't even look at it. You may leave. Throughout the entire exchange, Shin Suan had not said a word. However, Hong Xiao felt her cheeks heat up, embarrassed to look anyone in the eye. I take my leave, Hong Xiao said, forcing back a lump in her throat as she bowed her head and exited. Hong Xiao left the courtyard with red eyes, attracting the attention of many servants. Who doesn't know that Hong Xiao is the most favored person by the young master? Many personal matters are handled by her alone, without anyone else's help. Even the two concubines cannot compare to her. What's going on today? Has she been troubled by the newly arrived young mistress? Oh, what's wrong with the usually aloof Hong Xiao? Could it be that the young master has sent you away? A mocking laugh suddenly rang out. Hong Xiao held back her tears and looked at the speaker. Aunt Lin, what are you doing sneaking around here? I'm just taking a walk and enjoying myself. Seeing you in tears made me concerned. Don't be ungrateful, Aunt Lin said with a smirk. In front of the young mistress, you must have said that the young master only allows you to serve him, that he is used to the clothes you make, and that he only lets you into his study? In her presence, you are like an ant on the ground. Hong Xiao trembled with anger. Stop it. I have been with the young master since childhood. No one can compare to me. Aunt Lin pointed at her eyes. Then why are you crying? What does it have to do with you? Hong Xiao glared at her and ran away. You little brat, let's see how long you can be so arrogant, Aunt Lin scoffed, turning her attention to the main courtyard. This Shin Suan seems to have some charm. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful and radiant. However, I heard she was once the fiancée of the second young master, but ended up marrying Lu Yuan. Life in the Lu family should be quite lively from now on. Liveliness is good. It gives me a chance. After being given to Lu Yuan for so long, he remains quite indifferent to her, and none of her efforts seem to work on him. People say Lu Yuan is ruthless and cold. Will he really never develop feelings for any woman? In the main courtyard, Shin Suan had already asked someone to heat water. She is used to bathing every day, even in winter.
But
why is Lu Yuan still here? Is he planning to stay overnight in the main courtyard? Dear husband, do you need to freshen up? Shin Suan asked tentatively. Noticing her intention to send him away, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes. Shin Suan was taken aback. It seems there are no clothes for you here. How about? Lu Yuan asked, didn't I ask for my things to be moved here today? Shin Suan immediately looked at Mu Jin. Mu Jin nodded gently. She hadn't had the chance to tell the young lady about this before the young master arrived. Go help the young master get his clothes. Shin Suan whispered softly. After both of them changed their clothes, Shin Sueon was unsure how she ended up being carried to the bed. She thought it would be a difficult night, but amidst her sobs, she felt an unprecedented joy. As the blankets rustled, the intimate sounds gradually faded away. In the stillness of the night, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. It was another day when Shin Sueon woke up, supporting her waist. "Young madam, how do you feel? Should I ask Fuju to help you with a massage?" Mukin brought water for Shin Sueon to wash up. Last night, she had called for water 3 times, and during the last time, she saw the young master carrying the young madam into the cleansing room. There were marks on the young madam's chest and shoulders, and Mukin felt a pang of sympathy. The young master was too rough. Shin Sueon shook her head no.
I'm fine.
"Let Ban Jian come in. I have something to discuss." Since her fate had changed, and she didn't have to marry Lu Heng, it was time to address other matters. Ban Jian quickly entered. Unlike Mukin, who always had a cheerful demeanor, she appeared quiet and reserved. "Did you find out about Song Xiuji's whereabouts as I asked?" Shin Sueon inquired. "Miss, I found out that Song Xiuji told her neighbors she was leaving the capital, but she actually just moved to Jinyu Alley in the south of the city. After selling Chun Buin, she bought a small courtyard. There are scents of wine coming from there, but she hasn't been seen selling wine anymore," Ban Jian replied softly. Shin Sueon smiled. It was just like in her previous life. Even the place she lived was the same. "Then let young Master Lu know her whereabouts soon and give her a little trouble," Shin Sueon said. The pain she endured from Song Xiuji's children was still fresh in her memory. In this life, Song Xiuji must give birth to them. Or how could she bear to see Princess Guangning mistreat them? Doesn't Lu Heng love to protect the weak? How could he not visit someone as pitiful as Song Xiuji often? "I'll take care of it right away," Ban Jian replied. Previously, her mother's connections were in Shin Jianglin's hands, but now she had reclaimed everyone's contracts. It was much easier for her to handle matters outside. Shin Sueon looked at the sky outside. "Let's go. It's time to pay our respects, or we'll be scolded for being late again." Today, she arrived at the main hall half an hour earlier than yesterday. She encountered Lu Rong and Lu Yin outside the door. "Good morning, elder sister." The 2 young ladies greeted Shin Sueon with a bow. "Good morning, Miss Eldest, Miss Second." Shin Sueon smiled at them. Lu Rong and Lu Yin are the daughters from a secondary branch of the family, often bullied by Lu Yen. They live cautiously in the Lu residence, but because of this, they are spared from the coldness of other family members. In her past life, when she was mistreated, they secretly helped her. "Why are you here so early, sister-in-law?" Lu Rong whispered. "Usually, we only need to come at the right time to pay our respects. We saw Her Highness the Princess leaving with the second brother." Lu Yin glanced around. Shin Sueon smiled gently. Both of them were of marriageable age, but Madame Lu did not help them find suitors. Their respective aunts pressured them to show themselves more often in front of the matriarch, hoping to gain her favor for potential marriages. "Since there's nothing pressing, I thought I would come early to pay my respects," Shin Sueon said. After waiting for a quarter of an hour in the side hall, they finally heard the sound of the matriarch summoning the meal. Another half an hour passed before Mama Zheng came to call them over. Shin Sueon glanced at Mama Zheng's bandaged hand. Mama Zheng's expression was grim as she turned and left. Except for the couple Lu Heng and Lu Yuan, the rest of the Lu family had gathered. On the 1st and 15th of each month, the younger members of the Lu family were required to pay their respects. Today happened to be the 15th. Today, Heng Guer and Her Highness the Princess went to the palace, so he couldn't come to pay his respects. "What about Lu Yuan?" "Shin, you are his wife. Why didn't you come with him?" the matriarch asked sternly. All eyes turned to Shin Sueon. Shin Sueon sneered inwardly. The matriarch was clearly doing this on purpose. Everyone knew Lu Yuan never formally came to pay his respects. He was the commander of the pacification office and favored by the emperor. Although the matriarch disliked him, she wouldn't dare impose family rules on him. Replying to the matriarch, "My husband was urgently summoned to the palace at dawn. Shin Suan replied calmly. It was my oversight not to have him pay his respects before going. The matriarch was momentarily taken aback. Stop using the emperor to scare people. When has Lu Yuan ever formally paid his respects to his grandmother? Isn't he afraid of what others will say about his lack of filial piety? Lu Yan mocked. Shin Suan looked up at her. Third miss, you call Lu Yuan by his name so casually. Aren't you worried about what others might say about your upbringing, that you can't even address your own elder brother properly? Who says he is my elder brother? Lu Yan retorted. I also want to know if my husband counts as the third Mrs. Elder Brother, Shin Suan replied, her voice still gentle, but with an underlying tension. Yen, do not be rude, Uncle Lu admonished. He looked at Shin Suan with a warning in his eyes. Shun, Yen is just a child. It's normal for her to say the wrong thing. Why are you making a big deal out of it? Mrs. Lu chimed in. Exactly, it's just a mistake. You're overreacting. Shin Suan lowered her head. Father, I was wrong to think that both the Lu and Shin families, being prominent households, would have strict teachings for their daughters. They hope their daughters speak carefully because family honor is connected to one another, and they fear that a careless word could bring trouble. However, it seems the Lu family is not worried about outside opinions. Everyone knew about Lu Yan's spoiled reputation. The others in the Lu family were aware of it too. But hearing Shin Suan say it so openly made things a bit awkward. Mr. Lu's face turned red and pale. He had never realized how sharp-tongued Shin Suan was. Fortunately, she wasn't the one marrying Lu Heng, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle such a harsh wife. Suan, you used to be gentle and forgiving. How did you become like this? Mrs. Lu said, filled with disappointment. Before Shin Suan expressed her desire to break off the engagement with Lu Heng, she was satisfied with her daughter-in-law. Now that Shin Suan was marrying Lu Yuan, she felt that Shin Suan was no longer the same person. Mother, I have always been like this. I apologize for the misunderstanding. It's my fault, Shin Suan replied calmly. Mrs. Lu turned away, ignoring Shin Suan. She thought this would embarrass Shin Suan. But Shin Suan just smiled and stepped aside. Far from being embarrassed, she was quite composed. Mrs. Lu felt a pang in her heart. I passed by the Onqing courtyard earlier and saw that some of the wedding gifts for the eldest daughter-in-law were still not packed. If you need more hands, I can send a few people to help, Mrs. Lu said to Shin Suan. Having seen Shin Suan's list of wedding gifts, Mrs. Lu knew that even when their daughters married, they probably couldn't match such a dowry. It was hard for Mrs. Lu not to feel envious. Thank you, Aunt, but it's just a few small items that need to be organized. I can finish it today, Shin Suan said. The gifts visible to the Lu family were just the surface. Shin Suan had not included some of her land and cash in the dowry. She understood the greed of the Lu family very well. In this lifetime, they would not get any ideas about her dowry. Since you are marrying into the Lu family, you should consider the family's reputation in everything. You should know what to say and what not to say, the old lady Lu said with a light cough. In their conversation, there was a warning for Shin Suan not to dwell on her past engagement with Lu Heng and not to make a fool of herself. Shin Suan smiled and pretended not to understand the old lady Lu's words. It was as if she were as soft as cotton. The old lady Lu didn't want to see Shin Suan lingering around, saying, if there's nothing else, you can all go home. Mrs. Lu showed surprise. Just yesterday, the old lady had said she would set rules for Shin Suan today, so why was she letting her off so easily? Plus, with so much dowry, a young girl like her should have her elders overseeing things. Granddaughter-in-law takes her leave. Shin Suan didn't care what others thought. She stood up to leave. Indeed, someone raised without a mother lacks manners, Mrs. Lu scoffed. She forgot that Shin Suan was a well-known young lady in the capital, always seen as graceful and proper, with no faults to find. Mr. Lu pulled at her sleeve, saying, say less. The old lady Lu remarked, she is relying on Lu Yuan's influence now. If you point out her mistakes, will she listen to you? Anyway, we don't have to see each other often. As long as she doesn't act recklessly in front of me, it's fine, Mrs. Lu said, showing no concern for Shin Sueon's attitude. She had never considered Lu Yuan as her son, nor Shin Sueon as her daughter-in-law. The old lady Lu frowned and looked at her eldest daughter-in-law. The eldest and second daughters are not young anymore. Have you arranged any matches for them? Old lady, you know I never handle these mundane matters, Mrs. Luda replied with a calm smile. I am just their stepmother. If I choose someone they don't like, I would be in a difficult position. The old lady Lu responded sharply. That is your responsibility as a stepmother. Mother, I am already looking for candidates. I just haven't discussed it with you yet, Mr. Lu Da quickly interjected. After all, we are from a noble family. Even if the two girls are born from a concubine, they shouldn't marry poorly, the old lady Lu said. Mr. Luda smiled and agreed. Yes, I understand. The old lady then dismissed everyone. After leaving the main room, Mrs. Lu Er went to speak with Mrs. Luda. Mrs. Luda was preparing to practice her calligraphy and was not very enthusiastic about her sister-in-law's visit. Eldest sister-in-law, have you seen Shin Sueon's dowry? Does she really not manage anything? Mrs. Lu Er asked. Even if I wanted to manage it, Shin Sueon wouldn't let me, Mrs. Luda replied calmly. With a young daughter-in-law, who doesn't have the dowry managed by her mother-in-law? Mrs. Lu Er said. Madame Lu frowned. I have no such thoughts. You have two sons who can manage the dowry for your daughter-in-law in the future. Madame Lu Er was so angry she nearly fell back. She felt her visit was unnecessary. This elder sister only cared about arts and culture and couldn't understand her true meaning at all. All right, I won't say more. Your eldest daughter-in-law seems quite capable. Just be careful she doesn't take advantage of you. Madame Lu Er huffed. Can anyone be more powerful than a princess? Madame Lu smiled. She glanced at Madame Lu Er. You've been managing things for me all these years. Don't you feel tired? Madame Lu Er took a deep breath. No, that's not what I meant. If you feel too tired, just tell me. After all, we have a daughter-in-law now. Madame Lu said. Elder sister, do you really want Shin Sueon to manage things? She is Lu Yuan's wife. Would you dare to hand the family over to her? Madame Lu Er nearly shouted. Madame Lu replied, I don't like it, but she is still a daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Elder sister, I need to report back to the manager, so I won't talk to you any longer. Madame Lu Er quickly stood up. If she continued, she would have to give up the management power she had held for over 10 years. She shouldn't have come to give Madame Lu a hard time. All she cared about were romantic matters, not the complexities of the household. Elder Madam, you scared Madame Er so much her face turned pale. A maid nearby laughed. Madame Lu didn't even bother to look at Madame Lu Er's hurried departure. She is too clever for her own good, always trying to use others for her own gain, Madame Lu said lightly. Miss, here is the list of our household servants. Qing Luo, Shin Sueon's maid, entered the inner room and presented a booklet. In the Donba courtyard, besides the 4 maids that came with Shin Sueon, there were also 4 second-class maids. 2 of them were sent by the old lady and were quite charming. They had been moving around the courtyard these past 2 days, and when Lu Yuan visited yesterday, they peeked in, wanting to enter the inner room. The maids for cleaning outside and a kitchen servant were arranged by Madame Er. Madame Lu did not place anyone here, Qing Luo said. Fu Yu and Ning Shuang have been working in the courtyard for a while. Shin Sueon carefully reviewed the list. It was not surprising that Madame Lu did not place anyone in the Donbo courtyard. She considered herself above such things and would not do what she deemed disgraceful. Madame Er truly did not disappoint her. As for the old lady, keep a close eye on these few. Qing Luo is good with accounts, so she will be in charge of managing my dowry. I won't have time in the next few days, so you should get familiar with the account books. You will also manage the shop and land outside in the future. Qing Luo's eyes lit up, knowing that the young lady planned to let her work outside later. Yes, young lady. Sui Jin will be responsible for teaching the young maids in the academy. Mu Jin and Ban Jian will take care of daily needs in the house. Shin Sueon quickly assigned tasks to her accompanying maids. As for Fu Hu and Ning Shuang, I need to observe them a bit longer. If they are useful, I will bring them in, Shin Sueon said. What about those few? Mu Jin asked. Although they were cautious, She still felt uneasy about the shadows of those few lurking around all day. Don't worry, there will be a chance to send them away, Shen Suan smiled. What are the names of those 2 second-tier maids? Qinglua replied, Young lady, one is named Tingyu, and the other is named Tingshuang. Let them serve tea in the flower hall, Shen Suan said. Young lady, isn't that giving them a chance to get close to the young master? Mujin expressed her concern. Shen Suan replied lightly, How do you know the young master doesn't want them to get close? She also wanted to understand Lu Yuan's attitude towards these maids. If he welcomed them, she would have her own ways to handle it. Go on and do your tasks. This is not the Shen family. Adapt quickly, be cautious, and don't give anyone a chance to find fault. At this time, there were quite a few people watching the situation in the courtyard. The maids acknowledged her and went about their work. Shen Suan invited Granny Zhou into the room. Granny, I heard my husband say you'll be leaving in a few days. If I don't have your support during this time, my marriage with him won't go so smoothly. If you need anything outside in the future, please let someone know. Granny Zhou felt comforted by these words. I only wish for the young mistress and young master to have a happy life. That will make me content. Shen Suan smiled and asked about some of Lu Yuan's preferences. She knew nothing about Lu Yuan and wanted to learn more. The eldest young master suffered a lot in the Lu family. When he was brought back, he was still very young, just 3 years old, and couldn't speak clearly. The master and madam didn't care about his well-being at all. The servants only served based on their status. In winter, he didn't even have a cotton coat, and during festivals, he spent them alone in a cold room. Young mistress, the eldest young master may seem a bit cold, but he is actually a good child. Now that the young master has married the young lady, he finally has a family. Old Master Lu publicly declared that he would never take a concubine, yet he brought home a child out of wedlock. Although the First Lady did not make a fuss, her feelings for the master changed. Until now, both the master and the First Lady resent the young master's existence. Shen Suan felt that Lu Yuan was truly unfortunate. After enduring so much hardship, he finally became the commander of the town's defense, only to pass away young. She found old Master Lu quite disgusting, pretending to be deeply devoted to the First Lady. If Lu Yuan's situation was an accident, then later, when the old lady arranged for him to have 2 beautiful concubines, he accepted them. Otherwise, how would there be Lu Rong and Lu Yin, the 2 daughters born out of wedlock? Young lady, the second lady sent over the list of gifts for your return visit. Please take a look. Mujin entered with a dark expression and handed the list to Shen Suan. Ma'am, I don't know what gifts to prepare for the return visit.
Please take a look for me.
Shen Suan handed the list to Zhou Ma'am without even glancing at it. Zhou Ma'am accepted it with a smile, but her expression darkened after just one look. The second lady is being too unreasonable. This list is unacceptable. Shen Suan was taken aback and looked at the list. Never mind, Mujin. Please double the amount on the list and take it from my dowry. How can we take gifts for the return visit from the young lady's dowry? If this gets out, it would be embarrassing for the young master. Zhou Ma'am stood up angrily. Young lady, you don't need to worry about this. Leave it to me. Hey, Zhou Ma'am, what are you going to do? Why not wait for my husband to return? Shen Suan couldn't stop Zhou Ma'am. She had already left the courtyard in large strides. Young lady, they're being too much, Mujin said quietly. Shen Suan had long anticipated that the second lady would try to take advantage of her things. Let them bully us for now. However, there was one thing Shen Suan did not expect. She thought Zhou Ma'am was going to find the second lady, but instead, she went straight to the main house without seeking an audience with the old lady, sitting down at the entrance and crying. Poor our young Master Yuan, finally married a wife, and the second lady is bullying us. This return gift is so embarrassing that even poor relatives would be ashamed. How can we let our young master and young lady return home? The young lady has a thin skin and can endure it, but I, an old woman, cannot stand by and watch the young master and young lady suffer. A dignified commander of the 3rd rank is treated so harshly in the Lu family. Old Lady Lu, who was napping, was awakened by the crying and angrily sent someone to check what was happening. When she heard it was Zhou Mam from Lu Yuan's side, her expression changed. Go and send that shameless troublemaker away quickly. Where is the second daughter-in-law? Let her come and clean up this mess. Lady Lu said angrily. Madam, the Duke and the eldest son have returned together and are outside. Mother Zheng's face looked troubled. Lady Lu gasped, hurry outside. By the time she reached the outer room, it was too late to stop Granny Zhou. The return gift list was in the hands of Duke Lu. Madame Lu Heir, who rushed over upon hearing the news, turned pale and shot a resentful glance at Granny Zhou. At the same time, she cursed Shin Sueon in her heart. What a Shun Sueon! She actually knew how to use Granny Zhou to create a scene. Wasn't she afraid it would escalate and cause trouble for her too? Duke Lu looked coldly at Madame Lu Heir. If you can't manage the household, you can hand it over to someone else. He threw the gift list at her. How could you do something so embarrassing? Old master, this was a mistake by the servants. Madame Lu Heir dared not admit she had intentionally tried to annoy Shin Sueon. She thought Shin Sueon, being a new daughter-in-law, would be too shy to make a fuss even if the return gift was small. She underestimated Shin Sueon. What a cunning person. Duke Lu snorted coldly. If this is the kind of mistake you make, what else can you do? Madame Lu Heir's face turned red with shame. The return gift list fluttered to the ground at Lu Yuan's feet. Madame Lu Heir's expression changed, and she hurried to pick it up. Although Lu Yuan was not wearing his imposing fish-patterned robe today, his dark brocade attire still gave off a cold and intimidating aura. However, Lu Yuan moved faster than her. He slowly bent down and picked up the return gift list. After reading the contents, a sharp coldness flashed in his deep eyes. Second aunt, if the family cannot provide a return gift, I can prepare one myself. No need for you to worry, Lu Yuan said coldly, making Madame Lu Heir's scalp tingle. Duke Lu said in a deep voice, this family is not some fallen household. We can prepare everything again. It's quite petty. Madame Lu Heir felt as if she had been slapped in public. Her family, the Guangshuan Bo mansion, had been declining in recent years, and people whispered behind her back that they were a fallen family. Marrying Duke Lu Heir was a step up for her, and she had been managing the household to avoid being looked down upon. You can go back now. We can handle what we discussed tomorrow, Duke Lu said to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not respond but simply cupped his hands and left. Zhou Mama followed behind him, explaining today's events. Young master, it's not that I wanted to cause a scene. The young mistress is shy and felt wronged when she saw the list of gifts for the return visit but didn't dare to say anything. She even pretended to cover the costs herself. If this gets out, what will others think of you? The main house is always biased. It's impossible to speak nicely to them, so it's better to make a big fuss this time. That way, they won't dare to bully the young mistress again. Though the method was simple and harsh, it was indeed the best way for Mrs. Lu. Thank you for your hard work, Mama, Lu Yuan said softly. Zhou Mama smiled. As long as you and the young mistress live a good life, I will have no regrets in this life. As soon as they entered the Donbo courtyard, Lu Yuan asked Zhou Mama to go rest in her room first. Putting on such a show in the main house was exhausting. Zhou Mama agreed with a smile, knowing she wouldn't disturb the couple's time together. Lu Yuan walked towards the main courtyard. The young master is back. Let me brew you a pot of hot tea. Suddenly, a charming figure in deep blue almost bumped into him. Just as her delicate hands were about to touch Lu Yuan, he grabbed her wrist. It hurts. The girl's face turned pale from the sudden pain. Where did you come from? Get her out. Lu Yuan waved his hand, throwing her away, and she rolled down the steps of the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Shin Sueyan hurried out and immediately saw the girl in a sorry state, with a large bruise on her forehead and blood seeping from her skin. It was truly heartbreaking to see such a pretty girl in such a condition. Young mistress, this is Ting Xue. The old lady sent her to serve the young master, Mu Jin whispered to Shin Sueyan. Ting Xue was terrified and knelt down, bowing her head. Young master, I won't dare to do it again. Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with disgust. Take her away, or you all will be in trouble too. Even Shin Suan was startled by his anger. She hadn't expected Ting Xue to be so reckless and eager to attract Lu Yuan.
Dear, don't be angry.
It's my fault for not managing the servants well, Shin Suan said softly. Young mistress, please have mercy. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't throw me out, Ting Xue cried, tears streaming down her face. If she failed to the young master and got kicked out, the old lady would surely punish her severely. Shin Suan glanced at Sui Jin. Take her back to the back room. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, but didn't argue against Shin Suan's decision.
Dear?
Shin Suan looked at him. The little girl wore a stone-blue butterfly-sleeved coat, which made her fair and delicate skin stand out, giving her a serene and elegant aura. That rude maid even dared to wear the same shade of blue. It's cold outside, come in, Lu Yuan said softly. Shin Suan smiled gently and asked Mu Jin to prepare some hot tea. You're back so early today? Shin Suan asked in surprise, as it was just after lunch. Lu Yuan looked at her. The emperor gave me a 3-day holiday. He handed her the list of return gifts. In the future, don't hold back on these matters. I will support you. As Shin Suan reached out to help him remove his cloak, she paused at his words. Even if I make a mistake, will you still support me? Shin Suan joked. Yes, Lu Yuan replied calmly. His simple response felt like a drumbeat in her heart. In 2 lifetimes, it was the first time someone had supported her so selflessly. Mu Jin entered with the tea, avoiding eye contact with Lu Yuan. Madam, the second lady sent someone to bring a new list of return gifts. Shin Suan glanced at Lu Yuan and took the list from Mu Jin. It was much more generous than the previous one. I'll have Shi Qing prepare for tomorrow's return visit, Lu Yuan said casually. Shin Suan was slightly taken aback. What about this? Include it, Lu Yuan replied. Shin Suan poured him a cup of tea. The room fell silent again. She had planned to take a nap, but now that he was back, she couldn't sleep in front of him. How could she discreetly send him back to the study? What's wrong? Lu Yuan asked, looking at her as her dark eyes darted around, lost in thought. Husband, do you have any other instructions? Shin Suan asked softly. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, his deep gaze studying her, and she could see a hint of amusement in his eyes. I'm here to keep you company, Lu Yuan said. These past few days, Duke Lu had been trying to discuss court matters with him. In the past, Lu Yuan would have stayed at the office without returning. But his newlywed wife was still at the Lu family home. If he hadn't wanted to come back early to be with her, he wouldn't have been called to the study at the door. The weather is nice, do you want to go out? Lu Yuan asked. Shin Suan replied. Where should we go? Lu Yuan picked up a warm cloak and draped it over her shoulders. Let's go to the boat. This weather is perfect for grilled meat. It was hard to resist such an invitation. Shin Suan hesitated for a moment, but then followed him outside. The carriage was ready at the entrance. Lu Yuan lifted her into the carriage, where the warm stove chased away the cold. Shin Suan awkwardly moved away from his embrace. He tightened his hold around her waist, his thumb gently rubbing the small of her back. Shin Suan stiffened, looking up at his handsome jaw. Husband, Lu Yuan looked down at her, his intense dark eyes fixed on her slightly parted red lips. He leaned down and kissed her. The temperature inside the carriage seemed to rise again. Shin Suan felt dazed by the kiss, his breath filled with his masculine scent. Until she felt his large hand on her skin, the rough, dry touch made her shiver. She quickly pressed her hands against his chest. Stop, Shin Suan called out in a panic. She hurriedly tried to pull his hand away. They were in a carriage, and there were servants outside. If anything happened, she would never want to face anyone again. Seeing her face turn bright red with embarrassment, Lu Yuan restrained himself, despite the urge he felt. He had never been a man driven by desire. Even the most beautiful women had never affected him. But when he first saw Shin Suan, his body told him he wanted her. Lu Yuan kissed her soft cheek and finally let her go. Shin Suan silently scolded him 100 times for being a flirt and quickly moved to sit across from him. A low table separated them. Shin Suan calmly adjusted her cloak and turned to look out the window at the scenery. Lu Yuan remained silent, seemingly trying to calm his rapid breathing. The carriage rolled forward. The weather was indeed nice today, and there seemed to be more people outside than usual. The bright sun shone through the window, illuminating her face and giving her a radiant glow, making her even more striking. They sat there, one looking at the scenery outside, and the other observing the people. Before they knew it, the carriage had left the city. Shin Suan had never been to the riverside in the suburbs, but she knew there was a famous restaurant there, especially known for its 8-treasure wild duck and the unique Yunying Hongmei wine, which was simply exquisite. Several boats were docked by the river, the largest being the restaurant, while the others were smaller boats for guests to enjoy nighttime rides and music. It was still light out, and the colorful lanterns in the area had not yet been lit. When night fell and all the lights turned on, it felt as if one were in the Milky Way. Shin Suan had not yet gotten off the carriage when she spotted a familiar figure. On one of the small boats, a woman in a white dress was handling a wine jug. The woman's face was covered with a layer of white gauze. Others might not recognize her, but Shin Suan could tell right away. It was Song Xiuji. The Song Xiuji she would never forget. Shin Suan turned to look at Lu Yuan. It seemed too coincidental. She had just asked Han Jian to investigate Song Xiuji, and now Lu Yuan had brought her to the boat. Did he want her to know that Song Xiuji was hiding here?
Why?
What was Lu Yuan's purpose in doing this? Shin Suan's mind was racing. To outsiders, it seemed she married Lu Yuan because she could not tolerate Song Xiuji's presence, and they might think she hated Song Xiuji deeply. However, she was already married to Lu Yuan. If she continued to dwell on her former fiancé's affairs, what would Lu Yuan think? He might believe she still had feelings for Lu Heng. Shin Suan turned back, looking at Lu Yuan with clear and open eyes. Did you bring me here today just to see Miss Song? Lu Yuan had been watching her, knowing she recognized the woman selling wine, but he was puzzled by her calm expression. There was no jealousy or resentment in her gaze, just a calmness, as if she were looking at a stranger. Does her presence make you uncomfortable? Lu Yuan asked directly. Shin Suan shook her head.
No.
She hoped Lu Yuan wouldn't make things difficult for Song Xiuji. If anything happened to her, it could affect her and Lu Heng's past relationship. Lu Yuan was surprised by her answer. Was she acting indifferent just because he was there? If she truly didn't care about Song Xiuji, why had she sent her maid to investigate her whereabouts? Dear husband, I believe in helping others find happiness. Young Master Lu and Miss Song are in love, and lovers should be together, Shin Suan said lightly. She didn't mind that Lu Yuan saw through her hidden intentions. He was the commander of the law enforcement agency and had dealt with many complicated cases. She didn't think she could deceive him. You are truly kind, my lady, Lu Yuan said with a slight smile, understanding her meaning. Lu Yuan did not believe Shin Suan still had feelings for Lu Heng. That day at the Chu family, she had been so determined to ask the Empress Dowager to annul the engagement. He could see that she had no feelings left for Lu Heng. As for what she wanted to do with Song Xiuji, if others could make her uncomfortable, couldn't she fight back? Let's go, it's almost time, Lu Yuan said. Shin Suan nodded and stopped looking at Song Xiuji. Song Xiuji chose to sell wine on the boat simply to gain Lu Heng's sympathy for her current situation. Forced to end up here, she still refused to bow down. What a resilient spirit she has. Lu Heng loved this kind of white lotus that blooms in the mud. The private room that Lu Yuan booked had a perfect view of the small boat where Song Xiuji was, but she couldn't see them. Shin Suan's attention wasn't entirely on Song Xiuji. She was admiring the scenery on the shore and around the boat. At this moment, the lanterns were just starting to glow, with colorful lights everywhere, creating a dreamlike scene that made everyone's appetite grow. The sound of the qin was gentle, and the xiao was melodious, while the wind created ripples on the river, reflecting the bright moon. It was truly refreshing. This was the most relaxed moment for Shin Suan since her rebirth. She glanced at Lu Yuan and raised her glass, saying, "Husband, thank you." Marrying Lu Yuan was truly a good thing for her. Without the arranged marriage, it would have been difficult for her to break off the engagement. Even if she were lucky enough to do so, Shin Zhonglin would definitely force her to marry someone else, and she didn't know how hard she would have to fight for freedom. But Lu Yuan could quickly give her everything she wanted. He was powerful, yet short-lived. Even though he was a branch family member of the Lu family, he was the commander of the pacification office. The others in the Lu family only dared to look down on him behind his back. In front of him, they were all like quails. In a year, she planned to find a way to have Lu Yuan separate from the family so they could live independently, even if he passed away later. She wouldn't have to live in that unpleasant big house of the Lu family. Shin Suian sincerely thanked Lu Yuan. What for? Lu Yuan asked in a low voice. Thank you for bringing me to such a wonderful place and for this delicious meal, Shin Suian said with a smile. Lu Yuan looked at her with deep eyes. How would you like to thank me, my lady? Shin Suian was taken aback. How else could she thank him? Lu Yuan raised his glass and clinked it with Shin Suian's. I accept your gratitude, my lady. As they were leaving, Shin Suian glanced back at Song Xiuji's small boat and saw Lu Heng's servant handing something to her. They seemed to be talking about something. She withdrew her gaze and saw Lu Yuan reaching out his hand to her. Shin Suian smiled and placed her hand in his palm. That night, Shin Suian felt exhausted. Her voice was nearly gone, and he gently bit her fingers. I like the way my lady thanks me, his low voice whispered in her ear. Shin Suian closed her eyes, her body still trembling. She felt too weak to speak to him. The next day was Shin Suian's return home. She woke up in Lu Yuan's arms, her head still a bit foggy. She couldn't remember how wild the night had been. All she felt now was that her legs were weak. In contrast, Lu Yuan's eyes were bright, and he seemed full of energy. Husband, we need to return home today. It's time to get up, Shin Suian said through clenched teeth. Lu Yuan responded with a lazy hum, wrapping his arm around her waist. Is your back sore? As he pressed his large hand on her, Shin Suian let out a soft moan and leaned against him. Don't move, Lu Yuan said in a low voice. Let me massage you a bit so you can walk. Is it my fault if I can't walk? Shin Suian mumbled, annoyed. It was all because of him. Lu Yuan's hands were warm and strong, and he applied just the right amount of pressure. Shin Suian's soreness quickly eased. She sighed and relaxed more in his embrace. It wasn't until she noticed his hands becoming a bit too bold that she opened her eyes wide and lifted her head. Mujin, bring in water for washing up, Shin Suian said through gritted teeth. If she stayed with him any longer, she didn't know when they would be able to leave. Lu Yuan understood the importance of the day and stopped teasing her. After they both washed up, the maids had already prepared breakfast. After eating, Lu Yuan and Shin Suian went to greet Duke Lu and the old lady before heading out. Husband, what about father and mother? Shin Suian asked quietly. They were going to the Shin family and they should also inform Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu. No need, Lu Yuan replied coldly. Shin Suian lowered her head silently. It was one thing for him to be indifferent to Aunt Lu, as she was not his real mother, but why was he so cold to his biological father? However, she couldn't directly ask Lu Yuan about it now. The Lu and Shin families' mansions were not far apart, just a street away. In just 15 minutes, the carriage stopped outside the Shin family gate. Suian. Before they could get out, they heard Zhang's voice calling. Shin Suian excitedly lifted the curtain and immediately saw Jiang standing on the steps. Madam, Shin Suian said with bright eyes, quickly getting out of the carriage. Though it had only been a few days, Shin Suian felt as if she had been away from home for a long time. Seeing Jiang felt like a reunion after ages. Jiang took Shin Suian's hand and looked her up and down. Seeing her rosy complexion and sparkling eyes, she felt relieved. Only then did she glance at Lu Yuan, who was following Shin Suian. I have met your mother-in-law, Lu Yuan said, bowing politely. His courteous demeanor was completely different from the fierce reputation he had outside. The slight unease in Zhang's heart disappeared. Sui Shui, quickly take your husband to the main room. The old master and old lady have been waiting for you both since morning, Jiang said with a bright smile. Shin Sueon glanced back at Lu Yuan and replied, okay. The group cheerfully made their way to the main room, especially with the gift boxes taken from the Lu family's carriage, which surprised many. Such a heavy return gift showed how much the young lady was cherished and valued by her husband. Madam, how is your health? Shin Sueon asked, showing concern for Jiang. Dr. Zhou has checked my pulse, and the pregnancy is stable now, Jiang replied with a smile. Shin Sueon felt relieved and looked around but did not see the presence of concubine Cheng and her daughter. She planned to ask about them privately later. I kept them from appearing, Jiang whispered. Since your wedding day, Yi has been acting like she's lost her mind. Shin Sueon was taken aback. What happened to her? Your father wants to arrange a marriage for her, but she insists she is someone she loves and will never marry anyone else, Jiang said quietly, worried that Lu Yuan might overhear. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Shin Sueon's eyes. She had never heard of Shin Siyu having a love interest. In her previous life, she had married a newly appointed top scholar. It seemed she was up to some mischief again. Before long, they arrived at the main room. Shin Sueon noticed that the old master, Shin, looked noticeably better, which made her heart ache. Granddaughter pays respects to grandfather and grandmother. She remembered in her past life when she returned home, her grandfather was already bedridden, and Lu Heng had left shortly after greeting her, citing matters in the palace, without staying even half a day with her family. Get up quickly, the old master Shin said with a smile, his wise eyes assessing Lu Yuan. When he was still in office, Lu Yuan had not yet become the commander of the town's defense, but he had already heard of his name. At that time, Lu Yuan was a favored imperial guard. He never expected that in just a few years, Lu Yuan would rise to the rank of a third-grade commander. After the greetings, everyone took their seats. The old master Shin did not ask about court matters, but inquired about ordinary things. Just a few words in, Shen Jianglin returned. After greeting the old master and old lady, he turned to Shin Sueon with a stern expression. How has your family taught you manners, allowing you to be so arrogant in your in-laws' home? Do you want to be the subject of ridicule for me not knowing how to raise a daughter, producing someone so disrespectful to her elders and harsh to her in-laws? Shin Jianglin didn't wait for Shin Sueon to speak and immediately started scolding her. Shin Sueon felt a chill run through her body, and her faint smile froze. Even after enduring so much pain, she was still hurt to the point of tears by Shin Jianglin's harsh words. Jiang Shi was equally shocked, unable to believe that her husband would scold Shin Sueon in front of his son-in-law. It was clear he wanted Shin Sueon to lose face in her husband's family. My daughter truly doesn't know what she did wrong for you to be so harsh with her, Shin Sueon said coldly. Humph. Didn't you deliberately delay serving tea to your elders and mistreat the young ladies of your husband's family? You've embarrassed me, Shin Jianglin shouted angrily. The teacup in the old man's hand crashed to the ground at Shin Jianglin's feet. Sir, you have quite the authority. Father, you can't keep spoiling her, Shin Jianglin insisted, his neck stiff. Father-in-law, I don't know where you heard these baseless accusations. Why don't you ask your son-in-law if there's any truth to them? I should know best what Sueon did in the Lu family, Lu Yuan said, standing beside Shin Sueon, his gaze cold as he looked at Shin Jianglin. Lu Yuan, you don't need to explain for her. Shin Jianglin waved his hand, his face filled with disgust. Lu Yuan's expression darkened slightly. I went with Sueon to serve tea. Why is it only her you criticize and not me? If a sister-in-law disrespects her elder sister-in-law, what's wrong with Sueon speaking up? Shouldn't a sister-in-law be allowed to stand up for herself? Shin Jianglin was taken aback, frowning at Lu Yuan, seemingly surprised that he would defend Shin Sueon so fiercely. Enough. Just because you've heard a few misleading comments, you think you understand Sueon's upbringing. You are her father, not her enemy. Shin old madam scolded. Shin Jianglin's face turned red. He had wanted to show off in front of his son-in-law but ended up being reprimanded instead. It seems there's been a misunderstanding, Lu Yuan said, holding Shin Sueon's hand, his voice cold and firm. Sueon is graceful and well-mannered. There is nothing to criticize. If she is deemed lacking, then the other noble ladies in the capital should never show their faces again. Moreover, Sueon lost her mother at a young age. If she had any improper reputation, people would only blame you, father-in-law. Wouldn't you agree? Shin Sueon lowered her head, biting her lip tightly, afraid she might cry. Shin old master maintained a serious expression, holding back the reprimand that was on the tip of his tongue. He didn't want to embarrass Shin Jianglin in front of his granddaughter's husband. Otherwise, he would truly lose face as a father-in-law. Daughter-in-law, you and your mother can have a private chat. I would like Lu Yuan to play chess with this old man, said old master Shin gently. Lu Yuan squeezed Shin Sueyan's hand. Shin Sueyan bowed slightly, yes, grandfather. Jiang didn't look at Shin Jianglin's changing expression and took Shin Sueyan back to Songfeng courtyard. Do you feel wronged? Jiang asked Shin Sueyan softly. Shin Sueyan smiled at her, her bitten lips still slightly red. She had indeed almost been overwhelmed by her emotions earlier. She couldn't understand how her father could treat her this way. Hadn't he thought about how she would face Lu Yuan after being scolded like that? No, Shin Jianglin had thought about it. He just didn't care. He despised her and wished she would be rejected by her in-laws. Jiang said angrily, he is venting his anger on you because of concubine Cheng. She has already noticed something is off with the tea, and she should realize it involves us. Now that I am pregnant, your father doesn't dare to do anything to me, so he takes it out on you. Shin Sueyan replied, so now he feels satisfied. As a father, he could go to great lengths for Shin Siyu, yet he turned a blind eye to the suffering she endured. How could she be foolish enough to think he still had any fatherly affection for her? Jiang felt immense pity and sympathy for Shin Sueyan. Shin Jianglin's favoritism was entirely directed at concubine Cheng and her daughter, leaving Shin Sueyan with nothing but indifference. Your husband treats you fairly well. The way he stood up to your father today shows he wants to protect you. This marriage isn't so bad after all, she said, finding some comfort in that. Lu Yuan's actions today greatly increased Jiang's fondness for him as a son-in-law. Shin Sueyan forced a smile. She hadn't expected Lu Yuan to defend her like that. If even her own father could humiliate her for the sake of a concubine, how could she dare to hope that anyone else would treat her kindly? Shin Jianglin knew very well that she would struggle in the Lu family, yet he showed no understanding of her difficulties. At that moment, any remaining fatherly affection Shin Sueyan had for Shin Jianglin vanished in her tears. Back at Songfeng courtyard, Jiang immediately sent someone to fetch water for Shin Sueyan to wash her face.
Don't cry, Sui.
There will be someone to protect you from now on, Jiang said, helping her reapply her makeup and soothing her gently. Shin Sueyan nodded. Thank you, madam. A maid entered from outside. Madam, the second young lady has come to talk with the elder lady. When we weren't close, we had nothing to say to each other, and now there's even less to discuss. Just send her away, Jiang said coldly. However, Shin Siyu refused to leave and raised her voice outside. Madam, I just want to speak with my sister for a moment. After all, we're sisters. If you won't let me into Songfeng courtyard, I will talk to her from outside. I'll go see what she wants to say, Shin Sueyan said as she stood up, her face showing no trace of weakness or sadness. Her heart should be as strong as iron by now. Shin Siyu had just wanted to visit the main room to see Lu Yuan one more time, but the servant guarding the door wouldn't let her in, saying the old lady had already instructed that both she and concubine Cheng should stay inside today and not go out freely. She knew the old lady didn't want Lu Yuan to see her. It must be because she was prettier than Shin Sueyan. The old lady was afraid that if Lu Yuan saw her, he would like Shin Sueyan even less. Shin Siyu believed that Lu Yuan would never like a woman forced upon him, especially one who had once been his brother's fiancée. Second sister, what do you want? Shin Sueyan's upright figure stepped out from the room. Shin Siyu frowned as she looked at Shin Sueyan, disappointed not to see any signs of fatigue or sadness on her face. Today is your return home day, so as your sister, I naturally want to know how you are doing in your new family, Shin Siyu said with a smile. I didn't know you were so concerned about me. second sister, Shin Suan replied slowly as she walked down the steps to stand in front of Shin Siyu. Concubine Chung has been having a hard time lately. Aren't you going to check on her? Shin Siyu recalled that concubine Chung had lost a significant amount of money, which was supposed to be her dowry, and a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. How do you know? Shin Siyu stared at Shin Suan. We don't have much sisterly bond, so I don't need to share how I'm doing in the Liu family with you. You should go back now, Shin Suan said lightly. Shin Siyu grabbed Shin Suan's hand. Sister, did you know? Brother-in-law was my lifesaver. I only found out a few days ago that the person who risked everything to save me was Liu Yuan. So this was why Shin Siyu had come to Songfeng Courtyard to find her. Oh, I see, Shin Suan replied coldly. Shin Siyu didn't expect such a reaction from her. She stepped in front of Shin Suan. I knew Liu Yuan before you did. So what? Shin Suan asked with a laugh, seeing jealousy in Shin Siyu's eyes.
Could it be
that Shin Siyu liked Liu Yuan? A sudden realization flashed through Shin Suan's mind. She remembered. In her previous life, she had a tough time in the Liu family and didn't care much about the Shin family. However, she once heard Jiang mention that Shin Siyu had an affair with someone before marrying the top scholar. But she refused to reveal who that man was.
Could it be
that Shin Siyu didn't even know that man was Liu Yuan? Otherwise, with her personality, she would have been visiting the Liu family every day. This time, because she married Liu Yuan, she had the chance to see him again. Aren't you afraid that your brother-in-law will regret marrying you when he sees me? Shin Siyu sneered at Shin Suan. Shin Suan was slightly taken aback, looking at Shin Siyu as if she were foolish. I am a bit worried. It might make Liu Yuan think that the girls from the Shin family are not very bright, Shin Suan replied. Shin Siyu gritted her teeth. If it weren't for the imperial marriage, do you think you could marry him? No. But the emperor arranged the marriage, didn't he? Are you jealous or envious, dear sister? Shin Suan asked with a smile.
You.
Shin Siyu's face turned red with anger. She came to annoy Shin Suan, not to make herself upset. Shin Suan, you are bullying your sister again. Shin Jianglin's figure appeared at the courtyard entrance, striding over with an angry glare at Shin Suan. Looking at her furious father approaching her, Shin Suan felt her heart colder than the weather. In my father's eyes, am I just someone who bullies my sister? Shin Suan asked calmly. Shin Jianglin snorted coldly. Besides bullying your sister, you also plotted against your aunt. How did I not realize you were such a cruel person before? Father, what are you saying? What did she do to my aunt? Shin Siyu asked in shock. Shin Suan looked at Shin Jianglin with her dark, calm eyes. To her and her mother, he was cold and unfeeling. He didn't love her mother and allowed concubine Chung to dominate her, which made her mother unhappy and live a miserable life. He treated her, his daughter, with indifference. Without the protection of her grandparents, she might not have survived under concubine Cheng's control. Now he was coming to scold her for his concubine again. Did Shin Jianglin think she was still a child who would just obediently accept his beatings and scoldings? Yes, father, tell me, what did I do to concubine Cheng? Shin Suan asked with a smile. The tens of thousands of taels that concubine Cheng lost, wasn't it your scheme? You and your mother intentionally released the Fangs Han Ti. Can you honestly say it wasn't aimed at concubine Cheng? You are the only one who has gone to the palace with the old lady to see Consort Yao. Don't you know Consort Yao's favorite is Shuya? Listening to Shin Jianglin's questioning, Shin Suan smirked. Jiang Shi rushed out of the room. Did we force Aunt Cheng to buy the Fangs Han Ti? Why don't you mention that she is not only greedy but also foolish? She lost money herself and still blames others. Shin Jianglin, have a conscience. Don't blame everything on your daughter. This rude insult made Shin Jianglin's face turn red and pale. You are simply a shrew. Shin Jianglin shouted, pointing at Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi laughed mockingly. How interesting. Many people sell Fangs Han Ti, but none buy it like her, piling it up like a mountain. Everyone faces losses in business. If you can't handle it, don't whine. It's disgraceful. How dare you say that about my aunt? Shin Siyu exclaimed. Slap. Jiang Shi raised her hand and struck her. You ungrateful girl. If I don't teach you a lesson today, people will think the Shin family has no manners, and you dare to shout at your stepmother. Shin Siyu covered her cheek in disbelief, wanting to rush forward, but was firmly held back by a servant beside Jiang Shi. Second miss, if you want to fight me, think carefully. Unless you plan to never find a good family, no noble family would want a daughter who fights with her stepmother. Jiang Shi glanced at her. Shen Zhonglin was furious. Jiang Shi, do you think I'm dead? How dare you hit my daughter? Let her go. She called me stepmother, so why can't I hit her? Jiang Shi retorted. Shen Zhonglin, if you have the guts, divorce me, and I won't care about her disrespect. Shen Zhonglin raised his hand but stopped when he saw Jiang Shi approaching him with her belly. He held back his anger. Jiang Shi was carrying Shin family's child. If he hit her, Aunt Chung and Shin Siyu wouldn't survive either. Shin Sueon didn't expect Jiang Shi to act so harshly. She actually liked it. Father, did Aunt Chung really lose tens of thousands of taels? Shin Sueon asked calmly. That's right. I order you to return all that money to Aunt Chung, or you won't call me father anymore, Shin Zhonglin said coldly. Shin Sueon raised an eyebrow. Where did Aunt Chung get tens of thousands of taels? Even if you add up all of my salary over the years, it wouldn't reach 10,000 taels. Where did her money come from? Could it be from the 5 shops my mother had? Zhang's eyes shifted, and she immediately took over Shin Sueon's words. Aunt Chung receives 5 taels of silver for her monthly allowance. Even if the master secretly gives her more, it's impossible for her to have tens of thousands of taels. Could it be that she has been embezzling money from somewhere? Shin Siyu, forgetting her pain, tightly grasped Shin Zhonglin's hand, fear evident in her eyes. She knew exactly where Aunt Cheng's money came from. If Jiang and Shin Sueon pressed the issue, her aunt would be accused of embezzlement. It was me who gave it to her, Shin Zhonglin said, his face turning red as he reluctantly admitted it. Shin Zhonglin, I manage all the family's land and shops, and we only make about 2,000 taels a year. If you have so much private wealth, why don't I know about it? Jiang asked, clutching her stomach. You're just hiding your wealth for your illegitimate child. What about the legitimate son I will have in the future? I will go to the old master to seek justice for myself. Shin Zhonglin's chest heaved violently. He had come to seek justice for his beloved concubine, but now he found himself in a difficult position. He glared fiercely at Shin Sueon, blaming her for the trouble. I don't have any other private wealth. I just sold a few paintings. Father, when I counted my mother's dowry, 3 priceless paintings and a set of antique vases were missing. You didn't sell my mother's dowry, did you? Shin Sueon asked. Those items were displayed in Aunt Cheng's room. Otherwise, Shin Zhonglin wouldn't have been willing to give her 3,000 to 4,000 for her dowry. Those are hidden somewhere. Once found, I will return them to you, Shin Zhonglin said through gritted teeth. He snorted and pulled Shin Siyu away from Songfeng courtyard. Shin Siyu turned back and glared fiercely at Shin Sueon. Her aunt's dowry, which was meant for her, had been schemed away by Shin Sueon, and she would not let this go. However, Shin Sueon didn't even glance at her and helped Jiang into the house. Madam, please take care of yourself, Shin Sueon said. I'm not angry. I've wanted to confront her for a long time, and today I finally had the chance, Jiang said with a smile. Shin Sueon glanced towards the direction of the moon-viewing pavilion, realizing that Aunt Chung hadn't learned her lesson yet. Sui, your father's favoritism isn't a new issue. You should try to relax, Jiang said gently. If I didn't try to relax, how would I have gotten through these years? Shin Sueon replied with a smile. No matter how much Aunt Chung cries or makes a scene, I won't give her any money. Only then did Jiang feel reassured. She was worried that Shin Sueon might be soft-hearted and give away the shop they had finally managed to reclaim. Women should have money in hand. That gives them confidence. Look, even Aunt Chung and her daughter know the importance of money. Otherwise, how could they make such a fuss? Jiang said. Shin Sueon nodded with a smile. I understand. All right, you should go find Sister Yao now. Go on, have a good chat with her, Jiang said, patting her hand. Don't worry about your father's matters. I am here for you. Jiang pointed to her belly. the old master and madam are protecting me now. Shin Sueon indeed wanted to visit the second branch to greet her second aunt. Today, her second aunt did not appear, as she was said to have caught a chill. Once Shin Sueon left, Jiang called her trusted maid, have someone investigate how much private property the master really has. It was fine when I had no children, but now I cannot let my child's things go to others. Aunt Chung was still waiting in the room for Shin Jonglin to help her reclaim her lost money. However, instead of money, Shin Jonglin entered and took down the famous painting that had been hanging on the wall for years. Take these things back to that ungrateful girl, Shin Jonglin said angrily. Aunt Chung held onto the painting tightly. Husband, what are you doing? Why are you giving these to the eldest daughter? These paintings were passed down from the previous dynasty, and if pawned, each could be worth thousands of taels. Shin Jonglin was so angry, he was breathing heavily. Do you know how that ungrateful girl mocked me? Keeping these is a shame for me. A few mocking words wouldn't matter, but these paintings are worth money. Aunt Chung looked at Shin Jonglin with tearful eyes. Husband, I have nothing now. These could still be used as a dowry for our daughter. The daughter's dowry will be fine with me. I won't let her be treated poorly. Do you want me to lose face in front of Jiang and Shin Sueon? Shin Jonglin shouted. Aunt Chung choked up, watching helplessly as the maid took away her treasured painting. It felt like a large piece of her heart was cut out. It hurt so much. Shin Siu stepped aside to serve tea to Shin Jonglin. Father, please don't be angry. Today is the day my sister returns home. We can't let Commander Lu laugh at us. If Shin Sueon cared even a little about the Shin family's reputation, she wouldn't dare to defy me like this today, Shin Jonglin said angrily. Actually, Commander Lu holds a high position in court and could greatly benefit your future, Shin Siu said, knowing her father had been trying hard to become the Minister of Rights recently. Shin Janglin's eyes flickered. Yes, the old man was stubborn and refused to help him, but now the court knew that Lu Yuan was his son-in-law. Shouldn't they be eager to win him over? Although those people feared Lu Yuan privately, no one wanted to offend the commander of the pacification office. After all, who knew how many secrets they had that could not be revealed? Shin Siu observed the change in Shin Jianglin's expression and realized her words had moved him. If my sister would speak up for our father, Lu Yuan would have come to see you first today, Shin Siu said softly. She doesn't understand like you do, Shin Jonglin huffed. Aunt Chung instinctively muttered, if only Siu had been engaged to the Lu family back then, we wouldn't have so many problems now. Shin Jonglin frowned and glanced at Shin Siu, feeling a bit regretful. If Siu had married into the Duke's residence, it would have been wonderful. Unfortunately, he had considered this before. A few years ago, he had thought about switching brides. He almost got kicked out of the house by the old man. Siu, don't worry. I will find you a better match in the future, Shin Jonglin reassured her. Shin Siu gritted her teeth and said sadly, I just regret not recognizing Commander Lu sooner.
I didn't know he was my savior.
Aunt Cheng's eyes widened, and she suddenly looked at Shin Siu. You mean Lu Yuan saved you from the thugs back then? Shin Jonglin asked in surprise. Then you should go thank him properly. Shin Siu smiled slightly. I was afraid my sister would be upset, so I didn't dare to go to him. This family is not for her to control, Shin Jonglin huffed. Aunt Cheng calmed down and smiled. Master, didn't you say you had something to discuss with Lu Yuan yesterday? Shin Jonglin was reminded and immediately thought of something more important. I'll go find Lu Yuan first. See you. Come to the main room in half an hour, Shin Jonglin said as he stood up. Yes, father, Shin Siu replied, her eyes filled with sweet smiles. After Shin Jonglin left the theater, Aunt Cheng looked at her daughter with a serious expression. Mother, why are you looking at me like that? Shin Siu felt uneasy under her gaze and avoided her eyes. Aunt Cheng gestured for the maidservants to leave the room. I've noticed something's off with you these days. When did you realize Lu Yuan had saved you before?
Aunt Cheng asked.
Shin Siu knew she couldn't hide it from Aunt Cheng, and since she needed her help, she decided to be honest. On the day Shin Sueyan got married, Shin Si said, Mother, I didn't know that Lu Yuan was him. If I had known earlier, what would it change? Aunt Cheng replied sharply. Since there was no chance before and he is already married, you should give up on this idea. Don't even think about it. Shin-si hugged Aunt Cheng's arm playfully. Mother, why can't I think about it? Even if he is married, he doesn't like Shin Sueon. If he sees me, he will surely remember me. And then what? Aunt Cheng's voice grew colder. Even if Lu Yuan remembers you, do you expect him to divorce Shin Sueon and marry you? Shin-si lowered her head, knowing it was impossible. Don't you always say that as long as you can be with the one you love, you shouldn't care about status? Aunt Cheng took a deep breath. If Shin-si weren't her daughter, she would want to slap some sense into her. That's because I know your father could never marry me. Even if he wanted to, the old master and old lady wouldn't agree. Do you think being a concubine is easy? Do you want your daughter to be looked down upon like you? Even a lowly merchant's daughter like Jiang can represent the Shin family socially, and everyone respectfully calls her Madam Shin.
But what about me?
Your father has feelings for me, but can you see me standing on equal ground with the other main wives? Shin-si's tears streamed down her face. I am not inferior to Shin Sueon in any way. Why can she have it? But I can't. She wanted to take a chance. What if Lu Yuan had more courage than her father and would divorce Shin Sueon for her? Lu Yuan was much more capable than her father. He was the commander of the town's defense. Why are you so stubborn? Aunt Cheng said, frustrated, poking her head. Your background is already a disadvantage. Those two old folks treat you and her differently. I warn you, do not go see Lu Yuan. If anyone sees even a hint of your feelings, do you still care about your reputation? Aunt Chung said angrily. Shin-si covered her mouth and cried, I am not willing to accept this. I just can't accept it. Aunt Chung sneered. It's good that you're not willing. With your looks and talent, if you just behave and please those two old folks, they will find you a good match. Even a prince could marry you, and then your status would be higher than Shin Sueon's. She would have to bow to you. This is the life you should pursue. Shin-si bit her lip in silence, but Lu Yuan was the one she had longed for as her savior. She dreamed countless times of reuniting with him, giving herself to him, and living a life that everyone envied. Until Shin Sueon and Lu Yuan returned, Shin-si had no chance to go upstairs. She was held back by Aunt Chung in the theater, which crushed her restless heart, leaving her unable to feel anything. Shin Sueon quietly glanced at Lu Yuan. His profile was sharp and handsome, giving off a sense of cold detachment. His dark eyes stared ahead, lost in thought. What did father call you out for just now? Shin Sueon asked softly. She sensed that he was in a bad mood, likely due to his conversation with Shin Jianglin. Lu Yuan turned to look at her. The young girl's eyes were like delicate peonies, and her porcelain-white face showed a hint of worry. He reached out, took her slender arm, and gently pulled her into his embrace. Husband? Shin Sueon exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Lu Yuan leaned down and kissed her cheek. Your father asked me about the Only Marquis, but he didn't say anything else, Lu Yuan replied softly. Shin Sueon's cheek rested against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, and her mind finally began to clear. She remembered. The Only Marquis was the nephew of the old lady of the Chu family from the Lai family in Songyang Prefecture. The Only Marquis was stripped of his title and executed for forming factions, excluding others, and conspiring to murder a prince. What's wrong? Lu Yuan asked quietly, noticing that the girl in his arms had cold hands. What happened to the Only Marquis? Shin Sueon asked softly. The decline of the Chu family must be related to the Only Marquis, and she thought that warning the old lady of the Chu family could save them. But now she realized she was just a speck of dust in the flow of history. Even if she was reborn, a tiny speck of dust would not change the course of history. The governor of Songyang reported him for seizing land for personal use, taking away the good farmland from the people. The emperor was very angry and ordered a thorough investigation, Lu Yuan explained, not brushing her off. Will it implicate the Chu family? Shin Sueon asked anxiously. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. You seem particularly concerned about the Chu family. Shin Sueon replied, I grew up with Chu Qingli, so I naturally don't want her to be harmed in the future. As long as the Chu family is not in league with the Only Marquis, they will be fine, Lu Yuan said. Shin Suan lowered her head. In such a large family like the Chu family, how can they ensure that everyone is innocent? My father-in-law wants me to turn a blind eye to Lord Only, Lu Yuan said slowly.
What?
Shin Suan's expression changed, and she sat up straight. How can he say that to you? If Lord Only really is using the good land for himself, how can you just ignore it? Lu Yuan looked down at her. Aren't you worried that the Chu family will be implicated? I also don't want you to protect bad people, Shin Suan said softly. She knew that Lord Only was not innocent. The harm he caused in Songyang was far worse than what had been uncovered. Will the governor of Songyang be in danger for daring to report Lord Only? She remembered that the first official who reported him had his whole family killed, and at first, no one dared to investigate. Only after Lord Only was found guilty did all the buried cases come to light. Lu Yuan said, the pacification office will send someone to protect him. In fact, those who wanted to protect Lord Only were all part of the Empress's faction, and Duke Lu also wanted to keep Lord Only safe. Shin Zhonglin had unexpectedly made this request too. Only old Master Shin did not discuss court matters with him. The sunset glow shone through the window, casting a golden light over the two of them. Others say the pacification office is a knife in the Emperor's hand. It won't listen to anyone else, only to the Emperor's orders, Lu Yuan said, gently holding Shin Suan's fingertips. Shin Suan understood what he meant. He wouldn't side with the Empress or the favored concubine. He was only loyal to the Emperor. No matter what my father says to you, you don't have to pay attention to it, Shin Suan said. Lu Yuan raised his hand and lightly touched her cheek. Today, he realized how constrained she felt in the Shin family. He had heard about Shin Zhonglin favoring his concubines over his wife, but he didn't expect him to be so harsh with his only legitimate daughter. Though he said nothing, at that moment, Shin Suan seemed to understand his meaning. I grew up in front of my grandmother, and both my second aunt and my mother took good care of me, so I haven't suffered too much, Shin Suan said with a faint smile. That won't be the case anymore, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. The next day, Lu Yuan ended his wedding leave and got up before dawn. Shin Suan heard the noise and sleepily tried to get up. He hugged her and tucked her back under the covers. It's cold outside. You don't need to get up. In fact, Shin Suan didn't want to get up either. She felt all soft and tired after being restless for a long time last night. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, she closed her eyes and went back to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Shin Suan was softly awakened by Mu Jin. Young madam, Princess Guangning has sent someone to invite you for tea. I'm not going, I want to sleep, Shin Suan replied, hiding under the blanket without thinking. Mu Jin lowered her voice, Miss. That is Princess Guangning, your sister-in-law now. Shin Suan finally woke up. With Mu Jin helping her wash her face, she wondered why such a noble person as Princess Guangning was up so early, especially since she didn't need to visit the main house today. Madame Lu also sent someone to say she shouldn't disturb her. Shin Suan felt a sense of relief. She wouldn't have to spend her days writing, arranging flowers, and painting with Madame Lu anymore. But now, Princess Guangning wanted to see her early in the morning. She decided to go and find out what the matter was. Princess Guangning lived in Ziyuan Hall, in the East Courtyard, which was the second largest courtyard after the main house. Ziyuan Hall had a warm pavilion surrounded by various beautiful flowers, creating a serene and elegant atmosphere. The eldest young madam has finally arrived. We were starting to worry about His Highness waiting. A maid outside rolled her eyes upon seeing Shin Suan. Another maid, Ban Jian, pouted and said, The eldest young master told our young madam to rest. Who knew the princess would come so early to invite someone?
What do you mean by that?
Do you think the prince is inconsiderate to our princess? Ziyu glared at Ban Jian. Shin Suan calmly replied, I truly did not know the princess would seek me out so early. Perhaps next time, someone could inform me in advance. Ziyu huffed, coming quickly. It was said that Princess Guangning had a proud temper, and even her maids held her in high regard. With a wife like that, Lu Heng was indeed fortunate. Shin Sueon smiled slightly and followed Ziyu to the warm pavilion. Princess Guangning looked over with her clear, beautiful eyes. Shin Sueon, you are indeed different from what I imagined. I have seen the princess, Shin Sueon said, lowering her gaze and greeting her respectfully. Please, no need for formalities, come in and sit, said Princess Guangning. Everyone is saying that if you hadn't insisted on breaking off the engagement, I wouldn't have had the chance to marry Lu Heng. Shin Sueon, I have benefited from your misfortune and taken the man you didn't want, Princess Guangning said, lazily leaning on a soft couch while holding a silver floral incense burner. Though she smiled, her eyes were fixed intently on Shin Sueon. Princess Guangning had admired Lu Heng since he topped the examinations, but at that time, he was already engaged, and even imperial concubine Yao wouldn't have taken someone else's fiancé for her daughter. Shin Sueon has been avoiding situations where Princess Guangning is present because of this matter. Your Highness, please don't listen to the rumors. It is fate that you and the second young master are meant to be together, which is why you are a perfect match, Shin Sueon said with a smile, showing no signs of displeasure. Princess Guangning raised an eyebrow, seemingly trying to read any insincerity on Shin Sueon's face. Shin Sueon genuinely believed this, feeling no unhappiness. You certainly know how to speak, Princess Guangning said with a light huff.
Sit down, why are you standing?
Thank you, Your Highness, Shin Sueon replied as she took a seat across from her. Princess Guangning glanced at Ziyu. Why haven't you served tea yet? Ziyu quickly responded, and then brought hot tea to Shin Sueon. Now that you and I are sisters-in-law, even though Lu Yuan is a secondary son, he is still respectable. He is the commander of the town guard, and in the future, he might even earn you a title, Princess Guangning said, picking up a piece of cake. She looked at Shin Sueon as she spoke. Don't feel discontent. Although Lu Yuan is not as good as Lu Heng, he is still better than many others. Shin Sueon didn't think Lu Yuan was lacking compared to Lu Heng. In fact, she believed he was much better. Once married, I am now Lu Yuan's wife, so he is my world. I will never think poorly of him, Shin Sueon said softly. Hearing this, Princess Guangning finally smiled in satisfaction. It seems you are not as strong-willed and unreasonable as others say. Shin Sueon shyly looked at Princess Guangning, showing an embarrassed smile. It seems others have misunderstood me. Princess Guangning increasingly felt that Shin Sueon was different from the rumors. She had thought that someone who would threaten to break off an engagement over a small matter would be unreasonable, but now Shin Sueon seemed gentle and uncompetitive. Why would you break off your engagement with Lu Heng over a commoner, yet you are willing to marry Lu Yuan, who has 2 concubines? Princess Guangning suddenly asked. Shin Sueon lowered her head and softly replied, I can accept others, but I just hope that the person I marry truly wants to be with me. Princess Guangning responded, You are just too narrow-minded. It's just a wine cellar. If it's too much to bear, just deal with it. Your Highness, the past is behind us. There's no point in discussing it further. I just wish to live a good life with Lu Yuan, Shin Sueon said with a smile. Being able to be sisters-in-law with you is also a blessing for me. Princess Guangning finally set aside her prejudice against Shin Sueon, feeling that she was quite sensible. Don't worry, if Lu Yuan's 2 concubines dare to bully you, I can still stand up for you, Princess Guangning said proudly, raising her chin. Shin Sueon smiled gratefully. Then I will thank your Highness in advance. Do you want to know where that wine-selling woman is now? Princess Guangning suddenly asked. Shin Sueon felt a bit uneasy. Did Princess Guangning already find out that Song Xiuji was on the boat? That wouldn't do. If Princess Guangning discovered too soon that Song Xiuji was still in contact with Lu Heng, how would Song Xiuji have the chance to give birth to those ungrateful twins? I had her driven out of the capital. She will never return, Princess Guangning said proudly. The prince also said he has no feelings for her and doesn't care about her whereabouts. Shin Sueon slowly sighed in relief, admiring Princess Guangning. That wine-selling woman can't compare to your Highness's beauty, as lovely as a peony. With you, The prince surely has no eye for other women. Princess Guangning's smile deepened. Talking to you is quite enjoyable. Come chat with me more often. Shen Suan nodded with a smile, surprised to find she had such eloquence. Ziyu watched the princess and Shen Suan chatting happily, feeling a bit displeased.
Stay here and have lunch with me.
By the time Shen Suan left Ziyuan Hall, half the day had passed. She unexpectedly ran into Lu Heng, who was returning from outside. Lu Heng, dressed in a crimson official robe, stood tall and handsome. Upon seeing Shen Suan, his brow furrowed. "What are you doing here?" he questioned sharply. Shen Suan initially didn't want to say anything to him, but his unfriendly tone made her stop. "Second young master, Princess Guangning invited our eldest lady for tea," she replied expressionlessly. They had always regarded Lu Heng as a brother-in-law, but since learning about Song Xiuji, Shen Suan's maid had developed a strong dislike for him. Lu Heng glanced at the maid with indifference, clearly displeased that she spoke up. "Sister-in-law, we are all married now. We should let go of the past. I've said many times that my relationship with Miss Song is innocent. You have already caused her to lose her business in the capital. Do you still want her life?" Lu Heng said coldly.
Caused her?
Was he out of his mind? "You misunderstand. I hope more than anyone that you and Miss Song can be together for a long time," Shen Suan replied with a smile. Lu Heng looked at her suspiciously, not believing that she came to see Princess Guangning just for tea. "Then I hope you won't gossip and mention Miss Song in front of the princess," Lu Heng said. Shen Suan almost laughed out loud. "Then you shouldn't have brought the princess back to stay. You should be at the princess's residence, watching over her day and night, so she doesn't find out about Song Xiuji." "Lu Heng, don't think too highly of yourself. I am now your sister-in-law and have no interest in your romantic affairs. Whether you keep a wine girl or a flower girl outside, it has nothing to do with me. I am a sister-in-law to the princess. She invited me for tea, and of course, I will accept. If you're so afraid of others stirring trouble, you should ask the princess not to invite me anymore." Shen Suan shot him a cold glance, noticing his changing expression. "You'd better not meet outsiders either, since everyone knows about you and Song Xiuji." Lu Heng said angrily. "Shen Suan, you know you're not satisfied, you." Shen Suan scoffed and walked away without looking at him. "I have no dissatisfaction. Lu Yuan is much better than you. You're just a hypocrite." Always praised as a refined young man, he was called a hypocrite for the first time. Lu Heng's anger did not subside as he entered the room, his handsome face still clouded. Princess Guangning looked at him curiously and reached out to take his hand, smiling as she asked, "Did the prince encounter trouble outside?" "Your Highness." Lu Heng lowered his gaze to Princess Guangning, seeing that she didn't seem upset. He took her hand and sat down. "I have to attend court and can't be with you. If you find it boring, you can invite the noble ladies from before to keep you company. Just don't go looking for Shen Suan. Who knows what she's up to?" Princess Guangning smiled. "I'm afraid of disturbing the old lady and my mother. In the future, when I'm bored, I'll host a banquet at the princess's residence." Lu Heng finally managed to smile, "As long as the princess likes it." "Today, I invited Shen Suan to talk with me," Princess Guangning mentioned. She noticed a flicker of disgust in Lu Heng's eyes and smiled. She can talk quite well, and now she only has Lu Yuan in her heart. She knows her place. If Shen Suan dares to have feelings for someone she shouldn't, she won't have good days ahead. Lu Heng frowned. "She is cunning and scheming. Your Highness should keep your distance from her to avoid being led astray." "I know. If she dares to scheme against me, I won't let her get away with it," Princess Guangning replied. Princess Guangning looked at Lu Heng and continued, "Prince, it seems you really dislike Shen Suan. Why didn't you break off the engagement earlier?" "I have thought about it, but my grandfather does not want to be seen as untrustworthy," Lu Heng replied calmly. "So, you never liked Shen Suan?" Princess Guangning asked with a cheerful smile. Lu Heng recalled Shen Suan's bright and beautiful face. Did he ever like her? From the moment he learned she was his fiancée, he never really looked at her closely. It seemed he only recently noticed how stunning she was. But what does it matter if she is beautiful? With a narrow mind and short vision, she is not fit to be the mistress of the Duke's residence. If it weren't for the engagement, I wouldn't even glance at her, Lu Heng said firmly as he took a sip from his teacup. Princess Guangning smiled sweetly and hugged Lu Heng's waist, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Lu Heng looked down at Princess Guangning, realizing he had misunderstood Shen Suian today. It wasn't her who sought the princess to gossip, it was Guangning who called her over. But he couldn't blame himself for the misunderstanding. Shen Suian's nature was not good, so it was no wonder others viewed her that way. "How is your new position in the Ministry of Rites?" Princess Guangning asked. "How could it be good?" A shadow crossed Lu Heng's eyes as he clenched his hands tightly in his sleeves. Everyone in the ministry knew he was the prince consort, and he would only hold a trivial position there for the rest of his life. They all pretended to respect him, but behind his back, they mocked him. He had previously been a palace attendant, the youngest top scholar in the history of the Yong dynasty. Everyone thought he would eventually enter the cabinet and become a minister. Now, although he was a deputy in the Ministry of Rites, he could only sit idly, spending his days reading various ceremonial documents and rewards, without touching any real work. "It's going smoothly," Lu Heng replied numbly. "I am the princess's prince consort. No one dares to bully me." Princess Guangning smiled and said, "That's good. If you are unhappy in the ministry, I will ask my mother to help you find a different position." What would that make him? In others' eyes, he would be seen as a useless person who relied on a woman to hold a position. "Princess, it's fine as it is. You don't need to ask the noble consort for me," Lu Heng said, lowering his gaze and controlling his emotions. Princess Guangning tilted her head and looked at him. "Prince, you seem a bit unhappy." Lu Heng sighed, feeling a wave of exhaustion rise from deep within. He still forced a smile, saying, "We just got married. If you immediately ask for a position for me, what will others think? If this affects the second prince, that would be even worse." Princess Guangning thought carefully and replied, "You're right. I'll listen to you. The second young master is too much." "I never realized he could be so shameless before," Ban Jian said through gritted teeth. "How can he say such things about the young mistress when he is clearly in the wrong?" They couldn't speak out earlier, but now that they were back at Dombo Courtyard, the two maids couldn't hold back any longer. Shen Suian handed her cloak to Ban Jian and pinched her cheek, saying, "What kind of person he is doesn't concern us, so it's not worth getting upset." "Young mistress, he misunderstood you without reason and spoke like that. Aren't you angry?" Mu Jin asked as she brought tea, feeling sorry for Shen Suian. "I'm not angry," Shen Suian replied calmly. She truly wasn't upset. No matter how many misunderstandings Lu Heng had or how many hurtful things he said, she could handle it with calmness. As long as she thought about the good days ahead with Lu Heng, her mood brightened. She felt so good that she could ignore everything he said today. The lunch wasn't satisfying enough, so tonight let's have the kitchen prepare crispy quail and ham with fresh bamboo shoot soup and also a hot pot. Shen Suian instructed with a smile. The maids were also influenced by her mood and smiled again. "I'll go tell the kitchen right away." "Does the young mistress want to wait for the eldest young master to have dinner together?"
Mu Jin asked.
"The Jinfu division is so busy, he might not make it back in time," Shen Suian replied. However, it wasn't long before Ban Jian returned from the kitchen, fuming.
"Who made you upset?"
"Look at your cheeks. They're puffed up like a goldfish," Sui Jin teased, poking Ban Jian's face playfully. Ban Jian huffed and lifted the curtain to go inside. In such a big Lu family, the young mistress wants to eat just a few ordinary dishes and they still make excuses, saying there aren't enough people and that I didn't give notice a day in advance. They just refused to agree. Ban Jian complained about the kitchen staff. Shen Suian was surprised. Things had been fine for the past few days. Why were they suddenly making it difficult for her today? Which cook is deliberately making it hard? Shen Suian asked. "I heard others call her Mama Li. I hadn't seen her before the last few days," Ban Jian replied. Shen Suian thought for a moment and remembered that there was indeed a buyer named Mama Li in the kitchen. She recalled that Mama Li had a daughter who also worked in the household. Tonight, Let's see what the kitchen will send over for dinner, Shen Suan smiled. Although she usually didn't like to stand out, there was one thing she couldn't compromise on. Her meals had to be enjoyable. Sui Jin, go ask the maid where Mama Li's daughter is working, Shen Suan instructed. I'll go right away, Sui Jin replied. Shen Suan took Ban Jian's hand. It's hard to get a good meal today, so we'll have to trouble you, Ban Jian, to cook me a bowl of noodles tonight. Ban Jian's eyes turned slightly red. I just feel angry for you, Mississippi. Since she married Lu Yuan, she had expected life in the Lu family wouldn't be easy. When Shen Suan woke up from her nap, Sui Jin had returned with news. Young mistress, you won't believe who Mama Li's daughter is, Sui Jin said mysteriously. Shen Suan raised an eyebrow. Is she working in our courtyard? How did you guess? Sui Jin exclaimed. It turns out Mama Li's daughter is Hong Xiao. Ban Jian frowned. Since her daughter works under the young mistress, how can she still make things difficult for us? She's not working for me. She's serving the eldest young master, Shen Suan replied with a faint smile. What does Hong Xiao do every day? Shen Suan asked curiously. Hong Xiao's position in Dongbua courtyard was quite special, and Sui Jin had been keeping an eye on her. Young mistress, Hong Xiao is currently working in the eldest young master's study, taking care of his daily needs along with Shirqing. I've heard other maids say that Hong Xiao doesn't allow other servants to attend to the eldest young master, and even manages his clothes herself, not letting anyone else touch them. Shen Suan gently rubbed the rim of her cup. She hadn't visited Lu Yuan's study yet. Dongbua courtyard has 3 sections, and Lu Yuan's study is in the west room of the first section, while the east room is where he practices martial arts. Ban Jian, Shen Suan signaled with her eyes. I'll go right away. Ban Jian understood immediately. Shen Suan glanced at the mirror. Let's redo your hair. It's messy. The setting sun cast golden light, illuminating the ground. As Lu Yuan entered the Lu family gate, he immediately spotted a figure in deep blue standing in the sunset glow. The woman was stunningly beautiful, captivating and radiant. Darling, you're back. Since being brought back to the Lu family, Lu Yuan had lived alone, and even the servants around him treated him with indifference. Over the years, he had become accustomed to solitude. It was the first time someone waited for him to come home at dusk. His heart felt like it was tightly gripped by something, and a strange emotion arose within him. Finally, he experienced a feeling different from before marriage. Did he now have a family? The little girl in front of him would be the family that would always be with him in the future. What are you doing here? Despite the swirling thoughts in his mind, Lu Yuan remained calm and composed, his voice low and gentle. Shen Suan smiled, her eyes shining brighter than the dawn. I thought it was about time, so I came out for a walk and to wait for you. Lu Yuan felt a gentle touch on his heart, tightening her cloak and holding her hand. I can't come home every day, so don't wait for me here every day. Shen Suan thought to herself that she certainly couldn't come out in the cold every day. Today was an exception. But she still obediently replied, Then if you don't come back, could you send someone to let me know? Lu Yuan couldn't help but pat her head. All right. As they entered the quiet courtyard, they saw Hong Xiao waiting outside the study. Her eyes lit up, but when she noticed Shen Suan beside Lu Yuan, her expression changed slightly, and her cheerful steps slowed down. Young master, young mistress, Hong Xiao greeted, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't notice. He was looking at Shen Suan. Shen Suan curiously asked about his training room. Is that where you practice martial arts? I'll take you to see, Lu Yuan said softly. Shen Suan's cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and anticipation. Is that okay? Lu Yuan smiled. Of course. You are my wife. There's no place in this quiet courtyard that you can't go. Hong Xiao, following behind them, felt a pang of resentment at the thought of her and the young master's private space being invaded by Shen Suan. She followed them, intending to enter. A hand blocked her way. The young master and young mistress are inside. Unless instructed, you don't need to go in, Shirqing said, looking at her. Red Sleeve's eyes turned red. Shirqing, are you going to stop me? Shirqing glanced at the well-behaved Ban Jian and Mu Jin on the other side. You should listen to what the young master said. At that moment, Shen Suiyan's voice came from the study. Ban Jian, go get the meal. Red Sleeve suddenly turned to look at Ban Jian. Did Shen Suiyan want to stay in the study and have a meal with the young master? How could the young master agree to that? It must be that Shen Suiyan used some persistent method to get the young master to reluctantly agree. Red Sleeve wished she could rush into the study right away to see what they were doing. Inside the study, Shen Suiyan truly hoped someone would come in and interrupt the strange atmosphere between her and Lu Yuan. After being carried into the study by Lu Yuan, he did not let her go. Instead, he held her on his lap, his strong, warm arms wrapped tightly around her waist, making her feel like she was burning under his intense gaze. Husband. Shen Suiyan squirmed, trying to escape his embrace. This was ridiculous. She had been waking up sore for days, while he seemed full of energy every day. He said something about not exhausting the fields, but her field felt very empty, while the hardworking oxen showed no signs of fatigue. Don't move around. Lu Yuan's voice was hoarse as he buried his head in her neck, planting soft kisses. Shen Suiyan shivered all over. She could clearly feel his change. This was the study. Husband, I'm really hungry, Shen Suiyan said softly. Lu Yuan's gaze darkened, and his throat moved slightly. The heat was even more intense. His eyes looked like a beast spotting its prey, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Shen Suiyan immediately realized he misunderstood her meaning. Could you please bring the meal? I'm really hungry. Shen Suiyan touched her stomach. Lu Yuan's breathing became heavy. He stared at her for a moment and slowly responded with a sound of agreement. Shen Suiyan sighed in relief and then asked Ban Jian to bring dinner to the study. Finally, she had a moment to look around Lu Yuan's study. She noticed there were many books. 2 walls were lined with shelves filled with all kinds of books. So many books? Shen Suiyan was surprised. She thought Lu Yuan wasn't a scholar, and the study was just for handling official business, not realizing there were so many books. Lu Yuan kissed her soft cheek. Do you like reading? Well, it depends on what kind of books they are. Shen Suiyan smiled and said, in the past, besides my studies, I liked to secretly read storybooks. Later, I would sneak into my grandfather's study to look at his travel journals. Lu Yuan held her hand and walked to the bookshelf. If you ever feel bored and want to read something, you can come and choose any book. Shen Suiyan exclaimed, this is the complete set of Floating Life's travels. How do you have the complete set? My grandfather only found the first volume. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Do you like it?
Ida.
This person traveled all over the Central Plains, and it records many places' scenery and local customs. Each place is different, Shen Suiyan said. I heard this person has gone overseas. I wonder if he will write a travel journal about that. Lu Yuan chuckled. He probably will. Shen Suiyan blinked at him. Then, can I take a look? Of course, Lu Yuan laughed. You can read any book you want. Then tell me which ones I shouldn't touch or read, so I don't accidentally cause any trouble, Shen Suiyan said. Lu Yuan gently tapped her forehead. Since I let you into the study, there's nothing you shouldn't know. Shen Suiyan ignored his last comment. She really liked his collection of travel journals. At that moment, Ban Jian returned with a food box. Hong Xiu followed closely behind her into the study, her eyes fixed on Lu Yuan and Shen Suiyan. Seeing Lu Yuan's earlier affectionate gesture, tears almost spilled from her eyes. Lu Yuan did not notice his maid's tearful and pitiful expression. He watched Ban Jian take out a few dishes from the food box that were not exactly fresh, and his face darkened. Where did this come from? Lu Yuan asked coldly. Ban Jian turned pale at his stern tone. Young master, this. I got it from the kitchen. Mama, Li said the young mistress has this kind of meal every day. Although Lu Yuan had only been married to Shen Suiyan for a few days, he knew she was very particular about her meals. This food, lacking even a shine on the vegetables, would definitely not be to her liking. While I'm not home, they treat you like this? Lu Yuan's expression was extremely grim. Shen Suiyan looked at the 5 dishes on the table. One was pickled vegetables, one was duck, one was almond tofu, one was a vegetable dish, and there was a bowl of unknown soup. The duck looked tough and dull, the tofu was falling apart, and the soup had a layer of white oil floating on top, clearly cold. "This isn't really bullying," Shin Sue-an said softly. She believed today's trouble was someone testing them. Testing the attitude of the Liu family towards her as the young mistress. After all, her identity is special. If she didn't want to break off the engagement, she would be marrying Liu Heng. The servants often try to please their masters by making things difficult for her. Ban Jian couldn't help but say, "Young mistress, yesterday the young master dined with you, so the servants didn't dare to treat you poorly." She then looked at Liu Yuan. "Young master, for dinner tonight, the young mistress wants to order a few dishes, but Mama Li from the kitchen is being difficult and won't prepare them. I didn't check the dishes properly when I went to request them." Hong Xiu, feeling sorry for herself and not receiving any support from Liu Yuan, became even more anxious when she heard Ban Jian mention her mother. "Nonsense. Don't drag my mother into this. She is very loyal to the young master. How could she send such poor food?" Hong Xiu exclaimed. Ban Jian sneered. "Yes, you two are very loyal to the young master, but you only bully the young mistress. Is it true that the young mistress came to the study today to frame us?" Hong Xiu looked at Shin Sui-an with red eyes. "If you can't tolerate me, just kick me out instead of using such tricks." Shin Sui-an hadn't expected to be brought to the study by Liu Yuan today, nor did she think Mama Li could be so bold. "Are you saying that I asked Mama Li to deliberately send me such food to frame you?" Shin Sui-an looked at Hong Xiu calmly. "Shirqing!" Liu Yuan shouted angrily. Shirqing, who was outside the study, immediately came in. "Yes, master?" Liu Yuan turned to Shin Sui-an. "What do you want to eat?" Shin Sui-an repeated the dishes she had asked Ban Jian to request from the kitchen. Shirqing quickly said, "I'll arrange that right away. Call Mama Li and have her kneel outside," Liu Yuan said expressionlessly, then looked at Hong Xiu. "You go out too. We will deal with this matter after the young mistress has finished her meal." Tears streamed down Hong Xiu's beautiful face. "Young master." Liu Yuan's expression was cold, his gaze heavy. After serving him for many years, Hong Xiu knew he was angry. She felt a wave of grievance. Their long-standing relationship seemed to mean less than the few days Shin Sui-an had been married to him. "I was going to wait a bit longer to report this to you," Shin Sui-an sighed, "but now I don't need to say anything." "You waited for me to complain tonight?" Liu Yuan asked, looking at her. Shin Sui-an couldn't read his emotions, and even if he was angry, she didn't take it too seriously. "That's not it. I had lunch at Princess Guangning today, then took a nap in the afternoon. I just wanted to go out for a walk. I didn't know when you would be back, so it was just a coincidence," Shin Sui-an said. "Did the princess make things difficult for you?" Liu Yuan asked in a deep voice. Shin Sui-an smiled and said, "No. The princess is straightforward. I just go along with what she says." Liu Yuan nodded, feeling a bit uneasy. He thought his young wife was eagerly waiting for him to come home, thinking she had developed feelings for him. He was overthinking it. He noticed that Shin Sui-an had some plans regarding dinner, but he didn't see it as a problem. In the Liu family, if one had no strategy, it would be easy to be taken advantage of. He hoped Shin Sui-an could protect herself, at least while he was away, so she could handle others' schemes. "Let's set up a small kitchen. You can have the cook prepare whatever you want," Liu Yuan said. "Should I tell the old lady?" Shin Sui-an asked softly. The small kitchen was exactly what she wanted. As for Hong Xiu, she didn't care at all. In her past life, Liu Yuan never acknowledged Hong Xiu as a concubine, not even as a secondary wife, which proved he had no such intentions toward her. Liu Yuan glanced at her. "Do you think I can't make decisions about a small kitchen?" "Of course not. My husband is wise and powerful. The best," Shin Sui-an quickly flattered. Hearing her insincere praise, Liu Yuan's anger faded. Shin Sui-an happily finished her meal, clapped her hands, and was about to return to the main room. "Husband, I'm going back now," Shin Sui-an said, blinking at him. Liu Yuan looked at her, satisfied and relaxed like a lazy cat, and couldn't help but smile. Now that she was full, she didn't care about him. Li Mama is still outside kneeling. As the young mistress, how will you punish her?
Lu Yuan asked.
Shin Suan didn't want to deal with how he would handle Li Mama and her daughter, nor did she want to interfere. But Lu Yuan seemed to see through her thoughts and took her hand, leading her out of the study. Li Mama and Hong Xiu were kneeling on the steps, their faces pale. When they saw Lu Yuan, they both begged for mercy. Young master, it was my foolishness. It has nothing to do with Hong Xiu. If you must punish someone, please punish me and don't blame Hong Xiu, Li Mama said, her round face showing shrewdness. Shen Suan glanced at her, vaguely recalling that this person did exist in the Lu family, but she had never valued her due to her tendency to flatter those in power. Hong Xiu knelt before Lu Yuan and reached out to grab his clothing. Young master, please spare my mother.
She didn't mean to.
Does a servant in charge of the kitchen think they can disrespect their master? Do you believe my status in the Lu family is too low to deserve a proper dinner? Lu Yuan asked calmly. Mama, Li was terrified. She had heard her daughter cry about how the young master was being controlled by the young mistress, to the point where even she couldn't see him. She knew that the old madam and the first madam didn't like Shen, which is why they dared to make things difficult. Who would have thought the young master actually valued the young mistress so much? Did he really not mind that Shen was once the second young master's fiancé? Take her to see the second madam. Tell her that if she doesn't know how to deal with disrespectful servants, she shouldn't hold the position of managing the household. Lu Yuan coldly ordered Shiqing. Hong Xiu watched helplessly as Mama, Li was taken away. She raised her beautiful face, tears streaming down as she looked at Lu Yuan. Young master, please spare my mother. I know I was wrong. Lu Yuan glanced down at her. Since this is your first offense, I will let you go this time. Shiqing, give her a different task. Hong Xiu's face turned pale, unable to believe what she heard. Young master, you don't want Hong Xiu anymore? As she spoke, she cast a resentful glance at Shen Suan.
Wow.
Shen Suan thought to herself, is this something I can witness in person? The young maid was deeply attached to her master, having shared many years together, and she felt like the villain breaking them apart. You didn't do your job properly. What's wrong with changing your position? Lu Yuan frowned. Shiqing understood immediately and pulled Hong Xiu away. Do you want to anger the young master further? Hong Xiu cried bitterly, nearly fainting, as Shiqing dragged her away. Shen Suan watched, feeling a mix of satisfaction and regret. Do you think this handling is inappropriate? Lu Yuan turned to ask.
Huh?
Shen Suan was taken aback, then smiled and said, It's your servant, so you can handle it however you wish. This answer left Lu Yuan feeling strangely unsettled. Let's go back, Lu Yuan said lightly, taking her hand as they walked back to the main room. As they were about to change and freshen up, Mukijin entered with a dark expression and reported, Young mistress, Angguan's maid has come to say that Angguan is ill. The maid also wanted to ask the young master to come and take a look, but Mukijin didn't mention that part. Angguan was quite interesting. When she was ill, she called for a doctor. What use was it to find the young master? Shin Sueon gently said, Angguan is delicate. You should go check on her. If she's unwell, she can call for a doctor. Lu Yuan had already loosened his belt. This meant he had no intention of visiting Angguan. Shin Sueon rubbed her waist and, feeling a bit disappointed, went over to help him remove his clothes. She thought that if she were to be widowed in the future, it would be best to have her own child, so she didn't mind sharing a bed with Lu Yuan.
But
she also needed to rest. She wasn't made of iron. She knew that Lu Yuan didn't often stay in the inner courtyard, but he would occasionally spend a night with his 2 concubines once a month. Could it be that because they were newlyweds, he was giving her face and not going to the concubines?
What are you thinking about?
Lu Yuan pinched her cheek. You're handsome, husband. I imagine many women must like you, Shin Sueon said with a smile. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Teasing her? Shin Sueon thought for a moment and slowly spoke. To reduce conflicts between the concubines and make it easier for everyone to serve you, how about I propose a schedule for them to serve you regularly each month? Understanding Shin Sueon's intention, Lu Yuan's expression gradually turned cold. My dear wife is so considerate. even arranging the concubines serving days for me, Lu Yuan said lightly. What else could she do? One was the sister of his deceased colleague, and the other was favored by consort Yao. If they fought over him, it would be her headache. As your wife, newly married, I naturally don't want you going to other women's rooms, fearing others will call me jealous, Shin Sueon said softly. Shin Sueon keenly sensed Lu Yuan's displeasure and rephrased her suggestion about visiting the two concubines. Lu Yuan's expression softened slightly, but he still huffed. No need for that. I will go wherever I want. You are my wife, and any request you have is completely reasonable. Shin Sueon was slightly taken aback. She was a bit surprised. She thought men preferred wives who were accommodating, since what man wouldn't enjoy being surrounded by women? If she stopped her husband from taking concubines, she would be labeled as jealous. All right, Shin Sueon said, lowering her head, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. Elsewhere, Madame Lu too was stunned when she saw Mama Li being brought in. Shirqing did not look at the pleading Mama Li, but told Madame Lu too everything that had happened today and repeated Lu Yuan's words exactly. Madame Lu too's expression changed repeatedly, her eyes, sharp as poison, fixed intently on Mama Li. Li Mama's voice weakened as she trembled on the ground. Shirqing bowed, saying, Second Madam, I have delivered the message, so I will take my leave. Madame Lu smiled slightly. Tell the eldest young master that I will handle this matter fairly. The Lu family will not allow anyone to bully their superiors. Yes, Second Madam, Shirqing replied and turned to leave. Li Mama knelt before Madame Lu, pleading, Second Madam, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. Useless thing. Madame Lu kicked her aside. Second Madam, I didn't expect the eldest young mistress to go to the eldest young master's study for a meal. Her maid had ill intentions and didn't clarify things, leading me to make a mistake, Li Mama cried out. She had finally managed to get a job buying supplies for the kitchen, a good position she didn't want to lose. She acted this way today to please the Second Madam, as everyone knew that the Second Madam had lost face to the eldest young mistress, and both the old lady and the eldest madam did not favor her. Such petty troubles in the kitchen were not something a new wife would want to discuss. Yet, Shin Sueon made a big deal out of it and even reported it to the eldest young master. Madame Lu looked at Li Mama with disdain. Now that Lu Yuan has spoken, you cannot stay. Even if I wanted to help you, I can't. You should go work in the other courtyard for now. I will think of a way to bring you back later. Li Mama felt unwilling but knew this was the best option. If she continued to argue, she would really be driven out of the Duke's residence. Your daughter has served Lu Yuan for many years, hasn't she? Madame Lu suddenly asked. Yes, Hong Xiu works in the eldest young master's study as his first maid, Li Mama replied proudly. Madame Lu scoffed. Lu Yuan truly values her, and you still think you can stay here? Li Mama said fiercely. It's all the eldest young mistress's doing. I don't know what tricks she used to charm the eldest young master. What difference does it make if she is the first or second maid? If she has the ability, let her bear a son or daughter for Lu Yuan, then she would truly have succeeded, Madame Lu said, looking at her nails. Li Mama's expression changed slightly as she bowed to Madame Lu. You are right, Second Madam. Madame Lu waved her hand impatiently. Go on. She truly underestimated Shin Sueon. She thought Lu Yuan would surely dislike her past engagement with Lu Heng, but unexpectedly, she could still make Lu Yuan stand up for her. Given how much the Duke values Lu Yuan now, who knows if he will later give the authority over the household to Shin Sueon. Madame Lu tightly clenched her fists. She has been managing the household for many years and does not want to give Shin Sueon an easy advantage. Let's go, I haven't visited my sister-in-law in a while, Madame Lu said as she stood up and walked out. Concubine Guan eagerly looked out the door, hoping to see that tall figure appear. She waited and waited until her eyes grew tired. A shadow moved, and she excitedly stood up, but only saw her maid returning with a hesitant expression. Where is my lord? Concubine Guan asked, gripping the maid's hand. The maid whispered, Madam, the eldest young master said if he is sick, he should call a doctor. He is not a doctor. Concubine Guan's face turned pale. Is he not coming to see me? Madam, the eldest young master and the young mistress just got married a few days ago. He must be avoiding you to respect her, the maid quickly advised. Yes, in the past, when I said I was unwell, my lord would come to see me right away. Today, he must have been stopped by the young mistress, concubine Guan said, her eyes reddening. He doesn't want to see her. Madam, the eldest young master will definitely come tomorrow, the maid reassured her. Concubine Guan was helped back into the room by the maid. It had been a long time since she had seen Lu Yuan. In the east wing, concubine Lin walked over with a warming pot, swaying gracefully. Seeing the tear stains on concubine Guan's face, she laughed mockingly. Why is my sister still so deluded, trying to steal my lord from the young mistress? Did you not succeed? As soon as concubine Guan saw concubine Lin's overly charming face, she felt irritated. What do you want, concubine Lin? Of course. I came to visit you, my sister, concubine Lin said with a smile as she entered the room, looking at concubine Guan's pale face. What's wrong with you? It's none of your business. Please leave, concubine Lin, concubine Guan replied coldly, indicating it was time for her to go. Concubine Lin chuckled softly, sister, before you competed with me for attention, trying to keep my lord from visiting me. If you use the same tactics on the young mistress, you will eventually face consequences. Concubine Guan felt embarrassed by the truth in her words. When have I ever done that? She was genuinely unwell, which is why she wanted to see Lu Yuan. Concubine Lin sneered inwardly. Concubine Guan was just being clever and thought everyone else was foolish. In the past, relying on her brother saving Lu Yuan, she always tried to bring Lu Yuan to her room and liked to complain about her health, often mentioning her brother. Wasn't it just to seek Lu Yuan's sympathy? Unfortunately, Aunt Guan did not understand one thing. Using the same excuse too often will bore others. Sister, I intend to put aside our past grievances. Only by joining forces can we win back the gentleman's heart. The eldest lady comes from a noble background, which we cannot compare to. To secure our position, it's best to have children by our side, don't you think? Aunt Lin said with a smile. Aunt Guan's expression changed slightly, but she cautiously did not respond to Aunt Lin's words. Aunt Lin smiled again. I just wanted to mention it. Sister, think it over carefully. She knew Aunt Guan would be tempted. She was given to the gentleman by the favored concubine, so she had support, but Aunt Guan's only brother had already passed away. As a lonely girl, she had no one to rely on. Aunt Lin left with a cheerful smile, leaving Aunt Guan feeling even more sorrowful and self-pitying, crying through the night. Shin Sueon was unaware of the movements between the two concubines. Her mind was filled with a single thought. Lu Yuan went crazy today. She suspected her waist might be bruised from his grip. That man. He must be punishing her for what happened today. If she had known, she wouldn't have pretended to be generous and let him go find Aunt Guan. Her little body had suffered. Covered in a mix of sweat, Shin Sueon was too exhausted to even wash up, and in her daze, she vaguely sensed being carried into the water. When she woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Lu Yuan had long left, and the spot beside her was already cool. The young master went to the morning court early and instructed the servants not to wake you, Mu Jin said as she helped Shin Sueon sit up. Seeing the red marks on Shin Sueon's fair skin, she couldn't help but blush. Aunt Guan came by earlier. She left when she heard you were still asleep, Mu Jin said. Shin Sueon responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Isn't she unwell? Did she call for a doctor? She looked a bit pale, but I haven't heard that she called for a doctor, Mu Jin replied. Please ask her and Aunt Lin to come over later, Shin Sueon said, rubbing her temples. She had already mentioned it to Lu Yuan once yesterday. If he didn't want to go to the concubine's quarters, she wouldn't bring it up again. After she had breakfast, before the two concubines arrived, the old lady Lu sent a maid to call her to the main room. Shin Sueon rubbed her sore waist, suspecting there wouldn't be any good news waiting for her in the main room. It was likely related to the incident with Mama Li being dismissed yesterday. In the main room, old lady Lu had her graying hair neatly styled, wearing a dark red brocade long coat, adorned with a gold necklace and 2 gold rings set with 3 colored gemstones on her hands. Her presence was impressive, yet somewhat lacking in elegance. Actually, the Lu family is not a true century-old noble family in the capital. It was only after Duke Lu assisted the late emperor in ascending to the throne and was granted a title that the Lu family began to gain prominence. The old lady of the Lu family did not come from a high background. She was just the daughter of a 7th-rank county magistrate. It was only after becoming the duke's wife that she started to learn the ways of noble women. If Duke Lu had not been aware of his family's limited heritage and had not invited a great scholar to educate the younger generation, he probably wouldn't have been able to name the talented scholar Lu Heng at such a young age. Of course, there are exceptions. Lu Yan, who was raised by the old lady, is almost like a second version of her. If the eldest madam had taken some time to teach her daughter about the arts and culture, Lu Yan likely wouldn't have gone astray. Shen Suian approached gracefully, standing tall and dignified, and calmly greeted the old lady. "Please be at ease, old lady." Beside her, Lu Yan looked at her with a smirk, a mischievous smile on her lips. Lu Ertai's face was dark with displeasure. "Shen, do you know why I called you here today?" the old lady asked sternly. Shen Suian looked confused. "I am foolish. Please enlighten me, old lady." "Humph." The old lady scoffed coldly. "You've been here for just a few days, and you've already chased away 2 servants. I know you have a small mind and a proud temperament, but while it's one thing to scold servants for their mistakes, how could you drive them out of the house? What will others think of the Lu family?" Shen Suian was taken aback. "Old lady, where is this coming from? I have never chased away any servants." Lu Ertai laughed mockingly. "The second young madam is quite skilled at lying. Just last night, you chased away Mama Li. Have you forgotten? Aunt, it was clearly you who sent her away. How could it be me?" Shen Suian replied in surprise. "Mother, look at what she is saying. How dare she blame her elders in front of you?" Lu Ertai exclaimed angrily. Shen Suian innocently said, "But yesterday, my husband sent someone to take Mama Li to Aunt. I still don't know how you dealt with her. I never said to chase away Mama Li. Aunt, I swear on my life, whoever chased her away." "Be quiet," Lu Ertai shouted, interrupting her. Shen Suian could not hide her grievance. Mama Li was overstepping her bounds. Keeping her in the Lu family would only bring trouble. Aunt's actions were not wrong, and the old lady certainly won't blame you. Mrs. Lu Er was choked with anger, her face turning red. It was clearly Lu Yuan's servant who threatened me, saying they would kick out Mama Li otherwise. She couldn't say that out loud. It was too embarrassing. She was actually threatened by a younger person. Old Madame Lu shot her a glare and sternly questioned Shen Sunfine. "Let's not talk about Mama Li. What about Ting Shui? She has always been obedient and well-behaved here. You see her beauty and feel jealous enough to send her away with a beating. Aren't you afraid others will call you a jealous woman?" Shen Suian gasped and covered her mouth. "Old madam, how could I bear to send Ting Shui away? I'm not someone who can't tolerate others. If Ting Shui and Ting Yu want to serve the eldest young master, they just need to tell me, and I'll arrange it." But Ting Shui must have listened to someone else, approaching the young master as soon as he entered the room. Everyone in the courtyard saw it. "My husband is a man of integrity. He has never encountered such shameless behavior." He was furious and nearly punished her severely, but considering Ting Shui was trained by the old madam, he showed mercy. This statement was almost a slap to the old madam's face. Old Madame Lu said Ting Shui was obedient, while Shen Suian claimed she was shameless. Wasn't that the old madam's doing? After a while, old Madame Lu finally understood Shen Suian's meaning, and her chest tightened with anger. "What a clever tongue you have. Now, elders can't even speak to you without you having 10 retorts ready, can they?" Old Madame Lu exclaimed angrily. Shen Suian quickly lowered her head. "I wouldn't dare, old madam. The eldest young master is not young anymore and has no children. I have sent him 2 beautiful maids. As his wife, you should always think about expanding the Lu family and not be jealous," old Madame Lu said. Are you suggesting I encourage my husband to have a few children with concubines? Shun Sueon asked in surprise. Old Madame Lu glared at her fiercely. Wasn't that what she meant? I'm sorry, old madam. I truly don't understand the Lu family's rules. In other families, the main wife cannot have children until there are no legitimate heirs, so I thought. I will definitely advise my husband properly when I return today, Shin Sueon said, feeling very guilty. Old Madame Lu was furious. How had Shin Sueon become so sharp-tongued and harsh? Before her marriage, she had been respectful and humble, unlike now, where every word seemed like a knife aimed at her heart. Lu Yan glared at Shin Sueon. What have you done to upset Grandma? When your elders scold you, you should listen quietly, yet you dare to talk back. Shin Sueon replied calmly, if I have done something wrong, it is right for the old lady to scold me. However, I truly do not understand what I did wrong. Mama Li is being unreasonable. Should the master just endure this? Listening to Shui is shameless, and not punishing her is already showing respect to the old lady. The old lady must not let these people upset her. Second, and did not mean to bring these unpleasant matters to your attention. Mrs. Lu widened her eyes, wondering how it became her fault for upsetting the old lady. Shin Sueon, do you think everything is someone else's fault? Mrs. Lu shouted. Am I the one who came to complain to the old lady? I am not in charge of these matters. If second and does not know how to handle them, she should consult my mother-in-law, your sister-in-law, instead of bothering the old lady, Shin Sueon said, rolling her eyes. Mrs. Lu clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her skin. She wanted to slap Shin Sueon. Lu Yan was shocked. She felt that Shin Sueon was completely different from before. So you were pretending to be virtuous and graceful all along. This is your true nature. Shin Sueon glanced at her indifferently. The gentle and kind Shin Sueon was long gone. She just wanted to live freely. Others' praises or criticisms did not matter to her. As long as she was happy, it was better to upset others than to upset herself. You get out. I don't want to see you. The old lady pointed to the door, sending Shin Sueon away. Mrs. Lu exclaimed, Old lady, she has upset you like this. How can you just let her go? Shin Sueon looked coldly at Mrs. Lu. The old lady shouted, Shin, you stand outside and wait for Lu Yuan to return. Let him know how unfilial his wife is. Yes, old lady, Shin Sueon replied, bowing and calmly walking to the courtyard. Outside, it was freezing cold. Even though Shin Sueon wore a cloak, she could not escape the chill that crept down her neck. Manhwa felt sorry for Shin Sueon. Young madam, let me get a heater for you. Shin Sueon shook her head, feeling the cold weather. No need. It's not necessary. What should we do then? I will go find the eldest young master, Manhwa said. The old lady was being too harsh, deliberately punishing the young madam in this cold weather. Standing here was embarrassing, but what if she got sick? What time is it now? Shin Sueon resisted the urge to yawn and stretch. Mujin's voice was trembling, almost in tears. It's almost the hour, young lady. Their girl was already sensitive to the cold, and since she rushed out without her hand warmer, her hands and feet must be even colder now. Shin Sueon responded with a soft "oh." It was already after the morning court session. Lu Rong and Lu Yin entered the main room and, upon seeing Shin Sueon standing in the courtyard, regretted coming here. Big sister, this is for you. Please don't get too cold, Lu Rong said, handing Shin Sueon his hand warmer. Just then Lu Yen, who was leaving, saw the scene. Oh, I thought the eldest sister only tried to please our grandmother, but it seems she is also eager to please others, Lu Yen mocked. Lu Rong feared Lu Yen's sharp tongue. She always spoke critically, and since she was the only legitimate daughter, both their father and grandmother favor her regardless of right or wrong. Third sister, I just saw it was cold and was worried about my sister-in-law getting cold, Lu Rong said softly. Shin Sueon gently replied, returning the hand warmer to Lu Rong. Miss, I'm fine. Lu Yen scoffed, since she has made a mistake, my sister-in-law should show some attitude. Someone, take her cloak away to wake her up. Shin Sueon raised an eyebrow at Lu Yen. A young sister-in-law was trying to publicly take away her elder sister-in-law's cloak? Was Lu Yan spoiled, or did she not respect her older brother, Lu Yuan? Mujin and Ban Jian stood protectively in front of Shin Suean, not allowing Lu Yan's maid to come closer. Everyone, step aside. Lu Yan shouted angrily. The scene became chaotic for a moment. Taking advantage of the confusion, Shin Suean slipped the edge of her cloak into Lu Yan's hands. As Lu Yan pulled the cloak away, Shin Suean fainted softly into Mujin's arms. The young lady has fainted.
Bon Yan shouted loudly.
This startled Duke Lu, who had just reached the door, nearly causing him to stumble. Lu Yan still held Shin Suean's cloak, while her two maids grabbed Ban Jian's arms. Shin Suean lay unconscious in Mujin's embrace. What are you doing? Duke Lu shouted angrily, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Ban Jian knelt before Duke Lu. Please help the young lady. Our sister-in-law is delicate, and after being in the cold for so long, the third young lady tried to take her cloak.
Now
we don't know how she is. Duke Lu's forehead was tense with anger. Quickly, help your sister-in-law inside and call for a doctor. You, come in here. Lord Lu shouted angrily at Lu Yan. Lu Yan stared at the cloak in her hand in disbelief and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's not made of paper. It's not that easy to faint. Grandfather, she must be pretending." Be quiet. Lord Lu was furious. If Lu Yan weren't a girl, he would have kicked her. Hearing the commotion, the old lady and Mrs. Lu hurried out. What's going on? Why are you yelling at the child? Old lady, Mrs. Lu, the young lady has fainted. A maid from the main room finally reported to the old lady. The old lady was so angry she almost laughed. She was just sharp-tongued. How can she faint from standing outside for a while? Is it impressive to have your new granddaughter-in-law faint in your courtyard? What terrible thing has she done that you must punish her like this? Do you think she is just a little child? Lord Lu was genuinely upset. He had been reluctant to let Lu Heng break off the engagement because he needed the Shin family, and now Shin Suan marrying Lu Yuan was already a compromise. Yet, his foolish old wife didn't understand, and wanted to use her seniority to control Shin Suan at this moment. The old lady secretly cursed Shin Suan for causing trouble, fainting on purpose at this time. Mrs. Lu didn't dare to speak. She had encouraged her mother-in-law to deal with Shin Suan, but she never expected Shin Suan to be so strong-willed, even arguing back after being scolded. Soon, the family doctor arrived to examine Shin Suan. The young lady is overly frightened and caught a chill. She just needs a few days of rest, the doctor said cautiously, as it wasn't a serious issue. He couldn't say that such a small problem would cause her to faint. It was just that she was scared and timid. Lord Lu didn't want to go inside, so he pointed to the half-open door. What exactly happened today? The maid lowered her head, her eyes red, and recounted everything about Li Mama and Ting Shui, including how Lu Yan took Shin Suan's cloak. It was freezing outside, and the third young lady didn't even give our young lady a cloak. Our young lady has been weak since childhood. How could she withstand this? Is that true, Sister Rong? The old lady looked sharply at Lu Rong. Lu Rong regretted coming to the main room today. She glanced nervously at the old lady, unsure of how to respond. Sister Rong, you and Sister Yin should go back, Lord Lu said in a deep voice, not allowing the old lady to make things difficult for his granddaughter. Take the third young lady back and make her copy the rules of conduct 100 times. Starting today, she is to be confined to her room and not allowed to go outside. Lu Yan looked up in disbelief. Grandfather, if you don't obey, you will face family punishment, Lord Lu said coldly. Seeing that Lord Lu was truly angry, old Madame Lu, who wanted to plead for her granddaughter, could only shrink her neck and swallow her words. Although second Madame Lu appeared calm on the surface, her heart was in turmoil. Send someone to inform the eldest madam to properly educate her daughter. If she doesn't have time to teach her children, then all her flowers and plants should be removed, Lord Lu continued. Finally, he cast a stern look at second Madame Lu. If you can't even manage 2 servants, then you shouldn't be in charge of the household, Lord Lu said. Second Madame Lu turned pale and quickly admitted her mistake. I was wrong, and I won't make this mistake again. If you won't let her manage the household, can you still expect the eldest daughter-in-law to be of any help? Old Madame Lu frowned in complaint. If the eldest daughter-in-law can't do it, there's still the granddaughter-in-law, Lord Lu said expressionlessly. Second Madame Lu's pupils constricted. She knew Lord Lu would never hand over the household authority to Princess Guangning. The princess herself would certainly not want it, as even the princess's residence had a steward to handle matters for her. That left only Shin Suan.
How could that be?
Shin Suan's status in the Lu family was already awkward. Her situation should be disliked by everyone. Why did Lord Lu value her so highly?
What?
Don't expect the princess. She left early this morning. Old Madame Lu's gaze towards Lord Lu grew more disappointed. Finally, her mind clicked into place. Lu Yuan's wife?
Impossible.
Lord Lu sneered. Shen's family is of noble status. While she may not be as distinguished as Her Highness the Princess, the Shin family is a prestigious clan, and she has a reputation for being graceful and elegant. Why shouldn't she manage the household? Which lady in the family has a background and upbringing that can compare to hers? Even his own granddaughter was hardly presentable. Second Madame Lu truly regretted her actions. She shouldn't have provoked Shin Suan and given her the authority to manage the household. She is Lu Yuan's wife, and Lu Yuan is a branch-born son. Old Madame Lu looked down on Lu Yuan's birth mother. Although she had never met her, her son said she came from a lowly background, so Lu Yuan couldn't be much better. Lord Lu said wearily, whether born of a branch or the main line, Lu Yuan is still of the Lu family bloodline. At that moment, Mama Zheng came in to report that the eldest young lady had woken up. Mugua supported Shin Suan as she walked in. Please greet the elder and the lady. Shin Suan's face looked a bit pale, and her voice was weak, but her greeting was still proper. Help the young lady sit down, the Duke said quickly. Elder, it's my weak health that caused this, and the lady is upset, so I deserve to be punished, Shin Suan said softly. The elder lady was silent, clearly frustrated. But with the Duke present, she could only grit her teeth and say, I'm not punishing you. I just wanted you to step outside, but you insisted on standing there. It's my fault for not understanding the lady's intentions. Shin Suan immediately admitted her mistake. Mrs. Lu stared intently at Shin Suan. She had only been standing outside for a moment, yet she seemed like a different person. Just a while ago, she had made both her and the elder lady very angry. You grew up under our watch. You know what kind of character is best. This is not your fault, the Duke waved his hand. Sway, you are young and clever. Why not help your second aunt with the household? Shin Suan quickly covered her mouth and coughed. Elder, I am not well right now, and I cannot help my aunt at the moment. I fear I would only burden her, which wouldn't be good. Huh. The Lu family's mess is for whoever wants to deal with it. Anyway, she would never be their servant again in this lifetime. The Duke looked at Shin Suan's pale face and frowned. The matter of the household would just be left unresolved. Mrs. Lu secretly sighed in relief, but still received a few scoldings from the Duke, who warned her not to let it happen again. Once the younger ones left, only the Duke and the elder lady remained in the room. Are you overestimating Shin? She is just a branch family granddaughter-in-law. There's no need to treat her so highly, the elder lady said, somewhat displeased. She still held a grudge against Shin Suan for not giving her face at the birthday banquet of the old lady Chu. In the past, when Shin Suan was respectful and flattering, her vanity was satisfied, and she naturally had a good impression of her. Now that she had become a rebellious granddaughter-in-law, she was increasingly displeasing to her. Surely, all that previous obedience was just an act. Don't talk about branch and main families. Lu Yuan is also of the Lu bloodline. If he succeeds, it is also the glory of the Lu family, the Duke said coldly. Can he compare to Heng? Our Heng is the youngest top scholar of the Yong dynasty, the elder lady said proudly. The Duke's expression grew colder as soon as he mentioned Lu Heng, and the anger he had tried to suppress flared up again. If it weren't for Lu Heng's unclear relationship with the Song family, there wouldn't be any talk of Shin Suan wanting to break off the engagement, and Lu Heng wouldn't be pursuing the princess. According to the laws of this dynasty, A prince consort cannot participate in politics, so how could he enter the cabinet? All the expectations for Lu Heng over the years now felt like a waste. I will say this one more time. Shin Suan is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Shin family, not some fallen household. If anyone in her family does not treat her as the lady of the house, then don't blame me for being harsh, the Duke said sternly. Seeing him angry, the old lady of the Lu family naturally dared not speak against Shin Suan again. She only felt more resentment toward Shin Suan, thinking of her as a troublemaker. Today, the lady of the house was wronged here. Send her some gifts as compensation, the Duke instructed. The old lady felt very unwilling. What wrong has she suffered? If someone says one thing, she has 10 responses ready. The Duke simply stared at her seriously. Fine, I will have someone send her 2 bolts of silk shortly, the old lady said with a pout. And send some supplements too, so she doesn't feel neglected, the Duke said firmly. Understood, the old lady replied, feeling as if a piece of her heart had been cut out. She didn't mind giving gifts to any younger family member, but to Shin Suan? It would make her so angry she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The Duke glanced at his wife. After so many years of marriage, he understood that she was reluctant, but she was being short-sighted. If Lu Heng were still a junior official, he wouldn't care much for Lu Yuan, but the situation had changed now. He hoped to restore the Duke's family's prestige through Lu Yuan. However, after all these years, their relationship with Lu Yuan was average, and repairing it would require time and opportunity. Shin Suan was the best opportunity for them to connect with Lu Yuan. Supported by others, Shin Suan left the main house. The servants of the household saw the lady enter the main house looking lively, but when she came out, her face was pale and weak. They whispered among themselves, wondering if the lady had been mistreated in the main house. What's this about the old lady? I saw the second madam leave angrily today. It seems she was the one who got upset. Even with a separate household, how could the second madam treat the lady like that? I wonder if the eldest son will come back and defend the lady. No matter the gossip outside, when the weak Shin Suan returned to her quiet courtyard, her spirit instantly brightened. Tonight, let's have the small kitchen make a tofu fish soup. This weather is perfect for fish soup, Shin Suan instructed. Also, prepare a 3-flavor duck and just stir-fry a couple of dishes. Mujin whispered, Madam, are you really okay? Didn't the doctor say you were overly frightened? Shin Suan's dark, lively eyes shifted. Yes, that doctor really knew how to talk. She was just pretending to faint, and he came up with an excuse like being overly frightened. She guessed that this doctor was likely someone from Lu Yuan's side. Otherwise, why would he cooperate with her in telling such lies? Actually, Madam, why didn't you take the opportunity to take charge today? Ban Jian asked, somewhat confused. Shin Suan blew on the tea foam and took a sip of hot tea, feeling warm all over. Look at who in the family is easy to deal with. If I were to take charge now, it would only make things harder for me. They would surely try to trip me up. Who could I rely on for support? The eldest young master? It's not easy for him in this family either. Let's not trouble him. Lu Yuan was like a marginal figure in the Lu family, especially in the previous life when he didn't even get married, and no one cared about his marriage matters. Not seeing him regularly was one thing. Even during festivals, no one remembered him. Shin Suan had once felt sad, wondering how lonely and desolate Lu Yuan must have felt when he died. Unfortunately, she didn't know how he died, otherwise, she could have helped him avoid trouble. In her previous life, she was also deeply trapped in her own difficulties and had no heart to care for others, so she knew very little about Lu Yuan. Madam, Mama Zheng from the old lady's side has arrived, Suijin said softly as she entered. Shin Suan lay back on the couch. Please invite Mama Zheng in. Mama Zheng entered with 2 young maids, one carrying 2 pieces of outdated silk and the other holding 2 brocade boxes. Please, eldest young madam, Mama Zheng said with a blank expression, though her eyes scanned the room. It really was hard to tell. The eldest young madam's room had so many valuable items, and they didn't seem tacky at all, just giving off a sense of elegance and comfort. It was said that the eldest young madam's dowry was substantial, and seeing it now, it was indeed true. Mama Zheng, did the old lady send any instructions? I'm feeling quite heavy and won't get up. Just tell me what she said, Shun Sueon said gently.
Mama Zen's lips tweaked.
The old lady is very understanding and cares for her juniors. Knowing that the eldest young madam was startled earlier, she specially sent some supplements for you, along with this makeup silk. The old lady is reluctant to give it to anyone else, and has only given you 2 pieces. Shin Sueon smiled lightly. The pattern satin is indeed a good thing, but these 2 pieces have been stored for so long that the design is already outdated. My health is not good, and I feel bad for making the old lady worry about me. This satin is precious. I can't accept it. Please take it back to the old lady, Shin Sueon said, supporting her head and complaining of dizziness. Jung Mama, despite wanting to say more, found herself unable to speak. Since it was given to the young mistress by the old lady, I have no reason to take it back, Jung Mama said, raising her hand as 2 young maids set down what they were carrying. I hope the young mistress recovers soon, Jung Mama said with a forced smile, bowing slightly before leaving. Mugwa stepped forward to open the brocade box and frowned, saying, Young mistress, this bird's nest is all broken. Shin Sueon chuckled softly. The old lady was still the same, short-sighted and stingy, always wanting to take advantage. Today, she sent Jung Mama to her room with these worthless items, and soon she would find a way to ask for more. Let's put these away for now. They might be useful later, Shin Sueon said. Just as Shin Sueon planned to take a short nap, Aunt Guan and Aunt Lin arrived. Serve them tea and ask them to sit, Shin Sueon said as she put on her half-new lake blue robe and went out to meet them. As soon as Aunt Guan saw her, she couldn't help but secretly observe Shin Sueon's condition. She had heard that the young mistress fainted earlier, but now she looked fine. Was her recovery too quick? I heard the young mistress is unwell, and we were worried, so we came to check on you, Aunt Lin said, standing and giving a slight bow. Aunt Guan quickly followed suit and bowed as well. Shun Sueon smiled and invited them to sit, saying, The doctor has seen me, and there's nothing serious. It was kind of you to come all this way. Is Aunt Guan feeling better? Shin Sueon asked, as she was pretending to be faint and didn't want their attention on her. Much better. Thank you for your concern, young mistress, Aunt Guan replied with a forced smile. Yesterday, she had sent someone to invite Lu Yuan, clearly trying to take him away from the young mistress. It was unfortunate that she failed and seemed to have upset him instead. Shin Sueon pretended not to notice Aunt Guan's intentions and said with concern, It's very cold. Be sure to keep warm, Aunt Guan. Aunt Lin smirked slightly, wondering if the young mistress was truly oblivious or just pretending not to see that Aunt Guan was not really sick. If I were really sick, I wouldn't be standing here. Yes, I remember. Aunt Guan felt a wave of shame and anger inside. Shin Sueon must have said that on purpose, holding a grudge for yesterday when she sent someone to invite the master. Our 3rd young lady is used to being bossy at home, and the madam doesn't keep her in check. She always lets her have her way. The young mistress should be careful when she sees her in the future, so she doesn't get upset, Aunt Lin said. Are you saying that our young mistress is not as important as the 3rd young lady, and that we have to avoid her at home? Mu Jin immediately questioned. Aunt Lin paused, noticing that Shin Sueon didn't scold the maid for her disrespect. She felt a bit displeased. I was just kindly reminding the young mistress. Why are you so impatient? A big family always has to recognize rank and etiquette. As the elder sister-in-law, I should never have to avoid a younger sister-in-law, Shin Sueon smiled. Were you working in the palace before, Aunt Lin? Aunt Lin lifted her chin. That's right, I was a senior maid by the side of concubine Yao. Shin Sueon smiled gently. Then, Aunt Lin really doesn't understand. The relationship between a master and a servant is different. You need to adapt to your current status. Aunt Lin's smile quickly faded. Was Shin Sueon mocking her for being a servant? Or was she warning her not to seek favor from others? Aunt Lin couldn't tell what Shin Sueon really meant. Yes, young mistress, I will keep that in mind, Aunt Lin replied through gritted teeth. Shin Sueon didn't bother to explain further. If there's nothing else, you can all go back. Aunt Guan stared longingly at the door, hoping to see Lu Yuan, but Shin Sueon quickly sent them away. It was clear she didn't want Lu Yuan to see her. Aunt Lin gracefully stood up. Young mistress, I will take my leave now. I will take my leave, Aunt Guan said reluctantly. As they stepped out of the courtyard, a tall figure walked into the sunlight. Lu Yuan, dressed in a dark embroidered robe, stood tall and handsome. However, his expression was cold, and his gaze was icy, not noticing the two concubines standing by the door. Aunt Guan's eyes were filled with affection, almost overflowing. Master, she called softly and tenderly. But Lu Yuan merely glanced at them without stopping and entered the courtyard. Aunt Guan's affection turned into resentment. It seems our commander only has eyes for the young lady now, Lin said with a light laugh, looking at Guan with a hint of mockery as she noticed her eyes welling up with tears. I am different from you, Guan replied, biting her lip in protest. Lin scoffed. We're both concubines. What's the difference? Do you really think you can compare yourself to the young lady inside? Guan tightened her grip on the handkerchief. She knew she was at a disadvantage compared to the young lady, but she had known Lu Yuan for a long time, and their bond was something Shin Sueon could not match. Her brother was a colleague of Lu Yuan and had died saving him. Lu Yuan could never treat her poorly. As for Lin, she was just a maid who had been given to Lu Yuan as a gift, so she was even less comparable. It's just a passing fancy, Guan said, glancing back at the main courtyard with red-rimmed eyes before returning to her own quarters. Inside, Shin Sueon was surprised that Lu Yuan had come back so early. She had just lain down on the couch when a shadow appeared, and Lu Yuan was suddenly in front of her. Looking at her stern-faced husband, she smiled sweetly and asked, What's wrong, my dear? Are you okay? Lu Yuan sat beside her and took her soft hand in his. The doctor said I was overly frightened, Shin Sueon replied, her smile unchanged. Lu Yuan's dark eyes softened as he looked at her flushed face. If the doctor says you were scared, then it must be true. Shin Sueon raised an eyebrow. It sounds like you're questioning me. I was clearly frightened. The third young lady tried to take my cloak, and the old lady even blamed me for sending away the maid she brought. Since you married me, it seems your courage has shrunk, Lu Yuan said, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her onto his lap. Back then, you slapped Lu Heng. You seemed quite brave then. Shin Sueon felt her face heat up.
He even saw that moment.
Lu Yuan chuckled softly, his hand gently caressing her cheek. Don't you blame me for speaking up to my elders? Shin Sueon asked quietly. You did nothing wrong. It wasn't disrespectful. Lu Yuan replied in a low voice, his fingers resting on her collarbone. Shin Sueon felt a tingle run down her spine and shot him a glance. It was broad daylight. What was he thinking? Are you hurt anywhere? Lu Yuan asked. No, Lu Yan just took my cloak. I fell on purpose, Shin Sueon said, trying to move back. He felt like a furnace surrounding her, and she was starting to feel warm. Is that so? Then let me take a look. Lu Yuan lowered his head and gently kissed her cheek. Outside, the maid lowered her head and closed the door, sending away the young girls in the courtyard. Shin Sueon couldn't stop it at all. Soon, she gave up struggling and allowed him to check her skin inch by inch. She felt like she was falling apart, but didn't dare to make a sound. Is the commander really that free? Wasn't it said that Lu Yuan often didn't come home for 10 days or more? She felt deceived. The sunset melted gold, and the evening clouds gathered beautifully. Shin Sueon, tired and sleepy, lay softly on Lu Yuan, still feeling an unprecedented joy and not wanting to say a word. Lu Yuan played with her fingers, looking very satisfied. I need to leave the capital for a few days, Lu Yuan said in a low voice. Okay, Shin Sueon replied lazily. Lu Yuan knew she was tired and might not hear him clearly. He leaned down and kissed her cheek. I'll leave Shiqing with you. You can ask him to handle anything, Lu Yuan added. All right, Shin Sueon said, still a bit dazed. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, his fingers gliding along her arm, gently caressing her smooth back. After a while, Shen Sueon finally processed what he had just said. You're leaving the city? Where to? Shen Sueon looked up at him with bright eyes. Lu Yuan squinted slightly, feeling that she seemed quite happy. I'm going to investigate a case, Lu Yuan said. I'll be back soon. No need to rush back. Shen Sueon wiped the smile from her face. Then take care, my husband. Be careful on the road. I'll wait for you at home. Lu Yuan looked into her sincere and gentle eyes, thinking he might have overthought things earlier. If you feel bored, you can go back to your family for a couple of days. The eldest lady doesn't manage things, just tell her, he suggested. Women in the Yong dynasty had much more freedom compared to previous dynasties. Whether married or unmarried, they didn't have to stay indoors and didn't need to wear veils to cover their faces. They could even attend gatherings and engage in various elegant activities. Shen Sueon often went out to parties before, which is why she was known as a model of beauty among the young ladies in the capital. I'll go back to visit the lady. I also want to stay at the estate for a few days to sort out the accounts there, Shen Sueon said. The estate that my mother gave me as a dowry hasn't been managed by me before. I need to check on it. All right, I'll have Shirqing arrange for guards to take you there, Lu Yuan said, gently biting her shoulder. Aren't you getting up? Shen Sueon got up from his arms and glared at him angrily. What will others think of me if this gets out? It was broad daylight, and the maids outside must have heard everything. They wouldn't dare, Lu Yuan said, looking at her fair skin, his deep eyes burning with intensity. She was already beautiful, and her reproachful glance was not intimidating. Instead, it was charming and captivating. Shen Sueon quickly put on her clothes. Hurry, and get some water ready. Lu Yuan chuckled as he watched her hide behind the screen. He lazily got up and called for someone outside to bring in hot water. After they finished washing up, it was completely dark outside. The maids had prepared dinner. Shen Sueon enjoyed a bowl of rich and delicious fish soup, feeling completely relaxed. Tomorrow, Shirqing will hand over my private properties to you. There are a few estates and shops for you to manage. If it seems too much trouble, let the steward handle it. You can just check in occasionally. Seeing her satisfied expression after finishing the soup, Lu Yuan suddenly felt hungry too. Shen Sueon looked at him in surprise. You want to give your properties to me? You are my wife. Who else would I give them to? Lu Yuan replied. This was unexpected for Shen Sueon. Although they were now married and had a certain harmony, she felt that their trust still needed time to grow. All right, then I'll manage it for you, Shen Sueon said with a smile. No matter what Lu Yuan wanted to do, she would go along with it. Since she didn't have to deal with the Lu family's troubles, she had plenty of time, and looking after a few estates and shops was manageable. Lu Yuan ate 2 bowls of rice and drank 3 bowls of soup before finally putting down his chopsticks. If you don't want to see the Lin and Guan families, just tell them not to come to the main courtyard, Lu Yuan suddenly said. Shen Sueon blinked in surprise. The 2 concubines are just here to care for me. Lu Yuan looked at her with a half-smile. Lin is favored by the imperial concubine Yao, and she is quite clever. If you like her, you can have her serve you. If not, you can ignore her. Understanding now, Shen Sueon realized that Lin was too alluring, and the imperial concubine Yao didn't want her to attract the emperor's attention, so she sent her to Lu Yuan as a favor. As for Lu Yuan's feelings towards Lin, they were clearly not fond. As for Guan Yu, Lu Yuan's expression darkened noticeably. Her brother was a captain in the garrison and died on duty. Her grandmother sold her to a widower who was quick to anger and often hurt her. I brought her back, originally intending to find her a good family, but she said she never wants to marry again. Shen Sueon didn't expect there was such a story behind Aunt Guan. But Aunt Guan doesn't want to marry, yet she is willing to be her concubine? How could Lu Yuan not be tempted by such a delicate beauty? He wasn't a saint. Lu Yuan looked at her deeply. It's just for her convenience to stay in the Lu family. Otherwise, Guan Yu's grandmother would surely sell her to another man. He couldn't keep capturing her like that widower. Shen Sueon felt that this was Lu Yuan's one-sided thinking. She noticed that Aunt Guan didn't seem to lack feelings for Lu Yuan. Aunt Guan truly wanted to be Lu Yuan's concubine, simply to escape her grandmother's pressure to marry. I will talk to Angwan properly, Shen Suan said gently. Lu Yuan squeezed her fingertips. Just to be clear, so you won't misunderstand. What does that mean? Shen Suan was a bit confused. It wasn't until she saw the teasing in Lu Yuan's eyes that she understood what he meant. He was referring to her slapping Lu Hang. Did he think she would go to the concubine's room and hit him again? She was gentle and kind. How could she do such a thing? Shen Suan couldn't help but scratch his hand lightly. I need to leave the city tonight, Lu Yuan said, holding her waist. In the past, he would leave immediately when he said he was going out, but now he felt reluctant to tell her. Is there anything you need me to pack? I can help you, Shen Suan immediately offered. Lu Yuan replied, no need, the town's office has prepared everything. He took her hand and stood up. Don't go outside, it's cold. Shen Suan pretended to stand up, but her legs felt weak, and she fell into his arms. How embarrassing. Lu Yuan looked at her blushing face in surprise and couldn't help but laugh. Are you going to miss me that much? Just go, Shen Suan said expressionlessly as she sat back down. I'll be back soon. Lu Yuan kissed her cheek twice. Shen Suan watched his tall figure gradually fade away. She couldn't help but smile. It was nice. She would have a few days of freedom ahead. Luyun courtyard. Madame Lu was sighing while holding her carefully nurtured Yaotai jade phoenix. Mr. Lu, who was practicing calligraphy, couldn't take it anymore. What's wrong with you today? Mr. Lu asked. Yan Jia has been grounded. Madame Lu looked very worried. The old master said, he wants to take away my hard work. Dear sir, you know that without this, I have no hope for my future. Mr. Lu already knew what had happened today. He was annoyed with Shen Suan for not understanding her place. What right did she have to compare herself to others in the Lu family? Now she was even causing his daughter to be confined. My sister-in-law came today to advise me not to let Shen act so recklessly, or my Yen girl will have a hard life. Madame Lu sighed. Mr. Lu replied sternly. What else did your sister-in-law say? She was just worried that if this continues, the old master will really let Shen manage things, and the servants will think that Lu Yuan has replaced Hungur in the family, Madame Lu said, her eyes reddening. That's impossible, Mr. Lu said angrily. Hungur is our son. No one can compare to him. Dear sir, if I don't take charge, will it really be as my sister-in-law said? Will I lose my authority as a mother-in-law, and will Shen bully Yen girl? What will others think of me? Will they believe I am afraid of Lu Yuan, and that's why I am putting up with this? Won't that embarrass Hungur in front of the princess and make him a target for ridicule? Mr. Lu said coldly, starting tomorrow, you should have Shen come for morning and evening lessons. Teach her well, set rules for her, and make her understand her place. Madame Lu sighed. I thought since she just got married and used to be close to Hungur, never mind, I was too lenient with her, which allowed her to become ungrateful. Since she is ungrateful, you don't need to worry about old feelings, Mr. Lu said. Madame Lu replied, if I don't do well, dear sir, you will have to guide me. You know I am most afraid of arguing with others. Don't worry, I am here for you, Mr. Lu said, patting her hand. Don't listen to everything your sister-in-law says. She wants to use you to control Shen because she is afraid of losing her position, Mr. Lu added. Madame Lu frowned. It's my fault for not being capable. Otherwise, I should be the one in charge. If it weren't for Princess Lu Heng, the power of the household would definitely be in the hands of Lu Heng's wife. After all, they couldn't let the princess manage the household affairs of the Lu family, could they? Mr. Lu said, you worry too much. I think you're doing just fine. It's all because you care for me that I can live such an easy life, Madame Lu said. You should rest now. I will go talk to Ah Heng, Mr. Lu said, patting her hand. Madame Lu smiled as she saw him off. Madam, didn't the young master go to the princess's residence today? Sir, the close maid Mo Ju asked in confusion. Has the study recently added a new maid? Madame Lu asked calmly. Mo Ju was taken aback. Yes. The original tea-serving maid was sent away to marry due to improper behavior, and for the past 3 months, a young servant had been attending to the master. A few days ago, it seemed the steward had brought in a new maid. Madame Lu merely smiled lightly. Others say that Master Lu is deeply devoted to her, and if it weren't for the old lady's insistence, he wouldn't take a concubine. But she had realized long ago that no man dislikes having multiple partners, even her gentle and caring husband. He loves her, but that doesn't stop him from being with other women. Have the young mistress come over tomorrow, Madame Lu said softly. In the late-night chill, the dawn broke through the eastern sky. When Shin Suan woke up, sunlight had already spilled onto the windowsill. She had a maid come in to assist with her washing. Have Shirqing come over later. We need to return to the Shin family today, and tomorrow we will stay at the estate for 2 days. Yes, young mistress, Mu Jin replied. However, before Shin Suan could meet Shirqing, Mo Ju from Luoyang Courtyard came over to invite Shin Suan. Mo Ju, do you know if Madam has something to instruct the young mistress? Mu Jin asked with a smile at Shin Suan's gesture. Madam is the young mistress's mother-in-law. She can call for her at any time, not just when there's something to discuss, Mo Ju replied with a serious expression. Mu Jin quickly offered her tea. Of course, we wouldn't think otherwise. Our young mistress hasn't visited Luoyang Courtyard since entering the family. We just want to avoid upsetting Madam. Mo Ju felt a bit pleased with Mu Jin's flattery. Madam is kind-hearted and won't make things difficult for the young mistress. Shin Suan had her cloak brought to her. Let's go see Madam. Madame Lu was trimming her beloved flowers and plants. Her Luoyang Courtyard was the most elegant and refined courtyard in the Lu family, with 100 bamboo stalks in the east wing and a row of pines by the west wall. In the middle of the courtyard were dozens of pots of various famous flowers, with the seasonal winter chrysanthemums particularly lively. Shin Suan took a quick glance and followed Mo Ju through the long corridor to the side courtyard where Madame Lu often lingered. This place had been transformed by Madame Lu into her study and flower room, featuring rare glass windows that made the entire room bright and clear. The Lu family's finances could barely hold up now, but within 2 years, they would surely start to struggle, unable to support the extravagant lifestyle of the Lu family. Especially Mrs. Lu, just her pot of Yaodai Jade Phoenix is worth at least 3,000 taels. Not to mention her other hobbies. In her previous life, Shin Suan maintained the Lu family's reputation by using her dowry and property to earn a living, but Mrs. Lu looked down on her for having a smell of copper, tarnishing the image of a noble lady. This time, she wants to see how Mrs. Lu maintains her elegant and wealthy lifestyle without her efforts to earn money. Good morning, Madam, Shin Suan said, lowering her head and appearing obedient. Mrs. Lu only glanced at her lightly. I didn't want you to come here, but the old master values rules, so you have to come for morning and evening rituals. Every married daughter-in-law does this. You don't resent me, do you? Mrs. Lu's voice was calm and distant, as if sending Shin Suan to the rituals was a forced decision unrelated to her. Shin Suan smiled and replied, This is what a daughter-in-law should do. Mrs. Lu pressed her lips together. Previously, when Shin Suan was betrothed to Lu Heng, she could still regard her as a daughter-in-law. Now that she is Lu Yuan's wife, Mrs. Lu's perspective has completely changed. She never sees Lu Yuan as her son. In her eyes, he is just a product of a servant, ruining her beautiful life. The fact that she doesn't resent him is already generous of her. Since that's the case, sitting idly is boring. Come and grind ink for me, Mrs. Lu said lightly. Shin Suan smiled. Yes, madam. After a moment, Mrs. Lu exclaimed, How did you get ink on my Persian carpet? Do you know how much this carpet is worth? Shin Suan felt extremely guilty, madam. I was too nervous. It's my fault. Please punish me. Mrs. Lu's eyes twitched in anger, struggling to maintain her gentle and generous image. Go help me move the flowers outside back to the flower room, Mrs. Lu said through clenched teeth. The maid, Mu Jin, felt anger flash in her eyes. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for the young mistress. Why should she do the work of a servant? However, Shin Suan simply accepted it obediently and carefully moved the chrysanthemums back to the flower room. Mrs. Lu's anger subsided a bit, and she continued her painting. Before long, sounds of clattering came from outside. Each noise felt like Ada Mrs. Lu's heart. Madame Lu hurried her steps. When she saw the mess in the courtyard, especially the two beloved peony pots that had been broken, her heart felt like it was breaking too. She had carefully nurtured them, waiting for the right season to see the beautiful crown of the world bloom. Now, they lay silently on the ground, as if crying without a sound. The crown of the world peonies are priceless. Shinsue on you. You. Madame Lu was so angry that she couldn't find the words. Madam, it's not my fault. I was just holding them when someone tripped me, Shinsue said, her eyes red and filled with fear as she apologized.
I'm sorry, madam.
I will find the same flowers to replace them. Madame Lu replied angrily. Where will you find them? This is the crown of the world. Do you know how long I searched and cared for them to keep them alive? Shinsue choked up as she glared at the smug maid beside her.
Why did you trip me?
Don't you know how much effort Madame put into these two pots? You're so cruel. The maid, Manhwa, widened her eyes. I didn't do anything. Manhwa was Madame Lu's personal maid, and she stood by her mistress, ready to mock Shinsue when she saw her moving the flowers. Even a maid thought Shinsue was an easy target. Madam, look, there's a footprint here. She was blocking my way, and I accidentally fell. If it weren't for Wajid helping me, I might have hit my face on the broken pot, Shinsue said, feeling scared as she patted her chest. Mojir was speechless. It was actually Madame Lu who had been holding onto her hand tightly, and she hadn't intended to help her at all. Manhwa saw the footprint and realized she couldn't escape blame. Her face turned pale. Madam, I was just anxious to find you, for the third young lady. I didn't mean to bump into the first young lady. Please forgive me this once.
How dare you?
You think Madam is always lenient, so you act so recklessly. Everyone in the capital knows that Madam never punishes her servants, Shinsue scolded sharply. Madame Lu was about to order someone to sell Manhwa, but suddenly choked on her words. Shinsue smirked subtly. Madame Lu took a deep breath. Mojir, take the flower seedlings back to the greenhouse first. Mojir secretly glared at Shinsue and quietly agreed. What's wrong with the third young lady? Madame Lu asked coldly, looking at Manhwa. Manhwa trembled. Madam, the third young lady is refusing to eat. She cried all night last night, and now her eyes are swollen. Mrs. Lu thought of her poor daughter, and her dislike for Shinsue grew stronger. You go back first. I will see Sister Yen later, Mrs. Lu said. She needed to save 2 pots of precious jade. Shinsue quickly followed behind her. Madam, is there anything else you need me to do? I promise I won't make any mistakes this time. Mrs. Lu struggled to control her temper. No, you don't need to come tomorrow or ever again. It would be best if she never appeared before her again. Shinsue knew that Mrs. Lu had not summoned her today on a whim. It was clear that second Mrs. Lu was plotting against her. Madam, I know that my argument with the third miss yesterday upset you, especially since she is under house arrest, Shinsue said softly, ignoring Mrs. Lu's cold expression. I have known the third miss since we were young. I know she is not a bad person. After all, she is your daughter. She can be a bit willful, but how bad can she be? It's just that after everything that has happened, we are not as close as we used to be. Regardless of what I say, the third miss won't listen. Madam, I truly wish for her well. She is my age and is about to get engaged. If news of her house arrest spreads, it will not be good for her. Mrs. Lu suddenly turned her head. What? Do you want to threaten me? Shinsue waved her hands in panic. Madam, you misunderstand me. I just think that if the third miss can establish a good reputation, people will praise you for raising her well. Mrs. Lu glanced at her. Can you really help Sister Yen? I can't, but you can, Shinsue replied. If the third miss could help you manage the accounts, it would surely create a good impression among the ladies of high society. Right now, second Mrs. Lu is in charge. Are you trying to take that power from me? Mrs. Lu asked. Shinsue quickly replied, Madam, you misunderstand me. Even if you regain control, it wouldn't be for me. I don't have that ability. But the third miss is clever and capable. She could do well. Mrs. Lu snorted. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here? Shin Sueon bowed slightly. Madam, I want to visit my grandparents at home. I also need to check on the various estates tomorrow. Go ahead, and don't come back to me. Mrs. Liu waved her hand, clearly impatient to see Shin Sueon again. Once outside Luyan courtyard, Mushin quickly grabbed Shin Sueon's hand. Young madam, are you hurt? I'm fine, Shin Sueon said with a smile. When Hengyue walked over, she noticed it and intentionally stepped on her foot, tossing the crown jade away on purpose. However, second madam is truly bothersome, Shin Sueon said lightly. She wondered how much effort the second madam had put into making the first madam suspicious of her, to have her come every day for morning and evening visits. Since the second madam brought trouble to her doorstep, it would be ungrateful not to return the favor. Have Shiqing come see me, Shin Sueon instructed. Shiqing had been waiting for Shin Sueon's message and soon arrived at the main courtyard. Young madam, this is the account book that young master asked me to bring you. It's organized up to last month. Please take a look. Shiqing respectfully handed a stack of account books to Shin Sueon. This isn't urgent. I'll review it slowly. Just follow the original procedures for now, Shin Sueon replied. Understood, Shiqing responded. Shin Sueon continued, I want to go to the estate by Qinghu outside the city the day after tomorrow. You should come along and arrange for the attendance. Young madam, don't worry. I will make proper arrangements, Shiqing assured her. There's one more thing I need you to investigate, Shin Sueon said, looking at Shiqing intently. It seems the fourth young master of the second branch has made quite a few friends at the academy. Find out who he is close to. Shiqing's eyes widened in surprise. Why was she suddenly asking about the fourth young master's friends? But since this was the first task given by the young madam, he would certainly do his best. Young madam, I will find out what you need by tomorrow, Shiqing replied immediately. Shin Sueon smiled and nodded, eagerly anticipating the results of Shiqing's investigation. Since marrying Shin Zhonglin, Zhang Shi had never felt as comfortable as she did these past few days. Concubine Cheng was forced into confinement by the old lady, and despite Shin Zhonglin's repeated pleas, the old lady refused to relent, which only angered the old master further. In front of Zhang Shi, the old master sternly scolded Shin Zhonglin. As a court official, you act improperly and treat matters unfairly, favoring your concubine over your wife. For the sake of our father-son relationship, I have covered for you for many years. Now that I am old, if you are not afraid of being criticized, you can continue to protect that little concubine. At that point, you won't be able to keep your position and you won't be able to protect Cheng's life either. Shin Zhonglin had never been scolded so harshly by the old master, his face turning pale with anger. Of course, he was even more afraid of losing his official position. The officials at the censorate were very upset with those who favored their concubines over their wives. They didn't dare to openly criticize the emperor for favoring consort Yao, but they could express their dissatisfaction towards the officials in court. Shin Zhonglin left the main hall looking dejected. Jiang was in a good mood, having eaten and slept well for several days, and her complexion was rosy. Shin Sueon listened to Jiang speak animatedly. Her excitement was unprecedented. And then there's Shin Siu, who recently seems to have lost her mind, claiming she will never marry and telling her father not to arrange any suitors for her. Jiang rolled her eyes, finding it hard to understand this illegitimate daughter. As for Shin Mingyao, he has been sent to the clan school by the old master and has even changed his attendant, only coming home for 2 days a month. A smile appeared in Shin Sueon's eyes. Then you can focus on your pregnancy, madam. Jiang replied, Yao has already been spoiled. The other day, in front of everyone, he cursed me and said the Shin family could only have him as the sole boy. Cheng has really raised his ambitions. She believed the old master was too soft-hearted. Keeping someone with such a malicious heart at home was a disaster. Shin Sueon comforted Jiang. Madam, don't worry about anything else. Just focus on having a smooth delivery. Everything else can wait. You're right, Jiang said with a smile. Stop talking about those gloomy people. Let's talk about you. How is the rest of the Liu family treating you? Jiang remembered how Lu Yuan defended Shin Suian last time, knowing he was a good son-in-law. But what about the others? The old lady and the eldest madam of the Lu family liked to stir up trouble, so she worried they might find ways to annoy Shin Suian. It doesn't matter whether they are good or bad. In a family like the Dukes, we must maintain our dignity, Shin Suian replied. Feeling sad because someone treated you poorly means you invested your heart. She wouldn't open up to anyone in the Lu family again. As long as they could coexist peacefully and maintain appearances as a family, that was enough for her. As for everything else, she didn't care at all. Once the time came, she would completely sever ties with the Lu family and have no relationship with them forever. The most important thing is that you and your husband are united. The others are secondary, Jiang said with a smile. Are the 2 concubines in the house obedient? Jiang was worried that Lu Yuan's 2 concubines might be too ambitious. If they were like Aunt Cheng, it would be difficult to have peaceful days. I can manage them. You don't need to worry about me, madam, Shin Suian replied with a smile. What time is it? The old master and old lady should be waking up from their nap now. I'll go with you to the main hall, Jiang said. It might be just my impression, but when Shin Suian returned this time, she felt that the servants in the house seemed to show much more respect to Jiang. Although they used to be cautious, there was always a hint of disdain. It seems that since the lady is pregnant and the old master personally dismissed Shin Mingyao, everyone understands that Jiang is the only true matriarch of a Shin family. That's good. What surprised Shin Suian was that there was a guest with the old master. It was a young man who was playing chess with him. The young man had fair skin, black hair, and a delicate face, with bright, warm eyes.
It was Xie Changyu.
Shin Suian felt a bit dazed, thinking that Xie Changyu should be fighting at the border. Xie Changyu stood up and greeted, Madam Shin, Miss Suian. Jiang was quite surprised. Oh, Xie Gongzi is here. Did we interrupt the old master's game? The old master smiled and said, it's already finished. Suian, why don't you play a game with Changyu? I find it hard to win against Brother Xie. He is too skilled, Shin Suian replied with a faint smile. Indeed, at this time, Xie Changyu had not yet gone to the border. He was still one of the most distinguished young men in the capital, almost equal to Lu Heng. His 5 brothers were still stationed at the border and had not yet fallen victim to the ambush that led to their family's downfall. In her previous life, all the male members of the Xie family, except for Xie Changyu, died in battle. Later, Xie Changyu abandoned literature for martial arts, carving a bloody path at the border out of vengeance. Shin Suian remembered Jiang mentioning that the deaths of the entire Xie family were not due to an enemy ambush, but because someone in the court had set them up. However, she never discovered who was responsible for betraying the Xie father and son before her death. She also recalled that the gentle-looking man she had met again had turned cold and fierce, his eyes icy and piercing. There was another matter she could not overlook. Xie Changyu and Lu Yuan were like fire and water. Their hatred seemed to have an unknown origin. As Lu Yuan's wife, she needed to understand what had caused this conflict. She feared that Lu Yuan's death might be related to Xie Changyu. Suian, what's wrong? Jiang gently tugged at Shin Suian's sleeve. Xie Changyu said softly, Miss Suian rarely comes home. She must want to talk to her teacher, so I will take my leave. The old master also remembered that his granddaughter was now married, and even though he treated Xie Changyu like family, it might not be appropriate for him to play chess with Shin Suian in front of them. In front of the old master and Jiang, Shin Suian felt it was not the right time to ask Xie Changyu about the situation at the border. She recalled that there were still 6 months until the Xie family's tragedy, and she could find a moment to remind Xie Changyu then. After sending off Xie Changyu, Shin Suian chatted with her grandparents. Seeing her grandfather's health improve, she felt more at ease. Indeed, after distancing herself from Lu Heng, all her misfortunes seemed to fade away. During dinner, Shin Zhonglin came to the main room with Shin Siyu. When he saw Shin Suian, he kindly asked her a few questions. Something felt off. Shin Suian immediately became alert. Sure enough, Shin Zhonglin soon revealed his purpose. Father, Sui is knowledgeable and graceful. Why not let Ijia stay with her for a while so Sui Sui can teach her? Father, last time you said I was disobedient, Shin Suan replied calmly. It hadn't been long, so how could she suddenly be so knowledgeable? Sister, last time was just a misunderstanding, Shin Siu hurriedly explained. Father, Ijia is of the age for courtship, and since mother is unwell, she can't teach Ijia. Sui Sui, being her sister, can surely guide her well, Shin Jianglin said softly. Shin Suan was quite surprised. Did Shin Jianglin really know what Shin Siu was thinking? Could he allow his precious daughter to become someone else's concubine? Old Master Shin neither agreed nor disagreed, only saying to consider it for 2 days. After dinner, when Shin Jianglin left, the old master told Shin Suan, "You don't have to listen to your father. He will only bring you trouble." Shin Suan's Panyan courtyard was still kept tidy, with maids cleaning it daily for her to rest when she returned home. As they left the main room, Jiang insisted on walking with Shin Suan to Panyan courtyard. Just as they sat down in the hall, before the tea was even served, Jiang began to persuade Shin Suan. "Don't listen to your father. Ijia is a troublemaker. If she goes to the Liu family, you won't have a peaceful day. Have you thought about how hard it is for you at the Liu family? Your father is blinded by his own desires, only thinking of paving the way for Ijia, without considering you at all." Listening to Jiang's passionate words, Shin Suan felt warmth in her heart. "I won't let Shin Siu go to the Liu family," she said firmly. She could already see Shin Siu eyeing Liu Yuan, so why would she want to create more trouble for herself? Jiang finally felt relieved. "That's good. I was worried you might soften your heart." She picked up the hot tea that had just been served and took a satisfied sip. "Actually, Xie Changyu is not bad. If you hadn't been engaged to Liu Heng, the Xie family would have wanted him to marry you."
What?
Shin Suan was stunned. She had no idea about this. Jiang's expression froze, and feeling embarrassed, she explained, "This was last year when you just turned 15. Mrs. Xie came to visit and mentioned it to the old lady. The old lady politely declined at that time, worried that you would feel awkward meeting Xie Changyu, so she didn't tell you." Shin Suan was surprised. Why would Mrs. Xie want to propose? Usually, when she met Mrs. Xie in other situations, she didn't feel that Mrs. Xie had any special interest in her. Jiang glanced at her, thinking, "Silly girl, someone must have feelings for you," which is why Mrs. Xie came. However, since she was already married, there was no need to know so much. "All right, you should rest early. I'll head back now," Jiang said as she stood up. Shin Suan wanted to see her off, but Jiang stopped her. "I have a group of maids with me." Mujin supported Shin Suan as they walked up the steps. "Now that you can stand, madam, you must feel relieved," Mujin said with a smile. "Send a little maid to the Moon Pavilion to ask if Aunt Cheng knows that Shin Siu is going to the Liu family with me. If she doesn't know, then let her in on it," Shin Suan said, fully aware of Aunt Cheng's ambitions. She had always pampered Shin Siu, making her more precious than her own legitimate daughter, hoping one day to marry Shin Siu off to a higher status, even above her. Could Aunt Cheng allow Shin Siu to be a concubine, forever beneath her? Absolutely not. The Moon Pavilion has already placed our people there, so we will soon find out the news, Mujin replied. Shin Suan looked at Mujin with appreciation. However, that night, she found it hard to sleep. It wasn't because she knew that Xie Changyu once wanted to propose. He must have let that go by now. What troubled her was how to warn Xie Changyu that the Xie father and son might face danger in battle. When Liu Yuan returned, she also needed to find out what feud he had with Xie Changyu. She tossed and turned, not knowing when she finally fell asleep. The next day, Mujin woke her up. The sun was already high in the sky. After greeting old Master Shen and the old lady, she was set to go to the estate. It's time to visit each estate. Previously, your father had others manage them, but now that they are in your hands, you should take a look, the old lady said. Under Shun Jianglin's management, it was no different from being under Aunt Cheng's control. However, Aunt Cheng could only manage 2 estates. The others were under her mother's dowry, which Aunt Cheng wouldn't dare touch. Shi Qing had already prepared the carriage, with dozens of guards following. Young mistress, Aunt Chung, had someone lock the second young lady's door early this morning, Mujin whispered in Shin Suan's ear. Shin Suan smiled faintly, but unfortunately, she had to go out to the estate. Otherwise, she could have enjoyed watching the chaos between Aunt Chung and Shin Siu. Aunt Chung only heard about Shin Jianglin's words from yesterday morning and nearly lost her temper. She couldn't understand how her daughter could be so stubborn. She had already explained the differences in their future prospects and social status, yet Shin Siu still insisted on trying to persuade Shin Jianglin, and both father and daughter were being foolish. Aunt, please calm down. The second young lady just had a moment of confusion. Talk to her nicely, she is still young, urged her maid, Shuanghua. Shin Siu was forcibly brought to the Moon Theater by two maids. Seeing Aunt Chung breathing heavily from anger, Shin Siu lowered her head in guilt. If I hadn't stopped you, would you have rushed to be Shin Suan's servant? Aunt Chung asked coldly. Shin Siu whispered, Father told me to follow her and said she would take me out for social events. You are my daughter. Do you think you can hide your true intentions from me? Aunt Chung said, deeply disappointed. What's so good about being a concubine? Have you lost your mind? Shin Siu raised her beautiful face, resembling Aunt Chung with her fair skin and delicate features. I just fell behind a bit. If Lu Yuan loves me, he will respect me. I don't care about status. Mother, you are also a concubine but in the Shin family. Who dares say you are less than the main wife? Aunt Chung felt as if her heart was being stabbed repeatedly. I am confined to this room just because I am a concubine. No matter how favored I am, a concubine is still a concubine, forever inferior to the main wife. You are a daughter of the Shin family. You can marry anyone as the main wife. Why would you want to be a concubine to Lu Yuan? Does he even see you that way? Aunt Chung didn't want to speak harshly, but it seemed necessary. Not harsh enough to wake her daughter up. By rushing to him, you appear lowly in a man's eyes. Shin Siu's face turned pale. She never expected Aunt Chung would call her lowly. A man's fleeting affection won't sustain you for a lifetime. You need a respectable status for others to honor and love you, Aunt Chung said, closing her eyes. From today on, you will stay at the Moon Theater until your father arranges a marriage for you, and then you can be free. Shin Siu cried. Father has already agreed. He said I could take her place, and he will help me. You? You can't compete with Shin Suan, Aunt Chung said coldly, scolding Shin Jianglin in her heart. He wanted to use Shin Suan to make Lu Yuan listen to him, without considering whether he had the ability to do so. If Shin Jianglin were capable, he would have been promoted long ago. The old master had good connections, but he didn't use them for Shin Jianglin, clearly thinking he was not worth the effort. I will speak clearly with your father. Someone, take the second young lady away. Without my orders, she is not allowed to leave. Shin Siu cried a lot, but concubine Chung showed no mercy. Shin Jianglin didn't dare to persuade her and hid in the front yard. When Jiang Shi learned of this, she was so happy that she ate 2 extra bowls of rice and sent someone to quickly inform Shin Suan. It's better to enjoy happiness together than alone. When Shin Suan heard about this, she had already arrived at the Qinghu estate. The steward's surname was Liu, and he was originally her mother's companion, always managing this estate. This time, Shin Suan came to inspect the estate without prior notice, and the gatekeeper directly blocked them. What master? You must have the wrong place. This courtyard belongs to our master, and he is inside. Who do you think you are? The gatekeeper was burly and looked at Mu Jin with disrespect. Mu Jin, feeling embarrassed and angry, shouted, This is our young lady's dowry estate. Go get your so-called master, so we can see who dares to impersonate him. Shi Qing stood by the carriage, starting to understand why the young lady had asked the other guards not to follow. He remembered that yesterday, the young lady had asked him to investigate the 4th young master's friends. He had done so, and results came in early this morning. It was truly hard to explain. How did the young lady know? If this reached the second madam's ears, the second branch would surely cause a scene. Several servants ran out, holding long sticks to attack, with the one in gray-blue clothing looking like the steward. Young lady, should we take them down? Shi Qing asked. Shin Suan replied calmly, "Let Lu Chaos we come out." "Oh, our master's name is not something you can call," the steward shouted, trying to approach Shin Suan's carriage. He was kicked away by Shiqing. This man, Lu Binglong, was Lu Chaoshui's nephew and held a position as a steward in the estate. The guards in the distance saw Shiqing take action and marched over in an orderly and imposing manner, intimidating the servants who were still trying to advance.
You. Who are you?
"How dare you bully us on our territory?" Lu Binglong, who had come from the village and had never seen a true noble, exclaimed. He finally noticed that the woman in the carriage seemed to be someone they shouldn't provoke. Shun Sueon, having lived 2 lifetimes, was hearing for the first time that she was being accused of bullying others. Compared to always trying to keep the peace and maintain appearances, being assertive felt much more satisfying. A good head of the household doesn't always have to be gentle and accommodating. "Go bring Lu Chaoshu over to me," Shin Sueon's cold voice came from the carriage. As soon as she finished speaking, an angry shout was heard. "Who dares to cause trouble in front of me?" A middle-aged man in a brocade robe stepped out with a fierce demeanor, acting like a powerful lord. "Manager Lu, who do you think it is?" Mu Jin looked at him coldly, her gaze filled with disdain. Lu Chaoshu didn't recognize Mu Jin, but he recognized Shin Sueon's carriage, which had the Lu family's emblem on it. The Lu family. The young lady was now the wife of the Lu family's heir. "Oh, it's you, young lady," Lu Chaoshu said, lacking the respect he should have shown. "Why didn't anyone inform us in advance? It's not good for a young lady to be involved in such violence. Are you saying that I need to report to you before I come to my own estate?" Shun Sueon's voice held no anger. It was soft enough to sound somewhat timid. Lu Chaoshu thought to himself that a girl who couldn't even secure her own marriage had little strength to confront him. The Xiao family had long since stopped caring for her. He was the one in charge of this estate now. "You're exaggerating, young lady." "That's not what I meant," Lu Chaoshu replied. "Open the door, let's go in," Shen Sueon commanded. Lu Chaoshu raised an eyebrow and signaled to the doorman behind him, slowly opening the estate's gate. Shiqing drove the carriage inside. Once the carriage stopped, a pair of hands as white as jade reached out. Mu Jin stepped forward to help Shin Sueon out of the carriage. Lu Chaoshu was taken aback. He had expected the girl who was exchanged in marriage to be plain-looking, but she turned out to be stunning and graceful. "Let's go to the main house," Shin Sueon said without even glancing at Lu Chaoshu. "Miss." Lu Chaoshu hurriedly stepped in front of Shin Sueon. He smiled and explained, "The main house has been empty for a long time. Since you didn't inform us before coming, why don't you stay in the guest house for a night? I'll have someone prepare the main house." "Let's go see what's going on," Shin Sueon replied, ignoring Lu Chaoshu's words. Shiqing signaled 2 guards to follow them. Lu Chaoshu realized he couldn't stop them anymore. His expression darkened. Shin Sueon didn't look at him. She casually asked Shiqing, "Shiqing, can we report someone for embezzling the family's property?" "Nothing is beyond the control of the local authority, young lady," Shiqing said respectfully. "How are crimes usually judged?" Shin Sueon asked again. Shiqing replied loudly, "Severe cases lead to death, while lighter ones result in punishment." Butler Lu broke out in a cold sweat, reassuring himself that Shin Sueon was just trying to scare him. The young servant knew nothing about the local authority. After a while, Ban Jian returned. 2 guards were holding a woman dressed in a pink coat. The woman had a graceful figure and sharp features. She was cursing, "You lowly person, do you know who I am? Daring to act recklessly in my territory, I will skin you alive and sell you to a brothel."
Slap.
Mu Jin stepped forward and gave her a slap. "How dare you speak such foul language in front of the young lady?" Shin Sueon looked at the woman with a clear gaze. She recognized her. "Xia He, Aunt Chung said you married and left the house." "Turns out you married Butler Lu," Shin Sueon said, turning to Lu. "I thought you were already married. Is this your concubine?" Xia He recognized Shin Sueon's identity, but did not regard the girl, who had grown up without a mother, highly. "Young lady, I am now Butler Lu's main wife. That short-lived woman has passed away." Ban Jian tightly grabbed her chin. You were once a servant from the Shin family, and now you can't even introduce yourself properly in front of the young lady. You see, the main courtyard isn't unmanageable. It's just that they live there and act like they own the place, Ban Jian said, releasing Xiaohe's chin and looking at her disdainfully. Butler Liu, aren't you going to explain? Shin Sueon asked calmly. Young lady, we will move out immediately and restore the main courtyard to its original state, Butler Liu said awkwardly. Shin Sueon chuckled softly. You make it sound so simple. Butler Liu said, Young lady, I have worked with the madam for many years. Even if I have no achievements, I have put in effort. You still remember you were my mother's companion, right? Your so-called effort is just occupying my estate and keeping me outside? Butler Liu, do you sleep soundly at night? Shin Sueon asked. Butler Liu's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, This large estate, with hundreds of tenants to manage, I have never been negligent. Young lady, considering I was the madam's companion, please spare me this time. Lock her up for now. Once the estate matters are sorted out tomorrow, we will deal with everything together, Shin Sueon ordered. Shin Sueon had experienced the situation where Steward Liu bullied her and took over her estate. However, in her past life, her approach was not so straightforward. She wanted to win over her servants while maintaining a reputation for kindness and virtue, which made her too lenient with Steward Liu. As a result, she struggled for a long time to reclaim her estate and was mocked by Madame Liu for being incompetent. Even a maid from a minor concubine could easily manipulate her. This time, Shin Sueon didn't want to suffer any humiliation. She ordered everything in the main courtyard to be thrown out and had the walls repaired, ensuring that no signs of previous occupancy remained. For now, she would stay in the side courtyard. Young mistress, how should we deal with the few servants who offended you? Shirqing asked quietly. Shin Sueon replied calmly, send them to the authorities and make sure it's done publicly so that the tenants outside can see. Also, spread the word about Steward Liu and his wife being detained and prepared for punishment. Shirqing, being clever, immediately understood Shin Sueon's intentions. Feeling relieved, Shin Sueon was in a good mood. With her husband, Commander Liu Yuan, known for his fearsome reputation, others would be wary of him. She would have many opportunities to use his influence in the future. Placing her hand on her abdomen, Shin Sueon thought that by the time she dealt with all obstacles, it would likely be half a year later. If she had her own child by then, it would be perfect. Young mistress, it's getting late. Are you not used to sleeping on the bed? The night watchman, Mujin, asked softly. No, it's quite nice. You should go to sleep too, Shin Sueon replied with a smile. There were many matters to handle tomorrow, so it was time to rest. Shin Sueon slept very well, until dawn broke, painting the estate in vibrant colors. What's all the noise outside? Shin Sueon asked while having her meal, as she heard faint commotion. This morning, as soon as it was light, dozens of tenants came and knelt at the door, asking the young mistress to help them. Mujin said quietly. Shin Sueon was not surprised. What did they say? They accused Steward Liu of taking over good farmland, collecting rent for it, but only giving them barren land, and demanding they turn in grain from the good land every year.
Muyin explained.
Such audacity. Utterly shameless. Half Jian cursed. Bring Liu Chaoshui here and have the tenants select 3 representatives, Shin Sueon instructed. Liu Chaoshui and his wife had been detained overnight and were no longer as arrogant as yesterday. Now tell me, to whom did you give the 100 acres of good land you took from my estate? Shin Sueon glanced at Liu Chaoshu and asked coldly, Did you say something about me? Miss, I didn't. It's not true. Who has been gossiping in front of you? Liu Chaoshu was shocked. When did this come to light? Wasn't it said that Aunt Chung was the true master of the Shin family? How could such a powerful eldest daughter let Aunt Chung act so boldly at home? Liu Chaoshu regretted siding with Aunt Chung. Shin Sueon ignored him and called for the tenant representatives to come in. When Liu Chaoshu saw them, his expression turned fierce. Do you dare to act tough here because you think I won't do anything to you? Without evidence, How would I know about the 100 acres of good land? Shun Suan asked. Miss, I am from the Xiao family, sent to assist the lady. Lu Chaoshu mentioned the Xiao family. Shun Suan laughed. You took over my farmland for Aunt Cheng, and now that you're in trouble, you still claim to be from the Xiao family. Don't you know my uncle is still in the capital? If your uncle finds out what you've done, do you think you'll survive? Lu Chaoshu truly didn't know that the Xiao family had come to the capital, and his face turned pale with fear. Shun Suan knew exactly what Lu Chaoshu had done. The accounts he submitted every year were fake, and he had another set hidden under his bed, which she had asked Shi Qing to find yesterday. The surrounding tenants had suffered greatly from oppression. They had previously feared Lu Chaoshu's connections, but upon hearing that he was being dealt with, they could no longer sit still. My good land, who has it now? Shun Suan asked softly. At this moment, Lu Chaoshu no longer saw this eldest daughter of the Shin family as weak and easy to bully.
It's
in the hands of Lord Cheng. Miss, it's not my fault. Aunt Cheng made me do it, Lu Chaoshu pleaded, bowing his head. Take them to the authorities and report that the Cheng family has stolen my land, Shun Suan instructed Shi Qing. Shi Qing replied, Madam, there's no need to trouble the authorities. I can ask the local enforcement office to handle this matter. They work faster than the officials. Can we really involve the local enforcement office for such a small matter? Shun Suan asked. How could your matter be small? Shi Qing replied. Upon hearing local enforcement office, Lu Chaoshu trembled and cried even harder. All right, Shun Suan nodded with a smile, happy to resolve this quickly. She looked kindly at the tenants. Once we get the land back, I will rent it to you again and waive your rent for 3 years. The tenants were surprised by this good news and knelt down, calling her a blessing. You all go back and tell the other farmers this news. You don't have to hand in this year's harvest. It will all be yours, Shun Suan said. Thank you, young lady. Good people like you will be rewarded with health and long life and many descendants. Such a simple wish. After the tenants left, Shun Suan called the other servants in the estate to assign tasks. She chose a steward who had been guarding the orchard with Lu Chaoshui to manage things. He was someone she had promoted in her previous life. He was capable and loyal to her. Previously, he had disliked Lu Chaoshui's deceit towards their master and had tried to expose him, but he was threatened with his family's safety, which kept him from leaving the estate. As for those connected to Lu Chaoshui, she replaced them all. In less than a day, the entire estate's servants looked noticeably different. Shi Qing secretly admired the young lady's ability to get things done. Her decisive methods were very much like a commander. Young lady, when shall we go to the other estate? Ban Jian asked. No need to go. Just spread the news of what happened here to the other estates, and have their stewards come to see me with their accounts in 3 days, Shun Suan said. She had already set an example, and she believed that smart people would know what to do. Moreover, she had the backing of the local authority. Who wouldn't fear Commander Lu? Everyone was afraid. As Lu Yuan's wife, she now had a powerful husband supporting her, who would dare to deceive her again. She felt extremely pleased. Mujin, send someone to the Chu family and invite Miss Chu to stay at the estate for a couple of days, Shun Suan said. She wanted to ride horses, and it would be boring to do it alone. It was best to have Chu Qingli come for company. Yes, young lady. The news of Shun Suan dealing with Lu Chaoshui and settling matters at the estate quickly reached Aunt Cheng's ears. This was because her brother had been taken by the local authority. The Cheng family came to her, thinking that since the commander of the local authority was Shun's son-in-law, a word from Xin Zhonglin could set him free. However, upon inquiring, they learned it was related to Shun Suan, and Aunt Cheng realized that even if Xin Zhonglin spoke up, the local authority might not release her brother. That wretched Shun Suan. Why didn't I get rid of her back then? Aunt Cheng gritted her teeth in anger. Go to the front yard and invite the master. Aunt Cheng, under house arrest, could only send a maid to fetch someone. Now, her only hope rested on Xin Zhonglin. She hoped he still had some respect as a father-in-law in front of Lu Yuan. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not connect. When Mrs. Lu Er learned that Shin Sue-an had been summoned by the elder lady for tasks, she felt extremely happy, thinking that finally someone could keep Shin Sue-an in check. Little did she know that her good mood would not last a day. The elder lady told Shin Sue-an that she didn't need to attend the morning and evening prayers anymore. Shin Sue-an boldly left to visit her family. This was not what troubled her. To her surprise, the elder lady wanted to let Lu Yen manage the household. The elder Mrs. Lu, who always favored Lu Yen, thought that having her learn to manage the household would help develop her character and, at the very least, give her a good reputation. So, the elder Mrs. Lu agreed and asked the second Lady Lu to hand over the accounts of the storeroom and kitchen to Lu Yen, allowing her to practice. The second Lady Lu would keep the cards for now and guide Lu Yen. The second Lady Lu was nearly furious enough to spit blood at them. Their words sounded so grand. What did it mean that she was still the manager? The cards were still in her hands. Lu Yen was just her assistant. The kitchen and storeroom were the most profitable areas. Now they were all handed over to Lu Yen. She felt like she was just making clothes for others. The second Lady Lu wanted to object, but the elder Mrs. Lu's expression had already turned cold. She understood. The elder lady and the elder Lady Lu were not discussing this with her. They had already made their decision and were just informing her now. Daughter-in-law understands. I will take the accounts to Yen later. If she has any questions, I will teach her well, she said, biting her cheek to suppress her anger. Her throat felt like it was filled with blood. The elder Lady Lu smiled as if enjoying a spring breeze, her voice light and airy. Mother, I told you that my sister-in-law cares the most for Yen. Once Yen learns to manage the household, the first person she should thank is her second aunt. She has no daughter, so it is only right for her to teach Yen as if she were her own, the elder Mrs. Lu replied with a smile. The second Lady Lu felt a pang of resentment, hating that the elder lady always mentioned her regret of not having a daughter. Elder sister used to say that managing the household was not worth learning. Why does she want Yen to learn these chores now? The second Lady Lu asked, lifting her teacup to hide her anger. The elder Lady Lu replied with a smile, it is thanks to Lu Yuan's wife. She said Yen has a good nature and will learn well if taught properly. She even suggested that I help Yen learn to manage the household so that when she marries, she can stand on her own in her new family. She turned to the elder Mrs. Lu with a smile. I think she has a point. As long as the management power was not in Shin Sue-an's hands, the elder Mrs. Lu was satisfied. Yen is a clever girl. The second Lady Lu was about to explode with anger. It was Shin Sue-an again. What a disaster that lowly son of Lu Yuan had married. Why haven't I seen Lu Yuan's wife today? Has she already stopped being at home so soon after getting married? The second Lady Lu asked with a smile. Madame Lu waved her hand. After all, she's pregnant. If she wants to go back to her family, can I really stop her? If I complain to Lu Yuan, it will only create more resentment. Let her go. If she has no shame, others will only praise you for being generous, said the old Lady Lu. Madame Lu too couldn't help but roll her eyes. She forced a smile as she returned to her courtyard and quickly drank a pot of cold tea to suppress her rising anger. She underestimated Shin Sue-an. She actually had the ability to stir things up in front of the first madam. That foolish first madam really thought that Lu Yen could gain a good reputation as a steward. Doesn't she know what her daughter is really like? If she wants a steward, let Lu Yen take on the role and see what kind of trouble she can cause. Madam too, something terrible has happened, the maid Sang Yi said anxiously as she entered. Madam Lu too, already irritated, snapped, be quiet. What gloomy news are you bringing? Sang Yi gasped. Madam Tu, the fourth young master is in trouble. Madam Lu Tu's heart sank. What happened? The fourth young master was found in bed with a classmate at the academy yesterday by the headmaster. The headmaster has sent for the elder and second masters, Sang Yi said carefully. Madam Lu Tu felt like she had been struck by lightning, and her blood ran cold. The secret about her younger son was known only to her, but she was aware of it. Her younger son had understood relationships since he was 13, but it wasn't through a maid. It was with a boy. That boy was his classmate, a handsome young man from a poor family who spent all his time with her son. Once, when they were drinking at home, they got drunk and ended up in a compromising situation. She had intended to bring them some tea to sober them up and happened to witness the scene, nearly fainting on the spot. Her good son was actually involved with another boy. She believed that the poor boy had led her son astray and did everything she could to send him away from the capital. For the past year, she had been on edge, not hearing any more rumors about her son. She thought he had turned over a new leaf. Madame Lu too felt a pain in her chest and leaned against the table. Who is it? Which shameless person is involved with my son? Is it? It's not that young Master Dai. Today it's someone with the surname Yao. Sang Yi said quietly.
Yao?
From the family of Yao Guifei? Madame Lu too felt her teeth clench. Sang Yi knelt down. I caught a servant close to the fourth young master and, after questioning him, found out that the fourth young master has been spending day and night with Yao Guifei's brother. Mrs. Lu fainted with darkened eyes and collapsed. Concubine Yao had only one younger brother, born when her mother was nearly 40, and the family cherished him dearly. How dare her son disrespect Concubine Yao's brother? Sang Yi screamed and quickly called the maid outside to help carry Mrs. Lu to the bed and hurried to summon the doctor. After a flurry of activity, when Mrs. Lu regained consciousness, Mr. Lu had already returned. He sat beside her with a pale face, unable to hide his fear. Second master. Mrs. Lu sat up abruptly. Where is Yao Gur? He's kneeling outside, Mr. Lu replied, sounding defeated. He and young Master Yao skipped class, and the headmaster caught them misbehaving. Do you know about Yao Gur being different?
Mr. Lu asked.
Mrs. Lu stubbornly refused to admit it. Yao Gur is not like that. He must have been tempted. This matter can't be hidden. The Yao family took their young master home and warned us not to speak of it. Soon, it will reach the concubine's ears, and everyone knows how much she loves her younger brother. Mrs. Lu turned pale. It has nothing to do with Yao Gur. It's young Master Yao's fault. This can't be kept from the old master. You should confine Yao Gur for now. He shouldn't go out for a few days, Mr. Lu said. Mrs. Lu saw a glimmer of hope. If she could insist that Yao Gur was not different, then all the blame would fall on young Master Yao. At least she could protect Yao Gur. Recently, Chu Qingli was confined at home. If it weren't for Shin Suian sending someone to invite her, she wouldn't know when she could go out and have fun. I'm about to go crazy. A few days ago, my grandmother went to the palace, and after she returned, she ordered that the younger generation must not go out. She even scolded my brothers, warning them not to associate too much with the noble families. Shin Suian felt a chill. Chu old lady was a wise woman. She must have sensed something unusual. Nobody wants to avoid you, Shin Suian said. Chu Qingli brought her horse closer to Shin Suian and asked the maids to step back. My grandmother had an argument with the Empress, Chu Qingli whispered. Shin Suian was surprised.
Why?
My grandmother told the Empress to stop arguing. The fifth prince is young and of average talent, and the Emperor already has a chosen heir. It won't be the fifth prince, Chu Qingli explained. If the queen insists on competing, the Chu family would have to risk everything, and even then, it might not succeed. In the end, the entire Chu family could lose everything. You've seen it. Since my father, no one in the Chu family has been particularly capable. Under grandmother's guidance, we haven't turned into spoiled and reckless people. How can we help the queen and the fifth prince? Unfortunately, the queen doesn't listen to grandmother. Chu Qingli trusted Shin Suian and shared everything with her. If it weren't for Shin Suian's reminder that day, grandmother wouldn't have realized the situation so quickly. Grandmother's advice to the queen would surely reach the emperor's ears. This is the Chu family's way of showing they do not wish to get involved in the competition for the crown prince. As for whether the emperor will believe it, only he knows. Does the Empress Dowager know? Shin Suian asked quietly. Chu Qingli looked back to ensure no one was following before continuing. The Empress Dowager will go to Wufu Mountain next month to pray, and she will likely stay there for at least a year and a half. The Empress Dowager's stance is clear. She does not want to be involved in the emperor's decision about the crown prince. A few years ago, when I was in the palace with my aunt, I accidentally overheard the emperor talking to someone else. Chu Qingli's voice was low. I have never dared to tell anyone, not even grandmother. Shen Suian held her hand. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Chu Qingli squeezed Shen Suian's hand back, as if drawing courage and strength from her. I was just a child then, so no one paid attention to me. Even when I ran to the library, no one noticed. My aunt was very happy that day. She was diagnosed as pregnant. She hadn't been pregnant in 10 years since giving birth to Princess Yongning. The emperor was not happy at all. He even told someone that he thought the queen shouldn't have any more children. Shouldn't? Shen Suian's expression changed, and she covered Chu Qingli's mouth. Lear, you can't say that. It must stay between us. The emperor does not want the queen to have another prince. If this gets out, it will cause a huge uproar. Chu Qingli covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously. I won't say it. Shen Suian felt a heaviness in her heart. Now she finally understood why the Chu family fell so quickly in her past life. The fifth prince was never considered in the emperor's choice for the crown prince, while the queen and the Chu family were actively supporting him, testing the emperor's patience. Grandmother told father not to help uncle's family. I wonder what will happen to them. Chu Qingli said. Shen Suian replied, if Lord Onli hadn't done those things, the Jinfu division would have cleared his name. Has Commander Liu shared any news with you?
Kekanglies eyes lit up.
No, he never talks to me about these things, Shen Suian replied with a smile. All right, we can't control these matters anyway. We're here to relax today, so let's go horseback riding and have some fun, Chu Qingli said, putting her worries aside for now. After all, worrying wouldn't help. As a young woman, there was little she could do. Suian, I heard there's a new boat by the river that only serves women and doesn't allow men. We should go check it out, Chu Qingli suggested with a grin. A boat? Shen Suian mounted her horse, looking doubtful. Aren't you supposed to be staying at home? How do you know about this new boat? I heard about it. Since I finally got out, I want to enjoy myself, Chu Qingli said, fearing she would be confined at home again. The boat is not a suitable place for you, Shen Suian said seriously. She worried that if Chu Qingli encountered Song Xiuji there, it might cause trouble for Song Xiuji and Lu Heng, which could affect their chances of having a pair of twins. All right, if you say so, we won't go. Shen Suian and Chu Qingli stayed at the village for 2 days. Shi Qing reported the latest news about the Lu family. The affair between Lu Yang and young Master Yao had been discovered. However, young Master Yao was known for his preferences and had several young boys at home, so the Yao family believed he had forced Lu Yang into this situation. Both families took their children back without mentioning the incident, showing a mutual understanding. But Lu Yang's secret could not be kept. All the elders in the Lu family found out, and the Duke of Lu was so angry he nearly took matters into his own hands with his ungrateful grandson. The fourth young master is still kneeling in the ancestral hall. The Duke scolded the second master and his wife, and even sent for the third master, who is away, Shi Qing said quietly. Lu Yang's situation was discovered only after his marriage in the previous life. The second lady of Lu had arranged for him to marry a girl from a low-ranking official's family. The girl was timid and honest, and after their marriage, they never consummated it. It was only when she caught Lu Yang with his companions that she realized she had been deceived. However, her family's fate was in the hands of the second lady, so she had to endure the humiliation and continue being married to Lu Yang. Shen Suian felt some sympathy for her. Hopefully, this time, she wouldn't have to marry Lu Yang again. Do Uncle San and Aunt San want to come back? Shen Suian chuckled softly. The third master of Lu was a son of a concubine, and it was said that his mistress was extremely beautiful, almost threatening the position of the old lady of the Lu family back in the day. So, Lady Lu dislikes third master Lu, and the Duke does not want any unrest at home. 5 years ago, he arranged for third master Lu to go to the Su Bei military camp. Even when third master Lu got married there, he only wrote a letter to inform us. It seems the Duke wants to arrange a new position for third Master Lu in the capital, Shi Qing said softly. Shen Swan smiled. With such a big issue at home, I should return. Young madam, I will arrange it immediately, Shi Qing said. By the way, has Cheng Zhong been sentenced? Shen Swan asked. Cheng Zhong is the brother of concubine Cheng. Lord Shen personally went to the town protector's office yesterday, but the commander was not there, so Cheng Zhong's case has not been decided yet. He is currently held in the prison, Shi Qing replied. Shen Swan said, I believe the commander will handle it fairly. Chu Qingli has played at the village for 2 days, and it is time to go back. She shared a carriage with Shen Swan, and they chatted nonstop along the way. When they reached the city gate, Chu Qingli returned to her own carriage, parting ways with Shen Swan. When Shen Swan returned to the Lu family, it felt like stepping from a bright, vibrant place into a dark, damp one. As she entered the Lu family home, her smile faded. The romantic affairs of Lu Yang and young Master Yao were well hidden, even from the palace's concubine Yao. However, second Madame Lu looked much more haggard, as if she had aged 2 or 3 years. When Shen Swan went to greet the old lady, she sincerely expressed concern for second Madame Lu, and, Are you unwell? You don't look well. It's just a bit of a cold. Second Madame Lu thought bitterly of Shen Swan, and did not show a pleasant expression. Old Lady Lu glanced at Shen Swan. You've been away for several days. Have you finished everything? Yes, old lady, everything is done. I dealt with a few disobedient servants, so there is nothing left to worry about, Shen Swan replied with a smile. Since it wasn't the Lu family's property, old Lady Lu was not interested in what her servants had done. Then you can go back. I don't need you here. Old Lady Lu dismissed her. Shen Swan noticed they were still troubled by Lu Yang, so she stood up and gracefully bowed. I take my leave, grandmother. Everything in her quiet courtyard was as usual, with Sui Jin and Qing Luo keeping watch very well. After Shen Swan changed her clothes and sat down comfortably to rest, Sui Jin reported everything that had happened in the past 2 days. The fourth young master has been kneeling in the ancestral hall for some unknown reason, and yesterday I saw that second madam's eyes were swollen from crying, Sui Jin said, sounding a bit gleeful. Shen Swan replied, Do not discuss this matter outside. We don't want others to think we are taking advantage of the situation. Sui Jin, I know I wouldn't dare to laugh out loud outside. Young madam, the third young lady has come twice and wanted to enter your room, but we managed to stop her. Shen Swan raised an eyebrow. It was improper for her sister-in-law to be out when her younger sister wanted to come in. The third young lady is now helping the second madam manage the household. She always finds an excuse to cause trouble, Qing Luo said. She's not looking for trouble. She wants to take advantage. Shen Swan understood Lu Yan well. She was supposed to be under house arrest, but helping with the household management gave her an excuse to be free. Lu Yan must still hold a grudge against her for getting scolded by the Duke, wanting to come in and take valuable jewelry as compensation. She often did this in the past. Every time she came to Shen Swan's room, she would casually take her jewelry. She had none of the grace of a legitimate daughter of the Duke's household. It was more ridiculous than a fallen family. Next time she comes, don't stop her, Shen Swan said. If she liked taking her things so much, how could she not fulfill her wishes? But which piece of jewelry should she let Lu Yan take? Shen Swan decided to choose carefully. Count the items in the Lord's storage tomorrow. Last time, Shi Qing had given her the account books and keys, and she hadn't even looked at them yet. Have the kitchen prepare a lamb hot pot tonight, along with 2 vegetables and noodles to cook in the broth, Shen Swan instructed. Han Jian agreed. Shen Swan rested against the long couch when a young maid reported that Ziyu, a maid from Princess Guangning, had arrived. Is the princess here? Shen Swan was surprised. She thought Princess Guangning was at the princess's residence. She returned with the prince yesterday and said she would stay for a few days, Sui Jin whispered. Let Ziyu in, Shen Swan said, adjusting her clothes and getting up. Ziyu's beautiful face still wore an affected arrogance as she bowed. Young madam, the princess invites you to join her for tea.
Now.
Shin Suan was even more puzzled. It was almost dinner time. Wasn't Lu Hung with the princess? She didn't want to run into that self-important man again. Young madam, is it inconvenient? Ziyu frowned, seeming to think Shin Suan was ungrateful. The princess had come to invite her, and she wasn't hurrying to go. Please wait, I will join you after I change. Shin Suan didn't want to offend Princess Guangning. Last time, she had said all the right things to avoid being in trouble with the princess. She wondered what this meeting was about. Talking to a moody princess made Shin Suan feel older by 3 years. Ji Yuan Hall. As soon as Shin Suan stepped outside, she heard Lu Yan's laughter coming from inside. It turned out that Princess Guangning had also invited Lu Yan. The eldest young lady has arrived, a maid said as she lifted the curtain and invited Shin Suan in. The room was warm and fragrant, and Shin Suan took off her cloak. Your Highness, she said, bowing slightly with a gentle and calm smile. Princess Guangning did not ask Shin Suan to sit down. Instead, she held a teacup and tilted her head, looking at her with a half-smile. Shin Suan remained composed, allowing Princess Guangning to observe her. Sister-in-law, this tribute Longjing tea is truly special. It smells so fragrant, Lu Yan said sweetly. If you like it, take some home later. My father has gifted me plenty, Princess Guangning replied. Lu Yan beamed. Thank you, sister-in-law. You are so kind. My brother is truly lucky to marry a princess. You are the younger sister of the prince, so you are my sister too. Don't you have good fortune? Princess Guangning smiled. That's right. With you as my sister-in-law, who would dare bully me in the capital? Lu Yan straightened her back, glancing at Shin Suan. Shin Suan understood their conversation. Princess Guangning had come specifically to support Lu Yan. Last time, Lu Yan was punished and had to copy the rules of conduct 100 times. She hated Shin Suan for it and complained to Lu Hung. When the servant couldn't find Lu Hung at the princess's residence, they told Princess Guangning instead. Although Princess Guangning was not close to Lu Yan was Lu Hang's sister. If Shin Suan bullied Lu Yan, it would mean she did not respect the princess. Today, Princess Guangning was here to warn Shin Suan. Seeing that Shin Suan remained calm and unafraid, Princess Guangning felt displeased. I heard you fainted in the main room? Princess Guangning asked Shin Suan. Yes, the doctor said I was overly frightened, but it's not a serious illness, Shin Suan replied. We're all family. Just a few words exchanged can't scare you to faint. Your courage must be quite small, Princess Guangning teased. Your Highness, I was born timid and can't handle being scared, Shin Suan said, clutching her chest and looking unsteady. Princess Guangning's lips twitched. Did Shin Suan want to faint here too? Please sit and talk. Shin Suan bowed. Thank you, Your Highness. You need to strengthen your health. Who faints so easily? Princess Guangning said coldly. Yayan didn't do anything to you, yet you've gotten her grounded. As the older sister-in-law, you should show some grace. Just apologize to Yayan, and this will all be over. We are still family after this. Shin Suan slowly raised her head. What? Apologize to Lu Yayan? Shin Suan wanted to flip the table, but she held back. Even though the emperor had granted her the title of county princess, how could a small county princess compare to the beloved Princess Guangning? Who would dare to challenge her? Last time, when Princess Guangning was kind to Shin Suan, she didn't think the princess was easy to deal with. On the contrary, the princess had a capricious nature. One moment she could be smiling, and the next she could order someone to be executed. Just like in her past life, when Princess Guangning smiled and told her to take care of herself, the very next day she made her kneel on ice, causing her to lose her child. Shin Suan dug her nails into her palm, the pain forcing her anger down. Your Highness, it was the Duke who made the third young lady copy the rules of conduct, and it was also the Duke who punished her. If you make me apologize to her, won't the Duke misunderstand your feelings about how he handled the situation? Lu Yayan angrily replied, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been punished by grandfather. Since grandfather punished you, it proves you were in the wrong. Do you really think grandfather can't tell right from wrong? Shun Suan calmly countered. Third young lady, now that the old master has given you the task of assisting with household management, he wants to see if you can recognize your mistakes. Yet you still want to provoke the princess to defend you. Are you trying to stir up trouble between the princess and the Liu family? Liu Yan was furious. She never meant that at all. Shin Suan, you really know how to talk. Is it any wonder the prince says you are deep-minded and cunning? He wants to keep his distance from you, Princess Guangning said with a smile. What kind of person is Liu Heng? Shin Suan's dark, calm eyes were as cold as ice. Liu Heng was even more ruthless when plotting against the Chu family. How could he criticize her? The prince is a naive and simple person, so he naturally can't stand someone like me, Shin Suan said lightly. Naive and simple? That's a suitable description for a woman, but for a man navigating the political world, isn't that just calling him foolish? Whether Princess Guangning didn't catch that or simply liked hearing Liu Heng described that way, she nodded in satisfaction. So the prince only likes me. Seeing that Princess Guangning seemed to want to let Shin Suan off the hook, Liu Yan felt displeased and showed some impatience on her face. Sister-in-law, she urged. Princess Guangning glared at her. How do you want to punish her? Do you want me to confine her as well? Shun Suan secretly wished that Princess Guangning would confine her and make her copy the rules of conduct for women. In a few days, this princess would be overwhelmed by the criticism from the officials. She disrespected her mother-in-law and damaged her mother's beloved peony seedlings. Even if the princess punishes her, it is for her mother-in-law, Liu Yan said softly. Shun Suan looked coldly at Liu Yan. This was definitely something someone had told her to say. Princess Guangning smirked, looking at Shin Suan with disdain. Then you will be punished to kneel here and watch us eat. Another kneeling punishment. Shin Suan calmly looked at Princess Guangning and said coldly, Your Highness, are you sure? I am the legitimate daughter of the Shin family, the wife of the commander of the pacification office, and a county princess personally bestowed by the emperor. You want me to kneel here and watch you eat? The older aunt beside Princess Guangning whispered in her ear. Concubine Yao was still trying to win over Commander Liu, and if the princess humiliated his wife here, it would surely anger Concubine Yao. Moreover, Shin Suan had not actually done anything wrong. Even the elders had not said anything. Why should a sister-in-law and a younger aunt punish her? If this got out, regardless of the reason, the princess would be impeached. Your Highness, do not implicate the second prince. Humph. Princess Guangning snorted coldly. Did she have to let Shin Suan go just like that? Wouldn't that make her lose all her authority as a princess? If she couldn't even stand up for the younger sister of the prince, how would the prince view her? Considering Liu Yuan, you don't have to kneel. Just sit there and copy the rules of conduct for women. When I feel better, you can stop, Princess Guangning said. This time, the aunt did not stop her. She thought if the princess didn't vent her anger, who knows what she might do. Copying the rules of conduct for women was not a big deal. How many times does the princess want to copy? I can do it for her. A deep, slightly hoarse voice came from outside. The newcomer wore a dark flying fish robe, tall and straight, with a handsome face like carved jade and deep, inscrutable dark eyes. He strode in and stood beside Shin Suan, naturally taking her hand in his warm, strong grip. Shin Suan felt a strange mist in her eyes, but the warmth of his hand flowed into her heart. Princess Guangning's expression darkened. Liu Yuan, I did not summon you. How dare you barge in? Liu Yuan replied, I came to find my wife. If the princess has no orders, we will take our leave. I want Shin Suan to copy the teachings for women. Can I command that? Princess Guangning said angrily. Liu Yuan's gaze was sharp, and his voice was cold. You are in the Duke's residence now. It is not your place to punish my wife. If you want to show off, go back to your princess's palace. Princess Guangning slammed the table. Liu Yuan, how dare you disrespect a princess? Go to the palace and tell the emperor, Liu Yuan said, holding Shin Suan's hand and walking out of Ziyuan Hall without looking back. Liu Yuan. Princess Guangning flipped over a low table in front of her. At this moment, Liu Yan was so scared she felt like a quail. She looked resentfully at Shin Suan being taken away by Lu Yuan. She couldn't understand how someone as cold and heartless as Lu Yuan could protect another person, especially since he had offended Princess Guangning because of Shin Suan. I will go to the palace and tell my mother to remove Lu Yuan from his position. Princess Guangning jumped up and angrily ran outside. Ziyu and others quickly stopped her. Princess, the palace gates are locked. You can't enter now. Seeing the furious Princess Guangning, Lu Yan didn't dare to say a word. Taking advantage of no one noticing her, she quietly slipped away. In her hurry through the garden, she bumped into Lu Heng, who had just returned from outside.
Ah!
Lu Yan screamed in fright. Lu Heng frowned. What happened? Second brother. The princess is very angry, and I'm afraid she will hit me. Lu Yan gasped. Why would the princess hit you? Did you upset her? Lu Heng asked. Lu Yan replied, it's not me. It's Shin Suan and Lu Yuan. What happened? Don't hide anything, Lu Heng said sternly. Feeling guilty, Lu Yan lowered her head and told Lu Heng about the princess wanting to take revenge for her. The princess is my sister-in-law. She cares for me and wants to defend me. Second brother, Lu Yuan is being too much. He is intimidating the princess, Lu Yan exclaimed. Lu Heng closed his eyes briefly. Even if you dislike Shin Suan, she is still the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family. What right do you have to punish her? If she were not a princess, no ordinary noblewoman would be so arrogant as to punish a sister-in-law. Such things did not happen in the entire capital. Lu Heng felt exhausted. The servants of the Lu family all witnessed it. Lu Yuan held the eldest daughter-in-law's hand as they left Ziyuan Hall and did not let go until they returned to Danbo Courtyard. Princess Guangning's anger and table flipping did not affect Lu Yuan's urgent desire to return. Shin Suan felt anxious, her palms were sweaty, and she glanced at Lu Yuan, unsure if he would be angry with her. Once back in the room, Lu Yuan dismissed the maidservants. The maids were very worried, glancing back at Shin Suan repeatedly. Husband. Shin Suan decided to explain herself before he got angry. If he still wanted to blame her, then so be it. Lu Yuan released her hand, wrapping his long arm around her slim waist, pulling her close. Delicate kisses fell on her cheek. She felt like his hot breath was burning her. His skin was soft under her hand. Lu Yuan wanted her very much. He felt a strong desire to be with her. He couldn't contain the intense feelings inside him. Only she could calm them. After their passionate moment, Lu Yuan was covered in sweat, still holding Shin Suan close. Shin Suan was too tired to even lift a finger, just waiting for her body to relax. Are you comfortable, Sui? Lu Yuan asked softly, biting her earlobe. Shin Suan pretended to be asleep, not wanting to answer him. Lu Yuan chuckled. When I go to sleep at night, I just think of you with my eyes closed. Shin Suan's cheeks flushed. Their feelings weren't at the point where being apart felt like ages. His thoughts were just about missing her presence. Since their wedding day, she could tell that Lu Yuan really liked her body. He also enjoyed being intimate with her. I want to wash up, Shin Suan said, only to realize her voice was hoarse. She couldn't help but cry out in his arms earlier and even scratched his back a few times. Lu Yuan smiled and kissed the corner of her mouth, asking someone to bring in water. The maids had already prepared hot water when they heard the commotion and were just bringing it in. I'll carry you to wash, Lu Yuan said, lifting her up. You go wash in the next room, Shin Suan said, her face turning red. Lu Yuan stepped over with her in his arms, and they both entered the bathing tub together. This is enough for us to wash, Lu Yuan said, holding her close, his rough fingers igniting sparks on her tender skin. Shin Suan felt enveloped by his warmth again. She drowsily wondered if his earlier words had made Guangning so angry that he hurried to bring her back for this. She still hadn't explained the situation with Princess Guangning to him. By the time they left the cleansing room, half an hour had passed. Manhwa and the others came in to clean, their faces all flushed. The cleansing room was a mess, clearly showing what had happened. Shin Suan had already fallen asleep in Lu Yuan's arms. When she woke up again, it was already night. She was awakened by hunger. Lu Yuan picked her up along with a blanket, asking, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll have the kitchen prepare it. Just eat something simple, no need to fuss in the small kitchen. He only bothers her when he returns." "Okay." Lu Yuan had someone cook 2 bowls of noodles and prepare a plate of beef and 2 dishes of pickles. Lu Yuan twisted a cloth to help her wash her face, saying, "Eat first, then sleep." Shen Suian shot him a glance. There was no intimidation in it. Instead, it was flirtatious. Seeing this made Lu Yuan feel dry and thirsty. Fortunately, the small kitchen quickly delivered the beef noodles. After Shen Suian finished her meal, warmth spread through her body, and she regained some strength. "Today, if my husband spoke about the princess like that, will she complain to the palace? Will the emperor blame you?" Shen Suian asked softly. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, his demeanor sharp. The emperor and concubine Yao are both wise. "Don't you want to know what happened?" Shen Suian asked, puzzled. "No matter what happens, she can't punish you," Lu Yuan said firmly. Shen Suian smiled. "But what if I did something wrong?" "It doesn't matter if you did something wrong. I'm here for you," Lu Yuan replied. When he said this, there was no arrogance on his face. It seemed like the most ordinary thing. Lu Yuan had the emperor's trust, and even concubine Yao sought to win him over, but the Lu family always looked down on him for his background. However, Shen Suian felt that Lu Yuan didn't care about how the Lu family treated him. His inner strength was greater than anyone else's. A person with absolute strength will also have a strong heart. "Suian, one must have the courage to break free to make others fear you," Lu Yuan said softly. Shen Suian stared at him in surprise. "Courage to break free? Does that include life?" That's why he could become the commander of the pacification office at such a young age. "Okay, I will remember that," Shen Suian said with a smile. Lu Yuan reached out and pinched her earlobe, which was beautiful, full, and shiny, like a pearl. "Have you taken care of everything outside, husband?" Shen Suian asked. "Everything is clear now. I just came out of the palace. The emperor gave me a day off," Lu Yuan replied quietly. "I'll spend the whole day with you tomorrow." Shen Suian felt a sudden weakness in her legs. On the other side, at Ziyuan Hall, Lu Heng stood outside for a long time, the cold mist forming frost on his eyelashes, seemingly unaware of the chill. He heard Princess Guangning's angry voice. He had once imagined that his wife would harmonize with him, respecting each other. She would be affectionate, gentle, beautiful, able to compose poetry with him and discuss worldly matters. But Princess Guangning was nothing like what he wanted. Lu Heng felt that his life had reached a dead end. He felt unprecedented pressure. Just a few days after getting married, he had to constantly reassure Guangning. One wrong word could make her suspicious. He was tired. "Your Highness, you are back," Ziyu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lu Heng. Lu Heng frowned deeply. He had planned not to return to Ziyuan Hall tonight. "Ah Heng, you finally returned," Princess Guangning said as she threw herself into Lu Heng's arms. "Your Highness, who upset you?" Lu Heng asked, his voice as gentle as ever. Princess Guangning replied angrily, "It's that Shen Suian. She's a disaster. With her around, the Lu family has no peace." She knew that her mother and second brother valued Lu Yuan, so they directed their anger at Shen Suian. Lu Yuan was cold-hearted, and it was impossible for him to have deep feelings for Shen Suian after just a few days, so she did not see them as a pair. "Didn't I tell you not to pay attention to the Shen family?" Lu Heng said. "Are you still thinking about her? I can't stand her bullying Lu Yan. If you won't help me, how can I avoid her?" Princess Guangning asked sharply. Lu Heng took a deep breath. "I can't possibly be thinking about Shen Suian, Your Highness." He hated Shen Suian. Her stubbornness and willfulness had ruined his life. "You are both daughters-in-law of the Lu family. Punishing her too harshly would not be good for your reputation," Lu Heng said. Princess Guangning huffed. "I am a princess. What is she?" The Shen family was also a prestigious family. If Shen Suian was nothing, then what did that make the sons of the duke's family in Princess Guangning's eyes? Yan is just a child. Please don't cause trouble with her in the future, Lu Heng said, holding Princess Guangning's hand. Princess Guangning immediately softened like a tamed cat, leaning against Lu Heng. I will listen to you. I won't argue with Shen Suan, but if she keeps bullying Lu Yan, it's like slapping my face. I will find a way to deal with her. Hearing this, Lu Heng's expression darkened. He could only hold back his words. Otherwise, Princess Guangning would definitely not let it go easily. Lu Yuan's rare day off did not allow him to spend quality time with Shen Suan as he wished. Shen Zhonglin had come to the town guard office looking for him again. This time, he refused to leave until he saw Lu Yuan. On the way back, Lu Yuan had already learned that the Chung family had taken over Shen Suan's good farmland, and he had ordered strict measures to be taken. The Chung family is not really a proper relative of my father-in-law. Him going to the town office every day is just... Lu Yuan wanted to say something foolish, but since it was his father-in-law, he held back. Shen Suan frowned. Doesn't the censorate criticize him? Why are they so lenient with him? From what she knew, the censorate was sharp-tongued and kept a close eye on the personal conduct of court officials, so why were they so forgiving towards Shen Zhonglin? They're former students of the old master in the censorate, so they're giving him face, Lu Yuan said subtly. He actually didn't want to see Shen Lao Ye's good name ruined by Shen Zhonglin. Shen Suan replied, Isn't what he is doing already embarrassing enough? Husband, please handle this matter properly and don't let him make an even bigger mistake that would bring more shame to grandfather, Shen Suan said. Lu Yuan nodded gently. I will go see my father-in-law.
Okay.
Shen Suan was also busy today meeting with the steward of the Zhuang family, and she would only be able to return to her family tomorrow. Lu Yuan kissed her cheek a few times. I originally wanted to take you out today. We can go next time when you have a day off, Shen Suan said with a smile. Not long after Lu Yuan left, 2 concubines came to greet her. Concubine Guan looked around, not seeing Lu Yuan, and her expression showed disappointment. Greetings, eldest young lady, Concubine Lin said with a smile, curtsying. Eldest young lady, greetings, Concubine Guan snapped back to reality and followed suit. Shen Suan smiled. What a coincidence, my husband just left as you arrived. Concubine Guan pursed her lips and scoffed. The eldest young lady doesn't want us to see the young master, does she? The eldest young lady hasn't closed the door on you or tied your legs. So how could she stop you from seeing the young master? Mujin sharply questioned as Shen Suan silently picked up her teacup. Concubine Guan shot a glare at Mujin. Eldest young lady, I am also concerned about the young master. In the past, when he returned home, he would always stop by my room. This time, since I didn't see him, I worry if he is hurt. Concubine Guan said. Shen Suan smiled. Concubine Guan, you worry too much. My husband is not hurt. If you want to see him, I will let him know when he returns. Concubine Lin looked at Concubine Guan with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Saying such things in front of the eldest young lady was clearly meant to create misunderstandings. With the eldest young lady here, the young master is certainly doing well, Concubine Lin said. That may be true, but you also have to be willing to let us see the young master. If the eldest young lady doesn't allow it, how can we see him? Madame Guan whispered quietly. Shen Suan noticed the resentful and unwilling expression on Madame Guan's face. Lu Yuan said he only provided Madame Guan with a place of protection, but she wanted more. Every time they met, Madame Guan looked at her with a sorrowful gaze, as if she had stolen Lu Yuan away. Madame Guan, if you really want to see your husband, you can have your maid invite him. If he wants to see you, he will come to you. You don't need to show this expression in front of me every time. I owe you nothing, Shen Suan replied calmly. No one likes to see a gloomy and resentful face. Shen Suan felt that Madame Guan did not understand her own situation. Her lack of affection from Lu Yuan was a problem between them, not related to Shen Suan. Madame Guan's eyes turned red. I have known my husband for many years. Although we are not childhood friends, I know him better than the young mistress. He used to visit me often, but now... She lowered her head. I just need to get used to it. Please forgive me, young mistress. Shen Suan felt extremely annoyed. She did not want to waste time listening to Madame Guan's provocations. I understand, so you need to get used to it slowly, Shin Sueon said. Madame Guan bit her lip, feeling indignant. If there's nothing else, you can go back. I have things to do, Shin Sueon said as she served tea to send her off. Young mistress, then I will take my leave, Lin Yinyang said as she stood up readily. Madame Guan had no choice but to leave with her. Once outside the courtyard, Madame Guan spat at Lin Yinyang's back, putting on airs, trying to please others. What good will it do? Lin Yinyang turned back and looked at Madame Guan with disdain. I am just a concubine, relying on my husband and the young mistress to live in the Liu family. Do you not understand your own position? Relying on a bit of kindness to elevate your status. Others must value you for that to work.
You.
Madame Guan was furious. Lin Yinyang ignored her and gracefully walked toward the garden. She used to be a maid of the noble Yao Guifei, and now that Princess Guangning was also in the Duke's residence, she had to pay her respects as an old servant. Shin Sueon met with the managers of various estates and re-established rules, correcting all the bad habits that manager Liu had introduced. With Liu Chaoswei being taken into custody as a warning, none of the managers dared to act with ulterior motives. By the time she finished giving instructions, half the day had already passed. Shin Sueon rubbed her shoulders. I'm really tired. It's really strange. In my previous life, when I was in charge of the household, everyone from the storeroom, kitchen, and gatekeeper would come to me for instructions, even for small matters. She seemed to never get tired. No, even when she was exhausted, she couldn't complain. Now, she feels comfortable. She only needs to manage her own possessions, and everything else in the Liu family is not her concern. The issue with Zhuang has finally been resolved. Now the income from various places can stabilize, Shin Sueon said while flipping through her account books. These were her dowry, some left to her by her mother. Under Shin Zhenglin's management for years, she had actually lost quite a bit. Qing Luo, if I let you go out to do business for me, would you dare? Shin Sueon looked up at Qing Luo. Young madam, but I have never done any business, Qing Luo replied. Her biggest dream was to run her own shop. Shin Sueon said, I'm not asking you to be in charge right away. You need to go out and learn first. In a few days, I'll take you to meet someone. You can follow her, and once you're ready, you can run your own shop. She needed to prepare for her future. If Liu Yuan's early death was unavoidable, she certainly couldn't stay in the Liu family. She didn't want to remain in the capital either. Over the years, she had only learned how to be a proper young lady and had no skills to support herself. But she could use her memories from her past life to secure a prosperous future for herself. Shin Zhenglin talked nonstop for half an hour, spending most of the time criticizing Shin Sueon for being ruthless in her actions, calling her unfilial. Liu Yuan had dismissed everyone else and quietly listened, his dark eyes growing colder and sharper. Father-in-law, Liu Yuan slowly interrupted Shin Zhenglin. A beam of sunlight fell perfectly on his handsome face, his expression unreadable. Shin Zhenglin took a sip of tea, his throat dry from talking. To defend Xingzhong, you scolded Sueon as if she were worthless. I'm curious, is Sueon really your daughter? Liu Yuan's voice was calm and distant. I often regret having such a daughter, Shin Zhenglin replied, not sensing Liu Yuan's displeasure. Liu Yuan recalled the time when Shin Zhenglin defended his concubine and illegitimate daughter, scolding Sueon in front of him, even on such an important day. It showed how harshly he treated her. Yet, when Shin Sueon faced her father's indifference and favoritism, her dark eyes remained calm, which was truly heartbreaking. It was as if she had experienced such things countless times before. So, does my father-in-law already know that Aunt Cheng's brother has taken over Sue's good farmland? Liu Yuan asked quietly. Shin Zhenglin replied, they are relatives. How can you say he has taken it? He just borrowed it for a few years. Since Sui wants it back, just say a word. How can it be sent directly to the local authority? He didn't know how much suffering Qingzhong had endured at the local authority, and once Aunt Cheng found out, there would surely be trouble. What is the relationship between your family and the Cheng family?
Liu Yuan asked.
Of course it is. Shin Zhenglin paused, frowning at Liu Yuan. Are you unwilling to release Qingzhong? Lu Yuan replied, Qingzhong has taken over the farmland and has already confessed. Father-in-law, the local authority never handles wrongful cases. Even if I have come to plead for him, you still won't show any mercy? Shun Zhonglin said, his face darkening. I'm afraid that if this person is released, it will be hard for you to explain to the emperor tomorrow, Lu Yuan said coldly. The censorate has been watching the local authority closely. If I release Qingzhong today, tomorrow a flurry of memorials will land on the emperor's desk, and this case will surely be presented before him. Lu Yuan smirked slightly. Father-in-law, no official in the capital will consider a concubine's family as relatives. Even concubine Yao is always kept to her place and has never overstepped in all these years. The emperor respects the queen greatly. If the censorate labels you with the crime of favoring a concubine over a wife, even your position will not be safe. Shun Jianglin's lips twitched. He knew he couldn't let the censorate investigate him for favoring a concubine, but he thought Lu Yuan, being his son-in-law, could quietly release Qingzhong. Lu Yuan, this is the first time I have come to you for help. You won't even give me this favor? You are my son-in-law, Shin Zhonglin asked angrily. I married Shin Suian, not your illegitimate daughter. You keep harming Sui Sui for your concubine, and now you want me to release a scoundrel who has taken over my wife's farmland? Father-in-law, do you think the local authority is just your private garden? Lu Yuan said sharply, radiating a fierce aura. Whether it's my late mother-in-law or her family, they are my relatives. As for the Chung family, father-in-law, if you dare to recognize them as relatives, I cannot do the same. Shun Jianglin's face turned pale, then flushed with anger. Lu Yuan said, the local authority serves the emperor. It is not your private garden. Shun Jianglin, furious, pointed at Lu Yuan. You are so arrogant. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. I don't mind going to the palace with my father-in-law. Let the emperor decide whether I am disrespectful to him or if he is making things difficult for me. All right, Lu Yuan, you are quite something, Shin Jianglin said as he left in a huff. Once Shin Jianglin stormed out of the town protector's office, Lu Yuan's assistant, Guanjin, walked in. Commander, Princess Guangning has entered the palace. As soon as she arrived, she was summoned to Jiaoxi Palace by concubine Yao, Guanjin reported. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Have Shiqing leak this information? Guanjin grinned. Who should we tell? Your sister-in-law? Get out, Lu Yuan said coldly. Right away, Guanjin chuckled. Princess Guangning was going to the palace to complain to the emperor. Yesterday, Lu Yuan had embarrassed her, and she had never felt so humiliated. Mother, you must stand up for me. Have father remove Lu Yuan from his position and punish him severely. He thinks that just because he is the commander of the town protector's office, he can act arrogantly in front of me. What right does a lowly illegitimate son have to bully me? Princess Guangning's face twisted with anger. Concubine Yao was a gentle and refined woman. Although she was no longer young, her well-maintained beauty still shone through. She silently watched her daughter fume and curse. She realized she had spoiled her daughter too much. She had raised her 3 sons well. They were smart, polite, and humble. Only her daughter was willful and spoiled. She used to think that since Guangning was her daughter, she could afford to be more lenient, but now she truly regretted it. And that Shin Suian. What a wretched girl. I only punished her to copy the code of conduct for women, and she dared to defy me. Mother, you must support me. Concubine Yao calmly looked at Princess Guangning. Are you done speaking? Princess Guangning finally came to her senses. Why was her mother so calm about her grievances? Didn't she feel sorry for her? Do you think punishing Shin Suian will make Lu Heng more devoted to you, believing you can protect his family? Concubine Yao asked lightly. Princess Guangning did think so. What she wanted was for Lu Heng to be unable to live without her, as she could provide him with everything he desired. Why would the Duke of the State punish Lu Yen? If Shin Suian was at fault, do you think he would wrong his own granddaughter? It's not your place to defend Lu Yen. I thought you were willful but smart. Now it seems you are foolish, being used by a little girl and putting in so much effort. even disregarding your father and brother's reputation," concubine Yao said coldly. Princess Guangning's face turned pale. "I didn't. If it weren't for Lu Yuan taking Shin Suean away yesterday, you would have really punished her. Today, the censure from the officials would drown both you and me. I have not taught you well, raising such a domineering and arrogant daughter." Although Yao Guifei's voice was not sharp, it cut into Princess Guangning's cheek like a knife. Did she do something wrong? Why didn't even her mother speak up for her? "Mother, why do you say this about me? What did I do wrong?" Tears welled up in Princess Guangning's eyes. She felt so wronged. "Shin Suean is not your servant. She is the granddaughter of the Prime Minister and a well-known young lady in the capital. What reputation do you have? Besides the title of princess given to you by your father, don't you know how others view you? Do you think you don't have enough bad names attached to you? Guangning, your second brother is humble, treats officials well, and is forgiving. That is why he has a good reputation today." Princess Guangning shouted, "Mother, are you afraid I will drag down my second brother? No matter what I do, it's wrong. Even when I'm bullied, I have to swallow my anger. What is Shin Suean? Even if she is the granddaughter of the Prime Minister, she married a commoner. She is beneath me. I am a noble princess, and I could take her life anytime. How am I wrong for looking down on someone so lowly?" Yao Guifei's pupils shrank. She never expected her daughter to say such arrogant things. If these words reached the ears of the officials, wouldn't it chill their hearts? Guangning and the second prince share the same mother. They might doubt his character. You look down on those born of lesser status, but aren't you one of them? Even as a noble consort, I am still just a secondary wife, Yao Guifei said, disappointed as she looked at Princess Guangning. That's not the same. I am a princess. I am more noble than Shin Suean, that lowly woman. Princess Guangning shouted. Slap. Yao Guifei finally lost her patience and slapped Princess Guangning across the face. Princess Guangning was stunned. This was the first time her mother had hit her. It was also the first time she had seen her mother so angry. Mother. Princess Guangning cried, tears streaming down her face. Yao Guifei's heart ached even more. You are a princess, born into nobility. Your father's gift of status is not for you to treat others' lives as if they are worthless. You enjoy the honor given to you by the people of this country. It's okay if you can't protect the homeland. I don't expect you to be overly ambitious, but what about your basic conscience? Guangning, how did you become so unkind? Yao Guifei closed her eyes, feeling heartbroken and disappointed. Princess Guangning clenched her hands tightly. She noticed that Yao Guifei was really angry, so she cautiously crawled beside her. Mother, please don't be angry. Yao Guifei said, I just worry that you will cause trouble in the future, and it will ultimately hurt you. I am a princess. Who would dare to hurt me? Princess Guangning whispered. Do you know why I stopped you from going to see the emperor? Yao Guifei asked. Princess Guangning gently shook her head. Do you think Lu Yuan became the commander of the town's defense because your father promoted him? If he didn't have the ability, your father wouldn't value him, Yao Guifei said. Lu Yuan knows the secrets of all the court ministers, and only he and your father are aware of them. Your father's trust in Lu Yuan won't change just because of a few words from you. Guangning, your father loves you, but first, he is the emperor, and then he is your father. He won't allow you to interfere with the handling of court ministers. I have worked hard to let Lu Yuan associate with your second brother. If you mess things up, I will be very upset, Yao Guifei said softly. Princess Guangning shivered unconsciously. Mother, I understand. Yao Guifei gently stroked her swollen cheek and took out some snow lotus cream to apply on her. Is the prince good to you? Yao Guifei asked gently. Princess Guangning rubbed her face against Yao Guifei's hand. Yes, Lu Heng is very considerate of me. He wouldn't dare to treat her poorly. After all, she is a princess. Shin Suean can't compare to her, and that so-called wine cellar is even less worthy. Don't expect a man to make your life better. You need to have your own goals, Yao Guifei said. As a mother, she naturally hoped that Lu Heng would treat Guangning wholeheartedly. But she knew men's nature well. Lu Heng came from a noble family and was precious since childhood. He is good to Guangning now, but what about in the future? Don't worry, mother, I understand, Princess Guangning said. I'm not like Shin Sueon, who can't hold her own, clinging to a wine cellar and losing a good marriage. Princess Guangning scoffed. If Lu Heng dares to see that wine cellar again, she would make sure that the cellar disappears from this world. Yao Guifei looked at Guangning's swollen face, which had reduced significantly.
Go back.
If you don't like seeing Shin Sueon, then don't return to the Duke's residence. I'm not going to the Duke's residence. If I don't go, Shin Sueon will only become more arrogant. Princess Guangning frowned. Didn't you say last time that you didn't dislike her? Why do you hate her so much now? Concubine, Yao asked. Princess Guangning has always disliked Shin Sueon, believing she pretends to be sweet and pleasing to her elders. Many times, her mother and the Empress have praised Shin Sueon. Mother, I suspect she still has feelings for Lu Heng, Princess Guangning huffed. Concubine Yao frowned. Lu Yuan is not inferior to Lu Heng. Her marriage to Lu Yuan is a good match. Princess Guangning smiled proudly. Just by background, Lu Yuan can't compare to Lu Heng. Shin Sueon must regret it deeply. She created such a scene to play hard to get, never thinking father would arrange a marriage. She must be regretting it now, Princess Guangning said with a smirk. Concubine Yao looked at her helplessly. Chu Qingli finally convinced old Madame Chu to let her go out with her friends for a day. She sent someone to invite Shin Sueon, but Shin Sueon was very busy, so she had to find another friend to go to the boat with her. I know you've been cooped up. I already booked a boat for us. The weather is nice today. We can have lunch on the boat and enjoy the river. When it gets dark, the colorful lights along the river will be beautiful, said Miss Luo Jinner, the second daughter of Minister Luo, with a smile. Chu Qingli linked arms with her. Let's hire a few musicians to play for us along the way. I know. Did you think I wouldn't arrange that? Luo Jinner teased her with a glance. The group of 5 or 6 girls got off the carriage and headed straight for the boat. They chattered and laughed, their voices ringing like bells. When they reached the boat they had rented, there were already maids waiting for them. Chu Qingli suddenly spotted a familiar figure and stopped, squinting at a small boat docked under a big tree. Is that also a boat for cruising?
Que Kingli Asked Ahmed.
Miss, that boat is selling wine. It doesn't go out on the river, the maid replied. Luo Jinner laughed. What, do you want to get drunk? Your old lady will scold you. I was just asking, I wouldn't drink, Chu Qingli huffed. She wasn't mistaken. The figure she saw earlier was Song Xiuji, the wine seller. Last time, Princess Guangning was so pleased to say she drove Song Xiuji out of the capital. No, she had to tell Shin Sueon. Chu Qingli's mind raced, but she suppressed that thought. Sueon is too soft-hearted. She would definitely let that wine seller go. She needed to inform Guangning. Let Guangning deal with Lu Heng and Song Xiuji, that couple. Shin Sueon was flipping through the account books that Shirqing had brought. She was shocked by what she saw. Shirqing, are these all the master's private properties? Shin Sueon asked, looking at Shirqing, who was standing beside her for guidance. Yes, madam. Some of these lands, shops, and treasures were granted by the emperor, while others were earned by the master himself. Over the years, he hasn't had many large expenses, so his private wealth has accumulated, Shirqing replied. Shin Sueon couldn't help but be amazed. She had managed the household of the Lu family and knew that their annual income was not much, barely enough to support the whole family. Lu Yuan's private wealth was comparable to that of the entire Lu family. However, in her previous life, Lu Yuan had passed away early, and his wealth had mysteriously disappeared. She had heard the matriarch mention that there wasn't much left, so it was given to Song Xiuji's 2 children. This was clearly not the case. They were intentionally hiding the fact that they had taken Lu Yuan's wealth for themselves. How could they look down on Lu Yuan while shamelessly taking his possessions? Shirqing watched the change in Shin Sueon's expression. How did she go from astonishment to joy, and then to anger? Madam, is there a problem? Shirqing asked cautiously. No. Shin Sueon shook her head. The accounts are clear. who usually helps the master manage the accounts. Shurqing replied, "It's Yubai. He has been good with numbers since he was young, so the master let him handle the accounts." Shun Sueon nodded. "Well done. Please ask Yubai to come see me."
Yes.
"Madam, it's almost the beginning of the month. Do you want to change any of the original rules?" Shurqing asked quietly. Shin Sueon said, "Are you referring to the monthly allowances for the various estates and shops?" Shurqing responded, "The monthly allowances for the household servants come from the public funds and are not included in these accounts, but those working outside for the master receive their allowances from him." "Then let's stick to the original rules for now. I will make changes as I learn more," Shin Sueon said. "Understood, madam," Shurqing replied before leaving the main courtyard. "Madam, you've been busy all morning. You should take a break. I noticed the plum blossoms outside are blooming beautifully. Would you like to pick a few branches to put in a vase?" Mu Jin suggested. Shin Sueon rubbed her forehead. "All right, let's go for a walk. Tomorrow, we will inspect the shops, and I'll take you all to Ipinlu for a meal." "Thank you, madam, for treating us," Mu Jin said with a smile. Shin Sueon was surrounded by her maids as she walked out of the main courtyard. In the garden, there are 2 plum trees, their branches adorned with vibrant winter blossoms that emit a faint, pleasant fragrance. "That branch looks good. Can you pick a flower for me?" Shin Sueon said with a smile. Futsi replied, "It's easy. I'll pick one for you right now. Be careful. Don't fall." Laughter echoed, carefree and light. Ban Jian leaned closer to Shin Sueon and said, "Madam, the 3rd young lady has gone into the quiet courtyard." Shin Sueon smiled slightly. "Are we ready?" "The box has a set of jewelry, and everything else is put away," Ban Jian whispered. "Then don't worry about her," Shin Sueon chuckled. When Liu Yan sneaked out from the quiet courtyard, Shin Sueon signaled for the maid to return. News of Shin Sueon picking plums reached Mrs. Liu. Mrs. Liu tenderly cared for her precious jade plant, barely saving it, unsure if it would bloom again. "I really overestimated her before, thinking she was thoughtful, but she turned out to be so crude. Madam, your grace is like a beautiful orchid, and your talent is unmatched. How could the young lady compare to you?" Mo Ju quickly replied. "How has the 3rd young lady been lately?" Mrs. Liu asked. Mo Ju answered, "The 3rd young lady is clever and respected by the household staff. She gets everything done." Mrs. Liu remarked, "Is managing the household so difficult that she has to complain to me every day? If she's tired but can't let go, it's just for show." Hearing Mrs. Liu criticize the 2nd branch, the maids fell silent, afraid to respond. "What is the name of the maid serving in the master's study?" "Go call her over. I have a few words for her," Mrs. Liu suddenly said. Mo Ju and Hong Xing exchanged glances. "I heard her name is Farong." Mrs. Liu's expression remained unchanged. "Go call her. Since the master treasures her, let's give her a chance and treat her as a special maid." "Madam, I heard something after lunch. Shurqing brought you by to see Shin Sueon and quietly mentioned that Princess Guangning had gone to the palace to complain. Before she could see the emperor, she was called to Jiaoxi Palace by concubine Yao, and it seems concubine Yao was angry." Shin Sueon was not surprised. Concubine Yao was favored by the emperor but had never been rumored to be arrogant, as she was a very low-key and wise woman. In her past life, when her life came to an end, the emperor had not yet passed the throne to the 2nd prince, but she felt it wouldn't be long now. A clever woman like concubine Yao must be quite disappointed to have spoiled a princess like Guangning. "Tell the people in the courtyard to limit their interactions with the people from Ziyuantang," Shen Sueyan said. Shurqing quietly replied and glanced back at Yubai. "Young madam, this is Yubai." Yubai lived up to his name, looking fair and clean, making it easy for others to like him. "I have met you, young madam," Yubai said respectfully, bowing. "I have looked over your accounts. They are very clear, but there are a few differences this year compared to previous years." Shen Sueyan pointed out her concerns. "The gifts from the Guan family for the new year are down by 50%, while those from the Jingning Marquis have increased by 30%. These expenses are also unclear. Yu Bai silently admired how attentive the young madam was and realized she must be skilled at calculations, as she quickly noticed these discrepancies. Young madam, the old master of the Guan family, was once the commander of the local garrison. After he was injured, he retired to his home. For many years, my lord has regarded him as a mentor. But the old master's children were unfilial, and he passed away last year. Therefore, my lord has reduced the New Year gifts to the Guan family. My lord has no ties with the old Jingning Marquis, but he is friends with the heir, who has now become the Jingning Marquis. Has he Hongkue become the Jingning Marquis? Shen Suiyan asked softly. Yes, young madam, Yu Bai replied. She was surprised that he Hongkue had connections with Lu Yuan. Madam Guan, the young madam is in a meeting. You cannot just barge in, came the voice of Fu Hu from outside. Fu Hu, you have been in this courtyard for a long time. Are you going to let her bully me? Madam Guan cried out sadly. Shen Suiyan frowned and said to Mu Jin, Go see what's happening. Fu Hu was skilled in martial arts, and her strength was not something an ordinary woman could match. Madam Guan was held tightly by her and could not move forward. Madam Guan, this is the young madam's space. Without permission, you cannot enter, Fu Hu said expressionlessly. Let go, or when my lord returns, you will be dealt with too, Madam Guan shouted. Shen Suiyan sighed softly. She wished Lu Yuan would treat Madam Guan as a proper concubine, so she could handle things openly. Now that she knew there were other reasons for Madam Guan's presence, she felt it was more complicated. Let Madam Guan in. It's embarrassing to make such a fuss. When Madam Guan entered and saw Yu Bai and Shiqing standing respectfully beside Shen Suiyan, tears filled her eyes. Shen Suiyan frowned at her, feeling impatient. You are a concubine of the Lu family. Is there any reason to make such a scene outside? Shen Suiyan asked. If this gets out, people will only laugh at the master, thinking his home is in chaos. Aunt Guan's face turned pale as she looked at Shen Suiyan with resentment. You don't need to threaten me. If you hadn't pushed me, I wouldn't have come here. Shen Suiyan asked calmly. How have I pushed you? In her previous life, she never found out what kind of person lived in Lu Yuan's household. Was Aunt Guan also difficult to deal with, and what was the final outcome? She knew nothing. Aunt Guan sniffled and cried softly. If you keep crying, I will have someone throw you out, and you won't need to appear in the main courtyard again, Shen Suiyan said coldly. Aunt Guan looked up and saw the calm and indifferent eyes of Shen Suiyan, realizing that the other person also had a commanding presence. Aunt Guan shook her head. Young mistress, even if you dislike my presence for so long, besides the monthly allowance from the master, he has given me an extra 10 taels of silver. This month, several days have passed without any sign of it. I had no choice but to come to you. Yu Bai knows about this. He has always given me the silver. Yu Bai frowned, about to explain. Shen Suiyan asked lightly, Do you think I am stopping Yu Bai from giving you this? Is that why you came here, to make a fuss? Wasn't that the case? The extra support Lu Yuan gave her was unique. She knew Aunt Lin certainly didn't receive it. However, after Shen Suiyan arrived, it was the day for the monthly allowance, but there had been no news. Today, when she saw Shen Suiyan had also brought Yu Bai, she guessed that Shen Suiyan was indeed stopping Yu Bai from giving her the silver. Young mistress, if I have upset you, please punish me, but I ask that you do not stop the monthly allowance the master gives me, Aunt Guan said as she knelt before Shen Suiyan. When Shen Suiyan looked at the accounts today, there was indeed a separate entry for Aunt Guan, but she had not paid much attention to it. First, the amount was not large, and Aunt Guan's brother had once been a colleague of Lu Yuan, so it was understandable for Lu Yuan to take care of his colleague's sister. Watching Aunt Guan appear so pitiful, repeatedly bowing to Shen Suiyan, left everyone in the room a bit stunned. For just 10 taels of silver. Was it really necessary? Shen Suiyan raised her eyes and noticed a tall figure approaching outside. She suddenly understood that Aunt Guan's performance was for someone else's benefit. So, they were waiting here. What happened? Lu Yuan's cold and deep voice came from the door. Aunt Guan was startled, as if she had just noticed Lu Yuan's presence. She turned her head, her beautiful face stained with tears, truly a sight to behold. Lu Yuan glanced at her with a slightly serious expression and walked directly to Shin Suiyan's side to sit down. Busy? Lu Yuan asked softly. Shin Suiyan looked at him with her clear, dark eyes, surprise evident in her gaze. She thought he would question her about the scene he walked into. Brother Yuan. Aunt Guan called him affectionately. Shin Suiyan was startled back to reality by her heartfelt call. She quietly explained to Lu Yuan, Aunt Guan's monthly allowance is short, and we don't know why. Lu Yuan took a sip from his teacup. At that moment, Yu Bai stepped forward and bowed. Young master, Aunt Guan's allowance was supposed to be delivered a couple of days ago, but it was delayed due to busyness. This morning, I had the accountant send it over. It's my fault for the delay. Please punish me and the young mistress. Since it was the accountant's delay, why are you crying here? Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Aunt Guan felt as if she were pierced by cold ice, and a sense of regret suddenly surged within her. If she had known, she wouldn't have sent someone to watch outside and rushed in to give Shin Suiyan a warning upon seeing Lu Yuan. She just wanted Lu Yuan to know that living under Shin Suiyan's care would mean she would have fewer chances to see him in the future. Brother Yuan, Lu Yuan frowned deeply, his voice tinged with hidden anger. I've told you not to call me that. It made him feel uncomfortable. Aunt Guan opened her mouth, timidly lowering her head. Yes, my lord. Don't keep coming to the main courtyard. If you need something, find Yu Bai. Don't disturb the young mistress. Lu Yuan's tone was cold. Aunt Guan's eyes reddened. She hadn't expected Lu Yuan to treat her with such disregard in front of Shin Suiyan. Yu Bai, take her away, Lu Yuan said impatiently. He was wasting his holiday on such trivial matters. Aunt Guan felt dazed, unable to understand why things weren't going as she had hoped. Why did Lu Yuan value Shin Suiyan so much and trust her not to mistreat his concubine? Shin Suiyan remained silent. As she watched Aunt Guan leave in fear and anxiety, she glanced at Lu Yuan. She's not clever. Don't hold it against her. If you can't stand it, I'll have her stay outside, Lu Yuan said. He had long noticed Aunt Guan's feelings, but he was not low enough to sleep with a colleague's sister. Whether Guan Yuer wanted to stay with the Lu family was her choice. Whether he truly regarded her as a concubine was his matter. You let her stay outside. Others might think you have a mistress, Shen Suiyan said. Actually, the money was given to Guan Hai's wife and children through Guan Yuer. After Guan Hai died, his wife remarried with his unborn child, so I couldn't directly give the money to her, Lu Yuan explained. Shin Suiyan did not expect this reason. Aunt Guan should be grateful that her deceased brother protected her throughout her life. Don't mention her, Lu Yuan said. Do you have anything to do this afternoon? Shen Suiyan smiled. I looked at the accounts all morning, and I'm a bit tired. I was planning to take a nap. Lu Yuan wrapped his long arm around her waist, holding her on his lap. Then I'll keep you company while you sleep. Is it just sleeping? Shin Suiyan looked at him suspiciously. Lu Yuan noticed her thoughts and kissed her cheek gently. If you want to do something else, I'm happy to join you. Shen Suiyan's cheeks flushed as she pushed against his shoulder. I upset my father-in-law today, Lu Yuan said, resting his chin on her shoulder, inhaling her unique fragrance, and suddenly felt that even without doing anything, holding her like this was comfortable. Shin Suiyan turned to look at him. What happened? Quickly tell her to make her happy. Lu Yuan picked her up and said, I'll tell you slowly. Shin Suiyan thought he was going to tease her again, but he just held her gently, patting her back. Some people are not meant to be good fathers. Perhaps he is a good father to others, but his treatment of you is not your fault. It's just a lack of familial bond. Lu Yuan's deep voice was soothing. Shin Suiyan felt a lump in her throat. I know it's not my fault. Shin Suiyan thought about how everyone in the Lu family treated Lu Yuan poorly, especially his father, who looked at him without any affection. He must have had a tough childhood. At least she still had her grandparents who loved her. Lu Yuan did not have a habit of napping, but with the beautiful and soft person in his arms, he felt a bit drowsy. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. When he woke up, he felt a weight on his abdomen. When he touched it, he found it was Shin Suiyan's leg resting on him. A smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. His hand instinctively rubbed her waist a few times. Her skin was soft and warm, and he couldn't help but cherish it. Gradually, his breathing became heavier, and his breaths were warm. Shin Sueon was trapped in dreams from her past life and couldn't wake up. After her grandparents left, she was all alone in the world. Although she had a husband, his heart belonged to someone else. She felt as lonely as a ghost in this world. They wouldn't let her go, keeping her trapped in this big house until death. No one loved her. They were all using her. Song Shioji came with her 2 children to pay their respects. The usually loud twins suddenly picked up a teacup and smashed it against their heads, blood pouring out. The mother and her 2 children knelt on the ground. The boy, covered in blood, fell in front of Shin Sueon. The girl cried loudly, "Madam, please have mercy and let us stay. Don't drive us away." Shin Sueon was taken aback and couldn't understand how they changed so quickly. A man walked in and slapped her without hesitation. He questioned her, "You are already the mistress of the Duke's residence. What more do you want? Why can't you accept the woman and children I love?" Shin Sueon, "You are too cruel." Was she really cruel? What had she done wrong? From now on, you'll be confined to this courtyard for reflection. Don't go out and embarrass yourself. Shin Sueon wanted to argue, but she couldn't say a word. She felt anxious and angry for the self in her dreams. Lu Yuan was gently kissing her cheek when he suddenly felt a cold wetness. He held her face and realized she was crying. It wasn't silent tears. It was suppressed, painful, with sobs escaping her throat. She couldn't escape the nightmare, and he seemed to feel her heart crying for help. His heart ached. "Suei." Lu Yuan kissed away her tears, softly calling her name. He kissed her tears again and again, repeating her name. Shin Sueon felt warmth in the cold, striving to reach that warmth. Her awareness gradually became clear as she slowly opened her misty eyes, staring at the handsome face that filled her vision. Shin Sueon froze. "It's okay, just a nightmare," Lu Yuan said, rubbing her earlobe. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Shin Sueon took a deep breath. She had dreamt of events from her past life. Since her rebirth, she hadn't dreamed of her previous life until today, when Aunt Guan's crying reminded her of how Song Shioji and her children had used the same tactics against her countless times. Even though she was prepared, no matter how much evidence she had, Lu Heng would always believe them. A feeling of heaviness settled in her chest. She was angry and unwilling, yet unable to express it. "I'm fine now," Shin Sueon said gloomily. Lu Yuan noticed that she seemed very burdened, as if carrying many worries. "What did you dream about?" Lu Yuan asked softly. Shin Sueon closed her eyes. "I forgot as soon as I woke up." What she couldn't forget was something she couldn't share with others. She hated Lu Heng and Song Shioji. Since they couldn't accept anyone else, why wouldn't they let her go? She had mentioned divorce to Lu Heng, but he refused, preferring to trap her in the Lu family. So even with her rebirth, she still had unresolved feelings. If she couldn't take revenge on them, she feared she would never live happily. Lu Yuan didn't press further, but picked her up, saying, "Sleeping too long will make you feel worse. The weather is nice. I'll take you somewhere." Shin Sueon gasped and quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. "Put me down." Lu Yuan smiled and kissed her forehead, then let the maid come in to help her change. Shin Sueon's bad mood didn't lift. She felt heavy all over. The maids, unaware that Shin Sueon had a nightmare, thought she was just waking up. Seeing the young master and young mistress so close made them feel relieved. Earlier, when Auntie Guan had caused a scene, they worried the young master might misunderstand the young mistress. Lu Yuan personally helped Shin Sueon put on a red cloak trimmed with gray fur. Her tear-streaked face was now clean, her skin pale and rosy, like fine white jade. "Let's go," he said, holding her hand tightly. Shin Sueon couldn't resist him. She felt that even if she refused, he would carry her out. Thinking he was taking her to a boat, she was surprised when he brought her to the city wall. Although there were guards, They smiled and let them pass as soon as they saw Lu Yuan. Husband, why did you bring me here? Shin Sueon still felt sluggish. Lu Yuan pointed ahead. Look. The setting sun cast a gentle orange glow over the capital city, making it shine like a beautiful painting. Standing on the city wall, they could take in the scenery of the city, which felt wonderful. Shin Sueon couldn't help but smile. Don't say the evening is late. The sky is still full of clouds. Shin Sueon turned to look at Lu Yuan, finally witnessing the true scene of this poem. The stunning sky filled her heart with joy. The loneliness in Shin Sueon's heart was warmed by the beautiful light. I used to feel down or face setbacks, so I liked to sneak up to the city wall alone. At first, the guards didn't notice me. One time, I brought some wine and roasted chicken up there, and the smell of the chicken was so good that I was finally discovered. Later, I invited them to drink, and they turned a blind eye and let me come up. How old were you when you first came to the city wall? Shin Sueon asked softly. 10, Lu Yuan replied. Shin Sueon was taken aback. How could a 10-year-old child go to the city wall? He must have faced unfair treatment, yet he didn't let those people defeat him. Under the pressure from the Lu family, he became strong and held power as the commander of the local government. She could imagine the price he paid for that. Husband, do you feel angry about the unfair treatment? Shin Sueon looked at him with clear eyes. Lu Yuan lowered his gaze to her bright, captivating eyes and chuckled softly. Only when I was weak did I feel anger from others' attitudes. Sui, not everyone in this world will treat you sincerely as you wish, but you can choose those who treat you well and associate with them. As for the others, what they do or say doesn't matter. Shin Sueon lowered her head. He was truly a strong person inside. Otherwise, he would have been trapped in resentment long ago. I am still too weak. Shin Sueon looked at her fair hands. If she wanted revenge, just being the young mistress of the Lu family wouldn't be enough. Then make yourself stronger, Lu Yuan said. Do what you want to do. Futsiu and Ningxiang can do more than you think. Sui, you can trust them. They recognize you as their leader and won't tell anyone about your matters, not even me. Shin Sueon's pupils slightly contracted. Did he see that she had lingering worries in her heart? Under the same brilliant sunset, some people had no heart to admire it. Princess Guangning was finally allowed to go home. She touched her bruised cheek. Although the swelling had gone down, the pain still lingered on her face. Today, she had to act meek and charming in front of her mother, flattering her with sweet words until her mother finally stopped being angry. Once outside the palace gates, Princess Guangning's suppressed anger surged. She directed all her resentment toward Shin Sueon. If it weren't for Shin Sueon, how could she have received a slap from her mother today? Growing up, she had always been the cherished daughter of her parents, and now her mother had hit her for a lowly person. At that moment, Princess Guangning just wanted to get rid of Shin Sueon. What happened to the Shin family? The old man of the Shin family is no longer the chief minister, and Shin Sueon's father is useless too. In a few years, when the old man is gone, the Shin family will be in ruins. She wants to get rid of Shin Sueon as easily as squashing an ant. Princess, please calm down. It's not worth getting upset over something so small, Ziyu said, knowing the princess of Guangning well and sensing her anger. The princess replied, I want her dead. And I want it to be a terrible death. Ziyu felt a chill. Princess, would you like to return to the princess's residence or the duke's residence? A servant asked cautiously. The princess narrowed her eyes slightly. The duke's residence. At the duke's residence, Lu Yan eagerly awaited the return of the princess of Guangning. She knew the princess had gone to report to the emperor, who would surely support her since he and consort Yao cared for her so much. How would they punish Shin Sueon? It would be best to her of her title and scold her publicly. Then Shin Sueon would never hold her head high in the capital again. The more Lu Yan thought about it, the more excited she became. She had waited for half the day, but still hadn't seen the princess's carriage. Third miss, the princess is back, Hangyue said eagerly. Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and she hurried to the Ji Yuan Hall. As soon as she entered, she asked urgently, Your Highness, How will the emperor deal with Shin Suan? The anger that the princess had barely contained flared up again at Lu Yan's arrival. Her mother said she was foolish and that Lu Yan was using her as she felt even less capable than Lu Yan. How dare Lu Yan take advantage of her? Your Highness. Lu Yan smiled and reached for the princess's hand. Smack. The princess turned and slapped her. If you use me again to deal with Shin Suan, I will pull out your nails one by one. Lu Yan was stunned, humiliation and anger flooding her heart, tears welling in her eyes. I won't let Shin Suan off the hook, but don't think you can use me, the princess said before returning to her inner chamber. Ziyu quietly advised Lu Yan, "Third miss, the princess is in a bad mood. It would be better to come back another time." Lu Yan bit her lip tightly. The princess was scolded by the consort today, which is why she's taking it out on you, Ziyu explained. Third miss, it's best not to provoke the eldest young lady in the future. She has the commander backing her. Lu Yan replied angrily, a mere illegitimate child. What does she count for? The princess's furious voice came from inside. Throw her out. If she looks down on the illegitimate, then she shouldn't come here. Lu Yan's face turned pale. She forgot that no matter how noble concubine Yao is, she cannot surpass the empress. Princess Guangning is also of common birth. Lu Yan left Ziyuan Hall with a pale face. She cried as she went to Luyan courtyard to complain to Madame Lu, cursing Guangning and Shin Suan harshly. Madame Lu quietly listened to her daughter cry and scold while trimming her dragon-shaped spring flowers. Mother, I've been bullied like this. Why don't you comfort me? After crying for a long time without hearing a response, Lu Yan suddenly couldn't cry anymore. You are consumed by anger and hatred right now. No matter what I say, you won't listen, Madame Lu said calmly. Lu Yan pointed to her face. The princess hit me and made me look like this. You have no backup plan and only want to show off for a moment without any strategy. It's not surprising you got slapped. Madame Lu thought her daughter was too impulsive and foolish. If they wanted to use Princess Guangning against Shin Suan, they needed to figure out how to distance themselves from the situation. It would be best if they got what they wanted, but if not, they shouldn't get involved, so Guangning wouldn't feel used. Princess Guangning might not understand this, but once she talks to Concubine Yao in the palace, Concubine Yao will surely understand. Today it was just a slap. Next time you do something like this, if Concubine Yao calls you to the palace, it won't just be a slap, Madame Lu warned. Lu Yan felt uneasy and sat beside Madame Lu. Mother, what should I do? First, don't worry about Shin Suan. You need to mend your relationship with the princess. You are sisters-in-law. If your relationship is bad, how will others view your brother and the Lu family? Madame Lu said softly. She must hate Shin Suan even more than you do now, Madame Lu added. Lu Yan nodded, realizing that her mother was smarter than her grandmother and could teach her what to do. Princess Guangning has liked your brother for many years. Her hatred for Shin Suan is not just because of your instigation. It also comes from her resentment of wanting to marry but being unable to, Madame Lu explained. 2 years ago, Princess Guangning wanted to marry Lu Heng, but the Duke of Lu did not want his grandson to marry a princess and kept blocking her advances with the engagement to the Shin family. To Princess Guangning, Shin Suan was just an obstacle. Lu Yan pondered, so I really don't need to say much more. Just using the fact that Shin Suan was once my brother's fiancé will make Princess Guangning take action against her? You're not foolish. Why do you always do silly things? Madame Lu sighed. If I had grown up with you, I would definitely be a clever young lady, Lu Yan huffed. Madame Lu's eyes darkened slightly as she smiled and said, quickly apply some medicine to your cheek, so grandmother doesn't find out. When Shin Suan and Lu Yuan returned, it was just getting dark. Young master, Anguan has an urgent request for you. Please go see her. Anguan's maid, Green Bamboo, bowed and stopped Lu Yuan. Since that's the case, dear husband, you should go take a look, Shin Suan said gently. Lu Yuan squeezed her hand. I'll be back soon to have dinner with you. Anguan was overjoyed that she could invite Lu Yuan this time. Yuan. My lord, I will help you change clothes. She stepped forward eagerly. Lu Yuan brushed her hand away. Guan Yu, Don't do such meaningless things. Aunt Guan's eyes turned red. My lord, I just want to be your true partner, not just a decoration by your side. I have already turned you down once, Guan Yu. You can leave the capital and live a peaceful life elsewhere. Your grandmother won't find you. Lu Yuan said expressionlessly. He had not taken advantage of her back then, and she was married to a widower. He truly regretted not considering this more carefully. If he had known what kind of person Grandmother Guan was, he would have sent Guan Yu out of the city. Now, he certainly could not treat Guan Yu as a true concubine. Zhu Zhu is sick, and my sister-in-law doesn't know what to do. She sent someone to find me, so I can only ask you. Aunt Guan hurriedly spoke as Lu Yuan was about to turn away. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded and left without looking back. Aunt Guan covered her face with her hands and began to cry softly. He must dislike her for not being perfect, otherwise, why would he prefer Aunt Lin and not accept her as a true concubine? When Lu Yuan returned, dinner had just been served. We came back late, so I had the kitchen prepare something simple, Shun Suean said. The kitchen had fresh lamb, so they made 2 bowls of lamb dumplings. The lamb trotters and bamboo shoots had been stewing since the afternoon and were very flavorful, along with 2 stir-fried vegetables and sliced beef. Dear husband, would you like some wine? Shin Sueon felt like having a little drink tonight. Then I'll have a drink with you, Sueon. Shin Sueon poured a cup of wine that had been warmed earlier. Thank you for taking me to the city wall today, Shin Sueon said as she poured Lu Yuan a glass. Lu Yuan replied, if you like it, I will take you there whenever I have time in the future. As they chatted, they unknowingly finished a pot of wine. Shin Sueon had a moderate tolerance for alcohol and was feeling a bit tipsy. After they finished eating, Lu Yuan held Shin Sueon close, and they moved to the window where tea was brewing, filling the air with a delightful aroma, creating a rare moment of comfort. Every year, I want to discuss something with you, Lu Yuan said. Shin Sueon sat up straight and nodded seriously. Okay, go ahead. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. You're drunk.
I'll talk to you about it tomorrow.
I'm awake. You can tell me. Shin Sueon blinked, her clear eyes slightly misty. It's not urgent, so we don't need to discuss it today, Lu Yuan said, hoping she could think clearly. He felt a bit displeased and didn't want to force her. Shin Sueon gauged Lu Yuan's attitude. Since he said it wasn't very important, it must not be. Then tell me now. I can think about it slowly. Lu Yuan let her lean against his chest, gently patting her shoulder. It's about Guan Yu, Lu Yuan said. Shin Sueon immediately became more alert. Her cheek was against his warm chest, and the light in her eyes dimmed a bit. After Guan Hai's passing, Guan's mother believed his wife brought him bad luck, so she abandoned her. Later, Deng gave birth to a daughter, but Guan's mother refused to acknowledge her because she disliked that it was a girl. I've been helping Guan Yu and her mother, but it's quite inconvenient. Guan Yu mentioned that Deng's daughter is ill. Shin Sueon understood Lu Yuan's meaning. Do you want me to help Deng and her daughter in the future? Shin Sueon asked. You are my wife, so it makes sense for you to step in. It won't harm Deng's reputation, he replied, ensuring that Deng's current husband wouldn't feel suspicious. Shin Sueon nodded gently. This wasn't a difficult task. Okay, she agreed. Lu Yuan smiled lightly. I've told you first, so you can think it over. This situation arose because of me, not because of you. But I'm your wife, so it's normal for me to care for the children of those who helped you, Shin Sueon said. She knew that Lu Yuan truly wanted to take care of Guan Hai's daughter. Lu Yuan held her tighter, recalling that during a mission, he was in danger because of a jealous colleague who betrayed him, and Guan Hai had taken a hit for him. Don't worry, I know what to do, Shin Sueon assured him. If Guan Yu bothers you again, just send her to the farm, Lu Yuan suggested. If he really did that, those who disliked Lu Yuan would accuse him of being ungrateful and mistreating his benefactor's sister. Tomorrow, I will visit Deng, Shin Sueon smiled. She wanted to see what kind of person Deng was first. There are many ways to show care, some genuine and some not. Lu Yuan offered her tea. This tea is quite sweet. This is jujube tea. It's not what you're used to, Shin Sueon replied with a smile. It's getting late, Sueon. Let's rest, Lu Yuan said. If he hadn't unfastened her belt, she would have believed he just wanted to sleep. Tonight, Lu Yuan was especially intense. Again and again. Shun Sueon's mind was blank. She could only think about where he got all that energy. She was truly exhausted.
What a?
Princess, the prince probably won't return tonight. You should rest early, Ziyu advised the princess, who was still standing by the door. The princess frowned. Is he very busy? Ziyu hesitated. Perhaps he has something to attend to. After all, the new year is approaching, and there are many tasks to handle. Then he shouldn't go to the Ministry of Rites. I'll speak to father about it in a few days, the princess said unhappily. Finally, she was willing to go back inside. Does the prince like me? The princess suddenly asked. You are the most radiant pearl, princess. No one could dislike you, Ziyu replied with a smile. The princess lay down, staring at the ceiling, and said, I like the prince too. No man in the capital is as handsome as he is. You and the prince will surely be very happy together, Ziyu reassured her. Today I hit Lu Yen. She is Lu Heng's younger sister. Does he know about it, which is why he hasn't come back? The princess frowned. You said, no, it's not like that. It was the third young lady's fault, and you were right to hit her. Tomorrow, just invite her over and speak kindly to her. She won't hold a grudge. The princess was so tired her eyes could barely stay open. Okay, I'll give Lu Heng face, and forgive her this time. After the princess fell asleep, Ziyu quietly left the inner room. Is she asleep? Aunt Duan asked in a low voice. The prince hasn't returned for 2 nights. Is the Ministry of Rites really that busy? Ziyu asked quietly. Although she didn't work at the ministry, she had heard that the prince actually had a light workload there. Aunt Duan replied, others might be busy, but the prince surely isn't so busy that he can't come home. I'll find out tomorrow. You just need to keep the princess calm and avoid making her angry again. After crying in the palace today and being scolded by noble Lady Yao, the princess, who had never been reprimanded before, must be extremely tired. Lu Heng was equally exhausted. After leaving the Ministry of Rites, he had no desire to return home and even felt a bit resistant. Since becoming the prince, his grandfather seemed to have grown distant. A few days ago, when he returned home, he saw his grandfather calling Lu Yuan to the study. He didn't know what they discussed or if there was something he wasn't meant to know. Grandfather felt that there was no hope for his future, so he decided to support Lu Yuan with all the resources of the Lu family. A son who was never valued growing up suddenly gained the attention of the family head, and Lu Yuan must be secretly pleased. Lu Yuan took the glory that belonged to him. He is a shameful thief. He remembers that his parents were very loving when he was young, but it was Lu Yuan's arrival that caused his mother to drift away from his father. Lu Heng felt a mix of emotions and couldn't quite express what he was feeling. If it weren't for Princess Shang, none of this would have happened. His whole life has been ruined by Shin Suian. Young master, are we going back to the Duke's residence? Lu Mo asked cautiously. Lu Heng closed his eyes and said, take me to the boat. He wanted to quietly drink a few cups to calm his restless heart.